Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Stealing Away the Empress, Hancock late at night. Marine Headquarters, Maniford. I will end the pirate era during my time. The entire ocean should be under the rule of the world government. Peaceful and prosperous. Sengoku, who had recently been promoted to Fleet Admiral, stared at the world map with determination. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we have an emergency. A panicked Marine burst into the room. Holy Land Mage has been invaded. Sengoku's face darkened. What did you say? The Holy Land? Invaded? That's impossible. Just an hour ago, an enemy infiltrated Pangaea Castle, freed all the slaves, and set the place on fire. Sengoku's eyes widened. Summon all high-ranking officers immediately. What's the status of Mareijos? We don't have full details yet. As Sengoku hurried through the base, his heart pounded. This was an unprecedented disaster. Something that hadn't happened in centuries. He roared, what about the Marine forces stationed at the Holy Land? Where is Vice Admiral Jian? Get in contact with her immediately. We just spoke to the Marine unit at the Holy Land. Vice Admiral Jian went after the enemy on her own, and we haven't heard back from her yet. Who is the enemy? Sengoku's tone was filled with fury. No matter who it was, they would pay. We haven't identified the leader yet, but one of their accomplices is a fishman. Find them. Right now. They must not escape. Sengoku's angry shouts echoed throughout Maniford. Meanwhile, across the dark ocean, a ship plunged down from the Red Lines River, crashing into the sea, sending up a huge splash of water. The water soaked the three sisters huddled at the bow of the ship. We've escaped from hell. The three Boa sisters looked back at the towering red line, a mixture of hatred and relief in their eyes. The real challenge starts now. The boy steering the ship, Kook, reminded the sisters, who were still crying with relief. They turned their gazes toward him. Hancock and her sisters looked at Kook with gratitude. At the darkest point in their lives, a ray of hope had broken through, saving them from their prison and dragging them out of hell. So this is Boa Hancock before she became the Pirate Empress? Kook thought as he watched the shy and awkward Hancock. He found it amusing. The fierce, dominant woman she would become was nowhere to be seen yet. She still had a youthful innocence about her. But even now, her stunning beauty was undeniable. Why are you staring at me? Hancock felt her face grow hot under Kook's gaze, and she quickly looked away, unable to meet his eyes. What are your plans now? If you come with me, you'll likely be hunted by the world government too, Kook asked, looking at the three sisters. 16-year-old Hancock, along with her two younger sisters, stared out at the endless ocean, lost for a moment. They had no idea where to go. Home? Returning to Amazon Lily would be difficult. If their identities were discovered, it could bring disaster to their homeland. They were stuck with no options. Biting her lip, Hancock looked at Kook, her eyes filled with hope. Can we come with you? At this moment, the person they trusted the most was the one who had saved them. Kook, if you come with me, you'll have to be ready to fight against the entire world. Do you have the courage for that? Kook asked, his gaze serious as he looked into their eyes. The two younger sisters, terrified of the world government, clung to each other. As the eldest, Hancock slowly stood up. If you're willing to take on the world for us, how could we back down? The Empress was beginning to emerge. At that moment, Hancock felt fortunate for her strength. Even though they had been slaves, their situation had been better than most of the Celestial Dragon slaves. Almost all Celestial Dragons owned slaves. Each had their own twisted preferences. Some liked collecting pirate captains, others found joy in torturing their slaves. Some were obsessed with beauty, gathering women from every race. As for the Celestial Dragon that owned Hancock and her sisters, he didn't care for beauty, but he loved watching slaves fight each other to the death. To make it more entertaining, he would even feed his slaves devil fruits to boost their abilities. Hancock had eaten the love fruit, giving her decent combat power. Alright then, let's go. Cook reached out his hand. Hancock placed her delicate hand in his, her face flushing bright red. But Cook didn't notice. His attention was elsewhere, focused on the system. He was a transmigrator. And he had a system. Ding. Boa Hancock has joined your pirate crew. Combat power plus 10,369, charm plus 9, ding. Boa Marigold has joined your pirate crew. Combat power plus 2,314, constitution plus 5, ding. Boa Sandersonia has joined your pirate crew. Combat power plus 2,523, constitution plus 5. The system tasked Cook with building the strongest all-female pirate crew on the seas. Each time a new member joined the crew, Cook would receive a power boost equal to that member's combat strength. As their strength grew, so did his. At this moment, Cook's total combat power was, Cook, combat power 169,058. Boa Hancock is a future warlord of the sea, and her sisters are powerful too. They're still young, so their combat power will at least double in the future. Whatever they gained, Cook gained as well. Saving those slaves had been worth it. Recruiting Hancock and her sisters wasn't a loss. The rest would be pure profit. Chapter 2, Power Boost and Giant's Pursuit. Charm and physique stats have increased. They didn't appear the first time. Cook stared at the newly revealed stats. Charm, a combination of grace, behavior, and appearance. Appearance made up the majority, and it was nearly impossible to increase. Current charm, 82 plus 9 equals 91. Hancock is a devil fruit user, and the love fruit is a very special Paransha type. Not only did I gain her combat power, but I also got a bonus to charm. A pleasant surprise. Physique, a combination of endurance, recovery, vitality, and defense. Physique is mostly something you're born with, and it's incredibly difficult to improve. Even someone as powerful as Whitebeard could be stabbed by his own son. Shanks lost his arm to a Sea King, and Garp was injured by a Marine captain with an axe. If caught off guard, even the strongest could be hurt by swords or blades. But those with incredible physiques, like Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts, regular attacks had no effect on them. Big Mom was born with monstrous strength. Kaido, with his mythical zone, Azure Dragon form, had a massive boost to his already extraordinary physique. Hancock's sisters are both zone type users. Is that why my physique increased? Boa Marigold, zone type, snake fruit. Cobra model, Boa Sandersonia, zone type, snake fruit. Anaconda model, current physique, 12 plus 5 plus 5 equals 22. The starting physique stat was far lower compared to charm. These base stats. Even someone like Big Mom hasn't broken 100. Regular zone users may get one chance to boost their physique, but I have limitless opportunities. Cook smiled, thinking about the future. As he kept recruiting more crewmates. If they had zone abilities, his physique would keep increasing. Besides gaining the combined combat power of all his crew members, the system had another unique function. Achievement points, 38,000 out of 100,000, invading the Holy Land and freeing the slaves really boosted my achievement points. Cook grinned. Achievement points, these measure the crew's overall strength, bounty, and influence. The points had a clear purpose. Each time the crew leveled up, Cook would receive a special ability. The first milestone was 30,000 points, which he had just surpassed. Reward, Ship Spirit. A ship spirit. Cook's eyes lit up. Now, this was something good. In the original story, the ship spirit only appeared on the Going Merry, and it had been crucial in saving the Straw Hat Pirates from certain doom. The Going Merry was just an ordinary caravel. But with the help of the ship spirit, it had performed far beyond expectations. I'll save it for when I get a decent pirate ship. Then, I'll extract the ship spirit. Cook suppressed his excitement. He glanced at the next achievement reward. The next level required 100,000 points. Reward, 1 hour invincible defense for pirate ship for 1 hour each day. The pirate ship would be invulnerable to any attack. No matter how powerful the enemy, they wouldn't be able to damage the ship or harm anyone on board during that time. Its strategic value was immeasurable. The system's core function was to recruit powerful crewmates and stir up trouble. The larger and stronger his crew, the stronger Cook became. The more influence the crew had, the more achievement points they earned, leading to even greater rewards. That's why, when Fisher Tiger decided to free the Celestial Dragon slaves, Cook wasn't going to miss such a golden opportunity. The outcome had been more than satisfactory, and Cook was in high spirits. After reviewing the system, Cook's attention shifted back to reality. He felt something soft and warm under his fingers. Looking down, he realized his hand was clasped with Hancock's. Their eyes met. Hancock's heart raced, and her face flushed red. "Sister, what's going on with you and our benefactor?" Hancock's two younger sisters approached from behind. "As sister, you. I. The two sisters stammered, flustered. The weather's nice today." Hancock stumbled over her words, clearly nervous. Without realizing it, she tightened her grip on Cook's hand. Her charm was undeniable. With a charm stat of less than 90 plus greater than, she was among the most captivating people on the seas. Combined with the fact that Cook had saved them, it was no wonder Hancock and her sisters found themselves drawn to him. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the sound of an engine from behind. "Not good. The Marines are catching up," Boas Andersonia shouted. Behind them, a Marine ship was quickly closing the distance. "Don't panic. We're not weak, and besides, we have Cook." Hancock glanced at Cook, her voice growing softer, like a whisper only she could hear. Back in the Holy Land, she had witnessed Cook fight off hundreds, leading them through waves of powerful enemies, commandeering a ship, and escaping hell. "They're here, huh?" Turning back, Cook locked eyes with the figure standing at the bow of the Marine ship behind them. She stood with her arms crossed, exuding elegance and strength. Boom! She leaped from the Marine ship. The entire vessel tilted upward under her immense power. With a single bound, she crossed hundreds of meters of ocean, landing on Cook's ship with a soft thud. Her long legs, bent from the jump, slowly straightened as she stood tall. Her crimson eyes coldly swept over Hancock and her sisters. "That's her. The Marine Vice Admiral, Giant." Boa Marigold gasped in fear, recognizing the figure. Even among slaves, word of certain individuals spread. They had heard of Giant, also known as Momauzagi, one of the strongest up-and-coming Marines. She was rumored to have the potential to become an admiral. "You, the ringleader of the Holy Land invasion, are under arrest," Giant said calmly as she locked eyes with Cook. She slowly drew her famous sword, Konpira. The pressure of her presence bore down on the ship, causing it to sink several meters. Chapter 3, Turning Giant. She becomes vice captain. "She's strong." Hancock bit down, clenching her jaw. She knew she wasn't a match. At only 16, she was still far from her peak, while Giant, also known as Momauzagi, was already 28 and in her prime. Momauzagi glanced at Cook, her expression unreadable. Then, she turned her gaze to the Boa sisters. Hancock lifted her chin high, refusing to back down. "You're not the main culprits here. You're victims. Leave now, and I'll pretend I didn't see you." The Boa sisters' eyes flickered with surprise. They looked at Momauzagi in disbelief. "She's letting us go?" Escaped slaves were considered a disgrace to the celestial dragons, and the world nobles had issued strict orders. All runaway slaves were to be hunted down and executed. Not all Marines are just pawns. Hancock's hostility toward the Marines faded slightly. "Leave now, or I'll be forced to take you back. It's my duty." Momauzagi gave her final warning. Hancock, standing firm against Momauzagi's overwhelming presence, took a step forward. Before she could finish, a sharp blade sliced past her. A pink flying slash cut through the night, splitting the sea. The water parted, disappearing into the unseen depths of the horizon. "If you don't leave now, you won't get another chance." Momauzagi's cold gaze rested on them. "Humphrey. Why should I listen to you?" Hancock snapped. "Unless you let Cook go as well, I won't leave." "Leave? Fine. But we leave together." "That's impossible. He's the main culprit. The world government will stop at nothing to hunt him down. If I don't bring him in, I'll be held accountable." Momauzagi shook her head, her sharp sword pointing directly at Cook. "He's not a criminal, he's our savior." "Exactly. Don't the Marines claim to uphold justice? Why are you after Cook?" The Boa sisters all stepped forward. Even though they were overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure, with death looming over them, the two younger sisters stood beside Cook, unafraid. "Are you sure about this?" Momauzagi's eyes narrowed. "Even if I let you go today, the Marines will come after you. If you stay with him, you'll eventually be captured and executed." "You're not afraid?" "We're not afraid. Death isn't as terrifying as the nightmare we've already survived." Hancock's voice was resolute as she stood with her sisters. "All right. Since you've made your choice." Momauzagi slowly closed her eyes. Hancock clenched her fists, and her two younger sisters transformed into their massive snake forms. An anaconda and a cobra. They were prepared to fight to the death. "All right, Giant, stop scaring them." Cook gently pushed aside Momauzagi's sword and stepped forward, playfully flicking her forehead. "I was just worried about you," she replied. When she opened her eyes again, the fierce aura and cold look in Momauzagi's eyes had vanished. She now gazed at Cook with affection. Unable to help herself, she hugged him. "Cook, don't do anything this reckless again. You scared me half to death." "Huh?" The Boa sisters. Their mouths slowly fell open. They stared in shock, completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Their wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this an affair? Hancock muttered, biting her finger. Jian, are you sure? Cook asked, concerned. He didn't want to pressure the woman who had looked after him since childhood. Do you really want to leave the Marines? Momozagi stretched, her graceful figure accentuated as she relaxed. Cook, you followed me into the Marines even though it wasn't what you wanted. It's time I repay the favor. I can't continue serving the world nobles like a dog. That's not the justice I believe in. Captain, I'll be counting on you from now on. Giant smiled at Cook. So, what's the next move, Captain? My rank might buy us some time, but it won't last long. That just makes it more exciting. Momozagi stared at Cook, admiring the confident look on his face. He's really grown up, she murmured with a soft smile. So bold and brave. Then, turning towards the ship's cabin, she added, I need a bath. Being in the Holy Land was exhausting. Cook? Care to join me? Cook? Oh, are you embarrassed? You didn't used to be when you were a little. Don't bring that up. Cook's face darkened in embarrassment. Chapter 4, Sengoku, we must trust Jai in the Marine headquarters, maneuvered. The lights blazed throughout the base. All Marines were abruptly awakened from their sleep. The highest-ranking officers of the Marines had gathered in the conference room. At the head of the table sat Sengoku, who had recently been promoted to Fleet Admiral. His expression was as dark as a storm. Okainu and Aokiji, both of whom had been newly appointed as admirals, entered the room. Kizaru, who was about to be promoted to admiral as well, adopted a rare serious posture upon feeling Sengoku's brewing anger, refraining even from drinking his tea. Only Garp remained unfazed. Yawning, he entered the room and grumbled, "What's all this about in the middle of the night? Doesn't anyone care about sleep?" Sengoku, not in the mood for Garp's usual antics, swept his eyes across the room. Gathered before him were all the Marine officers of Vice Admiral rank and above. "Everyone is here," Sengoku stated, his voice calm, but there was an undeniable tension in his tone, like a volcano about to erupt. Just moments ago, someone infiltrated the Holy Land of Mary Ejos, set fire to Pangaea Castle, and freed all the slaves. His words crashed like thunder in the ears of the gathered officers, instantly dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Everyone's faces showed shock and disbelief. The sound of nervous swallowing filled the room. Ha ha ha. Those celestial dragons finally got what was coming to them. This is great news. Garp laughed loudly, slapping his knee in delight. Everyone admired Garp's boldness. Only he had the guts to say such things aloud. Garp. Sengoku snapped. All right, maybe that was a bit rude. I'll try not to laugh, Garp said, covering his mouth with his hand. With Garp's outburst over, the room once again fell into a hushed murmur. Who could have done such a thing? Who has the strength and the audacity? One officer asked. In centuries, no one has ever accomplished something like this, another added, still in disbelief. This is more shocking than if a pirate had claimed the title of Pirate King, someone else muttered. Sengoku, who is the highest-ranking Marine stationed in the Holy Land? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, her gaze sharp. She had a personal interest in Jian, the Vice Admiral known as Momozagi, Pink Rabbit. Tsuru had even considered taking Jian under her wing as a younger sister. The culprits were two individuals. We don't know the name of the ringleader, but this is his photograph, Sengoku said, distributing a picture. Everyone looked down at it. He's so young. And he pulled off something this insane? The seas are becoming scarier by the day. Kizaru's trademark drawl broke the silence, voicing what everyone was thinking. The younger they are, the more dangerous they become. We must crush this criminal with overwhelming force to preserve the government's and the Marines' honor, Okainu said, pounding his fist on the table. Does anyone recognize him? Sengoku asked, scanning the room. When he first saw the photograph sent by the world government, he had the nagging feeling he had seen the young man before. But he couldn't place it. That's him? Tsuru and Vice Admiral Chiden, T-Pig, exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with recognition. Next to them, former Admiral Zephyr furrowed his brow. You know him? Sengoku asked, his suspicions growing. I remember now. He's Jian's younger brother, Tsuru said with certainty. She had seen him before at Jian's home. Yes, that's him. I remember too. He's a real troublemaker, Chiden added, gritting his teeth. Chiden had been pursuing Jian romantically but had been constantly thwarted by this young man. And to make matters worse, Jian cared deeply for her brother. I never got anywhere with Jian because of him. If it weren't for that brat, with my looks and talent, I would have won her over long ago, Chiden grumbled. Jian's brother? Sengoku's heart sank. Jian had been commanding the Marine forces in the Holy Land for months. Her brother had infiltrated Pangaea Castle, freed the slaves, and succeeded? As the marine strategist, Sengoku began to feel uneasy. That's impossible, Zephyr interjected, recalling the boy's presence in the marine recruit camp. He was weak. One of the worst recruits. There's no way he could have pulled this off. How did this happen? He was in the recruit camp. Why was he allowed to leave? Sengoku demanded, glaring at Zephyr. The idea that the mastermind behind the invasion of the Holy Land was a marine recruit was unthinkable. The Marines couldn't afford such a scandal. Sengoku, having just taken on the role of Fleet Admiral, could already feel the weight of this looming disaster. How was he supposed to face the five elders? He's not a recruit anymore. He was expelled, Zephyr said, looking at the photograph of the young man with a mixture of disdain and regret. The room was silent. Expelled? Sengoku repeated. A recruit who had pulled off this colossal act had been expelled? Why? Sengoku demanded, slamming his fist on the table. If his expulsion was the cause of this rebellion, then Zephyr bore a great responsibility. Zephyr sighed. His progress was so slow that he couldn't keep up with the other recruits. His talent was abysmal. Even though he worked hard, he was at the bottom of the class. Sengoku's face grew darker. Talent or not, the fact that he was Giant's brother should have been enough to keep him around. 3 years ago, when you visited the recruit camp, you saw him sparring with another recruit, Zephyr reminded Sengoku. You asked why we were wasting resources on someone with no future. So, I expelled him. Did I say that? Sengoku muttered. He couldn't recall such a trivial matter. Zephyr, regardless of that, you shouldn't have expelled him. I remember that he joined the camp not through Giant's influence but by paying his own way, isn't that right? Tsuru said, knowing more about Giant's family than most. She had always recognized that Giant's brother was more than what others perceived him to be. A parasite living off Giant's success. Tsuru knew that without him, Giant wouldn't have become the marine she was today. At 4 years old, after their homeland was destroyed by pirates, Giant, then 14, and her younger brother had survived together, relying on each other to live. Giant provided the strength, while her brother used his brains. Without each other, neither would have made it through. Yes, that's right, Zephyr confirmed with a nod. The marine recruit camp was usually reserved for the most talented youths from across the seas. However, there were exceptions, like those who could pay their way in, such as wealthy nobles. Giant's brother had refused to rely on her influence and instead paid several 100 million Baileys to join the camp. And according to regulations, those who enter by paying or as nobles aren't considered official marines. They can't be dismissed before their time is up. We took his money and then expelled him. Of course, he'd be furious, one officer noted, trying to offer a fair assessment. Several marines nodded in agreement. In fact, many of the more justice-driven officers didn't believe freeing slaves was a crime at all. Sengoku's face was as dark as coal. He didn't want to discuss it any further. We'll conceal his identity. From this point forward, he's a criminal. Hunt him down with everything we've got, Sengoku ordered. Nothing else mattered now. The 5 elders had given strict orders to capture both the mastermind, Giant's brother, and the accomplice, Fisher Tiger, dead or alive. What about Giant? Tsuru asked, deeply concerned. We must trust Giant, Sengoku said firmly. She's a marine who upholds justice. She won't let family ties affect her duty. Besides, you all mentioned it before. He's not her real brother. They were only neighbors once. Chapter 5, Shocking the World, a great person has arrived. It was a calm day at sea. 2 bounty posters, carried by the new COO, spread across the entire ocean. What kind of joke is this? Even those guys can be pushed around? Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. The wine in his goblet spilled over as he grinned, unsure if it was from amusement or sarcasm. He glanced at the bounty poster, then shifted his gaze away from Kook. There was no need to pay attention to the already dead hero. He's a hero. Finally, someone is standing up, someone finally dares to oppose them. Will my daughter return home now? Cheers echoed across various islands. Across the seas, there was no group more despised than the self-proclaimed world nobles, the celestial dragons, not even the pirates. Within the pirate ranks, there was a mix of admiration, envy, and disdain. Hundreds. Thousands. 440 million Baileys. The world government is furious. That bounty amount. It's deliberate, isn't it? The first bounty exceeding 400 million, right? But too bad he won't live for long. If I had known that attacking the Holy Land would make me famous, I'd have done it too. Idiot, are you sure you could escape Mage O's alive? And then evade the Navy's pursuit afterward? That's a death sentence. Sure, some dared to provoke the Navy. But almost no one dared to provoke the world government or the celestial dragons. Even thinking about it sent shivers down one's spine. On a ship soon to leave the Grand Line, the red-haired pirates gathered. Shanks held Cook's bounty poster in his hand. Fisher Tiger had also been given a bounty. The news listed him as an ally. But the world's focus was on Cook. He was marked as the main culprit. Tiger only set the fire, while Cook rescued people and killed multiple world government officials, including one of the celestial dragons. Specifically, the one who had captured Hancock. That dragon's entire family was dead. The world government had kept the murder of the celestial dragons under wraps. Ben Beckman, looking at the bounty in Shank's hand, nodded in admiration. An unprecedented feat. That boy is remarkable. I'd love to have a drink with him someday. Captain, why don't we go find him? If things get dangerous, we could lend a hand, Lucky Roo suggested as the crew gathered around. How would we even find him in the vast sea? Shanks set the newspaper down, his expression a bit complex. If he survives, his future will be beyond imagination. It's unlikely, Beckman said, shaking his head. The forces the world government and the Navy will throw at him will surpass even what they'd send against us or the other emperors of the New World. At the Sabati archipelago, many slaves who had escaped from the Holy Land Mage's were hiding here, taking refuge. Rayleigh, are you heading out? Shaki asked, watching as the older man, hungover from the night before, stepped out. Rayleigh waved casually. With so many slaves escaping, I'll help them get back to their homelands. Otherwise, they won't stand a chance. Walking along the streets, Rayleigh looked up and squinted at the rising sun. Something crossed his mind, making him smile. Then, he noticed a ship appearing on the horizon. That direction. Another ship from Mage's? More slaves? On board the ship were 5 individuals. The captain, Cook. The vice-captain, Giant. The quartermaster, Hancock. The helmsman and crew, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. Hancock. Yes. Hancock immediately appeared before Cook, her eyes fixed on him with admiration. Hancock, you and your sisters take the Baileys and buy enough supplies. There was plenty of money on board. Thanks to Cook's memories from his previous life, he and Giant had managed to amass quite a fortune already. Giant, you find us a newer ship. The current ship belonged to the world government, and its many identifying marks made it too conspicuous. The warship Giant had brought yesterday was even more obvious. Getting a new ship was necessary. Otherwise, they would be far too easy to track. Dressed in civilian clothing, Giant nodded. There was no shortage of ships at Sabati Archipelago. With so many pirate crews passing through, there were bound to be plenty of pirate ships to choose from. Meet back here in an hour. We can't stay long. Sabati was far too close to Maniford. After docking, everyone set off on their tasks. Cook, who had planned to explore Sabati for some achievements, suddenly glanced to the side. He locked eyes with an elderly man with half-white hair standing on the shore. A remarkable person has arrived, both Cook and Rayleigh thought to themselves simultaneously. Care for a drink? Rayleigh raised the flask in his hand. Sure. Minutes later. At Shaki's rip-off bar. Shaki, bored and leaning on the counter, was idly daydreaming. The door creaked open, snapping her back to reality. Her lazy gaze froze in place, widening in surprise when she saw Cook walking in behind Rayleigh. She stiffened, looking down at the bounty poster on her bar. The latest one from today. Looking up, then down again. Up. Down. It was him. You're much more handsome than in the picture, Shaki said with a smile, retrieving the finest bottle of wine from the top shelf. Hey, Shaki. I've been asking for that wine forever, and you always told me to get lost. Now Cook shows up, and you break out the good stuff immediately. Rayleigh grumbled, feigning hurt. Shaki ignored him. Swaying her hips, she approached Cook and personally poured him a drink. You've done something incredible, young man. Chapter 6, Shaki, will you join my crew? At Sabati Archipelago. Clothes, pants, shoes. Cook likes grilled meat, especially seeking meat. Make sure we have plenty of grilling supplies. Hancock was on a shopping spree. Her 2 younger sisters watched her in disbelief. Everything she bought was related to the captain. All the clothes were men's. Sister, don't we need clothes too? They asked. Having a spare change is enough, Hancock replied. But we don't even have spare clothes. You've bought nearly 30 sets for the captain, we can't carry any more, the sisters complained. Hancock paused for a few seconds, clearly reluctant. Fine, I'll buy you each 1 set. Just 1. And what about you, sister? They asked. I don't need any, Hancock responded, still focused on finding more things Cook could use in the store. She continued her shopping spree. Meanwhile, a group of Marines burst out of the naval base on Sabati Archipelago. We have orders from above. Anyone arriving at the archipelago today is to be detained. Strip them down. If they have the hoof of the celestial dragon mark, arrest them immediately. If not, let them go. Understood? Commanded Vice Admiral Onigamo, leading the mission. Move out. On the other side of the archipelago, Giant threw a group of unconscious pirates off a ship. She examined the ship with satisfaction. A newly built pirate ship. Not bad. Beep. 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 The den mushi in her pocket began to ring. Upon answering, there was a moment of silence before Sengoku's voice, strained but calm, asked, Vice Admiral Giant, any updates? Have you apprehended the criminal, Kook? At Navy headquarters, Sengoku had already broken several teacups in his frustration. The 5 elders had just given him a scolding of a lifetime. They had issued a direct order to the Navy, as long as Kook remained at large, the government's shame would deepen by the day. But the vastness of the sea made finding him difficult. Sengoku had pinned his hopes on Giant, who had pursued Kook from the start. Not yet, Giant replied. Where are you now? Sengoku pressed. I should be near the waters around Conch Island, she answered. Sengoku quickly checked the map. Conch Island was in the early parts of the New World, which aligned with his expectations. Kook was undoubtedly heading into the New World, where the Navy's influence was weaker. The chaotic seas made it difficult to launch a large-scale pursuit. Giant, stay on him. I'll send reinforcements immediately. No need, Giant declined. I have Kook's Vivre card. I'll catch up to him soon. I promise I'll bring him back. But Sengoku-san, could you promise me one thing? Can you guarantee he'll be imprisoned and not executed? Her voice carried the mix of pain and plea. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Giant's tone reassured him. The worst-case scenario had not happened. All right, I promise. Bring him back safely, Sengoku replied. Of course, once Kook was captured, Sengoku couldn't guarantee his fate. The Navy's best course of action would be to execute him swiftly to restore order. Next to him, Tsuru, the Navy's chief strategist, said, Feel better now? You actually suspected Giant would betray the Navy for Kook? Sengoku admitted, I overthought it. On reflection, Giant betraying them seemed impossible. She was the Navy's most promising young officer, recently promoted to Vice Admiral with real authority. She was being groomed for the rank of Admiral, and possibly even Fleet Admiral, a position never before held by a woman. Even for a close relative, such treatment wouldn't be enough to make her turn, Sengoku reasoned. Back at Sabati Archipelago. Kook, what's your plan? Rayleigh asked, fixing his gaze on him. You're starting out in a hellish situation. Even Rayleigh felt uneasy for Kook. The road ahead wasn't just difficult. It was practically impossible. That's what makes it interesting, Kook replied with a grin. For a moment, Rayleigh was taken aback. That smile, that tone. It reminded him of someone. Yes, Roger had smiled like that once. He'd said the same thing. It was when Roger had been preparing to conquer the Grand Line, fully aware that the Navy would do everything to stop him. His attitude had been exactly like Kook's now. Young man, forget about the Navy for a moment. The ocean is no easy thing to conquer. You'd be wise to gather some experienced crewmates first, Shaki advised Kook. Venturing into the sea alone would be a grueling struggle. Who would dare follow me now? Kook asked. Don't be so sure. You've gained quite a reputation across the seas. There are plenty who admire you. Just say the word, and many will line up to follow you, Shaki said seriously. Even I'm tempted. Oh? Would you like to join my pirate crew, Shaki? Kook asked, seizing the opportunity. His gaze lingered on her. Shaki wasn't just anyone. She had once been a high-ranking officer in the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty exceeding 500 million baileys. She was one of the most powerful women on the seas. At that moment, a faint glow began to emanate from Shaki's body, a light only Kook could see. It was a sign that she could be recruited as a crew member. To recruit someone into his pirate crew, 2 conditions had to be met. They had to be female, and they had to willingly join. Kook's goal was to create the strongest all-female pirate crew. Only female members brought positive benefits, male members brought negative ones. The recruited members also had to fulfill certain criteria. They had to join willingly and they had to be willing to sail with him. The soft glow coming from Shaki indicated that she was sincere and willing to join, meeting the first condition. This was one of the rewards of having rescued the slaves from Mary Ijos. He was now someone to be admired and respected. Recruiting members was going to be much easier. Chapter 7, Shaki, do you want to join my crew? At Sabati Archipelago. What a shame, if I were 20 years younger, I'd definitely set sail with you. But you came too late, Shaki said with a bit of regret. She was genuinely curious about how exciting Kook's future would be. But after nearly 30 years of retirement, many of her abilities had deteriorated. She no longer had the strength or desire to return to the seas. Even if you don't sail with me, you can still be part of my crew. Cook wasn't giving up. Alright, I'll be an honorary member of your crew. I can't help with much else, but I can certainly provide you with intelligence, Shaki said, extending her hand, and Cook gave her a firm handshake. The deal was sealed. Ding. Recruited Shaki as an honorary member of the crew, combat power plus 30,256, Cook smiled inwardly. Meeting one condition for recruitment also provides a bonus, although it's only a 50% increase. If Shaki had actually joined my ship, her combat power would have gone up to over 60,000. However, Cook didn't want to use underhanded tactics to force someone as kind-hearted as Shaki. He wasn't greedy. This was more than enough. As Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, he suddenly stared at Cook in surprise. Why do I feel like you just got stronger? Rayleigh asked in astonishment. It wasn't an illusion. It was real, and Cook had grown much stronger. At this point, Cook's total combat power was now over 190,000, just a few hundred away from breaking through 200,000. Shaki agreed to join my crew, so I'm happy. Cook laughed it off. Rayleigh didn't believe him, but internally, he was shaken. He wasn't worried about Cook's future anymore. He was excited for it. Cook, why did you only invite Shaki? Why not me? Am I not worthy? Rayleigh teased, pretending to be upset. My ship can't carry the weight of the Dark King, Cook replied with a grin. Rayleigh burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, don't underestimate yourself. Your journey is going to be just as spectacular as ours. At that moment. Boom. In the distance, the sound of battle echoed from Sabati Archipelago. Rayleigh closed his eyes for a few seconds before his expression changed. Fury filled his face. Those Marines, what are they doing? Cook reacted a little slower. Shaki, Rayleigh, I'll take my leave now, Cook said, and in an instant, he disappeared, turning into a blur as he rushed towards the commotion. He dashed toward the battlefield. Rayleigh, close the door for me. I can't sit back and do nothing while my new captain is in trouble, Shaki said as she took off. Though fast, she couldn't keep up with Cook's speed. I'm getting old, truly old, Shaki muttered in frustration. At Sabati Archipelago, Island 45. Hundreds of Marines had surrounded the bustling streets. The crowd on the street stared angrily at the Marines. They were being forced to strip for inspection. Are you sure you want to defy the Marines? As long as you take off your clothes and prove you don't have the hoof of the Celestial Dragon mark, the Marines won't trouble you, Onigamo said, glaring at Hancock. It was her. She had injured several Marines. A bunch of dogs. Either move, or die, Hancock replied coldly. Then don't blame me, Onigamo said, slowly drawing his sword. Be careful of the items they're holding. They seem to value them, so they might be dangerous. Seize what they're holding first, then capture them, he ordered. Yes, sir. A dozen elite officers used instant transmission, instantly appearing next to Hancock and her sisters. They reached out, trying to grab the large bags in their hands. Get lost. Hancock suddenly unleashed even more power, kicking all the officers away. They turned to stone midair and shattered as they hit the ground. Even stronger than before? It must be something important, Onigamo concluded, his resolve hardening. He stomped the ground, his blade carving through the earth as a sharp wave of energy slashed toward Hancock. You too, fall back. Hancock bit her lip and pushed her sisters aside. It's over, a Marine sneered, confident. With Vice Admiral Onigamo personally attacking, failure wasn't an option. The enemy would be captured soon. Although Hancock's strength had been impressive, the Marines believed she was no match for Onigamo. After all, she couldn't even use hockey. She wouldn't be able to block his attack. You dared to attack the Marines. I have no reason to spare you, Onigamo declared, not holding back. Clang. A large blade blocked Onigamo's sword. If you lay a hand on Hancock, I won't spare you either, a cold voice said. An overwhelming force crashed into Onigamo's chest. He watched helplessly as his sword shattered, and his chest split open, sending him flying back, blood spewing from his mouth. He was hurled across the street, slamming into one of the massive mangrove trees. The tree collapsed under the impact. It was him. That's Cook. What's he doing at Sabati Archipelago? Notify headquarters immediately. Both Marines and civilians stood in shock as they watched Cook stand before Hancock and her sisters. He actually dared came to Sabati. His guts are enormous, Onigamo said as he emerged from the rubble. Guts? Is that all? A voice above him said coldly. Onigamo looked up in horror as Cook descended from the sky, sword raised high. Path of the King of Hell. The path of the King of Hell. Face him, and life or death is uncertain. A massive cone-shaped shockwave of sword energy crashed down from above. Harden. Onigamo's body turned black with hockey, and he used life return to manipulate his hair, creating limbs like a spider's to defend against the strike. Boom. Island 42 trembled violently. A bottomless pit formed, devouring everything in its path. Kook, like a falling meteor, slammed into the pit. Deep within, the sounds of destruction echoed as cracks spread across the ground. The entrance to the pit collapsed. A lone figure emerged. His sword was dripping with blood. Could it be? The Marines paled, staring at the collapsed pit, hoping Onigamo would emerge. But no miracle came. This time, I'll spare your lives. Consider the Marines' debt repaid, Kook said to the stunned Marines. He wasn't repaying a debt for himself. The Marines owed Kook. They had taken his money but hadn't delivered the goods. He was paying this debt for Giant. Hancock, let's go, Kook said. Yes. Hancock and her two sisters eagerly followed in Kook's footsteps. No one dared to stand in their way. Chapter 8, Supreme Grade Blades, Want One? At Manaford, Marine Headquarters. After a long, tiring night, Sengoku was finally able to take a short break. He sat down to enjoy some snacks and tea. Once Giant captures Kook, the five elders have demanded that he be publicly executed to set an example to the world of the consequences of threatening the government, Sengoku said, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a Marine burst into the room, panicking. Sengoku's heart sank. What now? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kook has been spotted at Sabaody Archipelago and is currently fighting Vice Admiral Onigamo. Crack. The senbai in his left hand and the teacup in his right shattered into pieces. He looked down at the report in his hands, his expression darkening as veins bulged on his forehead. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Sengoku roared, slamming his fist down and shattering his desk, standing up in fury as bloodshot eyes glared ahead. Vice Admiral Onigamo's fate was still unknown. Kook had just invaded the Holy Land the previous night, and now he had the audacity to appear openly at Sabaody Archipelago the next day. Deploy troops. Send a large force to Sabaody Archipelago immediately and surround him. Sengoku's roar echoed throughout Manaford. As he tried to calm his raging anger, Sengoku's face suddenly changed. Sengoku, something doesn't add up, said Vice Admiral Tsuru, the chief staff officer, who reacted quickly. Just half an hour ago, Giant sent word that she was in the New World pursuing Kook. Now you're telling me Kook is at Sabaody Archipelago? Did Giant pursue the wrong target? They exchanged worried glances, both seeing the unease and anxiety in each other's eyes. At Sabaody Archipelago, a brand new pirate ship, freshly coated with a thin layer of film, was docked nearby. It was a ship Giant had taken, originally meant to head into the New World, already coated and ready to go. Goodbye, Shaki, Kook waved from the shore. Go on, don't linger too long. The Marines will be here in full force soon, Shaki warned. Kook turned to Rayleigh, ready to bid farewell, only to notice that the old man seemed hesitant, his brows furrowed in thought. Rayleigh-san, is something the matter? Kook asked. Rayleigh remained lost in thought, seemingly still mulling something over. Hey. The captain's talking to you, are you mute? Shaki flicked the butt of her cigarette onto Rayleigh, the burning embers snapping him back to attention. Ouch. Hot. Rayleigh exclaimed as he frantically brushed off the burning cigarette, looking a bit embarrassed. Then, regaining his composure, he turned to Kook, now serious. Or rather, his gaze shifted to the sword hanging at Kook's waist. After a moment, as if making a firm decision, Rayleigh spoke. Kook, how would you like a supreme-grade sword? Kook's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. A supreme-grade sword? You mean Roger's ace? The supreme-grade swords. One of the 12 finest blades in the world. In the original story, only 3 had been confirmed to appear, Mihawk's Black Blade Yoru, Whitebeard's Murakamagiri, and Roger's ace. One of the 5 elders was also rumored to wield a supreme-grade sword, the first-generation Kaitetsu, though that had never been confirmed. The 3 confirmed supreme-grade blades were legendary weapons. If I can, of course I'd want it, Kook said without hesitation. No swordsman would turn down such a treasure. Especially Kook. He had spent the last 3 months honing his swordsmanship, mastering all of Giant's combat skills, refining his abilities to their peak. He had tested various weapons, but normal swords just didn't feel right. He couldn't unleash his full power with them. They felt too restrictive, like something was missing. The sword Kook currently wielded was decent but far from extraordinary. It wasn't even a famed blade. Its only redeeming qualities were its weight and size, resembling a great sword more than a katana. Rayleigh-san, do you really think Ace is suitable for me? Kook asked, his gaze sharp. The black blade Yoru didn't interest Kook. Its shape looked awkward to him, and he doubted it would feel comfortable in his hands. Murakamagiri, Whitebeard's weapon, was even less suited for him. But Ace. Its size and weight were similar to the sword Kook currently used. It seemed like the perfect fit. Why wouldn't it be? Rayleigh smiled. But Ace isn't something you can just take. It's a sword that requires its wielder to prove themselves worthy. Only someone with the right qualifications can wield Ace. Qualifications? Yes. And it's not about meeting certain conditions. Ace will choose its wielder. If you're worthy, you'll be able to use it. If not, no amount of effort will make a difference, Rayleigh explained, lost in thought as he reminisced. Before Roger turned himself in, he entrusted Ace to us, asking us to find a new wielder. But to this day, no one has been able to use it. Shanks, who admired Roger the most, was the first to try and inherit Ace. But he couldn't wield it, and he cried in frustration. Rayleigh chuckled at the memory. Every member of the red-haired pirates tried, and none succeeded. I remember about 3 years ago, that young Mihawk gave it a try as well. He failed too, though he did end up with Black Blade Yoru instead. Lucky kid. At this point, Rayleigh looked Cook in the eye, asking seriously, do you still want to try? In the current world, the top swordsmen were Mihawk and Shanks. All other swordsmen fell short of their level. Most believed that one of them would eventually be crowned the strongest. Both of them had failed. Rayleigh feared that trying and failing might discourage Cook and waste his time, which was why he had been hesitant to bring it up. Just because they failed doesn't mean I will, Cook said confidently. Rayleigh smiled approvingly. Alright then. Here, take this. It's a Vivre card for Gaben. Ace is in his possession now. He's retired somewhere in the East Blue. If you succeed in wielding Ace, he'll be more than happy to let you take it. Cook accepted the Vivre card. It was Gaben's Vivre card. Got it. Cook nodded. The East Blue, huh? He hadn't planned on heading straight to the New World anyway. He wanted to grow stronger and gather more crewmates before setting sail for the New World. The East Blue seemed like a good next stop. Shaki, Rayleigh, goodbye, Cook said as he boarded the ship, ready to set off. Take care, they both called after him. As they watched the ship sail away, Rayleigh sighed wistfully. Youth really is a beautiful thing. Chapter 9, No other man deserves to step on this ship. Target spotted. At Sabaody Archipelago, a spy holding a telescope and camera focused on the coated ship leaving the island. Through the telescope, he could clearly see Cook standing at the bow of the ship. Hastily, he snapped a few pictures. The coated ship has already submerged into the sea. The target is definitely heading towards the New World. The information was immediately transmitted to Marine headquarters. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku exclaimed, he's already gone under. His next stop is Fishman Island, and then, the New World. Since we know the route, I'll take a team to Fishman Island and arrest him there, Okainu volunteered, standing up and preparing to leave. Sakazuki, calm down, Sengoku stopped him. It's too late to capture him at Fishman Island. Coding takes time, and it's too dangerous to cause trouble there. Besides, Fishman Island is an allied kingdom. We cannot risk damaging relations between the Fishmen and the world government. Instead, Sakazuki, take a unit to the New World and block the sea routes where he's most likely to appear after leaving Fishman Island. Yes, sir. Okainu immediately set out with his troops. As soon as Sakazuki locates the target, there's no way he'll fail, Sengoku stated with full confidence. While Okainu's methods were extreme, he never failed to complete a mission perfectly. Garp, observing the scene, smirked at Sengoku. You're really going all out, huh? Not even giving him a single chance. If Kizaru or Aokiji were sent, Garp believed Cook might stand a slim chance. But with Okainu? There was no hope. Shut up, Garp. You always show too much sympathy for criminals. Sengoku scolded Garp, then turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru. Have we still not made contact with Vice Admiral Jian? Tsuru's expression remained grim as she shook her head. No response. After sailing underwater for several miles, far beyond the view of Sabaody Archipelago, the pirate ship resurfaced, heading in the opposite direction of the New World. On board the ship, the crew lineup was as follows: Captain, Cook Vice Captain, Jian, Momazagi greater than Quartermaster, Boa Hancock Deckhands, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold Intelligence Officer, non-crew member, Shaki at the helm. Boa Sandersonia turned to Cook and asked, Captain, where are we headed? First, we're going to Water 7 to build a real pirate ship of our own. Jian immediately produced an eternal pose pointing to Water 7. As a high-ranking officer in the Marines, Jian had eternal poses for all major islands. Before her departure, she had taken several from Marine headquarters, ensuring they wouldn't have to stop at random islands just to record log poses. This would also make it harder for the Marines to predict their route. As the pirate ship sailed across the vast, open sea, Jian approached Cook from behind. Gently resting her chin on his shoulder, she exhaled softly, her breath tickling his ear. Cook, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, she said, her voice low and enticing. And what would that be? Cook asked, intrigued. Before answering, Giant waved Boa Hancock and her sisters over. Hancock's gaze lingered on the close proximity between Giant and Cook, envy flashing in her eyes. Cook, you once mentioned wanting to form 100-person pirate crew. How about making them all female? 100-person pirate crew. Because of the system, the crew limit was set at 100 members. Any additional members beyond that would provide no benefits. Why? Cook asked, holding back a laugh. He had been pondering how to convince Hancock and Giant that the crew should consist only of women. Aside from Amazon Lily, no pirate crew like that existed on the seas. He had feared they might think him a pervert if he suggested it himself. Those filthy men don't deserve to step on our ship, Hancock declared, though she quickly glanced at Cook, her face turning red. Not you, Cook. You're different. You're my most. Her voice grew softer, almost inaudible, as she finished her sentence. I also don't feel comfortable interacting with men, except for you, Cook, Giant added, looking at him expectantly. At Marine headquarters, Giant had always commanded an all-female unit. Hancock and her sisters hailed from Amazon Lily, where no men were allowed. I see. Cook pretended to hesitate, but inside, he was laughing. We might be asking too much of you, Giant said, a hint of mischief in her voice. But if you agree, I might let you. She leaned in, her warm breath brushing Cook's ear, sending his heart racing. What was this? She had never made such offers before. He wondered if Hancock had managed to buy those clothes, but dismissed the thought. At least Giant still had her military uniform. Cook, please say yes, Hancock pleaded, holding on to his right arm and swaying gently, while Giant clung to his left. This is too much. All right, for you both, I'll agree. From now on, I'll only recruit female crewmates, Cook declared with mock reluctance. Great! Giant exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. Hancock stared in shock, clearly wanting to follow suit. As Cook wiped the lipstick from his cheek, he glanced at his system status. Total power, 200,952, huh? My power increased by over 1,000. That must be from Hancock, Cook thought, watching as Hancock organized their supplies. True to her reputation as the Pirate Empress, her power had grown significantly after the battle with the Marines. Achievement points, 51,236, his points had increased by over 10,000. The fallout from the Holy Land incident, combined with the Sabati Archipelago event, is working in my favor, Cook noted, feeling more motivated than ever. He was already halfway to his goal of 100,000 achievement points. As time passed, the events at the Holy Land would continue to bring in points. Once Giant and Hancock were officially wanted, his points would skyrocket. When I hit 100,000, my pirate ship will be invincible for a time. I won't have to worry about the Marines anymore. Chapter 10, New Bounty Announcements and Pirate Ship completed 3 days later. Water 7 was now in sight. Giant, hasn't the Navy placed a bounty on you yet? Cook asked as he glanced at the latest bounty posters. Cook's bounty had increased from 440 million Baileys to 500 million. Boa Hancock and her sisters had also been placed under bounty. Boa Hancock, 80 million Baileys. Boa Sandersonia, 20 million Baileys. Boa Marigold, 18 million Baileys. This added over 3,000 achievement points to Cook's total. However, he was most eager to see Giant's bounty, which still hadn't been issued. If Giant's bounty were to be released, it would surely exceed several hundred million Baileys, providing a massive boost in his achievement points. Has the Navy not realized it yet? Cook looked at Giant curiously. Or are they still holding on to some hope for you? Giant speculated, they're likely too embarrassed to make it public. They don't want the world to know that I've defected, and they certainly don't want to admit that the Holy Land was invaded with a Navy officer as the main culprit. Cook gazed at the massive silhouette of Water 7 in the distance and began to ponder. He couldn't let the Navy hide the truth for long. The revelation would have an even greater impact, and Giant's bounty was crucial. We'll split up as usual. Hancock, you and your sisters should continue gathering supplies. And remember, don't just buy things for me, Cook reminded Boa Hancock for the third time. You're the captain, aren't you? Shouldn't that be expected? Hancock murmured softly. Sighing, Cook responded, this will be the last chance to stock up for a while. Everyone needs supplies, Hancock, including you. You should focus on yourself too. I'd rather see you dressed up beautifully, like in a capel. Currently, Hancock was wearing Cook's oversized male clothing, which was a bit loose. She had nothing else to wear and had been forced to borrow his clothes. A capel? Hancock blinked her large eyes, thinking, so Cook likes me in a capel? After all, a pirate empress without her capel just didn't seem right. I understand now, Hancock said, her motivation soaring. Make sure you buy clothes for various professions too. We need to be able to disguise ourselves if necessary, Cook added, keeping his tone serious. Behind him, Giant playfully pinched his side. Was all that really for disguises? Keep a low profile. Building the ship will take time, Cook reminded Hancock, who was wearing a hat to cover her identity. Together, Cook and Giant carried a massive chest containing 10 billion Baileys to the shipyard. They approached the famed galley law company, whose leader was the soon-to-be mayor of Water 7, Iceberg. Cook outlined his request. I want the main structure of the ship to be made entirely from atom wood. The ship should have at least 100 individual rooms, along with essential facilities like a training hall, swimming pool, library, and relaxation room. Iceberg, recognizing Cook's name and reputation, treated this as the greatest challenge of his career. Mr. Cook, fulfilling all these requirements, along with a comprehensive weapon system, will make the ship quite heavy, which could affect its speed. I don't need a weapon system or cannons. The ship should be able to move on land, submerge underwater for short periods, and ideally, it should have a propulsion system that can launch the ship forward for short bursts of speed, Cook explained. Instead of compromising speed with heavy artillery, he preferred to rely on his crew's strength. A ship that could travel on land, sea, and air, and even escape rapidly when needed, would far surpass the capabilities of the Thousand Sunny. Iceberg quickly jotted down all the requirements in his notebook. Mr. Cook, do you have any preferences for the ship's appearance? Iceberg asked. Make it crimson, Cook replied without hesitation. It will take about 10 days to gather enough atom wood, Iceberg said. Cook nodded in approval. After leaving behind a significant sum of Baileys, Iceberg immediately contacted Frankie. No way. I already said I'm done building ships for pirates. Have you forgotten how Trom-sensei died? Frankie replied, his voice filled with bitterness. Frankie, this time we're building for Cook, the man who dared to invade the world government. Are you sure you don't want in? Iceberg pressed. There was a long pause. After a few moments, Frankie finally replied, I'll do it. I'll use everything I've learned to build him the best ship possible. After leaving Galley Law Company, Cook glanced at Giant, who shook her head. She hadn't detected any world government spies at the shipyard. Feeling relieved, Cook settled in for the wait. Time passed quickly. 10 days later, the ship was finally complete. In the shipyard stood a magnificent, crimson-colored pirate ship, gleaming like the rising sun over the ocean. It's so beautiful. Boa Hancock and her sisters excitedly explored every corner of the ship. Every detail had been crafted to perfection. The finest shipbuilding techniques combined with Cook's lavish spending had produced the ultimate pirate ship. Time to place the ship's spirit, Cook thought to himself as he retrieved the ship's spirit, a reward from the system, and installed it into the vessel. This is my home now, a faint, childish voice echoed from the ship, full of joy. Giant looked around, startled. Did I just hear something? Frankie's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the ship. A ship spirit? That's impossible. Chapter 11, I am the sun, you are the moon, together we are sun and moon. The greatest ship in the world is one that possesses a ship spirit. Frankie gazed at the pirate ship in awe. Did I just create a ship with a spirit? Tom-sensei always said that only ships that shared mutual love with their crew could develop a spirit. A brand new ship shouldn't have a ship spirit. Could it be? Frankie looked in disbelief at Cook, who had just boarded the ship. It was the moment he stepped onto the ship that the spirit had appeared. Impossible. A ship spirit manifesting in a second? Frankie felt his understanding of the world completely collapse. Cook expressed his thanks to them and bid farewell to the still dumbfounded Frankie and Iceberg. Soon after, the ship sailed out of the shipyard, gliding over the open sea. The real journey had begun. Set sail. Everyone on board the new ship was brimming with excitement. Cook, what will we name our pirate ship? Giant asked, glancing at the empty flagpole. Every pirate crew needed a name and a flag to represent their pride and identity. These were non-negotiable symbols of honor. The black-haired pirates? Hancock suggested, her eyes lingering on Cook's short, black hair. Cook's mouth twitched slightly. How about the beardless pirates? Boa Sandersonia added, after all, the most feared crew on the seas is the white-beard pirates, and our captain doesn't have a beard. Cook's expression twitched again. The 100 Beauties pirates? Giant offered, referring to Cook's goal of having 100 female crew members. Cook's face darkened. The 100 Beauties pirates? He could already imagine the kind of gossip that would spread about the captain of such a crew. The handsome pirates. Hancock proposed again, her gaze dreamy as she stared at Cook, seemingly unable to ever get enough of him. All right, enough. Cook finally intervened, unable to handle more of these absurd suggestions. The women stared at him expectantly, waiting for the crew's official name. Cook furrowed his brows in thought. His crew would consist of one man and many women. A balance of yin and yang? No, that doesn't fit, he muttered to himself, glancing up at the blazing sun in the sky. The sun. And the moon? Sun and Moon Pirates. Yes, that was it. The Sun and Moon Pirates. Hancock, Jian, and the others repeated the name, testing how it sounded. Cook, does this name have a special meaning? Does it reflect your dream? Jian asked curiously. I represent the sun, and you all represent the moon. Together, we are the sun and moon, Cook explained. Hearing this, Hancock and the others felt a deeper sense of belonging and purpose. They were more than just crew members. They were part of something greater, something that included Cook himself. Cook then painted the flag. Against a black backdrop, he inscribed the words, Sun and Moon. Brightness. The flag was black with red lettering, symbolizing their pirate crew's banner. This ship shall be named the Radiant Eclipse. Radiant Eclipse, set sail. Cook declared, his arm raised in command. With surprising speed, the Radiant Eclipse left Water 7 behind and sailed into the open sea. Is the ship moving on its own? Hancock and the others were shocked to see the ship sailing forward with no one at the helm. That's the ship's spirit, Cook explained. It can control the ship, navigate on its own, and even repair damage. Wow! Hancock and her sisters exclaimed in wonder. Jian, who had heard of ship spirits before, looked at Cook with suspicion. Strange. We've known each other for years. I thought I knew everything about you, Cook, but it seems like you've gained a lot of new secrets. Jian teased as she started playfully patting him down, searching him. Well, maybe you haven't gotten to know me thoroughly yet, Cook raised an eyebrow with a sly smile. Oh? Then tonight, I'll make sure to learn everything, Jian whispered. What? Cook was momentarily flustered. Jian, do you have an eternal pose for an ice lobby? Cook asked suddenly. Water 7 was quite close to an ice lobby, the two islands being neighbors. During their 10 days in Water 7, Cook had been gathering information, and with the intelligence provided by Shaki, he had a clearer understanding of the current situation. Tomorrow, a group of criminals was scheduled to be judged at an ice lobby. These prisoners were the slaves captured from the Holy Land over the past couple of weeks. Many had managed to escape, but the Navy had recaptured several of them. They would be taken to an ice lobby, branded with fabricated crimes, and paraded as scapegoats to restore the world government's tarnished reputation. Since they were already close to Water 7, Cook figured it wouldn't hurt to take a detour to an ice lobby. An ice lobby, being one of the 3 central government agencies, was the weakest in terms of military strength but was the most well-known. It was the perfect place for Cook to rack up achievement points. It would also give the world a proper introduction to the Sun and Moon Pirates, as well as the crew. Especially Vice Captain Jian. Manafort, Navy Headquarters. What's the status on Sakazuki? Sengoku asked. He hasn't found Cook yet, but he's captured several pirates leaving Fishman Island. They all claim they haven't seen any trace of Cook there, a marine reported. Sengoku chuckled. Cook must be hiding deep within Fishman Island, collaborating with Fisher Tiger. His ties with the Fishman Island run deep, and it's no surprise they're helping him hide. But he'll come out eventually. Tell Sakazuki to continue his mission and stay on alert. It's only a matter of time before Cook shows himself. Yes, sir. Sengoku glared at Cook's photo, the man responsible for his recent sleepless nights, and slammed his fist down on the picture. If you dare step out of hiding, you're dead. Chapter 12, The Filthy and Ice Lobby. It doesn't need to exist, Sengoku. What do you plan to do about Jian? Asked Tsuru, the chief of staff, as she looked at him. It had been half a month since everything happened. They had long understood what was going on. The moment Cook appeared at Sabati Archipelago, Sengoku's suspicions grew serious. The next day, a Navy warship was found abandoned at sea, and it was confirmed that the ship was the one Jian had taken. Just the ship alone wasn't enough to confirm her betrayal. There was still a chance she had encountered danger. However, upon further investigation, they found Jian's military uniform neatly folded and left behind on the warship. More clues surfaced. In the past 3 months, Jian had discreetly taken many eternal poses from Navy headquarters through various channels. She had even taken Sengoku's personal Vivre card that he had left at Manafort. For high-ranking officers, Vivre cards were always kept for security reasons. They allowed the Navy to track down an officer in case of mistakes, or to offer assistance in moments of danger. All the evidence pointed to one conclusion: Jian had defected and joined Cook, betraying the Navy headquarters. When Sengoku confirmed this, he was so furious that he couldn't eat for 3 days. Sengoku, you can't hide this for much longer, Tsuru reminded him. When Sengoku first realized Jian had turned traitor, he had kept it a secret, sharing the information only with Tsuru. He feared what the consequences would be if it became public knowledge. If the world government found out that the prime suspect in the Holy Land invasion had been aided by Jian's betrayal, the Navy would lose the world government's trust entirely. Sengoku couldn't even imagine the repercussions of such a scandal. The anxiety had left him sleepless, and new strands of white hair had begun to appear. He had been concealing the truth for almost half a month, but the time to reveal it was nearing. Jian was highly regarded within the Navy. Her disappearance for half a month without any news was already causing rumors. "We can only reveal the truth after capturing Kook," Sengoku said through gritted teeth. That was the only way to minimize the fallout and provide the world government with an explanation. Fortunately, that bastard has been quiet recently. If he had continued causing trouble, we would have been exposed already, Sengoku muttered coldly, glaring at Kook's photo. "Hiding now, aren't you? Too little, too late." In I's lobby courthouse, the three-headed judge, Baskerville, was currently presiding over the trial of a group of criminals. The court was filled with reporters, all summoned by the world government from major newspapers across the seas. Their job was to document today's events and swiftly spread the outcome of the trials far and wide, shaping public opinion. Skora, born on Deco Island, known for his violent tendencies and for committing atrocities such as village massacres. "The judgment is as follows: execution," Baskerville declared, pointing at the burly man with a bushy beard in front of him. The man, Skora, struggled fiercely, but his limbs were bound by iron chains, and his mouth was sealed with duct tape, preventing him from speaking. The journalists quickly snapped photos, recording every moment of the so-called trial. Some of the reporters couldn't help but feel disgusted. Was this what passed for justice? They had heard of Skora before. He was once hailed as a hero on his home island, protecting his people from pirates. He had never killed indiscriminately. His misfortune was catching the eye of the celestial dragons and becoming a slave. And now, he was being branded as a heinous criminal. "Take him to the execution platform," Baskerville ordered, ignoring the furious glare Skora gave him. The entire trial was a farce, staged for the world government to showcase their righteousness. They wanted to convince the public that the slaves they captured weren't innocent victims but criminals who had been rightfully punished. The government was trying to salvage its reputation. Whether these people were guilty or not didn't matter. What mattered was what the world government declared. The accused had no voice. Next. The next to be brought into the courtroom was a sobbing young girl. She was locked in a cage, her mouth also sealed with tape. "Koala?" Baskerville announced. The reporters stared at the weeping child, then glanced at the judge. What crime could you possibly charge a girl this young with? Koala, only 9 years old, yet born with the blood of a demon. She poisoned her parents and was planning to poison her entire village when the world government intervened to prevent a massacre. She has committed unforgivable crimes. The sentence is death. Koala curled up in the cage, her cries muffled by the tape over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Her wide, pleading eyes searched the room for anyone to save her. Several of the reporters couldn't bear to watch and turned away. What could they possibly do? This was a world government institution. They had no power here. Next. Baskerville coldly called out again. The young girl was roughly dragged from her cage by 2 Navy officers. Shackled by chains, she was pulled toward the execution platform, desperately trying to claw at the floor, her fingers bleeding as she fought in vain against her fate. The reporters watched in silence as Koala was led to her death. What a disgusting place. A cold voice suddenly echoed through the courtroom. Who said that? Baskerville's 3 head snapped toward the reporters, his eyes full of rage. The reporters were just as confused. Who had dared to say out loud what they had all been thinking? This filthy place doesn't need to exist. In the next instant, a flash of light cut through the air. Baskerville's 3 heads were severed simultaneously, his body collapsing to the ground in death. "It's Kook!" a reporter exclaimed, eyes wide in shock as they saw Kook standing on the judge's podium. Chapter 13, Breaking News. Giant betrays and destroys NI's lobby. Breaking news, breaking news. Kook has shown up at NI's lobby. What's he planning to do? Isn't the Navy hunting him down? How could they let him appear so brazenly at NI's lobby? Are they all useless? Take pictures, now. The world government is going to be humiliated again today. We were told to record everything happening here, so we'll document it all without any hesitation. The gathered journalists, realizing what was happening, became ecstatic. They didn't fear Kook. In fact, Kook was the one pirate who didn't strike fear into the hearts of ordinary people. Even Tiger hadn't managed to earn this kind of reputation. After all, Tiger was a fishman, a different race. Kaka. Kook ignored the frenzy of reporters, allowing them to record everything. In fact, their presence was beneficial. Using advanced armament hockey, he shattered all the slaves' chains and freed Koala from the execution platform. The freed slaves, overwhelmed with emotion, were moved to tears. They couldn't speak, only kneeling in gratitude. "Go now. If you're captured again, there won't be anyone left to save you," Kook instructed. Whiz. 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 4 figures appeared at the entrance in a flash. They were the official members of Cypher Pol Zero Agent. Suddenly, piercing alarm sirens rang throughout Inai's lobby as thousands of Marines gathered, surrounding the area. It's him. The most wanted criminal by the world government. He dares show his face at Inai's lobby. Kill him. The 4 Cypher Pol Zero Agent members exchanged glances, then disappeared using instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Kook. Finger pistol. Tempest kick. Just as Kook was about to act, he felt a small hand clutching his clothes from behind. Koala was holding on to him desperately, as though he was her only hope, unwilling to let go. Kook didn't mind. His enemies were weak. The 4 Cypher Pol Zero Agent members present weren't even on the level of Lucci's generation. There was no need to draw his sword. Covering his fist with advanced armament hockey, he shattered the air as his fist collided with a Cypher Pol Zero Agent's finger pistols. Their fingers twisted and snapped. Iron Body. The Cypher Pol Zero Agent member, already gravely injured, activated Iron Body in a last-ditch effort to defend himself from Kook's punch. But his efforts were in vain. His eyes rolled back, and he died on the spot. The other 3 Cypher Pol Zero Agent members launched more Tempest kick attacks, but the sharp slashes were blocked by an invisible hockey barrier. Kook extended his hand, grabbing one of the agents by the throat. A simple squeeze ended the second life. We're no match for him. The remaining 2 Cypher Pol Zero Agent members turned pale with fear. They used Moonwalk to flee into the air, but Kook wasn't about to let them escape. He slowly drew his sword, hockey flowing along its edge. One sword style, single cut. His blade tore through the earth, sliced through the walls, and landed squarely on the 2 fleeing Cypher Pol Zero agents, cutting them both in half. Within a matter of moments, Kook had easily dispatched all 4 of the Cypher Pol Zero agents. As he stepped toward the door, the stunned reporters could do nothing but keep clicking their cameras. Outside, thousands of Marines stood at attention, aiming their rifles toward the entrance. Ha ha ha. To think that the notorious criminal would walk right into Inai's lobby. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Spandine, the chief of Inai's lobby, laughed with glee. In his mind, he was already imagining the rewards and promotions he'd receive for capturing Kook. Sir, it seems like Cypher Pol Zero Agent might be in trouble. The enemy is far stronger than expected. Perhaps you should retreat for safety? One of his officers suggested cautiously. Humphrey. There are thousands of Marines here, and there's no escape for him. Once we find the target, we'll fire together. Even Whitebeard couldn't survive that. Footsteps echoed from within the courthouse. Kook emerged from the entrance, still holding Koala by the hand. Fire. Spandine roared. Thousands of guns aimed at Kook, ready to fire. You corrupted Marines have become accomplices to evil, Kook's cold voice echoed over the battlefield. In an instant, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Jian, also known as Momouzagi, Peach Rabbit. Who was that? A Marine asked, confused. Vice Admiral Jian. Why is she with the criminal? The Marines stared in disbelief. Some of them had once idolized her. Has Jian betrayed us? They couldn't believe it. Their spirits were breaking. If you don't want to die or become accomplices, leave now, Jian commanded, looking at the Marines. Some hesitated, torn between loyalty and fear. You dare betray the Navy and the world government, Jian? You're finished. Shoot them both. Spandine screeched hysterically. Click, click, click. From the rooftops, the reporters were going wild with their cameras. This is it. This is the real big news. Jian, the famous Navy Vice Admiral, has betrayed the Navy and sided with Kook. Could the Holy Land invasion have been an inside job? Is the Navy secretly rebelling against the world government? Hurry. Get this information back to headquarters. This is a major scoop. Even though staying there meant they could die, the reporters couldn't resist the allure of such a massive story. They risked their lives, documenting everything and sending the photos back to their news outlets as quickly as possible. Jian, take her and go. While you're at it, check on Hancock. Leave this to me, Kook said, handing Koala to Jian. Koala didn't want to leave him. Her tear-filled eyes clung to Kook. I won't hurt you, Jian reassured her. She cast one final, disappointed look at the Marines. I told you to leave, but you didn't listen. What happens next isn't my concern. With Koala in tow, Jian disappeared in a flash, reappearing at another part of Inai's lobby. There, she saw Hancock in the middle of a fight with another Cypher Pol Zero agent. Hancock was winning, but the battle would take more time. Don't interfere, Vice Captain. This is my fight. I need to grow stronger for Kook's sake, Hancock said, her eyes full of determination. Fire. Spandine commanded. Thousands of bullets filled the air, targeting Kook, sealing off any escape routes. Ghost energy, Yama King descends. A terrifying, ghostly figure of the Yama King appeared behind Cook, as twisted and fearsome as death itself. Killer intent fused with his advanced armament hockey. This was Cook's ultimate move, one meant to obliterate Anai's lobby. Chapter 14, The Sixth Member. Koala Ghost Energy, Yama King descends. With a single slash, the air seemed to freeze. Countless bullets hung suspended in midair, then, in the distorted space, the iron bullets were crushed and pulled apart, turning into scrap metal. Boom. A dark red, massive shockwave of sword energy swept across Anai's lobby. From the courthouse all the way to the Bridge of Hesitation, it struck the massive Gate of Justice, causing the towering gate to tremble violently. The entire island of Anai's lobby trembled under the destructive force. A massive fissure tore the island in two, as howling winds swept away marines like leaves in a storm. Pendant and the others in the front lines were reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. The once formidable Anai's lobby, the island that never sleeps, was left in ruins. The ground quaked, and the island's very foundation was shaken, with gaping chasms spreading across its surface. Uchiha. Cook exhaled deeply. This move was his most powerful attack to date, and the results were clear. Anai's lobby's foundation had been completely destabilized. The island would eventually be reduced to a wasteland. Only a destroyed Anai's lobby leaves a lasting impact, Cook muttered, gathering more energy. He took to the air, using moonwalk to rise higher and higher. Yama King guides the way. One sword style, single cut. One sword style, double cut. Cook gripped his sword with both hands, doubling its power. The destruction continued as massive portions of the island crumbled into the sea. The island that had stood tall for hundreds of years had finally met its demise today. Several minutes later, Cook landed on the sinking remnants of the island. Cook, you've become incredibly strong, Giant remarked, her tone a mixture of happiness and a touch of disappointment. She had always been the one protecting him. Now, she realized Cook had far surpassed her. It was a humbling revelation. I can't be the one under your protection forever, Cook smirked. That's not necessarily true, Giant replied, flustered by the way Cook was looking at her. She quickly added, I'll catch up to you, just wait and see. You won't have the chance, Cook teased, but secretly he was glad. The stronger Giant became, the stronger he became. As long as he stayed ahead of her, it was a win-win. Hancock, well done, Cook turned to her. She had swiftly dealt with one of the Cypher Pol Zero agent members, and after this battle, her power had increased by around 3,000 points. As expected of the pirate empress, her talent was remarkable. Let's go. The Navy's reinforcements will arrive soon, Cook announced, waving his hand. He and his crew quickly departed, leaving behind the sinking remains of Anai's lobby. Mr. Cook, wait. A few news vessels caught up with them. Representatives of major newspapers from across the seas were on board. Mr. Cook, here's our card. In the future, if you have any big news, can you please share it with us first? One of the reporters asked with a bit of hesitation, before adding quickly, if we come across important news, we'll be sure to inform you right away as well. The reporters scrambled to hand him their business cards. As journalists, they had a keen sense for news. Anything related to Cook sold better than any story in recent memory. And after the Anai's lobby incident, they knew Cook would be the center of attention for a long time. Cook gestured for Boas Andersonia to take the cards. To the journalists, he said, if you hear of any movements from the monsters of the New World, or anyone at the level of Navy admirals or higher, let me know immediately. Understood. As they watched the radiant eclipse sail off, the reporters sighed in relief. We're lucky it was Cook. Any other pirate wouldn't have been so nice. After the sighs of relief, they eyed each other warily. They were all competitors. If our newspaper can provide Cook with the most accurate and fastest information, he'll choose us over the others, they all thought. The competition had begun. The radiant eclipse sailed through the vast sea, constantly changing course to avoid pursuit. Once they were sure no one was following them, they settled on a direction and vanished into the endless ocean. Cook, what are we going to do with her? Giant asked, looking down at Koala. The moment Koala saw Cook, she rushed to his side, clinging to his clothes and refusing to let go. Please don't throw me out. I can be useful. I can clean the deck, cook, do laundry. Anything you need, I'll earn. Just please, let me stay. Koala sobbed, desperate and afraid. She even dropped to her knees and began wiping the deck with her sleeve. The poor girl had been through so much trauma that her childhood had turned into a living nightmare. Cook gently lifted her to her feet. You don't have to debase yourself. We're not bad people. Cook admitted he wasn't exactly a saint, but he wasn't the type to bully a little girl. He hadn't expected to encounter Koala like this. It seemed the butterfly effect had come into play. Giant knelt beside the girl and spoke softly, It's dangerous with us, little one. Do you know where your home is? Please, don't send me away, Koala begged, trembling. She clung even tighter to Kook, hiding behind him as though he was her last line of defense. Let her stay on the ship, Kook said after some thought. He knew that in the future, Koala would become one of the key members of the Revolutionary Army. She would also go on to learn fishman karate. There was real potential in her. Really? Koala's eyes filled with tears of joy. The sixth member had joined them, Koala, the trainee pirate. Chapter 15, Naval Betrayal? Sengoku spits blood and I's lobby destroyed. The hidden secret behind the Holy Land invasion, Vice Admiral Giant joins Kook's Radiant Eclipse pirates as vice captain. Was the invasion of the Holy Land orchestrated by the Navy? Kook reappears after 2 weeks, destroying an I's lobby. What has the Navy been doing this whole time? Were they really hunting him? Is the Navy and Kook's feud just a play? The newspapers from major press outlets wasted no time spreading the news across the seas. The shocking headlines, all related to Kook, rocked the entire world. People reading the news were dumbfounded. Yet, they found the speculations in the newspapers quite plausible. So that's it. Mr. Kook, someone of such power and capability, who we'd never heard of before. He must have been secretly trained by the Navy. It makes sense. The invasion of the Holy Land and the destruction of Anai's lobby were all part of the Navy's plan to assert dominance over the world government. Impressive. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is a genius. Is the Navy finally rebelling against the world government? The global balance of power is about to shift. The Navy's reputation suddenly surged. In the eyes of many, the Navy had always been respected, especially by commoners who saw them as protectors. The only stain on their reputation was their connection to the world government and, more specifically, to the Celestial Dragons. Meanwhile, in the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirates' ship. Father, could it be true? Is the Navy really planning to go to war against the world government? The power dynamics of the world are about to change. Marco and the other commanders excitedly gathered, discussing the news. If the Navy really did rebel against the world government, pirates would have a much easier time ruling the seas, and the world would become a haven for them. It's fake. Absolutely fake. Sengoku is the most loyal dog of the world government. There's no way he'd ever betray them. Whitebeard shook his head, tossing aside the newspaper. It's all nonsense. So it's not true, Marco and the others sighed, clearly disappointed. It would have been amazing if it were real. If the Navy isn't involved, then that means the Holy Land invasion and the destruction of Anai's lobby were all Kook's doing, one of the commanders pointed out. The others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Kook is terrifying. He's a madman. To invade the Holy Land and destroy Anai's lobby, those are feats no one has dared to even think about in centuries. And not only did he dare, he succeeded. Even I have to admire him. These hardened commanders, known as monsters in their own right, found themselves feeling a rare sense of respect for Kook. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but take a long look at Kook's picture in the newspaper. After a few moments of silence, he chuckled, Gorura. Interesting kid. I wonder if he'll make it to the New World alive. While Whitebeard quickly saw through the fake narrative, many others did not. Rumors that the Navy was preparing to rebel against the world government spread like wildfire across the seas. No wonder the Navy seemed to be hunting Kook with full force, yet for 2 weeks, they haven't been able to catch him. The whole thing must be a farce. TCH. The world government must be crying right now. Doubt and suspicion filled every corner of the world. Back in the Holy Land, the 5 elders sat around a table, glaring at the newspapers. Their eyes bulged with fury, veins throbbing on their foreheads as they clenched their fists, filled with a growing sense of panic. Did the Navy really betray us? One of the elders growled. Vice Admiral Giant has defected, and the Holy Land was infiltrated. So it was all an inside job? What exactly is Kook's identity? He wasn't even on our radar before, and now he's wreaking havoc. Was he a Navy officer too? The 5 elders' angry roars echoed throughout the Holy Land. Summon Sengoku immediately. Have him bring all the admirals to the Holy Land. The 5 elders were genuinely alarmed. This was no small matter. If the Navy had truly turned against them, the world government's control over the seas would crumble. If they refuse to come, it means the Navy can no longer be trusted. A murderous glint appeared in the eyes of the 5 elders. If the Navy was no longer trustworthy, then both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the admirals would need to be eliminated. At Manafort, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face was twisted with rage. He had just received the news that Anai's lobby had been attacked. Immediately, he dispatched forces to the island. That sneaky brat tricked us. He never went to the New World at all. Sengoku seethed, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. He had been played by a boy, toyed with like a puppet. Vice Admiral Giant has been exposed. It's too late to cover it up. I can't sit around any longer. I'll personally go capture him. No matter what, he won't escape again today, Sengoku growled, fury burning in his eyes. There was no other option. He had to bring Cook in, or he would have no explanation to offer the world government. Arriving at Enai's lobby, Sengoku found only wreckage floating on the water. The island was no more. Where is he? Sengoku demanded, turning to Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji shrugged. By the time we arrived, he was long gone. We searched for miles but found no trace of Cook. Sengoku ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes bloodshot. Cook had slipped through his fingers once again. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are we really going to war with the world government? Aokiji leaned in and whispered. Sengoku froze. His heart dropped. Kyuzen. Do you realize what you're saying? Just for that statement, I could throw you into Impel Down. Sengoku snapped, his voice trembling with fear. His eyes darted around, checking to make sure no one else had heard. Fleet Admiral, I'm just repeating what the newspapers are saying, Aokiji said calmly, handing Sengoku the latest issue. Sengoku's face darkened as he scanned the pages. His expression shifted from rage to terror. His hands trembled, his skin paling as he realized the gravity of the situation. In sheer panic, Sengoku coughed up a mouthful of blood. The situation was killing him. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 5 elders have issued a direct order. You, along with all the Navy's top officers, are to report to the Holy Land immediately for a meeting. No delays will be tolerated. Sweat poured down Sengoku's face. Chapter 16, A Devil Fruit Rivaling the Power of the Quake Fruit at the Holy Land of Mary Ijos. The world government. The Navy's top brass had arrived one after another, their expressions dark and solemn. Being outwitted by Cook was bad enough, but now, to be branded as traitors? Every single one of them had a face so gloomy it seemed as if water could drip from it. Even Garp, usually the most carefree, wore a serious look, refraining from his usual antics. The air was suffocating, the tension hanging so thick that it was hard for anyone to breathe. The Navy officials could feel the powerful presence of many strong individuals within the Holy Land, all of whom had their eyes on them. The 5 elders sat in a row, flipping through documents in silence. Time ticked by second, as sweat began to form on Sengoku's brow, eventually dripping down his face as he kept his head low in submission. Finally, after what felt like an eternity. Humphrey. All 5 of the elders let out a cold snort simultaneously. Sengoku flinched. One of the 5 elders threw the documents down at Sengoku's feet, his voice cutting like a blade. You're lucky we found no evidence of betrayal. Otherwise. For days, the 5 elders had combed through the records of every single Navy officer, scrutinizing every action taken within the ranks. Finding no suspicious activity, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Sengoku, too, exhaled quietly, relieved that they had passed the test. Sengoku, you fool. One of the elders barked, his voice seething with anger. Cook used to be part of the Navy's training camp, a member of the Navy. And you let him go, allowing him to become a criminal who dared to invade the Holy Land and turn Vice Admiral Giant against us. You failed miserably. Sengoku lowered his head even further in shame. Okainu and the others clenched their fists in frustration as they were forced to endure the humiliation. The dignity of the Navy had been trampled upon, with not a shred left. The Navy and the world government have become the laughingstock of the entire world. What do you propose we do about that? Another elder demanded, his gaze cold and accusing. He glared at Sengoku, as if the entire mess were solely his fault. The Navy will dedicate all resources and efforts to capture Cook, no matter the cost. Sengoku vowed, determined to prove his worth. And how long will it take for you to succeed in this capture plan? One of the elders pressed. Sengoku fell silent, struggling to find an answer. How long would it take? He didn't know. They had completely lost track of Cook's whereabouts. The vast seas were an impossible maze, and finding him, let alone capturing him, was a task so daunting it bordered on hopeless. Will it be like before? The Navy floundering around like headless chickens while Cook toys with you, making a mockery of everything you do? The 5 elders' scornful words stung deeply. Half a month had passed since they began their search, and yet, the Navy had achieved nothing. Enai's lobby was now a wasteland. Sengoku opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. He had no defense. I have a plan, Okainu suddenly spoke up, stepping forward. All eyes turned to him. Speak, Sakazuki. One of the elders commanded. We need to lure him out, Okainu explained. We publicly execute slaves, drawing Cook out to save them. Once he shows himself, we trap him with overwhelming force. The others quickly mulled over the plan, calculating its chances of success. Aokiji, however, frowned in disapproval. For the past 2 weeks, most of the slaves have already gone into hiding across the seas. Their slave markings have been covered by tattoos or removed. Capturing them again will be incredibly difficult. Then we'll capture other people and pretend they're slaves, Akainu replied, his tone cold. Aokiji's frown deepened. Garp, too, scowled at Akainu's extreme approach. But the 5 elders seemed intrigued. As far as they were concerned, as long as it resulted in Kug's capture, the lives of common people were expendable. Sakazuki, how confident are you in this plan? I don't know, Akainu admitted. Even he wasn't sure if it would work. Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. The plan has too many flaws. An open execution? Everyone will see right through the trap. Why would Kug, a pirate, risk his life to save slaves? If he doesn't come, the Navy and the world government's reputation will take another hit. And even if he does come, the public will view Kug as a hero for saving the slaves, while the Navy and the government will be seen as heartless and corrupt. Where's the justice in that? The 5 elders exchanged looks, realizing the validity of her points. The success rate was indeed low. However, Akainu's suggestion sparked an idea within the elders. Luring him out isn't a bad strategy, one of the elders mused. If we can get him to reveal himself, taking him down will be much easier. He turned to Sengoku. You've studied Kug? What are his weaknesses? What does he care about? Weaknesses? Sengoku pondered. He had investigated Kug thoroughly. In the past, Kug's weakness had been his lack of talent. But that was no longer an issue. He had grown into a monster. As for what he cared about, the only person he seemed to value was Jian, and she had already defected to his side. His homeland was also destroyed. He had no obvious weak points. Pirates crave power, wealth, and status. There must be something we can use to make him reveal himself, the elder continued, unconvinced that Kug had no vulnerabilities. Obviously, gold and riches won't work on him. The elders continued scanning through Kug's files, trying to find anything useful. Suddenly, one of them noticed something. He's not a devil fruit user, is he? From the reports, it seems Giant spent the past few years completing missions and earning merits in order to secure a powerful devil fruit for him through the Navy. Devil fruits. The mysterious treasures of the sea. They were worth more than gold. What if we use a devil fruit to lure him out? One of the elders suggested, his eyes gleaming. Could this plan work? Sengoku considered the possibility and nodded. It could work. But given Kug's current strength, ordinary devil fruits might not interest him. How many devil fruits does the Navy currently have? An elder asked. We have 16, Sengoku replied, but none of them would likely tempt him. At only 18 years old, Kug is already stronger than Jian. To make him come out, we'd need something on par with the Quake fruit. Chapter 17, Mythical Zone, Bird Fruit, Phoenix Model at the Holy Land, Mary Ejos. Within the world government, the Navy's top officials had all gathered, their faces etched with frustration. To be played by Kug was one thing, but now to bear the unjust title of traitors. It was almost unbearable. Even Garp, who usually didn't care about much, couldn't hide his annoyance. He let out a yawn, as casual as ever, despite the tension in the room, even as the 5 elders glared in his direction. What's the big deal about a devil fruit? Why are you so sure it'll attract him? Garp grumbled under his breath. Everyone could hear him, but Garp wasn't fazed in the slightest, continuing his laid-back demeanor. Kug's space strength is already so formidable. Why would he need a devil fruit? Look at red-haired Shanks. He's not interested in devil fruits either, and Kug's already stronger at his age than Shanks was back then. No, red-haired Shanks might not be a devil fruit user, but he's not completely indifferent to them, one of the 5 elders interjected. Not long ago, the red-haired pirates stole a devil fruit from Cypher Paul Zero agent. Even if Kug doesn't want one for himself, he could use it for someone else. At the moment, the 5 elders could only think of one thing. Using a devil fruit to tempt Kug? What kind of devil fruit could we use to lure him out? Sengoku asked, glancing toward the 5 elders. He knew the world government had a few powerful fruits in its possession. The 5 elders exchanged looks before one of them stood up and left the room. After about 10 minutes, the curly-haired elder returned, holding a golden box in his hands. He placed the box on the table and opened it, revealing a mysterious devil fruit inside. Its surface was a deep crimson, adorned with magnificent, vibrant feathers. Just from the appearance alone, it was clear this fruit was something special. This is the mythical zone, bird fruit, Phoenix Model, the elder announced solemnly, his voice filled with the weight of its importance. It was one of the finest devil fruits the world government had in its possession. A mythical zone? Sengoku's eyes widened. Even Akainu and Aokiji leaned forward, their gazes locked onto the fruit. Mythical zone types were the rarest and most powerful of the zone-class devil fruits. The Phoenix Model, the elder continued, was once wielded by a ruler of the seas over 100 years ago. Among the mythical zone types, it ranks near the top, comparable to Kaido's Azure Dragon model. Not all mythical zones were created equal. The highest tier, like Kaido's Fish Fruit, Azure Dragon model, or Sengoku's Human Fruit, Buddha model, came with extraordinary abilities. Most zone fruits granted enhanced physical attributes, but mythical zones offered special powers in addition to that. The Phoenix model, for example, boasted incredible regenerative abilities. The Azure Dragon model controlled the elements of wind, fire, and lightning, while Sengoku's Buddha form granted immense power and wisdom. Top-tier mythical zones granted their users multiple abilities. The elder holding the fruit hesitated for a moment, reluctant to part with such a treasure. It was incredibly valuable. Even lending it temporarily to the Navy was risky, and they feared something might go wrong. Sengoku's gaze burned with desire as he stared at the fruit. If they gave it to someone within the Navy with significant talent, they would surely rise to the level of an admiral in the future. If it were given to someone like Chitin, they could become among the strongest of the admirals. Practically a guarantee. This devil fruit is more than enough, don't you think? The elder said. Sengoku nodded enthusiastically. More than enough. Even he found it hard to resist the temptation of such a powerful fruit. We've got the bait. Now we need a plan to draw him out, without letting him suspect it's a trap. If he senses anything is off, he won't come, the elder continued, turning to Sengoku. You need to come up with a flawless plan. Sengoku's mind raced as he quickly assessed the situation. Right now, we've lost track of Cook. He could still be in the first half of the Grand Line, or he might already be headed toward the New World. Or even the Four Seas. Anywhere is possible. But we should avoid setting the trap in the New World. If we announce a fruit like this, it'll attract the monsters of the New World. That could be a disaster. The best location is the first half of the Grand Line. Sengoku spread a map on the table and pointed to a specific location. We'll place the devil fruit here, he said, indicating an island located in the middle of the first half of the Grand Line. We'll leak information and let the word spread, hoping it draws Cook's attention. The island Sengoku had chosen was a lawless place, teeming with pirates. Who will we send to lie in wait? One of the elders asked. We can't send too many people, and we can't create a spectacle with a large fleet. It would raise suspicions. I'll go, Akainu volunteered. After spending 2 frustrating weeks chasing phantoms in the New World, his hatred for Cook burned bright. The man responsible for humiliating the Navy could not be allowed to live any longer. The 5 elders nodded. They trusted Akainu. He was ruthless, efficient, and unwavering in his mission. A perfect choice. I'll join as well, Chitin, Tokacake, added, stepping forward. His gaze flicked to the photo of Giant on the table, then to the one beside it of Cook, filled with loathing. All of this was Cook's fault. Because of him, Giant's promising future had been ruined. From the moment they were kids, Cook had drained Giant's potential. And now, as adults, he had lured her away from the Navy. Chitin vowed to kill him. Very well, the elders agreed. You two will be enough. Any more, and the operation would become too obvious. With Akainu's overwhelming strength and Chitin there to hold off Giant, Cook didn't stand a chance. Given Cook's current power level, there was still a noticeable gap between him and an admiral like Akainu. Remember, the devil fruit is of paramount importance. Once the mission is complete, return the fruit to us immediately, the elders ordered sternly. This fruit was far too valuable to be lost. Understood, Akainu replied, taking the fruit and looking down at Cook's photo. I will see this mission through. If I fail, I'll accept any punishment, even demotion. He had sworn to complete the task, no matter the cost. Go, then, one of the elders commanded. As they watched Akainu and Chitin leave, the room was filled with a sense of finality. It's finally coming to an end. Once Cook shows himself, there will be no hope for him, Aokiji murmured. Of all his colleagues, it was Akainu he feared the most. His strength and resolve were unmatched. All right, everyone, back to your duties. The 5 elders were in good spirits. Sengoku, too, felt a renewed sense of optimism. The end was in sight, and he could almost taste victory. Chapter 18, Achievement Points Surge, Uncovering the Navy's Scheme. Radiant Eclipse Pirates Captain, Cook Vice Captain, Giant, Combat Power, 160,123, Quartermaster, Boa Hancock, Combat Power, 15,823, Helmswoman and Deckhands, Boa Sandersonia, Combat Power, 3,125, and Boa Marigold, Combat Power, 2,868, External Informant, Shaki, Combat Power, 61,453, Cook gains 50%, Apprentice Pirate, Koala, Combat Power, 15, Cook's own combat power had surpassed 210,000. He glanced at Hancock, who was diligently training her haki under Giant's guidance. Her progress was impressive. Her combat strength had increased by more than 5,000 in just 1 month. Compared to her, Sandersonia and Marigold hadn't seen as much improvement. Even Giant's combat power had increased, though not as rapidly as Hancock's, who was currently in a phase of rapid growth. In the original timeline, it would only be a year or two before Hancock reached the level of a warlord of the sea, becoming one of the 7 warlords. Cook opened the latest edition of the newspaper. It had been nearly half a month since the incident at Anai's lobby, but the world's attention was still fixed on him. The headline covered how, just yesterday, Sengoku and the 5 elders had appeared together at a special event in the Holy Land, attempting to dispel rumors of discord between the Navy and the world government. But the dignity that both the Navy and the world government had lost couldn't be regained so easily. For half a month, they had been the laughingstock of the seas. Naturally, Cook's bounty had increased as well. Cook, 630 million Baileys Giant, 480 million Baileys Hancock, 120 million Baileys Sandersonia, 30 million Baileys Marigold, 25 million Baileys Koala, no bounty yet, adding Shaki's bounty from 20 years ago. 540 million Baileys. The total bounty of the Radiant Eclipse pirates had exceeded 1 billion Baileys. They were now recognized as one of the leading pirate crews on the seas. With the rise in bounties, the aftermath of the Anai's lobby incident, and the invasion of the Holy Land, Cook's achievement points had skyrocketed. Even Koala, despite her combat strength being nearly 0 and not having a bounty, had added 1,000 points to the tally just by joining the crew. Achievement points, 94,320, he had nearly reached 100,000 points, with only a few thousand more to go. At this rate, without doing anything, he'd hit that milestone within a few days. The fallout from the Anai's lobby and Holy Land incidents hadn't completely faded. Suddenly, Cook's Tendenmachi rang. It was Shaki. "Shaki, what's going on?" Cook asked curiously. Shaki's voice came through on the other end. "Cook, a devil fruit has appeared on Fukurama's Island, and the news has spread across the entire first half of the Grand Line." "A devil fruit?" Cook frowned. What kind of devil fruit could cause such a stir across the entire first half of the Grand Line? "Yes, and the rumors say it's a rare mythical zone type. Specifically, it's the bird fruit, Phoenix Muddle." Hearing this for the first time, Cook fell into thought. This devil fruit didn't exist in the original story, yet here it was, being described as a mythical zone. How could such a rare fruit become public knowledge? Anyone who gets their hands on a fruit like that would eat it immediately, Cook questioned. Anyone who isn't already a devil fruit user would find it hard to resist the allure of a mythical zone. The fruit was reportedly found by the Pegasus pirates in an ancient treasure trove. However, it's locked inside a special transparent case, seemingly made of diamond, and bound by sea stone chains. The crew's captain was trying to find a locksmith, which exposed the fruit's existence. Shaki shared all the details she had gathered. It made sense on the surface. But Cook, having watched One Piece in his previous life, knew better. A fruit of this magnitude, especially a mythical zone phoenix, didn't exist in the original storyline. Sea stone chains weren't indestructible either. Advanced armament haki could destroy the inside of a lock, rendering the sea stone ineffective. Given how much noise the fruit was causing, it stood to reason that whoever claimed it should be someone well known, even in the original story. But there wasn't anyone like that. Something didn't add up. "Cook, an opportunity like this doesn't come often. Are you interested?" Shaki asked, hopeful. She was eager to see Cook obtain such a fruit. With his talent combined with the Phoenix model, she believed Cook could one day rival monsters like Kaido. Cook didn't respond right away. Instead, he asked, "Shaki, what have the Navy admirals and other strong Navy members been up to lately?" He suspected a trap. On the surface, everything seemed logical, but based on his knowledge of the original story, things felt off. "Cook, do you think this is a Navy scheme?" Shaki was quick to catch on. "Has there been any activity from the admirals recently?" Cook pressed. "Yellow Monkey is still pursuing the Sun Pirates in the New World. Okiji has been stationed at Mary Ijo's, and Sengoku appeared at an event in the Holy Land just yesterday. As for Garp, his whereabouts are unknown, and Akainu. He hasn't been seen for several days." Cook pieced it together. Akainu was definitely lying in wait on Fukurama's Island, hoping to ambush him. "Cook, I don't think this is a Navy trap. Would they really be willing to use a fruit like that as bait?" Shaki, though not a devil fruit user herself, admitted that even she was tempted by the Phoenix model. "No, it's definitely the Navy," Cook said with certainty. "Cook, please don't go to Fukurama's Island. Akainu is dangerous," Shaki warned. But Cook's mind was already set. He was going after the Phoenix model. Chapter 19, 1 hour of invincible defense for the pirate ship Sabaody Archipelago. How did Cook figure out that the Navy set this trap? I didn't pick up on anything like that, Rayleigh mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he observed the situation. I don't know either, Shaki admitted, shaking her head. Even after combing through various pieces of intelligence, I couldn't connect anything back to the Navy or the world government. How did Cook manage to figure it out? Regardless, there's no harm in being cautious. If Cook has caught on, he won't be foolish enough to walk into a trap, Rayleigh said with a nod of approval. He and Jian, while powerful, are still no match for someone like a Kinyu. They're strong, but not invincible yet. They still need time to grow. There's no way they'll rush into a confrontation. Aboard the Radiant Eclipse, Cook, what's on your mind? Jian asked as she approached him, noticing the deep concentration on his face. Jian, would you like to become a devil fruit user? Cook asked, his eyes locking with hers. Jian blinked in surprise. A devil fruit? What kind of fruit? The mythical zone type, bird fruit, model phoenix. Jian's breath caught in her throat. She had heard of that fruit. The legendary power to become a phoenix and harness its regenerative abilities. It was the stuff of myths. Cook, have you already found the fruit? She asked, her heart pounding with excitement. But then she shook her head, clutching his arm. You should take it. You're the captain, and you'd make better use of it. We don't have it yet, but there's a chance to get it, Cook replied, noticing the flicker of desire in her eyes. She wanted it, but she was willing to give it up for him. Cook smiled inwardly. He had no personal interest in devil fruits. It wasn't just about making himself stronger. If Jian consumed the fruit, her power would grow. And with his system, that would indirectly boost his strength as well. It was a perfect win-win situation. However, there was no point getting her hopes too high just yet. If things didn't pan out, he didn't want to leave her disappointed. Jian, do we have the eternal pose for Fukurama's Island? Cook asked, shifting the conversation. Yes, we do. Jian nodded, pulling out the eternal pose. There was a spark of determination in her eyes now. She was fully invested in helping Cook acquire this powerful devil fruit. Cook studied the map. It'll take about a week to reach Fukurama's Island, Jian said, her brow furrowing in concern. What if someone else gets to the fruit before we do? That won't happen, Cook reassured her. As long as I haven't shown up, that devil fruit isn't going anywhere. No one else will be able to claim it. Jian looked at him, puzzled. Why's that? Because it's a gift, Cook smirked. A gift from the Navy and the world government. They're not going to unwrap it until the guest of honor, me, arrives. Realization dawned on Jian's face. So it's a trap. Her first instinct was to tell him it was too dangerous and that they should avoid the island entirely. But one look at Cook's resolute expression stopped her. She knew he wasn't going to back down. Instead, she quietly made a promise to herself. She would do whatever it took to help him claim that fruit. In a week, my achievement points will definitely surpass 100,000, Cook said, clenching his fist. He turned the ship toward Fukurama's Island. Let's go. During the journey, Cook gathered everyone and laid out his plan. When we get to Fukurama's Island, Jian and I will go ashore. The rest of you stay on the ship. As long as you remain on the Radiant Eclipse, you'll be completely safe. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. Completely safe? Hancock asked, eyeing the ship. Though it was built from rare and sturdy materials, invincibility seemed like a stretch. Even Jian frowned. As a powerful warrior herself, she knew how much damage she could inflict if she really tried. Could the ship truly be invincible? Cook smiled confidently. This ship will soon gain an hour of invincible defense every day, during which time it will be impervious to any attack. The crew stared at him in disbelief. Such a power was unheard of. Cook wasn't about to hide the truth from them. They deserved to know what kind of ship they were sailing on. And he could sense their growing anxiety. Hancock and Jian had been training relentlessly, pushing themselves harder and harder. The pressure of facing the world government was weighing on all of them. Is that really true? Jian asked, wide-eyed. I wouldn't joke about something like this, Cook said, his gaze steady. For 1 hour each day, this ship will be untouchable. Jian blinked in surprise, glancing around the deck. She'd never heard of such an ability. The more she learned about Cook, the more she realized just how much she didn't know. What other secrets was he hiding? As the Radiant Eclipse sped across the sea, Cook began to finalize his strategy. The ship's invincibility only worked while they were aboard. If they left the ship, they'd be vulnerable. We're not at a KNU's level yet, so we need to prioritize securing the fruit and getting out as quickly as possible, Cook thought. Once we've got it, we retreat. 1 hour is more than enough time to evade any pursuit. The biggest challenge would be snatching the fruit amidst all the chaos. One thing's for sure, Cook muttered to himself, I won't be pulling a Luffy and charging in head first. No running into attacks. He knew that with his current strength, he could hold his own against an admiral for a while. If he played smart. Days passed as the radiant eclipse drew closer to Fukurama's island. The island, however, was already consumed by chaos. Pirates from all over had descended upon it, fighting tooth and nail for the coveted devil fruit. Blood spilled on the shores as the fruit changed hands repeatedly, no one able to hold on to it for long before being overwhelmed. But everything changed when a certain figure arrived. Chapter 20, The Battle for the Mythical Zone Devil Fruit. The island was soaked in blood. Pirates continued to die in the frenzied battle, only for new ones to arrive and join the carnage. The box containing the devil fruit changed hands over and over, but no one could claim it for long. Even when someone briefly held onto it, they couldn't open the box to eat the fruit, nor could anyone leave the island with it. The fighting had raged for nearly 10 days, and still, no victor had emerged. As the conflict escalated, more powerful pirates arrived, with bounties in the tens of millions becoming a common sight. Hand over the box. Quick, the Undertaker has the box. Surround him. Don't let him escape with it. Pirates, bloodlust in their eyes, roared as they fought with all their might. Even ordinary devil fruits were considered treasures to these pirates, but a mythical zone fruit? That was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to change their fate. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Foo-fya-fa-foo. An arrogant, mocking laugh echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield. It's Doflamingo. Someone shouted. Damn it. What's he doing here? We're doomed. It's been too long. The commotion must have attracted monsters like him. What do we do now? For a moment, the slaughters ceased as the pirates turned to face the approaching figure. Fear rippled through the crowd as they watched Doflamingo, casually walking across the battlefield. They could only watch helplessly as he approached the box that had caused all the bloodshed. With a smirk, he planted his foot on it. So, it's real, Doflamingo muttered in awe, gazing down at the contents of the box. The mythical zone phoenix fruit. A manic grin spread across his face as he burst into laughter. It's mine now, you worthless trash. Get lost. He didn't even bother to acknowledge the 1,000 or so pirates surrounding him. They were beneath his notice. Why should we? Just because you're Doflamingo doesn't mean you can't take our devil fruit, shouted a pirate with a 20 million bounty. His defiance lasted only until Doflamingo sliced his head clean off. Let's take him down together. One pirate shouted. Yeah, we'll defeat Doflamingo first and then fight for the fruit. Right. Pirates weren't known for their fear of death. Doflamingo's presence alone wasn't enough to make them back down. Fueled by greed and desperation, they charged toward him, hoping their combined efforts would bring him down. Doflamingo sneered, a cold, murderous aura spilling from him. A pile of trash is still just trash. With a surge of haki, his conqueror's haki rippled across the battlefield, crushing the spirits of most of the pirates. The weaker ones collapsed instantly, unconscious. Those who managed to resist were drenched in cold sweat, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Even the bravest among them could hardly muster the will to continue their attack. Against Doflamingo, their efforts were laughable at best. The heavenly demon moved through the crowd, effortlessly dodging attacks. With a simple flick of his fingers, razor-sharp thread sliced through pirate after pirate, cutting down countless foes. He alone overwhelmed them all. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Chiton had been observing the chaos on the island for 10 days. Admiral Sakazuki, this isn't good. If Doflamingo gets away with the fruit, the plan will fail, Chiton said, his voice laced with concern. Akainu remained expressionless. I'll kill him, he said flatly. No. Chiton protested. If you show yourself now, it will ruin the plan. We'll lose everything. Then I'll kill them all. No witnesses, no problem, Akainu growled, bloodlust seeping into his tone. Chiton shook his head. If everyone dies, people will know something's off. Akainu's scowl deepened. Then what do you suggest? The pressure was mounting. He'd sworn to capture Cook, and the weight of that promise was taking its toll. Failure wasn't an option. Chiton glanced down, avoiding the Admiral's gaze. It's been 10 days, and Cook hasn't shown up. He is too scared to come for the fruit. So much for him. Akainu snorted derisively. Hiding in fear, unable to claim even a devil fruit. Just then, the situation outside shifted. A figure appeared before Doflamingo, moving so quickly it seemed like teleportation. Planning a trip somewhere? Came a calm voice. Before Doflamingo could react, a massive hand, padded like a paw, came crashing toward him. Whoosh! In an instant, Doflamingo vanished from where he stood, narrowly dodging the attack. He reappeared a distance away, his eyes filled with wariness as he faced the newcomer. Kuma. Even you've come, Doflamingo muttered, his arrogance giving way to caution as he stared down Bartholomew Kuma. "Joker, will you hand the fruit over to me?" Kuma asked calmly, his voice devoid of emotion. Doflamingo's forehead pulsed with anger. "Are you joking? You think I'll just give it up because you ask? Then I suppose there's no other way," Kuma replied, slipping off his second glove. Doflamingo immediately shifted into a battle stance. The clash between them erupted in an instant. Threads sliced through the town's buildings, leaving crisscrossing scars on the ground, while Kuma's paw-generated shockwaves obliterated everything in their path. Watching the intense fight from the sidelines, Chiden clapped his hands together in glee. "Great. They'll be too busy fighting each other. No need for us to intervene." Akainu clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to join the fight. His eyes burned with murderous intent. "Once this mission is over, I'll deal with all these criminals." Chiden, however, remained worried. "I just hope Cook shows up soon. If he doesn't come soon, even the monsters from the New World might make an appearance. That would complicate matters, making it difficult for them to control the situation. We'll wait 3 more days. If he doesn't show, the mission fails." As they spoke, Cook was already watching the island from a distance. Even from kilometers away, the stench of blood filled the air. Chapter 21, Doflamingo, using a devil fruit to bait a target is kinda dumb. The clash between Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma rocked the entire town. "Don't even think about taking this fruit from me." Doflamingo sneered as he activated his devil fruit's awakened ability, turning the ground around him into strings that tightly bound the devil fruit's box to the earth. Kuma tried to use his abilities to send the box flying, but the strings held it firmly in place. Yet, Doflamingo couldn't take the box either, as Kuma's near-instantaneous movements gave him no chance. Forced onto the defensive, Doflamingo found himself barely holding on. One wrong move, and Kuma would seize the box. Doflamingo's expression darkened. "Bartholomew Kuma, you damn bastard. That fruit is wanted by the monsters in the New World. Are you sure you want to keep fighting over it?" Kuma's attacks remained relentless, showing no sign of backing down. Doflamingo's face grew grimmer. The mythical zone phoenix fruit had caught the attention of Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido had sent Doflamingo to retrieve it because he was too far away to make it in time himself. If Doflamingo succeeded, Kaido's crew would give him everything he desired. But failure. The thought of facing that madman sent shivers down his spine. As the two titans continued to battle, the remaining pirates could only watch from afar, knowing they had no place in a fight of this magnitude. Meanwhile, others besides pirates were on the island. Reporters had gathered as well. After 10 days of fighting over the phoenix fruit, the whole world was watching. Many powerful figures across the seas had turned their attention to this island, eager to see who would ultimately claim the legendary fruit. "Get this on camera. The final victor will either be Doflamingo or Kuma," a reporter shouted. "Hurry, send this back to headquarters," others urged, frantically snapping pictures. At their headquarters, the news agency constantly updated their coverage as events unfolded. Boom. Strings, infused with hockey, shot across the battlefield like whips, colliding with concentrated air blasts. The island quaked under the sheer force of their blows, everything in their path torn apart. Meanwhile, the radiant eclipse docked on the shore amidst the chaos. "They've arrived?" Akainu and Topacake, who had been lurking in the shadows for days, grinned wickedly. "Finally, we've drawn him out," Akainu said, laughing with satisfaction. His fist heated up, magma bubbling as he smashed through a building. Alongside Topacake, he charged toward the radiant eclipse at breakneck speed. "Since you've come, don't expect to leave." But after only a few hundred meters, both Akainu and Topacake halted abruptly, their faces twisted in shock. Turning around, they realized they'd been duped. "Damn it, that sneaky bastard!" Akainu cursed. "He's already off the ship, slipping right past us." Back at the battlefield, the fight between Doflamingo and Kuma continued. Suddenly, a massive spinning blade descended from the sky, landing between the two combatants. A gust of cutting wind surged out, stinging their skin. Standing atop the sword's hilt was none other than Cook. "The devil fruit belongs to whoever's strong enough to take it. And I'm taking it," Cook declared, looking down at both Doflamingo and Kuma with disdain. "Who are you?" Doflamingo growled. It was their first encounter, but both instantly recognized each other. "Foo-fa-foo. Another troublesome guy shows up. You're not running from the Marines, yet you still want to fight for the devil fruit? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Doflamingo sneered, his eyes narrowing. Kuma said nothing, but there was a flicker of surprise in his otherwise calm gaze. "Cook?" The pirates around the battlefield gasped as they recognized him. Their jaws dropped in shock. "I can't believe even he showed up." "Good. Better him than Doflamingo or Kuma. The stronger Cook gets, the more headaches the Navy will have." Looks like we're in for a show. The pirates, who had lost hope of claiming the fruit, were now excited spectators. With no personal stake left, they were eager to see what would happen next. The reporters, however, were ecstatic. The hottest name on the seas, Cook, was now directly involved with the biggest story. The Phoenix Mythical Zone fruit. Combining these two elements was a reporter's dream. Every camera on the battlefield was aimed at Cook, the photographers snapping pictures as fast as they could. You think you can just take the devil fruit because you've got a big name? You'll have to prove you're strong enough first, Doflamingo taunted, still exuding his usual arrogance. But as he glanced toward the clone he'd created with his string powers, which had been keeping an eye on the box, something caught his attention. His arrogant grin froze. He watched as Giant suddenly dashed out from the nearby rubble, her blade slashing through his clone in one swift motion. With her hockey-infused sword, she severed the strings binding the box to the ground. You slippery bastard. You've been distracting us this whole time. Doflamingo's face turned green with rage. He wasn't the only one fuming. Cook. Prepare to face justice. Okainu's voice, dripping with fury, echoed across the island. The air grew scorching hot as Okainu, surrounded by flowing magma, charged onto the battlefield. Everything in his path, buildings, the ground, melted from the sheer heat of his approach. The oppressive weight of his presence bore down on the island. That mad dog Okainu? Doflamingo's expression shifted from green to black. What was a Navy admiral doing here? The Navy headquarters was far from the island, and 10 days wasn't enough time to cover that distance. So how could Okainu possibly be here? Clem frowned slightly, his usual stoic demeanor briefly giving way to concern. After the initial shock, Doflamingo began to piece it together. A wicked smile spread across his face as he said, so, it was a Navy trap all along. Foo-fa-foo. They were willing to use a devil fruit as bait. Not afraid of failure? Pretty stupid if you ask me. Chapter 22, Eating the Mythical Zone. Cook appeared. It only took a few seconds before Admiral Okainu arrived. Anyone with a brain could see that this situation wasn't right. Doflamingo immediately realized the truth. This was a trap. The Marines and the world government had set up an elaborate plan to lure Cook here using the zone fruit as bait. They were willing to use such a valuable fruit, showcasing their confidence. Cook glanced at Doflamingo with disinterest. Really? You dare talk about traps? You're the last person who should say anything, considering how many times the Don Quixote family lost great devil fruits because of your tricks. This is going to be interesting. Doflamingo chuckled, giving Cook a sympathetic look. You're done for. You've walked straight into a marine trap. Feel hopeless yet? Admiral Okainu? The presence of Okainu caused shockwaves across the island. This is a marine ambush. Run. The fleet admiral is here. Run for your lives. If we don't flee now, we won't get another chance. Few pirates had the courage to face off against an admiral, especially not one as feared as Okainu. They scattered in all directions, rushing toward the port. As they fled, they kept glancing back. Seeing that Okainu wasn't interested in them, they let out sighs of relief. All eyes were on Okainu as he confidently advanced towards Cook. So Cook is the real target? He's done for. Can he escape this time? The pirates couldn't help but worry about Cook. Cook can handle it. He invaded the Holy Land, freed the slaves, and destroyed Anai's lobby. Compared to that, facing an admiral should be nothing, said a fanatical supporter. But most pirates shook their heads. Cook has never fought an admiral directly. All his successes came from attacking while the Marines were distracted. This time, there's no way he can win. On the sea, the consensus was that admirals were the most powerful force in the Marines, rivaled only by the emperors of the sea. They were the true powerhouses. Meanwhile, Cook's fame stemmed from the things he had done, not necessarily from his combat strength. Quick, take photos. This is huge. Okainu is personally hunting down Cook. The reporters were beside themselves with excitement. In merry joys, the 5 elders were gathered with Sengoku, all waiting for news. Cook has shown up, Sengoku reported, his voice filled with relief. The elders exchanged smiles, pleased with the news. Good. Now that he's appeared, this ends today. One of the elders chuckled. The criminal who humiliated the world government will finally be executed. Sengoku allowed himself a smile of relief. The month-long nightmare was coming to an end. The 5 elders and Sengoku exchanged looks of confidence. With Okainu leading the charge, failure was impossible. Tell Okainu that after dealing with Cook, he must secure the Phoenix Mythical Zone fruit at all costs and bring it back. Sengoku, feeling victorious, relaxed and sipped his tea. Cook, I got the devil fruit. Hurry and eat it. Giant called out as she used her armament hockey to destroy the sea stone lock and open the chest, revealing the crimson red fruit inside. Doflamingo's eyes burned with desire. He charged toward Giant. Bartholomew Kuma narrowed his eyes, glancing between Akainu and the fruit in Giant's hands. He remained still for the moment. "Eat it, Giant!" Cook shouted, standing between Akainu and Chitin with his sword drawn. "Hurry!" Giant stood frozen for a moment, staring at Cook's back. Had he really walked into this marine trap? For me? Now, here he was, facing off against Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Chitin, all for her. A wave of warmth washed over her. Giant's eyes softened as she gazed at Cook with affection. Meeting Cook was the best thing that had ever happened to her. Giant wasn't the type to hesitate. With Cook holding off the Marines, she wasted no time and opened her mouth wide, preparing to eat the fruit. "Traitor Giant! How dare you!" Great eruption. Akainu roared, panic filling his voice. The 5 elders had given strict orders that his own fruit must not be lost. If Giant ate it, even capturing and killing her wouldn't bring the fruit back. A massive molten fist shot towards Giant. Ghost energy, Yama King descends. At the last moment, Cook intercepted Akainu's attack. The cold, domineering energy from Cook's sword clashed with the molten heat of Akainu's fist, splitting the air itself as the two forces collided. Cook's feet slid backward from the force. "You're the one who's ruined Giant's life." Chitin took advantage of the opening and charged at Cook. His hockey-infused punch tore through the air, heading straight for Cook's chest. Boom. Cook managed to shield himself with armament hockey, but the combined force of Akainu and Chitin's attacks sent him flying. He hurtled through the air like a shooting star, crashing into the ground 1,000 meters away with a massive explosion of dust and debris. "Admiral Sakazuki, I'll handle Cook." Chitin's small frame suddenly expanded, muscles bulging until he looked like a hulking brute. Every step he took shook the ground as he charged toward Cook's location. "Good." Akainu's eyes blazed with fury. Although they had managed to knock Cook back, Akainu's attack had failed to stop Giant. He could only watch helplessly as she consumed the fruit. Doflamingo's attempt to steal the fruit was also thwarted. Giant's blade had cut a bloody gash across his face. Giant was now a devil fruit user. The holder of the mythical zone Phoenix fruit. Chapter 23, Combat Power. Akainu's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Giant. A Navy traitor. And now she had eaten the invaluable devil fruit they couldn't afford to lose. "I'll deal with you first, then I'll take care of that Cook scum," Akainu growled as the ground beneath his feet slowly melted into magma. At that moment, in Akainu's mind, Giant had become a bigger threat than Cook. Besides, Chitin was already handling Cook. He had no chance of escape. Akainu had gauged Cook's strength during their brief clash. Stronger than Chitin, sure, but not by enough to make defeating him possible anytime soon. "You hurt Cook," Giant said coldly, her eyes filled with nothing but an icy glare. Akainu sneered, "You're worried about him being hurt? How pathetic. None of you are leaving here alive today." Giant's eyes began to change. The scarlet hue deepened into a crimson red. True phoenix eyes. Her feet transformed into talons, and bright, fiery red feathers sprouted from her body. Her whole form radiated a fierce heat. Like the azure dragon's hot breath, the phoenix form could channel intense heat, making her entire body burn with flames capable of scorching everything around her. Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma, once the center of attention, had now become mere bystanders. Doflamingo clenched his fists in frustration. His gaze lingered on the discarded devil fruit core, but there was nothing he could do. Both Giant and Akainu were far too dangerous to provoke. Hey, what a joke. The Marines, with their stupid plan, actually let someone eat the fruit. What a waste. Doflamingo couldn't help but mock Akainu. What a pointless trip this had been. Now he'd have to face Kaido's wrath. All because of the Marines' idiotic plan. Even Doflamingo wouldn't have used such a foolish strategy. Akainu shot him a cold, murderous glance. When the time came, Akainu wouldn't mind wiping out every pirate on this island, including Doflamingo. Doflamingo's smirk faded as he realized the danger. Staying here was becoming increasingly unwise. "I'm not interested in playing with you anymore," Doflamingo spat, taking to the air and flying away at full speed. From the distance, he looked back at Giant and Cook, who was still facing off against Chitin. They looked like dead men walking. "What's the matter? Hurt and scared?" Chitin taunted as Cook stood up from the rubble. "You're walking right into your own death. You've brought nothing but misery to Giant, and I won't let you off." Meanwhile, part of Cook's attention was focused on his system panel, watching his combat power rise rapidly. Combat power plus 52,936. In an instant, his power had skyrocketed by over 50,000, thanks to Giant. The moment she consumed the Phoenix Zone fruit, her strength surged, and Cook had gained an equivalent boost in power. His total combat power now exceeded 260,000. Physique plus 28, his physique had also improved, now reaching 50. He could feel his bones and skin strengthening in an instant. His raw physical strength now surpassed many of the sea's most dangerous creatures. This improvement in his body enhanced his recovery and vitality. Minor injuries healed in an instant, and for the first time, Cook felt truly powerful. After taking a moment to feel the changes within him, Cook shifted his gaze back to Chitin, who was still hurling insults his way. Pathetic? Cook's eyes sharpened as he raised his massive blade. I've been wanting to beat you down for a long time, Chitin snarled, his body crackling with energy, his ugly face twisting into a fierce expression. Same here, Cook replied. Chitin scoffed, don't think just because you've gotten stronger that you can beat me. I've got 30 years of combat experience. You can't compare. From their brief exchange earlier, Chitin had been able to gauge Cook's strength. He was strong, sure, but not so strong that he couldn't be defeated. Boom. Both Cook and Chitin disappeared at once, and the ground beneath them cracked and split apart. The air around them roared as they collided with immense force. Ghost energy, Yama King descends. Cannon fist. The ground erupted beneath them, creating a deep chasm. Cook's powerful sword energy tore through the air, colliding with Chitin's punch. In disbelief, Chitin watched as his hockey-infused fist was sliced open, the skin splitting apart, and the bones beneath cracking under the pressure. This can't be. Chitin couldn't believe it. How has your strength grown so much? Cook didn't bother answering. Instead, he unleashed his full strength. Boom. A towering wave of sword energy shot from the ruins, stretching all the way to the mountain a kilometer away. The mountain was split in half by the force of the attack. Amid the destruction, a figure staggered out, bloodied and battered. Chitin was missing most of his right arm. It had been completely severed. That arm was gone for good. Why? How? Chitin mumbled, shaken to his core. You scum, Chitin snarled, his face twisted in anger. You were holding back when you fought with Admiral Akainu and me, weren't you? You tricked me. Let me lower my guard so you could land a fatal blow. Not far away, Akainu was locked in battle with Giant. Akainu had the upper hand. Although Giant's power had increased dramatically after consuming the Phoenix Zone fruit, bringing her combat power to over 210,000, she was still no match for Akainu. In time, she could grow to be as strong as, or even stronger than, Akainu, but for now, she wasn't quite there. Still, Akainu couldn't defeat her quickly, and he had to spare some of his attention to monitor Chitin's battle. When he saw what had happened to Chitin, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 24, Akainu, it's just a ship. Watch me destroy it, Giant, switch with me, Cook said, slashing Tokacake away with a single strike. Cook swiftly charged toward Akainu. Giant, in her Phoenix Zone form, embodied the mythical beauty and power of the legendary bird. Radiant feathers of red and gold, with a fierce, elegant presence. Cook, let me handle this, Giant offered, her voice steady. I've always wanted to test my strength against an admiral, Cook responded, giving her a reassuring nod. Akainu, standing across from them, felt his eye twitch in irritation. What do they take me for? A training dummy? Hellhound. Akainu roared, his magma fist glowing brightly. Boom. The clash of Cook's blade against Akainu's magma fist sent a shockwave through the air, toppling nearby buildings. You've grown stronger, Akainu remarked, noticing Cook's increased power. He could clearly sense that Cook had surpassed even Giant, who had eaten the mythical zone phoenix fruit. Even if you've gotten stronger, this place will still be your grave. Akainu bellowed, increasing his strength and pushing Cook back. At the same time, Tokacake, Chitin, who had been thrown earlier, stood back up. His eyes were locked on Cook, filled with rage. Our fight isn't over yet. As Tokacake charged at Cook, a wave of intense heat stopped him in his tracks. Giant, her eyes cold, confronted Tokacake. She remembered his sneak attack while Cook was busy dealing with Akainu. Giant. Tokacake's voice faltered. In his rage, Tokacake managed to calm down slightly, looking at Giant with a mixture of emotions. He tried to reason with her. Giant, following Cook will only lead to your death. He has no future. Surrender now, and you might still have a chance to live. Shut up. Giant interrupted coldly. You attacked Cook, and you will pay the price. In her phoenix form, Giant released waves of heat so intense they scorched the ground beneath her. She flapped her wings, sending countless razor-sharp wind blades toward Tokacake. Mastering the power of wind was one of the phoenix's abilities. In the past, Giant and Tokacake had been equals. But now, after Giant's transformation and with Tokacake injured by Cook, the fight was completely one-sided. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, massive waves of magma were crashing, swallowing everything in their path. Clang, clang, clang. Cook, dual-wielding his blades, unleashed flying slashes that cut through Akainu's magma waves. The battle area expanded further, and the sky darkened as the intensity of their clash increased. Only one person dared to watch the fight up close, Bartholomew Kuma. All the other pirates, reporters, and onlookers had long since fled the island, watching the apocalyptic battle from their ships. Cook is this strong? He is holding his own against an admiral. One pirate exclaimed, astonished. He's incredible. I read in the papers that Cook is only 18 years old. 18, and he's going toe-to-toe with the KNU? Has there ever been someone like that? Another asked in disbelief. Heads shook in response. No way, not even red-haired Shanks was this strong at that age. Boom. Cook was sent flying back several meters but managed to regain his footing. Exhaling deeply, Cook said, no wonder you're an admiral. You're incredibly strong. Akanu's face remained expressionless, but internally, he couldn't help but curse his former instructor, Zephyr. How could someone like Cook have been kicked out of the Marine training camp? And Sengoku? How did he let this slip through? Luckily, Akanu thought, it was still manageable. But if Cook were allowed to grow any further, he would become a monumental threat. If you're allowed to live for a few more years, you'll be a real problem, Akanu said, his fist smashing down again. Cook's strength only fueled Akanu's determination to eliminate him. Cook continued to parry and attack. As time passed, after more than an hour of intense fighting, Cook's coat had long since been discarded, revealing his chiseled, muscular physique. It's about time, Cook muttered. After battling Akanu for this long, Cook knew he was nearing his limit. Giant, we're leaving, Cook called out. Giant, who had been dominating Tokacake, glanced over. Tokacake was badly injured, barely able to stand. Got it, she replied, blasting Tokacake with a final burst of heated wind before swiftly flying toward Cook. Leaving? Akanu said, magma spewing out of him. You think you can just leave? Even if Cook and Giant teamed up, Akanu was confident in his ability to stop them. It would cost him dearly, but he was determined to make sure they didn't escape. Boom. At that moment, Cook's ship, the Radiant Eclipse, emerged, gliding through the lava-covered streets toward them at a steady pace. We're leaving. Cook and Giant simultaneously unleashed a massive sword strike, their combined attack pushing Akanu back as magma splattered in every direction. The two leaped onto the ship. Akanu's body reformed from the magma. He sneered. Do you think boarding your ship means you're safe? Where did you get such a foolish idea? Tokacake, now limping, joined Akanu. That was the dumbest move you could have made. I'm not fast enough to stop you if you fly away, Akanu admitted, cracking his neck as he walked toward the Radiant Eclipse. But a ship? Akanu stood in front of the Radiant Eclipse. How do you expect to escape on a ship? Akanu taunted, his fist morphing into magma. You're not going anywhere. Akanu raised his fist, ready to strike the ship. Let me show you how easy it is to destroy. Chapter 25, Akanu, why? This isn't fair. Do you need my help? Bartholomew Kuma suddenly appeared behind Akanu after observing for a while. Akanu's attack paused for a moment, his gaze shifting toward Kuma with cautious wariness. Kuma was no ordinary pirate. Admiral Sakazuki, leave him to me. You focus on taking care of the others, said the one-armed Vice Admiral Tokacake, Chin, his eyes locked on Kuma. No interference would be allowed. No matter who came, it wouldn't change the outcome. Cook was as good as dead. I can help you escape, but I can't do anything about the ship, Kuma said, ignoring Tokacake and instead speaking directly to Cook. Kuma's ability allowed him to instantly send people flying, but he couldn't do the same with a massive pirate ship. He was puzzled. Bringing the ship into the battlefield was the most irrational decision, completely cutting off any easy escape route. It made no sense. That won't be necessary, Cook declined Kuma's offer. Bringing the Radiant Eclipse to the battlefield was part of the plan for a quicker escape. If the ship had been left at the harbor, several kilometers away, reaching it would have been much more costly in terms of time and effort. Kuma was taken aback. He couldn't understand how Cook intended to escape with such a large ship while being hunted by Akanu. Kuma stepped aside, deciding not to intervene. Akanu and Tokacake didn't bother with Kuma for now either. Go ahead, start moving. Show me how you're going to escape, Akanu mocked, taunting them. Rumble, rumble. The Radiant Eclipse began to hum from within as its engines powered up. Designed for movement on both sea and land, the ship started to roll forward again, making its way toward the battlefield. Great eruption. Akanu immediately launched an attack. A massive magma fist, powerful enough to crush a mountain, slammed down onto the bow of the ship. Magma splattered everywhere. But Akanu, confident in his power, suddenly froze in shock. His body stiffened, and slowly, he looked up in disbelief at his magma fist, which had been stopped before it even touched the ship. If Cook or Giant had blocked it, he would have understood. But they were both standing there, looking down at him with amused expressions, as though watching a clown's performance. Neither of them had lifted a finger. This is impossible. Akainu couldn't accept it. He threw another punch. Hellhound. Another earth-shattering blast followed. But the result was the same. The radiant eclipse didn't budge, and Akainu's attack hadn't caused any damage. What is going on? Akainu's mind raced, unable to comprehend what was happening. Some kind of special ability? Tokakake quickly appeared at the stern of the ship. Cannon punch. With his remaining arm, Tokakake unleashed a powerful punch at the ship, cracking the earth beneath him with the force. Some sort of special defense, Akainu muttered, hurrying to coordinate with Tokakake. If it protects the stern, it can't defend the bow. The two of them attacked from both sides, bombarding the ship from bow to stern. But after all the noise and destruction, nothing had changed. Tokakake was just as dumbfounded as Akainu. The two exchanged confused looks. This must be a joke, Tokakake muttered. 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 more minutes, then I'll be leaving, Cook said nonchalantly from his seat on the bow of the ship. Boa Hancock draped a coat over Cook's shoulders, and Koala brought him a cup of tea. Hancock's 2 younger sisters set up a chair and table, placing snacks before Cook as they all watched the frustrated Akainu below. They were having fun observing the Admiral's attempts to break through the ship's defenses. The crew had already experienced the Radiant Eclipse's invincible defense the day before. Their expressions at the time were the same as Akainu's now. Utter disbelief, questioning reality. For Akainu, one of the Navy's strongest admirals, being toyed with like this was a complete humiliation. Akainu's face darkened. Veins bulged on his forehead, pulsating with barely contained rage. This has to be some special ability. No defense is without weakness, Akainu growled. He refused to believe that this ship was truly invincible. With fists brimming with power, Akainu relentlessly pounded at every part of the Radiant Eclipse. The bow, the hull, the stern, and even the underside using magma from beneath the earth. But every strike was blocked. Akainu's heart sank. The ship was like an impenetrable fortress. There was no weak spot. I don't believe it. Akainu leaped into the air, glaring at Cook, who sat calmly on the ship, drinking tea and eating snacks. The sight made Akainu seethe with rage. Meteor volcano. Massive fists of magma launched high into the sky, raining down like meteors. As they struck the ground, mountains were shattered, leaving deep craters in the earth. But when the magma fists hit the Radiant Eclipse, an invisible barrier deflected them, making the fiery assault look like nothing more than fireworks. What a beautiful sight, Giant and the others couldn't resist taking out cameras to capture the scene. Akainu was about to explode with fury. The frustration built up inside him, and he was on the verge of madness. I'll keep attacking. There's no way this defense can last forever. Akainu shouted, determined to find a weak point. With his stamina, he could keep this up for days. Cook squinted. Admirals really were something else. Their experience and persistence were unmatched. But the 5 minutes were up. Cook stood up slowly. Well, since you can't seem to break it, we'll be on our way. You think you can just leave? It's only an invincible defense. If I block your path, you can't get away, Akainu said, stepping in front of the Radiant Eclipse. Cook chuckled. Akainu's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that something was off. He watched as Cook unsheathed his sword and, in one fluid motion, swung it down toward him. A sharp blade of energy came crashing toward Akainu. But instead of dodging, Akainu grinned. Got you. The moment you attack me, your defense will disappear. Akainu's eyes lit up. He believed that no defense could work both ways. If Cook could attack from inside, then the barrier must drop, leaving him vulnerable. He chose to take the hit head-on, preparing for a counterattack. Slash. The energy blade cut across Akainu's face, drawing a line of blood and slicing off part of his ear. He froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. His fist, raised for a counter, was once again blocked by the invisible barrier. Akainu's mind went blank. Why? Akainu spat out blood, staring at the ship in disbelief. How can you attack from inside, but I can't hit you from outside? This isn't fair. Chapter 26, Sengoku, Akainu, are you messing with me? Akainu was seriously starting to doubt reality. He had timed it perfectly. The moment the sword energy hit him, he retaliated. If the sword energy could pass through the ship's barrier, why couldn't his fist? This defied logic. Keep blocking if you dare. Cook and Giant launched attacks simultaneously, targeting Akainu and Tokakake, who were standing outside the ship. Both men quickly dodged. As Akainu dodged, he caught sight of a small girl, Koala, on the ship. She was holding a toy gun, pointing it at him, making rapid bang-bang-bang sounds. His mind snapped. Gritting his teeth, Akainu continued to evade Cook's attacks while relentlessly attempting to breach the Radiant Eclipse's defenses. His mindset had gone from confident to shocked, and now, He was questioning his entire existence. All in a matter of minutes, his psyche had been toyed with. Jet wind blast. The ship's rear exhaust ports gathered energy, using up all of the cola reserves on board. With a blast, the radiant eclipse launched into the sky, soaring several kilometers away before crashing into the distant ocean with a massive splash. The ship sailed gracefully on the water, drifting away without looking back. Okainu stood frozen like a stunned chicken. Why? Just. Why? Tokacake stood, completely dejected. Everything had gone according to plan. So why had the result turned out so completely different? Admiral Sakazuki, what do we do now? Okainu's eyes were lifeless. It was as if his soul had been ripped from him. After several attempts to call his name, Tokacake finally saw a flicker of awareness return to Okainu's eyes, though it was more of a dazed confusion. A most amusing scene indeed. I didn't expect such a unique ability. It seems like the Navy will have a hard time dealing with the Sun and Moon pirates in the future, said Bartholomew Klima with a rare smile. He sensed the murderous glares from Okainu and Tokacake but remained unfazed. Instead of glaring at me, you should be thinking about how you're going to explain this mess. You lost the devil fruit and let the targets escape. TSK, Klima said, almost sounding sympathetic. You guys are in serious trouble. Okainu's face twitched. Tokacake's expression was one of utter despair. Before they had set off, they had made solemn promises and signed off on military orders. I can't wait to see how tomorrow's newspapers report this, Klima added, metaphorically pouring salt into their wounds. Before Okainu could explode in rage, Klima disappeared in an instant. Og! Echoed Okainu and Tokacake's screams of fury and frustration across the island. The battle is over? The Sun and Moon pirates just left without a scratch? Does that mean the Admiral lost? Reporters on their ship peered through their binoculars, desperately trying to make out what had just happened on the island. They were too far away to see the full events clearly, but they had witnessed Cook and his crew leaving casually, and shortly afterward, Okainu's enraged screams echoed from the island. It didn't sound good. Could it be? The reporters exchanged glances, coming to the same conclusion. Cook must have defeated Okainu and seriously injured him. That must be why he screamed in pain. The Navy's strongest combat force has been beaten. This is big news. We have to get this to headquarters immediately for publication. They excitedly began drafting headlines and stories, their imaginations running wild. On the island, after venting their frustration, Okainu and Tokacake trudged miserably toward the shoreline. Neither had ever experienced a defeat quite like this. What were we even doing? We failed to catch the enemy and even handed them a perfect devil fruit, Tokacake muttered, clutching his head in anguish. He glanced at his severed arm, now a permanent reminder of his failure. The despair threatened to overwhelm him. Okainu wasn't faring much better. Even with all his strength, he had accomplished nothing. The humiliation was worse than being physically defeated. It gnawed at him. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang. Both men froze, their bodies tensing instinctively. Tokacake gulped in fear, his trembling hand reaching for the transponder. Admiral Sakazuki, it's from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he whispered nervously. There was no doubt what the call was about. It was to ask about the mission. What were they supposed to say? There would be consequences. With a stiff expression, Okainu had no choice but to answer the call. Sakazuki, is the battle over? How did it go? Did you succeed? If Cook isn't dead, make sure to bring him back to Mary Ijo's. We can't let him die too easily. And don't forget. The mythical zone devil fruit. Make sure it's kept safe and immediately delivered back here. Sengoku's voice came through the transponder snail, calm and relaxed. He had a cup of tea in one hand while holding the snail with the other. Since they had picked up the call, the mission must have been completed. But the other end of the line remained silent for a long time. All Sengoku could hear was heavy breathing, as though someone was trying to contain something. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The mission failed. Good, just hurry back then, before anything unexpected. Wait, what? The mission failed? Sengoku shot to his feet, his face twitching. What happened? Did Cook get away? Okainu stayed silent. Sengoku's expression darkened dangerously. The Navy and the world government had worked together to create this elaborate plan, spending half a month preparing, only for Cook to escape? Was it all for nothing? What on earth were you doing? Sengoku roared. You can't let him escape. Go after him now. And make sure that devil fruit is secured. Okainu remained silent. They're already gone, and the devil fruit was taken, he finally said. Sengoku. What's wrong? The door to Sengoku's office opened, and one of the 5 elders stepped inside. Sengoku froze. What was he supposed to do? What could he say? Okainu, you're messing with me, aren't you? Chapter 27, The 5 elders with big ambitions but lacking skills far off in the sky. Doflamingo, who had already flown away, hovered in midair. He was in a call with Kaido, the Beast King from the New World. After hearing what had transpired, Kaido cursed under his breath, irritated. What a shame. Such a good devil fruit, wasted, Kaido muttered, clearly upset over the lost opportunity. There's still hope. Jian was cornered by a Kanyu. She's most likely dead by now, and once she dies, the mythical zone phoenix fruit will reappear. Doflamingo tried to calm the furious Kaido. On the other end of the line, Doflamingo heard the loud gulps of Kaido downing alcohol. Joker, the moment that devil fruit reappears, you'd better find it immediately. Or else. You've seriously disappointed me this time. The infamous Doflamingo, feared across the seas, fell silent in the face of Kaido's rage. After Kaido hung up, Doflamingo sighed in frustration, then continued to drink. Kaido, still brooding, stared at the bounty posters laid out in front of him. His eyes lingered on Cook's poster for a moment, and a mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Trying to play the big game without the strength to back it up? You're asking for death. His gaze then drifted to Giant's bounty poster. If she manages to escape, that'd be ideal. Then I'd have a chance to recruit her into my crew. On Sabati Archipelago, due to its proximity to the Grand Line, they were the first to receive news from across the sea. Major newspapers had begun to report on Cook's appearance and his attempt to steal the devil fruit, along with the revelation that Admiral Akainu had arrived on the scene. Shaki, who had been reading the news, froze in disbelief. Why? Cook clearly knew it was a Navy trap. Why did he still go? Really, sitting nearby, frowned deeply. Cook's in trouble now. The might of Admiral Akainu was well known. And given how far away they were, there was no way they could offer help. He has to escape, Shaki murmured, worried for her captain. Really shook his head. Escaping from Akainu was no easy feat. In fact, it was nearly impossible. Across the seas, those who received the news all believed Cook was as good as dead. That sentiment spread quickly. But just hours later, a shocking reversal was published in the latest edition of the newspapers. He actually got away. Kaido, who had been drinking heavily, suddenly bolted upright, eyes wide with astonishment. Excited, he stood up. Good. That's great. He didn't care much about Cook's life. What really interested him was the mythical zone phoenix fruit. Lucky bastard, managing to escape from that mad dog Akainu, Kaido said, and immediately called for his subordinates. Spread the word. Let Jian know the beast's pirates will always welcome her. Rather than following a weakling like Cook, she'd be better off joining my crew, Kaido commanded. Queen, one of Kaido's top officers, blinked in surprise. Governor Kaido, do you think she'll come? The papers are saying Cook defeated Akainu, and he's at the height of his fame right now. If we put this message out, it might provoke the Sun and Moon pirates. Kaido scoffed. That kid defeated Akainu? What a joke. You really think I'd lose to a brat like that? Kaido wasn't afraid of provoking anyone. If she doesn't come, we'll just capture her once they enter the New World and force her to join us. Kaido chuckled, clearly in a good mood. As rumors of Cook's death spread across the seas, his followers had already started holding memorials in his honor. But the sudden turn of events had them cheering. He's alive? Those mourning Cook hurriedly doused their bonfires and put away the funeral offerings. Ha ha ha, the Navy and the world government have completely humiliated themselves. They lost both the devil fruit and their target. The Navy's practically handing over mythical zone fruits to Cook. What generosity. I'd love to see Akainu's face right about now. Honestly, in the last few decades, has the Navy and the world government ever embarrassed themselves as much as they have in these last 2 months? The pirates, in particular, couldn't stop laughing at the government's repeated blunders. Back at Mary Ijo's, Akainu and Tokakake trudged into the Holy Land with their heads hung low. The 5 elders and Sengoku had already heard the full story. But seeing the two returning in such a miserable state ignited an uncontrollable rage in the elders. Failures. One of the 5 elders roared. This was supposed to be guaranteed success. Where are they? Where is the devil fruit? How dare you even show your faces here? Tokakake's head was buried so low it was almost touching the ground. Akainu's face alternated between shades of red and pale white. Taking a deep breath, Akainu stepped forward and said, I accept full responsibility. I'm willing to accept any punishment, even demotion. There's no need to suggest it. You've already been demoted to Rear Admiral. If not for the fact that the Navy and the world government needed Akainu's strength, the 5 elders would have thrown him into Impel Down without a second thought. Rear Admiral? Akainu's lips twitched. He couldn't even form words. After spending decades rising to the rank of Admiral, it was all undone in a matter of months. Sengoku remained silent, not daring to speak up on Akainu's behalf. He himself had been reprimanded by the five elders countless times in recent weeks. The Navy had become the laughingstock of the seas. Why aren't any of you speaking? Now what? The world government has become a joke. And Kook? How are we supposed to catch him? The five elders shouted in frustration. Sengoku, his back straight, answered, "It will be much harder now. Giant has gained the powers of a mythical zone, and Kook has grown even stronger. He also has that mysterious defense ability. The Sun and Moon pirates are rapidly gaining momentum. Taking them down won't be easy, and it won't happen quickly." Even as the five elders' expressions darkened further, Sengoku knew he had to tell the truth. Their best chance was already gone. The difficulty of capturing Kook had now doubled. If we allow them to keep growing, they'll become more dangerous than any pirate crew on the seas, one of the elders muttered, rubbing his temples at the thought of Kook's potential. Kook, combined with Giant, would be an unstoppable force. Each of them was destined to become a future emperor of the sea. Two emperors on one ship. It was a nightmare scenario. Sengoku remained silent. There was nothing more to say. "Let's wait and see if Kook reveals any weaknesses," Sengoku suggested, advising caution. "Without a solid plan, it's better not to act. We can't afford another failure." But the five elders were too impatient for that. "We have a solution." Sengoku shuddered internally. Not again. Their track record was already bad enough, but their arrogance never seemed to wane. Chapter 28. After losing the fruit, the five elders now planned to send a woman Sengoku, Okainu, and the others stared at the five elders in confusion. They just failed, didn't they? Are they going to try again? Another failure would mean the world government and the Navy would have no face left to show. Sengoku really wanted to remind the five elders, if you're not good at it, maybe don't get overconfident. Sengoku thought the five elders would try the same strategy, lure him out again, and this time send 2 admirals, maybe even 3? The faces of the five elders darkened. Okainu's expression soured as well. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were standing nearby, glanced around nervously. They really didn't want to be involved in another embarrassing mission like this. One glance at Okainu's constipated expression told them all they needed to know. This situation with Kook was downright cursed, and no one involved with him ever came out of it well. Moreover, based on Okainu's detailed recount of events, it was clear that both Kook and Giant were nearly impossible to capture quickly. And with the addition of their pirate ship's unbeatable defense, there was no easy way to get to them. It might be better to just let this go. Lure him again? Do you think the world government has an endless supply of perfect devil fruits? One of the five elders snapped at Sengoku. Just thinking about losing the mythical zone phoenix fruit made them want to vomit blood. What's the plan, then? Sengoku chuckled awkwardly. We will infiltrate the Sun and Moon pirates, gather intelligence, and wait for the perfect moment to strike. We'll hit them from the inside when they least expect it, one of the five elders said in a low voice. The senior Navy officers narrowed their eyes slightly. This wasn't an unheard-of plan. The Navy and world government had used it many times before. Many pirate crews had spies within them from either the Navy or the world government. Infiltrating with undercover agents wasn't a groundbreaking strategy, but it was effective. In the past, this method had led to the downfall of many powerful groups. A solid plan, Sengoku agreed, nodding in approval. Though the world government and Navy were powerful, many forces at sea couldn't be taken down in one blow. Rather than risking immense losses to wipe them out in one go, it was often more effective to plant spies and wait for the enemy to expose their weaknesses, at which point the Navy could swoop in and finish the job. So, who will we send? Sengoku asked, looking toward the five elders. The five elders furrowed their brows in thought. What is the Sun and Moon Pirates recruitment standard? One of the five elders asked. The Sun and Moon Pirates were different from Kaido's crew or Big Mom's crew. They were newly formed and had few members. Without a fixed base, infiltrating them would be more challenging, and the selection of the spy had to be perfect. Currently, the Sun and Moon Pirates consist of Captain Kook, Giant, the 3 Boa sisters, and a recently introduced young girl. That's their entire crew so far, Sengoku said, pointing to their photos. We don't know the full criteria for their recruitment, but in nearly 2 months, their crew has only grown by a few members. They seem to be taking an elite-focused approach, like red-haired Shanks. One ship is their entire force, and all their core members are women. Women? The five elders quickly ran through a mental list of the world government's elite agents, especially female ones. To infiltrate the Sun and Moon Pirates, we need someone who meets several criteria. She must be a woman, not too weak, have significant experience, and have an established identity in the world, Sengoku analyzed for the elders. Especially that last point. If they sent in an agent with no history or public identity, she would instantly raise suspicion in such a small crew. Perhaps the Navy should handle this. Cook used to be in the Navy's boot camp, and thanks to his looks, he was pretty popular among the female recruits, Sengoku suggested. For example, agents like Tashiki or Hina might have a chance, as they seem to have a decent relationship with Cook during their time in the camp. Their chances of infiltrating the crew were fairly high. What if the female agents defect, just like Jian? One of the 5 elders asked sharply. Sengoku froze. That was a valid concern. He couldn't guarantee that wouldn't happen. Looking again at Cook's picture, Sengoku knew that while appearance didn't matter much to him personally, to many women, Cook was practically an irresistible force. On top of that, his exploits had made him a romantic figure in the eyes of many princesses and queens across various kingdoms. Humphrey. The 5 elders, increasingly dissatisfied with the Navy, were clearly not impressed. We won't be leaving this to the Navy. We already have someone in mind, one of the elders declared. After their series of failures, the 5 elders had lost confidence in the Navy's abilities. Who is it? Sengoku asked, curious. You don't need to know, the elder replied curtly, dismissing the Navy officers from the room. Once the naval leaders had left, the 5 elders pulled out a dossier. Opening it, they examined the contents. Is there anyone more suited for infiltrating the Sun and Moon pirates than her? The dossier contained a photo of a stunningly beautiful woman, graceful in demeanor. Her name was Starsea. The file detailed her dual identity, secretly a member of Cypher Pol Zero agent, but publicly known as the Queen of the Pleasure District and one of the Emperors of the Underworld. Currently, she was on assignment, working closely with the Big Mom pirates, monitoring their every move. She's the perfect choice, the 5 elders agreed. No one else could possibly match her qualifications. But Starsea has already gained Big Mom's trust. If we pull her out to infiltrate the Sun and Moon pirates, won't all the effort we've invested in Big Mom be wasted? It doesn't matter. The Big Mom pirates are strong now, but in the future, the Sun and Moon pirates will be far more dangerous. The name Sun and Moon suggests they have ambitions as large as the world itself. Then let's get Starsea ready to make her move. She'll infiltrate the Sun and Moon pirates as soon as possible. Chapter 29, Volcanic Island in the New World. Starsea, the Queen of the Pleasure District, sat elegantly in her chair, casually applying nail polish. What an interesting person, she murmured, gazing at the photo of Cook. I bet the 5 elders are having headaches over him again. Dring. 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 A secure and encrypted call came through a special dendenmushi. Stassea's eyes widened, and she immediately dismissed all of her subordinates from the room. Starsea, we have a new mission for you. Infiltrate the Sun and Moon pirates. Your task is to gather intelligence on them, hide your identity, and wait for the right opportunity, came the direct order from the 5 elders. Stassea's expression slowly stiffened. This mission? But, 5 elders, I've already gained Big Mom's trust. If I leave now, all my hard work will be wasted, Starsea replied with a hint of frustration. Years of effort, all gone with a single order. The Sun and Moon pirates are more important than the Big Mom pirates. Stassea's mouth dropped slightly in surprise. In the eyes of the 5 elders, the Sun and Moon pirates held more weight than the entire Big Mom crew. Starsea knew very well how powerful the Big Mom pirates were. They were terrifyingly strong. Charlotte Linland was the most powerful woman in the world, and her children were all incredibly formidable. The entire crew numbered in the thousands, with influence spread over dozens of islands. To compare that crew with the Sun and Moon pirates? To Starsea, the Sun and Moon pirates were nothing more than Cook and Jian. How could 2 people be more important than the entire Big Mom pirates? Starsea couldn't understand. If I leave now, not only will all my efforts be in vain, but Charlotte Linland's tea party next month, which she personally invited me to, will be ruined. If I don't go, I'll offend her, and there will be no more chances to get close to her in the future. Your only concern is to carry out the mission. Begin at once and infiltrate the Sun and Moon pirates as quickly as possible. The 5 elders' orders left no room for debate. Without caring about Stassea's objections, they ended the call. Starsea stared at Cook's photo for a moment before breaking into a smile. Little brother. Big sister might just eat you up. She tucked away the dendenmushi and immediately summoned the leaders of the Pleasure District. The next day, Starsea set sail. Leaving the New World, she had no clue where the Sun and Moon pirates currently were. However, she speculated that they were likely still in the first half of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, on the Radiant Eclipse, Cook and his crew were now sailing in the early seas of the Grand Line near Jaya Island. The knock-up stream won't appear until after May, Cook noted after gathering information. He didn't linger long. His goal was to guide the ship to Skypia. The main objective was to obtain the Rumble fruit, which Eno likely had not yet acquired. In order to become stronger, Cook not only wanted to gather new crew members but also wanted to boost the strength of his existing ones. Take Jian for instance. After acquiring the mythical zone Phoenix Fruit, her strength shot up by more than 50,000 points. In less than a month, she had grown by another 10,000 points. Her current battle power stood at 221,035. A powerful fruit could lead to an extraordinary increase in strength. The Rumble fruit was said to be the strongest of all devil fruits. Naturally, Cook wanted to get his hands on it. In addition to the Rumble fruit, there's also another perfect fruit I know the location of, Cook said, referring to the mythical zone vampire fruit, which was located in the New World. I need to hurry and get my hands on a supreme grade sword like Ace, and I have to recruit more crew members too. There were still too few people on the ship. Finding strong female fighters was a challenge since there weren't many options available. Most were already part of other forces, many in the New World. Let's go, Cook ordered. The Radiant Eclipse set sail toward Reverse Mountain once again. The Sun and Moon Pirates, Captain, Cook, Bounty, 800 million, Vice Captain, Giant, Phoenix Mythical Zone, Battle Power, 221,035, Bounty, 750 million, Quartermaster, Boa Hancock, Love Fruit, Battle Power, 28,963, Bounty, 140 million, Helmsman, Boa Sandersonia, Boa Constrictor Zone, Battle Power, 4,365, Bounty, 33 million, Crew, Boa Marigold, Cobra Zone, Battle Power, 4,023, Bounty, 30 million, Intelligence Officer, Shaki, Battle Power, 60,893, Bounty, over 500 million, Apprentice, Koala, Battle Power, 56, Bounty, 100 Belly. The bounties had risen sharply, and the crew's strength had also increased. In particular, Giant's power had skyrocketed. As for Hancock and her sisters, their training in hockey had led to rapid improvement. Hancock's strength was growing at an especially fast rate. Cook's own battle power had reached around 280,000. Current achievement points, 145,360. Achievement reward, Ship Spirit, granting the pirate ship 1 hour of invincibility per day. The next reward, unlocked at 200,000 achievement points, was something Cook had long anticipated. Each crew member would be granted 1 resurrection per month. Though Cook had known about this for a while, seeing the reward in writing made his breath quicken. I need to increase my achievement points as soon as possible to get that resurrection ability. Cook couldn't help but feel grateful toward KNU and the world government. They had been so generous. Not only had they delivered him a devil fruit, but they had also helped him accumulate so many achievement points. The Radiant Eclipse continued sailing along a more remote route. Each day brought them closer to Reverse Mountain, the entry point to the Grand Line. 3 days later, a mist-shrouded, uninhabited volcanic island appeared on the horizon. That's an active volcanic island, Giant reported, peering through her binoculars. Cook, should we stop to rest? We could replenish our fresh meat and water supplies. Cook nodded. All right. Cook, I see someone on the volcano, Giant said. Cook looked up quickly. The distance was too far for him to sense anything with observation hockey, but he could faintly make out 2 figures atop the towering volcano. A gleam appeared in Cook's eyes. Looks like we might be able to recruit another crew member. The Radiant Eclipse sped up, heading swiftly toward the volcanic island. Chapter 30, the 7th crew member. The ship docked. The entire crew disembarked, quickly making their way up the towering volcano. At the summit, 2 giants were sitting around the crater, cooking food. The delicious aroma filled the sky. Cook couldn't help but twitch his lips as his stomach growled. He was hungry. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. Even though he had made a name for himself on the high seas and humiliated both the world government and the Navy, since setting sail, Cook had not eaten a single good meal. There were only a few people on the Radiant Eclipse, and none of them were proper chefs. In an effort to ensure Cook ate well, Boa Hancock had been trying to learn to cook. Unfortunately, she had no talent for it and had nearly burned down the Radiant Eclipse several times. Giant's cooking was at best edible. Cook himself wasn't much better. And Koala was still too young. Every day, they just made do with whatever they had. Now, suddenly, the smell of delicious food wafting through the air made Cook's appetite surge. I heard you're hungry. Please, have some, said one of the giants, Pansfry, who was using the volcano's heat to cook food. He generously handed over a serving. Beside him was his daughter, Lillian's stomach, who had eaten the mini fruit. Dad, I think there, Lily muttered while handling some ingredients, glancing at Cook. She tilted her head, trying to remember where she had seen him before. Then, her eyes widened with realization, and she slapped her forehead, smearing some leaves onto it in the process. I remember now. You're the ones who've been all over the newspapers recently. Her eyes sparkled as she suddenly became Fang-Erlish. With boundless enthusiasm, she added, please, have a seat. More food is coming right up. Cook didn't hesitate and sat down with the rest of his crew. As they ate, they couldn't help but marvel at how good the food was. Not only was it better than anything they had eaten in the past few days, but it was also better than anything Cook had ever tasted even during his time in the Navy. It made Cook realize how desperately he needed a chef. Preferably a female one. As he devoured the food, Cook casually chatted with Lily in stomach. Watching her skillfully handle the food, Cook was convinced her culinary talents were extraordinary. "Where are you two headed?" Cook asked between bites. Pansfry replied, "Oh, we're just traveling freely across the seas, feeding hungry travelers and searching for our friends who left home a long time ago." Cook thought for a moment before asking, "Do you know the giants, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brogy?" Pansfry froze, his giant face coming closer as he set down the massive iron pot. "You're talking about the Great Dory and Brogy? You've seen them. Do you know where they are?" "They've been gone for nearly 100 years. "Yes, I know where they are. They're on Little Garden. Could you take us to them?" Pansfry asked eagerly. Cook nodded. It was on the way anyway. Pansfry became even more hospitable, cooking up an even greater feast. Cook ate his fill, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Soon after, two ships set sail. One led by the Radiant Eclipse, the other trailing behind was Pansfry's vessel. On board the Radiant Eclipse, Lillian's stomach had come aboard as a guest, shrinking down to human size using her mini fruit ability. Despite being a giant, she now stood at a regular height and had quickly bonded with the crew, especially with Koala and Hancock's sisters. "Is that the mini fruit?" Giant commented, raising an eyebrow. "That's probably the best devil fruit a giant could get." Giants were known across the seas for their immense strength. Many powerful figures across the world held those connected to giants in high regard. But giants had their weaknesses. Their great strength came with a trade-off: they were often slow and cumbersome. Against powerful enemies, they became easy targets, making it rare for any giant to rise to the level of a top-tier fighter. However, with the mini fruit, Lillian's stomach had eliminated the giant's main disadvantage. Her potential was far greater than that of other giants. "Are you thinking of recruiting her?" Giant asked, noticing Cook's interest. "We'll see," Cook replied. He wasn't in a hurry to invite her yet. There were still a few days before they reached Little Garden. During those few days, Lily spent most of her time aboard the Radiant Eclipse. She got along especially well with Hancock's sisters, forming fast friendships and having a lot of fun with them. Meanwhile, with Pansfry around, Cook and his crew were eating well every day and enjoying themselves. Soon enough, they arrived at Little Garden, marking their approach to the exit of the Grand Line. "Dory. Brogy. It's really you!" Pansfry shouted excitedly upon spotting the two giants on the island, rushing toward them with tears of joy. After a boisterous reunion with lots of hearty laughter, Cook, who had brought Pansfry to the island, gained the friendship of the two giant warriors. Giants were straightforward and loyal by nature, and once you earned their trust, they were allies for life. After some time, Pansfry regretfully approached Cook. "Cook, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to continue traveling with you. I plan to stay here for a few years with Dory and Brogy." "That's your choice," Cook smiled. He then turned his gaze to Lily. "What? Years?" Lily pouted. A few years might not seem long to a giant, but for the restless and adventurous Lily, the thought of staying on an uninhabited island for years was unbearable. "Lily, why don't you come travel with us instead?" Cook suggested. "Join our crew." "Yes, come with us." Hancock's sisters, who had grown attached to Lily, pleaded. The two sisters looked at Cook with hopeful eyes. "Captain, can she join us?" "Can I really?" Lily asked, her excitement bubbling over as she looked to Cook for confirmation, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Of course. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome," Cook replied with a grin. "Yay!" Lily leaped into the air, hugging Hancock's sisters as they all squealed in excitement. Her father, Pansfry, smiled approvingly. "Go on, Lily. Travel with Cook and see the world." And just like that, the Radiant Eclipse gained a new member. The seventh official crew member, Lillian Stomach, giant with the mini fruit. Her battle power, 10,236. Cook's total battle power increased by another 10,000 points, nearing the 300,000 mark. At the same time, Cook received two new attributes, +5 to Constitution +10 centimeters in height. Giants have incredible constitutions, so I gained some of their strength, and the mini fruit's ability to alter size caused my height to increase too, Cook observed. His total constitution stat now stood at 55. His height, 2.41 meters +10 centimeters equals 2.51 meters. Thankfully, the height increase was gradual over the next month, so it wouldn't be noticeable to Giant and the others. Chapter 31, Windmill Village, Too bad Luffy isn't a girl. The radiant eclipse surged down Reverse Mountain, flowing like a waterfall and crashing into the calm sea below. A huge splash erupted as they settled into the peaceful waters. So, this is the East Blue? Hancock murmured as she stepped out onto the deck, her mind typically focused on training or on how to best serve Cook. Today, she allowed herself to relax for once. Stretching lazily, the female crew members followed her lead. With Cook being the only man on the ship, they paid little mind to decorum, their attire as relaxed as their movements. Arriving in the East Blue, the crew, usually on high alert, finally allowed themselves to unwind. The East Blue was renowned as the most peaceful and stable of all the seas. Even the most notorious pirates here barely held a candle to the weakest of the Grand Line. Anyone aboard the Radiant Eclipse, even Koala, the least experienced, could easily become the dominant pirate of the East Blue. Hancock's sisters, too, would be unmatched rulers here. I wonder if there are any promising potential crewmates in the East Blue, Cook mused, reflecting on the original story. Oh no, it's already noon, and we've run out of the food Dad prepared. We'll need to cook something soon, Lillian's Tomek exclaimed, suddenly remembering their situation. Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward her. Hopeful eyes. With a confident nod, Lily headed for the kitchen. She deftly prepared the ingredients, each one sliced perfectly, with an expert's touch. Everything was laid out neatly and ready to go. Her performance filled everyone with anticipation. Even if her skills were only half as good as her father's, Lily would easily outshine many famous chefs across the seas. With everything prepped, she looked back at the crew, her hopeful eyes twinkling. So, who knows how to actually cook? What? The silence was deafening as the crew stared back at her, completely taken aback. Awkwardly, Lily scratched the back of her head. I'm really good at preparing the food, but Dad always did the cooking. I never actually learned how. Her voice trailed off as her head drooped in embarrassment. The deck of the Radiant Eclipse fell into a long, uncomfortable silence. And so, the crew continued their days of barely edible meals, just getting by as they had before. After a while, following the life card that Rayleigh had given them to find Gibbon, the Radiant Eclipse sailed steadily through the East Blue, nearing their destination. It must be that island over there, Giant said, squinting as she looked out at a massive landmass in the distance. The island's sheer size was extraordinary, a rare sight among the seas. With an island this huge, it must be one of the most famous in the East Blue, Giant added, checking their map, though the life card made it difficult to confirm the island's name right away. The only person worth noting in the East Blue is Garp, Cook said. I asked Shaki about him recently. He hasn't left the Grand Line. With no sign of Garp, Cook had little to worry about in this sea. As the Radiant Eclipse approached the gigantic island, the crew began to make out the outlines of a village along the shore, with plumes of smoke rising from chimneys. There were people living on this island. Suddenly, Cook, Giant, and Hancock all turned their attention to the sea. Hancock had also mastered the basics of observation hockey. The three of them sensed it at the same time. They calmly watched as the surface of the water rippled, and a massive shadow appeared beneath the waves. The sea began to churn, and from the depths emerged a colossal sea king, its jaws wide open as it prepared to swallow the Radiant Eclipse whole. I wonder if it's good to eat, Cook mused, eyeing the creature and considering which parts might be the tastiest. But then he remembered. They still didn't have a proper chef. His daydreams shattered. No matter how good the ingredient, without a skilled cook, it would just be wasted. The Sea King let out a deafening roar, lunging forward with its jaws wide open, ready to devour the ship. Cook raised his hand, and with a flick of his finger, he tapped the Sea King's forehead. With a deafening boom, the enormous beast was sent flying like a comet, crashing into the sea hundreds of meters away. The ocean erupted into a geyser of water and blood. A young boy on the shore witnessed the entire scene. He had been yelling, "I'm gonna be the king of the pie." Huh? The boy, Luffy, stood frozen in place, staring at the sea in shock. The giant Sea King, the creature that had haunted his nightmares countless times, had been flicked away like a toy. Blood stained the water, and its lifeless body floated in the waves. It was dead. Luffy. Stop yelling about becoming the king of the pirates or Garp is going to come back and thrash you, the village elder scolded, tapping Luffy on the head with his cane. What's gotten into you? Why are you standing there like that? After flicking away the Sea King, Cook noticed Luffy standing on the shore. He studied the boy, his gaze lingering on the straw hat. No wonder the Sea King had felt familiar. This was Windmill Village. Cook, do you know that boy? Giant asked, noticing that Cook was acting a bit differently than usual. Her eyes shifted toward Luffy as well. Is he a devil fruit user? Luffy, his jaw literally dropped to the ground. Thanks to his rubbery powers. Gaped in awe at the scene. He's a Paramsha-type user of the Gamu Gamu no Mi, Cook explained, observing Luffy's reaction with amusement. Isn't the East Blue supposed to have very few devil fruit users? And now a random village kid has powers. Giant grew more cautious, not wanting to underestimate the situation. He's no ordinary kid, Cook replied, intrigued. This was the original story's protagonist, but right now, he was just a brat with big dreams. A thought crossed Cook's mind, too bad he wasn't a girl. He would have taken Luffy with him right then and there. He had no doubt the boy would grow into a formidable force in the future. Chapter 32, Cook takes a liking to Makino Yu. You guys are pirates too, right? Luffy's eyes sparkled as he eagerly approached Cook and his crew, who had just stepped ashore. You must be really strong. Shanks couldn't even handle that monster, but you guys took care of it in one hit. Oh, and I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become king of the pirates. True to his nature, Luffy was completely fearless. He bounced around energetically like a monkey, always curious and full of energy. Cook, however, showed no interest. While Luffy's future held great promise, for now, he was just a kid. To Cook, the boy wasn't worth his attention yet. Monkey D. Giant raised an eyebrow, glancing at Luffy. The same surname as Vice Admiral Garp, and he's one of the D. family. But clearly, his head isn't screwed on quite right. Seeing Cook's lack of interest, Giant also shifted her gaze away from the young boy. So, Gavan is hiding on this island? Cook looked up at the tranquil village of Windmill Village. There weren't many villagers around, and none of them seemed frightened by Cook's arrival. Instead, they looked on with curiosity. I've seen him before, in the papers, I think, one villager said. Me too, another chimed in. Windmill Village, being in the East Blue, was quite removed from the chaos of the Grand Line, so the villagers weren't accustomed to keeping up with such events. It took them a moment to recognize Cook. Is he famous? Luffy asked, having been ignored by Cook, now turning to the villagers for answers. Let me check, one of the villagers said, running into his home and returning with a stack of newspapers. He flipped through them until he found the one he was looking for. Soon, the village was abuzz. He's a big deal, a villager exclaimed. Windmill Village has really been visited by someone important. But why would someone like him come here? The villagers gathered around, holding up the newspaper and comparing the image to Cook, their breathing growing heavier with excitement. Let me see, let me see. Luffy whined, jumping up and down, trying to get a peek. Tell me, who is he? Is he a pirate? Is he stronger than Shanks? Luffy's voice was loud and full of questions. You mean Shanks, who just left a couple of days ago? The villagers remembered the red-haired pirates, who had been in the village recently, causing a stir with some local bandits. I'm not sure. Shanks is pretty famous, but this guy. The villager looked back at the paper, shaking his head. What he did? Shanks can't compare. The villager's eyes gleamed with admiration. Is he the Pirate King? Luffy's eyes lit up, brimming with excitement. I don't think even the Pirate King could pull off something like that. Yeah, I agree, another villager nodded. While the villagers weren't particularly focused on who might be the Pirate King, they held deep admiration for Cook. The man who invaded the Holy Land and humiliated the Celestial Dragons, something no one had ever done before. The Pirate King can't do that? Luffy was baffled. Wasn't the Pirate King supposed to be the greatest pirate in the world? His eyes locked onto Cook's back as the pirate walked further into the village, heading straight for the village's only tavern. Curiosity getting the better of him, Luffy followed close behind. Welcome, came a soft, melodic voice from behind the tavern's counter. A beautiful woman with deep green, short hair tied with a headscarf greeted Cook and his crew with a gentle smile. It was Makino, the tavern's owner. Did something happen here recently? Giant asked, ever observant, noticing some signs of damage around the bar. The village seemed peaceful enough, but perhaps there was more than met the eye. Makino smiled wryly. There was a bit of trouble the day before yesterday, but it's all settled now. You must be guests from the Grand Line, right? She looked at Cook with intrigue. Running a tavern meant Makino had access to more news than most, and she had already recognized Cook's identity. Unlike how she treated the other customers, she served Cook and his crew with extra warmth and care. I can smell something delicious. You must be the chef, right? Lily's nose twitched as she caught the scent wafting from the kitchen, her eyes lighting up. The aroma rivaled even her father's cooking skills. You're in luck, Makino said with a smile. I've just made a stew with venison. Would you like to try some? Yes, please. Lily exclaimed. The food smells amazing, and Makino's cooking wasn't really mentioned in the original story, Cook thought to himself, savoring the perfectly tender venison. The flavors were rich and balanced. Through the kitchen doorway, he could see Makino working with grace, moving efficiently as she cooked. Not only was her food amazing, but she also seemed skilled in a variety of dishes. I also make my own wine. Would you like some to go with your meal? Makino asked softly, bringing over a dish of appetizers. She even made her own wine. After finishing the meal, Cook leaned back in his chair, satisfied and relaxed. He watched Makino clean up the table. An idea began to form in his mind. He wanted to take her with him. Right now, what the Radiant Eclipse needed most wasn't a navigator, a doctor, or even a sniper. What they needed was a chef. With their current strength and the ship's 1-hour daily invulnerability, the storms and dangerous weather of the sea posed little threat to them. For now, the only role a navigator would play would be in guiding them to Skypia. As for a doctor, most of the women on board had strong constitutions, rarely falling ill. A doctor wasn't an immediate concern. But a chef? Everyone needed to eat, every day. Without good food, even the strongest crew would lose energy. However, persuading Makino might be a challenge. She was a woman, meeting the requirement for joining his crew. But she was also an ordinary person, content with a peaceful life. Wasting one of his limited 100 crew spots just for good food was worth it in Cook's eyes. But forcing her to leave, just for the sake of feeding them, didn't sit right with him. He couldn't just drag her aboard and make her cook. Cook fell into deep thought. His silence caught Hancock's attention. She glanced from Cook to the gentle Makino. Meanwhile, far across the same island, on a remote shore, a small wooden house stood near the beach, with a vast forest sprawling behind it. A massive ship with a dragon's head docked nearby. Skapergaben. I'm here to see you again. I've brought some good friends, and they want to try their luck at claiming the ace, Shanks called out, even before stepping off his ship. Chapter 33, Chef Makino joins the crew. Everyone, take a few hours to rest, gather supplies from the village, and then we'll set sail again, Cook announced, giving his crew some free time. Before officially inviting Makino, Cook wanted to get to know her better. The original story provided very little information about her. So, he wandered around the village, speaking with the locals and learning more about Makino's life. Meanwhile, back at the tavern, Makino was diligently washing dishes and cleaning up. She kept the place tidy and running smoothly all on her own. Can I help you with something? She asked kindly, wiping her wet hands on her apron as she smiled at the figure who had just entered. It was Hancock. Hancock bit her lower lip, hesitating for a moment before bowing deeply, to Makino's surprise. Would you consider joining us on our journey? Hancock asked, her voice soft, yet filled with sincerity. This was the first time Hancock had ever bowed to anyone other than Cook. What? Makino gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Why would you want me? I'm not a pirate. I don't have any strength. I'd just be a burden. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Because Cook loves the food you cook, and we don't have a chef on our ship, Hancock explained, her tone tinged with disappointment as she admitted her own struggles with cooking. She wanted to take care of Cook, but cooking was something she just couldn't master. Cook didn't seem to mind, but Hancock couldn't stand the thought of him not eating well. This. Makino frowned slightly, clearly conflicted. She had never considered leaving her home down. But seeing Hancock's sincerity, she found it hard to outright refuse. For Cook's sake, I must bring you aboard our ship, Hancock said, her expression apologetic as she took a step forward, ready to grab Makino's hand. Makino, like a startled rabbit, quickly stepped back. Hancock. A firm voice called out from the door. Jian, the ship's vice captain, stepped into the kitchen. You can't force her like this. Cook wouldn't be happy if he knew. She's not a pirate, and we can't just make her come. But Hancock still seemed reluctant to give up. Jian gave Hancock a pointed look, silently signaling her to leave. She had already frightened Makino enough. After Hancock left, Jian turned to Makino with a soft smile. I'm sorry for Hancock's behavior. Please forgive her. It's all right, Makino replied, waving it off with a smile of her own. She was only looking out for your captain. In a way, I admire her. She's the same age as me, yet she's already sailing across the seas, chasing her dreams. Jian paused for a moment, thinking carefully before speaking again. We'll be staying near this island for a little while. Could you act as our chef during that time? You wouldn't need to leave your home, and we'll make sure to compensate you generously. Makino's eyes lit up with interest. She wouldn't have to leave the island, and the idea of cooking for pirates, especially ones as famous as the Radiant Eclipse crew, sparked a sense of curiosity and excitement in her. She had always been fascinated by the sea and the stories it held. She nodded in agreement. And while we're here, would you mind teaching me some cooking skills? Jian added, choosing a different approach. Of course. Makino said eagerly, though a bit worried. But will your captain agree? I can only cook and clean. Outside the tavern. You little brat, I've had enough of you sneaking around. Boa Sandersonia, throw him into the sea, Hancock ordered, still in a sour mood, glaring at Luffy, who had been spying from the doorway. Ah! So scary. Luffy shrieked, bolting away as fast as his legs could carry him. By the time Cook returned from the village, he had learned all there was to know about Makino. The villagers spoke highly of her, praising her for her kindness, generosity, and gentle nature. Now it's time to extend the invitation, Cook thought, wondering if she'd accept. He entered the tavern, where his crew was already gathered. What's going on? Cook asked, sensing the tension. Captain Cook, I invited Makino to be our chef while we're on this island, Giant explained quietly. But you have the final say. No matter how close she was to Cook, Giant always respected his authority as the captain. She knew it was ultimately his decision, and she expected everyone to follow his lead. Makino, who was polishing glasses at the bar, seemed calm, but her ears were clearly tuned into the conversation. In truth, she was anxious, her heart racing as she waited to hear Cook's response. Would he agree? She found herself looking forward to the idea of traveling with the Radiant Eclipse crew, even if it was just for a short time. It would certainly be a once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Cook raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the situation. He hadn't even needed to do anything, and it seemed like things were already falling into place. Although it was a temporary arrangement, he felt confident that he could turn it into something more permanent. Of course, I'd be happy to have you with us, Cook said, smiling warmly at Makino. News of Makino joining the crew spread quickly through the small village. Several villagers stopped by the tavern to say goodbye and wish her well. Luffy showed up too, though he made sure to keep his distance from Hancock. Makino, are you really becoming a pirate? Are you going to join the Radiant Eclipse crew? Luffy asked, his eyes wide with wonder. I heard Cook asking around about you earlier, one of the older village women chimed in with a teasing tone. He seems to be quite interested in you. I heard that too. Another villager added, eager to stir the pot. I heard it from him. And me. A group of gossiping women giggled and chattered excitedly. Really? Makino's cheeks flushed, her hands instinctively rising to cover her face as she shyly glanced toward Cook. Why had he been asking about her? Did he really care about her? Or was there something more? Her heart raced as her thoughts swirled. From across the room, Cook noticed the gossiping women and felt a bit embarrassed. Their teasing had definitely made things awkward. An hour later, as the Radiant Eclipse sailed away from Windmill Village, Luffy stood at the shore, waving his arms wildly. They took Makino. No fair. Bring her back. Luffy shouted, his voice fading as the ship sailed into the distance. Chapter 34, Failure to wield the supreme grade blade. The Radiant Eclipse sailed steadily along the coastline, following the trail of Skoppergaben's Vivre card, which pointed towards the other side of the island. This is the ocean, Makino whispered, standing at the ship's bow with her arms outstretched, feeling the sea breeze on her face. It was her first time aboard a pirate ship, and everything felt new and exhilarating. She loved it. But after the initial excitement, she quickly remembered her duties. Looking at everyone aboard, her gaze lingered on Cook for a moment before nervously glancing away. Is anyone hungry? I'll go prepare something to eat. Makino's presence on board meant that meals were no longer just about survival. They were now something to savor and enjoy. At Gaben's hideout. Gaben. Hey, Gaben. Red-haired Shanks was already excited, leaping off his ship and charging toward the small wooden cabin, even before they docked. He dashed straight for the hut. He's not here? Shanks muttered, pushing open the door to find the cabin empty. Captain, barging in like this isn't polite, especially if Gaben isn't around, one of his crewmates called out in exasperation. Shanks paused for a moment, before a mischievous grin spread across his face. Gaben's not here. This is our chance. I know exactly where he keeps his wine stash. Like a sneaky fox, Shanks tiptoed toward the cellar, intent on raiding it. Oi, red hair, what do you think you're doing? Gaben's gruff voice came from behind, followed by a swift whack to Shanks' head with a wooden stick. Shanks immediately stopped in his tracks, looking sheepish as he rubbed his head. I was just checking to make sure the wine was still safe, Gaben. If you check it, it'll be gone, Gaben retorted with a scowl. Shanks, unfazed by the scolding, flashed a wide grin. Gaben, I've brought new recruits, strong ones. They want to try their hand at wielding ace. Shanks gave Gaben a friendly nudge, all while signaling to his crew behind him with a wink. The message was clear, grab the wine while you can. But the crew, including Yusuf, pretended they didn't see their captain's signals. It was too embarrassing to even acknowledge. Fine, fine. Just take the wine already and stop being sneaky about it. Just don't drink everything, Gaben said with a knowing look, finally giving in. Then, noticing Shanks' missing arm, his eyes widened in shock. Your arm. What happened to your arm, Shanks? Gaben's tone was serious, his aura shifting as a fierce and dangerous energy radiated from him. Who could have taken your arm? Was it Whitebeard? Or Kaido? Shanks chuckled, not fazed by his missing limb. He grabbed the stump of his arm, and with a cocky grin, said, I bet my arm on the future. He didn't care about the loss of his arm. In fact, he was eager. This time, Gaben, will succeed. We're going to take Ace with us. Gaben, however, was quick to shoot him down. You're forgetting the last time you tried. I seem to recall you crying when you couldn't wield Ace. Ha! The crew burst into laughter. Wait, Shanks cried? One of the newer members, laughing hard, asked Gaben. Can you tell us more about that? Immediately, the crew gathered around, eager to hear about their captain's embarrassing moments. Shanks' face turned beet red. Get lost. Go grab some drinks or something. And those of you who haven't tried wielding Ace, now's your chance. Still chuckling, the crew moved toward the drinks, while Shanks gestured toward the massive stone where the sword Ace was embedded. The legendary supreme grade blade, once wielded by the Pirate King, Goldie Roger, was now just sitting there, waiting for a worthy user. Lime juice, bonk punch, you two go give it a shot, Shanks said, nodding to the relatively new recruits. As the rest of the crew sat around the rocks and the ground, drinks in hand, they watched with curiosity. A makeshift party had started, as was often the case with the red-haired pirates. While gulping down a drink, Lucky Roo leaned over. Any bets? Who thinks lime juice can handle Ace? I'll bet 10 barrels of rum that he can't, one of the crew replied. Lucky Roo frowned. Yeah, I'm not taking that bet. Shanks, trying to maintain a serious face, chimed in, believe in our comrades. I'm sure they'll surprise you. Yusuf quickly jumped in. All right then, how about we bet against you, Captain? Shanks' hand froze mid-drink. He simply pretended not to hear, turning away and engaging Gaben in a completely unrelated conversation. They're a good group, Shanks, Gaben said, watching as Lime Juice and Bonk Punch approached the stone with Ace. Maybe. Just maybe, one of them will be able to wield Ace, after all these years. Shanks grinned proudly. He had high hopes for his crew, and even though Ace had rejected him in the past, he still believed one day, it would find a new master. With everyone watching, Lime Juice stood before the legendary sword. He took several deep breaths to calm his nerves. The weight of what was in front of him was staggering. This wasn't just any sword. It was the former weapon of the Pirate King himself. Ace was a supreme grade blade, one of the best in the world. Finally, Lime Juice reached for the sword's hilt, gripping it firmly. In one swift motion, he pulled Ace from the stone, causing the crew to collectively hold their breath. Boom. Lime Juice swung Ace, and a powerful slash cut through the air, sending waves across the sea. But in the next instant, Lime Juice's face turned pale. He was visibly struggling, his arms shaking as he held the sword. A collective sigh escaped from the crew. Well, that's it, Shanks muttered, shaking his head. Ace wasn't just about being able to pick it up. Anyone with enough physical strength could grab the sword. But to truly wield it, one had to be in sync with its power. For Lime Juice, like many others before him, it was clear that Ace rejected him. The sword's immense power was too much for him, and instead of empowering its wielder, it drained him. Not being able to use Ace effectively was more of a curse than a blessing. It was worth a try, Shanks said, patting Lime Juice on the back. No shame in it. Ace is picky. The crew laughed it off, returning to their drinks and camaraderie, but deep down, they all hoped that one day, someone in their crew would prove worthy of the legendary blade. Chapter 35, Red-Haired Shanks, I believe in fate, and I know Makino will wait for me just as I thought. Ben Beckman exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression grim. It was the same result, once again. He had tried himself once, long ago. The outcome had been no different. Hopefully, it doesn't hit Lime Juice too hard. But it was clear the rejection had left its mark. Lime Juice, looking utterly defeated, placed Ace back on its stand, realizing that his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had slipped away. Next up was Bonk Punch. With great care, he washed his hands, took a deep breath, and approached the supreme grade blade. He closed his eyes, took a full 10 minutes to calm his nerves, and then finally grasped the hilt of Ace. The red-haired pirates collectively held their breath, silently hoping for a miracle. They all knew the feeling. Every single one of them had tried, from seasoned swordsmen to even non-swordsmen like Yusuf. And every single one of them had failed to wield Ace. Bonk Punch, with a determined expression, lifted the legendary sword and unleashed a flying slash towards the ocean. The sea split slightly from the power of the attack, but it was immediately clear to everyone watching. He, too, could not control it. Ugh! Bonk Punch coughed up blood, not from any backlash, but from the overwhelming disappointment. Everyone could tell he was struggling with the blade. It didn't matter how hard he tried. Ace wasn't a sword you could simply wield through brute strength or talent alone. Shanks clapped Bonk Punch on the shoulder, giving him a reassuring smile. Don't let it get to you. None of us could use it either. That's right, added Beckman with a smirk. We all failed. The crew, in their typical fashion, made light of the situation, laughing and joking around. Bah, what kind of sword is this anyway? Shanks feigned frustration, glaring at Ace. You might as well stay here and gather dust forever. Bleh. Gaben, watching Shanks act like a child, simply shook his head in disbelief. It seems the sword will continue to wait, Gaben sighed. Is there even a swordsman alive today who could wield Ace? Shanks shook his head. None that I know of. Gaben sighed again, deeply. For years, he had hoped that anyone, would be worthy of wielding the blade that once belonged to Goldie Roger, the Pirate King himself. But time was running out, and it seemed like that hope would forever be out of reach. Almost 10 years had passed since Roger's execution, and no one had been able to claim Ace since. It's hard to imagine anyone in this era being able to wield it, Ben Beckman mused. After all, this is the sword of a legend. Shanks, Mohawk, and all of them had failed. If they couldn't do it, who else could? Realizing that there was no point in dwelling on the failed attempts, the crew quickly shifted their focus to what they did best. Having a good time. Laughter echoed across the beach as barrels of wine were brought out from Gaben's cellar, and a feast began. For the red-haired pirates, a failed attempt was nothing worth moping over. They celebrated, joked, and enjoyed the day, just as they always did. The sounds of merrymaking filled the air, and soon enough, they were deep into an impromptu party. Oi, don't take everything from the cellar. Gaben's voice rose in exasperation as he watched the crew carrying barrels of wine not just to the party but also onto their ship. Gaben. You're still awake? Shanks said, feigning innocence, his wide eyes blinking with faux surprise. The entire crew burst into another round of laughter. The party raged on until nearly the next afternoon. By the time the red-haired pirates were ready to leave, most of them were swaying unsteadily on their feet. Gaben. We're heading out. Shanks called, giving a sloppy salute as he prepared to depart. Get lost already, Gaben huffed, still seated on his porch, a pipe in hand as he watched the rowdy pirates stumble back to their ship. Shanks shot one last longing glance at the wine cellar but finally resigned himself to leaving one last barrel for Gaben. Satisfied, he followed his crew aboard. Sitting there, watching the red-haired pirates prepare to sail off, Gaben looked every bit like an old man relaxing in the sun. But deep in his eyes was a glint of nostalgia, memories of adventures long past. As the red-haired pirates readied their ship, Lucky Roo at the helm asked, Captain, where to next? Yawning, Shanks stretched. We've been out long enough. Let's head back to the New World. Shanks, aren't we going to stop by Windmill Village first? Beckman asked with a knowing smile. Shanks' expression immediately changed, trying to hide his embarrassment. No need for that. I made a promise to Luffy that we'd meet at the top. I can't go back so soon after just leaving. Is it just Luffy? Beckman teased. The crew burst into laughter, all knowing the real reason Shanks had been avoiding a return to Windmill Village. I believe in fate, Shanks stammered, shaking his head as memories of a certain green-haired bartender flooded his mind. Beckman laughed even harder. Fate, huh? You've barely spoken to her. You had one meal and some drinks at her bar, and now you're acting like destiny is on your side. Shanks grinned confidently. I know she'll wait for me. Beckman threw up his hands in disbelief. Wait for what? You barely know her. Ignoring the laughter of his crew, Shanks turned and raised his arm. Let's get moving. Time to set sail. As the red-haired pirate's ship began to move, Usopp climbed up to the crow's nest to keep watch. Suddenly, something on the horizon caught his attention. Captain, there's a ship heading this way. He focused his telescope on the distant figure, growing more puzzled as he scanned the vessel. What's it doing here? Beckman muttered. This is a remote part of the island. No one else should be out here except for Gaben. Is it the Navy? Or other pirates? Usopp asked, but there was no sign of urgency. After all, the red-haired pirates were far too powerful to be bothered by anyone in the East Blue. In this region, they were like bosses wandering through a beginner's zone. No one in East Blue could even hope to challenge them. In fact, few in the entire Grand Line would dare. But then, Usopp's gaze sharpened as he adjusted the telescope's focus. His breath caught as he recognized the symbol on the ship's flag. It wasn't the typical skull and crossbones of most pirate crews. Instead, it was marked with an unfamiliar character, written in bold, striking strokes. The symbol was the kanji for radiance. It's the Sun and Moon Pirates. Usopp shouted. Chapter 36, Red-haired Shanks in shock, stolen Makino and now after race 2? It's the Sun and Moon Pirates. Usopp shouted in alarm. Why are you shouting so loudly? Some of the crew members groaned, still hungover from last night's party. But soon, Realization dawned. Wait, who did you say? The Sun and Moon Pirates? You mean those Sun and Moon Pirates? In an instant, everyone sobered up. Shanks, just like the rest of his crew, leaned over the railing, straining his eyes to see the approaching ship. It was getting closer, and there was no mistaking it. The red-haired pirates had been keeping an eye on the Sun and Moon Pirates ever since they rose to prominence. It really is them. The red-haired pirates abandoned their plans to leave. What are they doing in the East Blue? And why here? Ben Beckman, the crew's strategist, pondered aloud. There was a vast ocean to sail, and yet, here they were. It seemed too coincidental. They must be here to see me. Shanks grinned, excitement surging through him. The most talked-about pirate captain has come all the way here to pay his respects. His confidence was palpable, as the thought of meeting a worthy rival stirred his blood. Doubt it? Beckman interjected, bursting Shanks' bubble. No one knows we're here. Their goal is likely someone else. Then who? Gaben, maybe? Shanks' brow furrowed. Beckman nodded. It made the most sense. Everyone, disembark, Shanks ordered as they dropped anchor and returned to shore. What's going on? Gaben, sitting in front of his cabin, looked at the group curiously. Someone's here to visit you, Gaben, Shanks replied, his expression serious. Gaben narrowed his eyes slightly, then chuckled darkly. So someone thinks they can step on the remnants of the old era to make a name for themselves? It wouldn't be the first time. And every time someone tried, they ended up swimming home. Shanks, are you worried about me? Gaben gave Shanks a sharp look. Don't tell me you think I've gotten soft. A powerful aura emanated from Gaben, causing the wind to whip through the grass, flattening it to the ground. Gaben, the person coming isn't just anyone. He's someone big, Shanks said, maintaining his respectful tone. A big shot, huh? Gaben raised an eyebrow. It's Kook, the captain of the Sun and Moon Pirates. Who? Gaben looked confused. The name didn't ring a bell. Shanks was stunned. You don't know Kook? He's been the biggest name on the Grand Line for months. Every major headline has featured him. Surely no one could be that out of touch, Shanks thought. I haven't spoken to anyone in over half a year, Gaben shrugged. Why would I care about the outside world? Living in isolation, Gaben hadn't bothered to keep up with the news. No one brought him newspapers, and he had no interest in the affairs of the outside world. Before Shanks could explain further, Yusuf shouted again, this time with more urgency. Captain. They're here. The Radiant Eclipse had arrived at the shore. The fastest-growing pirate crew, the red-haired pirates, is here too, Jian remarked, her expression serious as she stood beside Kook. It's no surprise. Coming from Windmill Village to here, Shanks was bound to visit Gaben, Kook responded calmly. Jian, come with me. The others will stay on the ship for now. Although unlikely, Kook preferred caution. After all, in the original timeline, Shanks had mysterious ties with the Five Elders and the world government. His connections ran deep, and his actions were often unpredictable. Kra and Makino were too weak to risk. They would remain on the ship, where the ship's spirit could activate its invincible defense in case of danger. Captain, look at the Sun and Moon Pirates ship. Do you see who's aboard? Yusuf nudged Shanks, pointing toward the Radiant Eclipse. Makino was leaning over the railing, waving cheerfully at the red-haired pirates. They went to Windmill Village too? And now Makino has joined the Sun and Moon Pirates? Beckman said, concerned as he glanced at Shanks. Earlier, Shanks had been confidently speaking about destiny. Now, it seemed like fate was playing a cruel joke on him. Shanks stared blankly at Makino, who was waving at them with a friendly smile, completely unaware of the emotional turmoil stirring inside him. It was a simple gesture, but for Shanks, it felt like a blow to the chest. He could barely process it. This is fate? Shanks murmured, tilting his head back to gaze at the sky, his face filled with melancholy. How could fate be so cruel? If he'd known Makino would leave with another pirate crew, he would have made the first move. But now it was too late. Was the red-haired pirate's reputation no match for the Sun and Moon Pirates? Was Kook more appealing than him? Shanks' pride kept him from voicing these thoughts. He could only endure the frustration building inside him. Poor Captain, Yusuf teased, trying to stifle his laughter. Let this be a lesson, Beckman added with a smirk. Don't rely on fate. If you want something, go for it. The crew burst into laughter, clearly enjoying Shanks' misfortune. Meanwhile, Gaben was studying Kook and Jian, who had just disembarked from their ship. Both were young, but their presence was undeniable. They're just kids, Gaben noted, intrigued. And yet Shanks takes them so seriously. They were young? Especially Kook, who looked as though he had only recently set sail. But the way they carried themselves, their lack of fear, their confidence. It spoke volumes. Only pirates with true strength would stand so unperturbed before the red-haired pirates. Even Gibbon, out of touch with recent events, could sense that these weren't ordinary pirates. Cook stepped forward, addressing Gibbon directly. "I am here to test the supreme grade sword, Ace," he stated calmly. Shanks, who had just taken a drink, choked and spat it out. What? Not only had Cook taken Makino, but now he wanted to claim Roger's legendary sword too? This was too much. Chapter 37, The Supreme Grade Sword. "Ace is mine. You want to test Ace?" Gibbon stood up, locking eyes with Cook. He saw a young man with a steady, unwavering gaze. Though not sharp or aggressive, Cook's expression showed no hesitation. Impressive, Gibbon couldn't help but praise him. This young man, knowing Gibbon's identity, could still remain so composed in front of him. In contrast, a younger Shanks used to fear him quite a bit. "How did you learn about Ace?" Gibbon asked curiously. Very few people in the world knew about the supreme grade sword Ace or its exact location. "This was given to me by Rayleigh, his Vivre card," Cook said, holding out the card. Gibbon glanced at the Vivre card in Cook's hand. It was indeed Rayleigh's. Shanks, stretching his neck and craning over to get a closer look, muttered, "So he's met Rayleigh, and Rayleigh even gave him Gibbon's Vivre card? Does Rayleigh think so highly of him?" Shanks sounded a bit envious. After all, Makino was on Cook's ship, and that was already enough to make Shanks' emotions feel a bit complicated. "Do you think he doesn't deserve it?" Ben Beckman teased Shanks. "Captain, you're acting a bit immature right now. Can't take the loss?" "What loss? I haven't lost anything." Shanks snapped back defensively. "Getting worked up, huh?" The red-haired crew burst into laughter. "Captain, maybe this is fate. I've always wanted to meet the legend and have a drink with him. Captain, should we bring out the best liquor for this? Let's continue the party." Yusuf and the rest of the crew looked at Cook with shining eyes, a mix of curiosity and respect. "No one's ever been this excited for me," Shanks muttered, feeling more and more down. "Wait, hold on. He's about to test Ace. Let's not disturb him yet." A sudden realization hit Shanks. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Though he was still a little sour over Makino, Shanks now felt exhilarated at the thought of someone else trying to wield Ace. He thought to himself, "Go on. Try it. And just like us, you'll fail and feel crushed." Ha ha ha. Shanks slyly pulled out a camera, ready to capture the moment. He's going for it. He's already holding Ace. Do you think he'll be able to use it? Highly unlikely. I mean, even our captain failed. Even Dracul Mihawk failed. Apart from Roger, no one has been able to wield Ace. Do you think he'll cry like our captain did? Wait. He's just casually picking it up? Shouldn't he be more serious? This is Ace, the sword Roger used. Shouldn't he be treating it with more reverence? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Cook casually grabbed Ace. His expression remained calm and unbothered. He gave it a casual swing, and just as the blade neared a massive boulder, Cook stopped the sword a mere inch away. No sound was made, and no grandiose display of power occurred. Cook inspected the sword in his hand. The black-backed, red-edged blade was marked by jagged red patterns. "This sword is mine now," Cook declared, looking at Gibbon. Gibbon, at first shocked, quickly turned to joy, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Of course, you've earned the right to take it." "Huh?" Many members of the red-haired pirates were left dumbfounded. What had just happened? There hadn't even been a proper test. Shouldn't he have at least used a flying slash or something? How could they be sure he could wield it? It looked so simple, as if Cook had just picked up an ordinary stone from the ground. Especially for crew members like Lime Jones, who had just failed in using Ace, it was hard to accept. Can he really use it? Someone questioned, filled with doubt. Silence. Shanks snapped, turning serious as he addressed his crew. "There's no doubt. If Gibbon and I both say it, there's nothing to question." Ben Beckman nodded in agreement and pointed toward the boulder Cook had sliced. It had been cut cleanly in two, with the surface of the cut smooth as glass. "See for yourself." Though Cook hadn't performed any flashy moves, those with a trained eye could see clearly. The power behind Cook's simple swing, combined with the precision of his swordsmanship, showed his mastery of Ace. Gibbon and Shanks had both recognized it instantly, and that was enough to silence any further doubts. The fact that Ace chose him. "It's amazing," the crew members said with envy in their eyes. Though there was admiration, there was no jealousy. After all, they had all tried and failed themselves. If someone could use Ace, they deserved it. Jian, standing beside Cook, spoke up. "Why do you say Ace chose Cook?" "Maybe it was Cook who conquered Ace." Shanks and his crew squinted their eyes in contemplation. Meanwhile, Cook, examining the sword more closely, noticed something that displeased him. "This sword is great, but the aesthetics are a bit lacking." He looked at the hilt, which was decorated with an ornate golden handguard. Gaben, would it be alright if I removed this handguard? Cook asked. Of course. Ace is yours now. You can do as you wish. Honestly, I've always disliked the golden handguard myself. Roger's sense of style was always strange. He took a perfectly good supreme grade sword and added that gaudy piece of gold for no reason, Gaben muttered, shaking his head as he recalled Roger's eccentric tastes. Cook reached out to remove the golden handguard. No. Shanks shouted in dismay. Chapter 38, Conqueror's Hockey? It's nothing special. Awakened. Stop, no. Shanks reached out with a wail. Everyone looked at Shanks, puzzled. The true essence of Ace is in the golden handguard. Without it, the sword won't be complete. Shanks pleaded, drawing his own sword, which also had a golden handguard. Doesn't it look nice? Cook shook his head. Gaben shook his head. Ben Beckman, Yusuf, and the others all shook their heads. Shanks was crushed. After losing the chance to claim Ace, Shanks had spent considerable effort finding a similar famed blade, Griffin, which also had a golden handguard. Shanks wore a dejected look as he watched Cook dismantle the golden handguard from Ace. The light in his eyes seemed to fade. On board the Radiant Eclipse, Makino blinked in confusion. What's going on? She didn't quite understand why the red-haired pirates were all looking so shocked and envious, and why Shanks, a man who lost his arm without much concern, seemed so devastated. Seems like our captain got his hands on the Pirate King's sword, while Shanks wasn't worthy. That's why he's upset, Lily remarked proudly. Oh, is that it? Makino glanced at the disheartened Shanks and then back at Cook's strong, steady figure. The difference in their stature was obvious. Shanks remained downcast for a long while before he finally regained his spirit. As he looked up, his eyes met Cook's. Both men exchanged a silent message. It was clear to both, this rare encounter might not come again for a long time. No words were needed. Let me be your sparring partner to test the blade, Shanks offered. Can you fight with just one arm? Cook asked. Shanks slowly stood up, his aura as a ruler of the seas emerging. It doesn't matter. He unsheathed Griffin. This is how pirates acted. No need for any complex reasons. If they wanted to do something, they did it. Are they really going to fight? The red-haired pirates said as they quickly backed away, eager to watch. Is it really happening? Gaben's eyes widened. The sight brought back memories of his days sailing with Roger, living life freely, and fighting without hesitation. But can Cook really match Shanks? Gaben questioned. Claiming Ace didn't necessarily mean Cook had the strength to wield it effectively. Gaben had watched Shanks grow up. Much of Shanks' training had come from him. He knew better than anyone just how strong Shanks was. His talent and potential made Shanks one of the top contenders in the current era. And Cook? Gaben knew he was strong, but Shanks was stronger, at least right now. Cook's youth made Gaben skeptical. Shanks had to be the superior fighter today. Initiating the challenge alone was already impressive. If Cook could hold his ground for even a little while, it would exceed Gaben's expectations. Who do you think will win? The members of the red-haired pirates gathered in a huddle, discussing among themselves. It's gotta be the captain. Of course. We've followed him for years and never seen him lose a fight. There's no way he'll lose to someone younger. Cook might catch up to the captain someday, but that day isn't today. They had absolute faith in Shanks. Even the legendary Dracul Mihawk had only fought Shanks to a draw, and Mihawk was 4 years older than Shanks. When both were younger, that 4-year gap had been significant. Now, Shanks was around 25 years old, while Cook was almost 19. The 6-year difference was meaningful. But I think Cook might be able to hold his own for a while. He did fight a KNU and survive, Ben Beckman analyzed, balancing his optimism with realism. Details of Cook's battle with a KNU had already spread far and wide. The Navy had made it clear that they didn't want stories of a KNU's defeat circulating. Official reports claimed that Cook might possess some form of invincibility for short periods. I won't hold back, Shanks declared, his fighting spirit burning. He wanted to prove himself now more than ever. Makino was watching, after all. As his words fell, the ground began to tremble, and the once tumultuous waves on the shore stilled. A powerful, overwhelming presence emanated from Shanks. It was his conqueror's hockey. Like a crimson sun, Shanks' hockey enveloped the entire shoreline, creating an oppressive, almost suffocating atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. What is this feeling? Makino, who lacked combat strength, felt her chest tighten, staring in terror at Shanks. She had never witnessed the effects of conqueror's hockey before. No wonder he's seen as a prime candidate to become the next emperor of the sea. He is incredibly strong, Jian, back aboard the ship, hurried to shield Makino and the others. Luckily, Shanks is precise with his hockey. Otherwise, you all, aside from Hancock, would have already fainted. Conqueror's haki? Makino asked curiously. It's the mark of a king. The weak can't even look a true king in the eye, Giant explained. Does Cook have it too? Makino couldn't help but ask. Giant frowned, not answering immediately. The truth was, Cook didn't. She worriedly watched as Cook stood his ground, facing the full brunt of Shank's intense haki. The battle's off to a bad start, Giant thought. It's just Conqueror's haki. What's the big deal? Hancock, unable to stand seeing Cook being overwhelmed, let out a burst of her own aura. Giant turned in surprise toward Hancock. Could it be? The captain's haki is as strong as ever, a crew member remarked. Wait, does Cook not have Conqueror's haki? That could put him at a real disadvantage, another noted. Out on the battlefield, Cook stood motionless, enduring Shank's powerful pressure. It was beginning to affect him. So this is Conqueror's haki, Cook thought, analyzing the sensation carefully. Shanks, watching him closely, smirked. Finally, something he had that Cook didn't. This would give him the upper hand. But then suddenly, Cook's eyes shot open, and a fierce golden light erupted from within them. In the midst of Shank's crimson haki field, a radiant gold aura burst forth. It was like a second sun at its peak, radiating its own dominance. Conqueror's haki? It's nothing special, Cook remarked with a smirk. In that moment, Cook's Conqueror's haki had fully awakened. Chapter 39, Battle against the red-haired Shanks, Heaven and Earth Shatter awakened? Shank's eyes widened in disbelief. Though surprised, a fire of battle was ignited within him. Our captain, of course, has Conqueror's haki, Giant said with a proud smile on her face. It was the same for everyone. Even Makino, who could feel the emotion of the moment, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. I said it before. Conqueror's haki isn't that special, Hancock lifted her head arrogantly. From her as well, an aura began to emanate. It was also Conqueror's haki, awakened at the same time as Cook's. The members of the red-haired pirates were left dumbstruck. There's someone like that in the Radiant Eclipse Pirates? Ben Beckman stared at Hancock, astonished. In his mind. And likely in the minds of everyone who knew of the crew. The only members worth paying serious attention to were Cook and Giant. Even Hancock, with a bounty exceeding 100 million Baileys, wasn't taken very seriously by many. Another woman with Conqueror's haki, besides Big Mom. Truly terrifying, Beckman muttered. With Cook, Giant, and Hancock on board, the Radiant Eclipse Pirates will never be weak, Gubbin murmured, his eyes narrowing. He couldn't hide his shock. A clash of Conqueror's haki was a rare sight, something he hadn't seen in years. No wonder Shanks is treating them so seriously. They're more than worthy, Gubbin said, smiling with approval. Ace was now in the hands of someone who would make it shine once more. Wait. Could it be that it wasn't Ace that chose him, but that he conquered Ace? Gubbin's eyes widened further as this realization dawned on him. Come at me. Shanks stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet. The coastline shook violently, the sea waves rising high as he swung his sword, Griffin, and the blade seemed to ignite with lightning. A crimson glow surged, swallowing all light. Cook stepped forward as well. The air around him swirled violently, pulling sand and stones into the sky in a whirlwind, his sword, Ace, warping space as it cut through the air. The two blades moved towards each other. Before they could even collide, the sheer force of their swings prevented them from making contact. The space between the blades cracked with lightning-like fractures, and a vast chasm split the earth. The sandy shore disappeared, revealing the hard, damp bedrock beneath. Stones flew into the air as the ground trembled. The forest shook, ancient trees being torn from the ground. They're evenly matched with the captain. The red-haired pirates dug their feet into the ground, using their haki to avoid being blown away by the force of the collision. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the clashing blades. It's like the sky itself is splitting open. Is this the level they're fighting at? Gubbin couldn't help but exclaim, at my peak, I was only ever this strong. And yet, here they were. One barely over 20, and the other not even 20 yet. The former third in command of the Roger Pirates, Gubbin, felt a pang of defeat. They're both monsters. Especially Cook. Not even 20 years old, and his power was already at this level. Gubbin couldn't even imagine what the future held for him. Is this really a fight? Makino's mouth hung open in shock. Her entire understanding of the world shattered. In her mind, pirate battles should have been like fights between mountain bandits, perhaps with a bit of gunfire. Being able to take on 10 enemies was impressive. But this apocalyptic scene unfolding before her. What was this? Do such people really exist in the world? Of course, Giant explained calmly to the others on board. Our captain fighting red-haired Shanks at this level is perfectly normal. This is the true nature of the strongest in the seas. So, humans can really become this powerful? Makino stared at Cook, who was exchanging blows with Shanks. Her eyes gradually drifted away from Shanks and focused solely on Cook. They're fighting on equal terms? Shanks' veins bulged on his forehead as the intensity of the battle increased. Cook's expression, however, showed excitement as a chilling aura began to radiate behind him. Demonic aura, king of the underworld. With a twist of his blade, a massive shockwave of sword energy ripped through the forest, tearing everything apart. The wave crashed into a distant mountain, carving a hole with a diameter of 100 meters straight through it. Shanks, sent flying by the force, twisted through the air before landing back on the ground. He leapt up once more, his sword crackling with black lightning and wrapped in Conqueror's haki, slashing down like a burning sun. Boom. The entire coastline lifted off the ground, rising into the sky. A massive crack split the sea and stretched to the horizon. From within the deep crater, Cook jumped up, landing steadily on the broken ground. For a brief moment, he locked eyes with Shanks. Neither spoke a word. At the same time, they vanished. Their swords clashed again and again, hundreds of times in mere seconds, with sword energy so sharp it caused the ground beneath them to crumble layer by layer. They fought from the coastline into the forest, which was obliterated. Then to the mountains, which collapsed. It was a clash between equals. Even those far from the battle, miles away in the surrounding cities and towns, felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. What's happening? Two boys deep in the forest climbed a tall tree to see the lightning crackling across the sky. Is someone fighting? No way. No one could fight so hard that it affects the weather. Ace, wait. Don't tell me you're going? Further away, in a nearby city. The people on the streets all looked up in confusion. Is that an earthquake? Is a storm coming? In the vast city of Goa, reporters and journalists quickly realized what was happening. No, someone's fighting. There's a battle going on that's affecting the entire island. Could it be some monster from the New World? This is going to be big news. The East Blue is about to make headlines. Chapter 40, Who Will Win? An excited Ace boom. It was as if two stars collided in the sky. A brilliant explosion of light expanded, red and gold clashing. Electric energy crackled, whipping through the turbulent air. The two combatants were thrown backward, slamming into the cliff walls behind them, leaving behind spiderweb-like cracks spanning hundreds of meters. Come again. Both simultaneously slammed their palms against the cliffs, further shattering the rock, before launching themselves back into the air. One a streak of red, the other a streak of gold. They tore through the sky, each collision of their blades resulting in dozens of powerful clashes. A supreme-grade sword is truly something else. Cook's grin grew more wild. This was far more exhilarating than his fight with Akainu. It wasn't that Shanks was necessarily stronger than Akainu. In fact, Akainu might still be a notch above. But in that fight, Cook had been using a standard blade. He had to rely on imbuing the weapon with large amounts of armament haki just to prevent it from breaking. That had taken some of the fun out of it. And even so, by the end of that battle, the blade had been destroyed. It was riddled with cracks, barely holding together. The right weapon could make a significant difference for a swordsman. For any warrior, really. If weapons didn't matter, then why did all of the most famous swordsmen in the world wield named swords? It was like claiming that devil fruits didn't have stronger or weaker variations, that it all came down to the user. Ridiculous. The potential ceiling, the base strength. Everything was different. The disparities were too significant to ignore. The battle raged on for hours. There was no sign of it ending. In fact, both fighters seemed to grow stronger with each passing minute. This could go on for days, and still, we might not see a victor. Their strength is nearly identical, Gibbon's keen eyes observed the situation. The difference between them was minuscule. It would be very difficult for either of them to land a decisive blow. Shanks seems to be enjoying himself. The members of the red-haired pirates had activated their observation haki to track the finer details of the battle. Both Cook and Shanks were grinning. They were laughing boldly. Their attacks were growing more and more intense. Each believed that the other could handle it. There was no need to hold back. When you meet a worthy opponent, it's thrilling. Besides Mick, Shanks hasn't had someone like this in a long time, Beckman said, happy for his captain. It was rare to find such a well-matched rival on the Grand Line. But who will win? Yasop asked nervously. They all believed in Shanks, without question. But Cook's performance was undeniably at the same level. Lucky Roo, who had a chicken leg frozen in his hand, stared wide-eyed at the battle. Cook hasn't even used his devil fruit powers yet, and he's still so young. No further explanation was needed. The faces of the red-haired pirates turned grim. There was a legend about Cook's seemingly invincible defense. Something even Akainu had been powerless against, watching helplessly as the Radiant Eclipse pirates sailed away. In other words, even in the worst-case scenario, This fight would end in a draw for Cook. Beckman took a long drag on his cigarette before exhaling slowly. It's entirely possible that Shanks might lose. No way. They struggled to accept it, but they couldn't find a way to argue. Does the outcome matter? No matter how this ends, both will come out of it stronger, Gaban scolded the younger crew as a senior member of the pirate world. On board the Radiant Eclipse, similar conversations were happening. So, who's going to win? Makino asked anxiously. It'll be the captain, of course. There's no other possible outcome. Jian, the strongest of the crew after Cook, was closely watching the battlefield. Cook won't lose. In a prolonged fight, there's no chance he'll be defeated. Whether or not he would win, she couldn't say for certain. But losing? That wasn't going to happen. Especially since she was well aware of Cook's extraordinary endurance. He was practically a monster. Boom. Cook gripped Ace with both hands and unleashed a crescent-shaped shockwave of sword energy, which Shanks deflected with an upward swing, sending the attack flying into the clouds, dissipating them. Shanks retaliated with a swing of his own. Cook blocked it, sending the sword energy skimming across the ground, carving a smooth fissure through the earth as it extended into the depths of the forest. Whoa. Ace and Sabo, who had been rushing to the scene, froze in their tracks. They stood there, dumbfounded, as the attack whizzed past them. This is terrifying. What are those kids doing here? They must have a death wish. Beckman spotted the two boys and immediately vanished, reappearing behind them and lifting them by the collars, dragging them away from the battlefield. Stay here and don't move. Are you crazy, coming here? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? But Ace and Sabo, dazed and wide-eyed, could only stare in awe at the two fighters. The island was shaking, the air was distorting, and the weather was changing. It was like nothing they had ever seen before. There. Look. Ace shouted, pointing excitedly at the battle. His eyes shone with admiration and joy, barely able to contain his excitement. His awe was clear. Undeniable reverence and worship filled his gaze. Kid, do you really admire our captain that much? Lucky Roo grabbed Ace by the shoulder, a proud smile on his face. The other crew members shared the sentiment. Their captain's reputation was immense, even in the East Blue, it seemed. But Ace was too caught up in the battle to notice Lucky Roo. He slapped Sabo on the back, bouncing in place with excitement. Sabo. Look. It's Cook. It's really him. He has come to the East Blue. Lucky Roo. He silently withdrew his hand from Ace's shoulder. Suddenly, everything felt a little off. How could that be? Cook had only recently become famous, and most of his exploits were in the Grand Line. The East Blue was such a remote place. Shouldn't Shanks' reputation, built over many years, far surpass that of Cook here? Chapter 41, Queen of the Pleasure District, Starsea, is coming. Ace, you're so lucky, Sabo said, smiling at his friend. They played and spent every day together, so Sabo knew Ace inside and out. He knew Ace's dream was to become a pirate. But not to become the Pirate King. In fact, Ace hated Goldie Roger. His identity, combined with his upbringing, had made him despise the man who started the Great Bioterra. The whole world hated Roger, and Ace had grown up hearing it constantly. The hatred had sunk deep into his heart. Sabo understood Ace's dream. He wanted to be a pirate. He wanted to be a pirate like Cook, a pirate who was loved and respected by others. Ever since a couple of months ago, when Ace first heard of Cook's exploits and listened to ordinary people's admiration for him, a dream had blossomed in Ace's heart. Sabo could see it. It was almost an obsession. Ace had gathered every newspaper, every wanted poster related to Cook, meticulously placing them in their secret base inside a mountain cave. No one was allowed to touch them. Ace, what are you going to do? Sabo asked. I'm going to board his ship. I'm going to sail with Cook. Ace's eyes burned with excitement as he watched Cook fighting in the distance. That's what a real pirate looks like. His dream was fully taking root. Meanwhile, several miles away, on a mountain peak, a group of journalists crept to the top, setting up cameras and telescopes aimed at the distant battlefield. It's red-haired Shanks and Cook. It really is them. The reporters were gaping in awe, barely able to contain their excitement. Whether it was the red-haired pirates or the Radiant Eclipse pirates, both were at the center of attention in the world of pirates. Get the footage now. We have to release this immediately. Shanks and Cook are fighting in the East Blue. They scrambled to be the first. In the news industry, speed was everything. Miss your window, and you'd get nothing. Bang. 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 Cook and Shanks crashed down onto the shattered ground, abandoning the grandiose strikes in favor of sheer speed. Their swords moved so fast they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Before them, a dense screen of blade strikes appeared, far more dangerous than anything they had shown earlier. Are you underestimating me? Use your devil fruit powers. I can handle it, Shanks grunted, sparks flying from their clashing swords as he locked eyes with Kook. "I'm no devil fruit user." Kook applied more pressure. Behind Shanks, the ground continued to crack and explode, a fan-shaped crater forming, only to collapse further under the strain. "In that case, I'll go all out." Shanks had been holding back a bit of his strength, prepared to counter whatever devil fruit power Kook might unleash. But now that he knew Kook wasn't a devil fruit user, Shanks used Kook's momentum to leap backward like a meteor. He planted his feet firmly on the ground. Advanced armament hockey enveloped his entire body, crawling up his arm and onto his famous sword, Griffin, causing the blade to glow with a fiery red light. And it didn't stop there. Black lightning crackled around him, jumping across his body. Both Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey gathered on his blade, his sword becoming as radiant as the sun, which had already sunk below the horizon. The sun fell, divine recoil. A devastating strike of overwhelming power. Even before the attack connected, the ground beneath them twisted like a rag, unable to withstand the force, sinking ever deeper. "Bring it on." Kook laughed heartily. He gripped his sword with both hands. One sword style, Heavens Divide. A massive, earth-splitting wave of sword energy shot upward, meeting the falling sun head-on. Boom. The explosion of force resembled a mushroom cloud. A colossal tornado connected the heavens and the earth. Huff. Huff. Shanks landed, his breathing ragged. He glanced at his missing arm, noticing blood seeping from the old wound. It did affect him a little. Before Shanks could steady himself, he felt another powerful presence surge from within the explosion. Looking up, his sharp eyes locked onto Kook, who had leaped high into the sky. God strike, Golden Crow ascends. Kook's sword glowed with blazing flames as high-level armament hockey coated the blade. Golden lightning crackled around Ace, the supreme-grade sword. Armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey fused together. A blazing sun descended toward the earth. Good. Shanks laughed, holding his sword at the ready. Kook had already mastered the Conqueror's hockey infusion technique. What a terrifying opponent. Maybe he would lose this fight, but it didn't matter anymore. He was thoroughly enjoying the battle. Boom. The golden sun expanded rapidly upon impact, and the enormous shockwave reduced trees and rocks to ash. They're terrifying. They're both nearing that level. Monsters, Gubbin muttered to himself, even using his hockey to shield himself from the shockwaves. Both of them were clearly growing stronger as they fought. Gubbin was certain now. These two were the closest to becoming 4 emperors, and they were still so young. It was inevitable. They would both become emperors of the sea. As of now, they might not be able to defeat 4 emperors. But one-on-one, no one could stop them from leaving if they wanted to. The battle raged on. Day turned to night, and night gave way to morning. 3 days passed. For 3 full days, the two fought without tiring. In that time, word of the battle spread like wildfire thanks to the efforts of the press, reaching even the Grand Line. In the first half of the Grand Line, just 10 kilometers from Reverse Mountain, a massive pleasure ship had been anchored at sea for nearly 2 weeks. It belonged to Starsea, queen of the Pleasure District, who had come from the New World. Her mission, infiltrate the Radiant Eclipse pirates and become a spy. But the world government and the Navy had lost track of Kook. How was she supposed to find him? Instead of wandering the seas aimlessly, the ever-clever Starsea preferred to wait for him to show up. Kook is most likely somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, followed by one of the 4 seas. The New World is the least likely. Given his fame, he'll be spotted sooner or later. Once I know his location, I can get to him quickly. Beep beep beep. Her dendenmushi rang. It was the world government's intelligence agency. Kook has been sighted in the East Blue, in the Goa Kingdom. Head there immediately. The East Blue? Starsea rose from her chair with a lazy stretch, her lips curling into a seductive smile. So, little brother, you've finally shown yourself. Let's go. Chapter 42, Ace, I want to join your crew. Kook, get lost. Huff. Huff. The battlefield was quiet, with both fighters leaning on their swords, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from their foreheads. Let's keep going, Shanks said, tearing off his torn coat and gripping his sword again. But Kook sheathed his sword. Nah, let's call it. I'm done. Shanks frowned at him, then glanced down at his bleeding stump. All right, Shanks finally said, collapsing onto the ground, completely out of breath. Let me heal up, and I'll fight you again. I'd be happy to, but the next time, I'm not spending 3 days and nights fighting you again. Shanks narrowed his eyes. So confident that he'll surpass me, huh? Well, we'll see about that next time, Shanks replied, full of confidence. Even though Kook was younger, Shanks had total faith in himself. Everyone grows stronger, after all. It's finally over. If they kept going, they'd end up destroying the kingdom over there. Rayleigh's former crewmate, Gubbin, remarked, having watched the entire 3-day fight. He gazed approvingly at both Shanks and Cook. It's done. So, would you call this a tie? Of course it is. Lucky Roo and the rest of the crew rushed over to Shanks, concern on their faces. Captain, can you still move? Shanks stood up, lazily wrapping a ragged cloth around his bleeding arm. Then, with renewed energy, he shouted, "Let's have a feast." Unable to refuse such hospitality, Cook was invited to join them. Are you all going to the feast? Cook asked his crew aboard the Radiant Eclipse. No interest, Hancock scoffed, glancing at the rowdy group of men. Not a single one of the women wanted to attend, so they all stayed aboard the Radiant Eclipse. What? Your crew doesn't want to join the party? Shanks asked, pouring Cook a drink while stealing glances toward the Radiant Eclipse. More specifically, he was looking at Makino. They just don't feel like it. Shanks immediately deflated. But before long, he was swept up in the festive atmosphere and returned to his usual rowdy self. During the feast, 2 young boys sneaked closer. Ace, what are you afraid of? Go for it. If you have a dream, you have to chase it, Sabo whispered, encouraging Ace. Ace, nervous and unsure, tiptoed over to where Cook was sitting. Where did these brats come from? Shanks asked, raising an eyebrow at the sight of Ace and Sabo. Where had they come from? 2 very brave kids snuck into the battlefield to watch the fight up close, Ben Beckman explained. Shanks examined Ace with curiosity. Ace's eyes blazed with determination. Was this kid dreaming of freedom on the seas? Did he want to join? Shanks smiled. Kid, you're still too young. You've got a long way to go before you can join my crew. Shanks, they're not. Ben Beckman began to speak, but Ace's gaze sharpened. Without fear, Ace met Shanks' eyes. Don't look down on me. Ace's voice cut Ben Beckman off, and in that instant, a faint but undeniable force radiated from him. Conqueror's Hockey. For a moment, everyone turned to look at Ace, eyes wide with shock. No way. This kid has the Conqueror's Hockey? Has it become so common? Is this for real? Jesus Burgess muttered in disbelief. A child, already displaying the traits of a king. This was something they had never seen before. Oh? Shanks stood up, equally surprised as he looked at Ace. All right, I take it back. You're qualified to join my crew. A boy not even 10 years old, already awakened to the Conqueror's Hockey. Such a prodigy. Even Shanks couldn't stay calm, he was willing to break his rule and take Ace to sea, personally training him. Ben Beckman sighed, covering his face with his hand. He couldn't bear to watch Shanks embarrass himself further. I'm not interested in your crew, Ace said, turning his back on Shanks with an air of arrogance. Shanks didn't get upset. Of course, a true king doesn't bow to anyone. Fine, I'll be waiting for you at the top. Before Shanks could finish his inspirational speech, he saw Ace walking over to Cook. Ace, who had been so defiant toward Shanks, was now acting all shy and hesitant. Mr. Cook, can I join your crew? His eyes were full of admiration and hope. Cook? Cook had already noticed Ace and Sabo from earlier and recognized who they were. Just like when he met Luffy, Cook had no real interest. Why? Cook asked, surprised that Ace wanted to join the Radiant Eclipse Pirates. He hadn't expected this. Because I want to be like you, Mr. Cook. A great pirate, respected by all. Ace blurted out, his voice filled with excitement. At that moment, his Conqueror's Hockey seemed to grow stronger. Shanks, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. What did Cook have that I don't? It seems the Radiant Eclipse Pirates are about to gain a powerful new member. Congratulations, Shanks said, offering his congratulations with a strained smile. There was no doubt that once Ace grew up, he'd become one of the strongest pirates on the sea. As Cook watched Ace eagerly request to join his crew, a vision flashed through his mind. The future. The Manafort War. Ace, captured by the Navy and sentenced to public execution. And me, Cook, leading the Radiant Eclipse Pirates into the Summit War. Cook, Ace, I'm here to save you. Ace, Dad, Ugh, no way. Cook quickly shook the ridiculous scenario out of his head. Please, let me join, Ace pleaded again, eyes filled with hope. Cook, get lost. Chapter 43, Garp is completely shocked. Cook looked down at Ace. He didn't meet the criteria. Cook had absolutely no interest, even if Ace had the potential to become an Emperor-level pirate. Due to gender preferences, Cook's first reaction was simple, get lost. But instead of saying that outright, Cook placed a hand on Ace's shoulder and said, Kid, try to surpass me. I'll be waiting for you out on the seas. After all, saying something encouraging didn't cost him anything. Anyone can play the role of a mentor. It was clearly a rejection. But instead of being discouraged, Ace's excitement only grew. I will. I'm going to do it. He declared, pounding his chest with determination. His dream was now more unshakable than ever. Shanks watched Ace with a dumb grin, but then turned to Cook, his face puzzled. Why did you turn him down? Shanks was convinced Cook could see the same potential in Ace that he did, so why was Cook so ruthless in rejecting him? It didn't make sense. Shanks couldn't wrap his head around it. There was no reason to reject Ace. Cook, don't tell me you've stopped taking on new crewmates. Shanks said, his tone turning serious. Out on the seas, crewmates are important. You've got a good crew, but it's too small. If you're heading to the New World, it's not enough. Shanks glanced over at the Radiant Eclipse ship docked by the shore. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Cook's crew, especially with Giant, Tsaru, on board. Shanks estimated that Giant's strength was at least on par with Pendant's, and she had the potential to become even stronger in the future. But aside from Giant, only Hancock seemed strong enough to hold her own. Compared to the mighty forces in the New World, even the Radiant Eclipse pirates couldn't match up to the Red Hair pirates. If it came to an all-out war, you'd lose, Shanks said with full confidence. Jesus Burgess and the rest of the crew lifted their heads proudly, certain of the outcome. With superior numbers, the Red Hair pirates would definitely win. I'll recruit more crewmates, Cook said calmly, showing no concern. Although powerful female warriors were rare, they still existed. Yamato, Big Mom's daughters, and a few others were on his radar. With the addition of strong devil fruits to enhance their power, Cook was confident that the overall strength of the Radiant Eclipse pirates would soon rival, or even surpass, the Four Emperors. Shanks gave Cook a complicated look as he glanced again at the Radiant Eclipse, his gaze landing on Makino. Shanks cared more about whether the Radiant Eclipse pirates were strong enough to protect Makino. Then something clicked for him, and Shanks' eyes widened. Cook? Don't tell me you're only recruiting female crewmates. Is there a problem with that? Cook replied nonchalantly. Shanks made a weird face. It wasn't really a problem, but no pirate crew in history had ever been made up entirely of women. If that's the case, it's going to be tough. There aren't that many options out there, Shanks said, clearly disapproving of Cook's selective approach. It was too strict. Female warriors strong enough to join a crew are extremely rare. The Red Hair pirates, for example, were an all-male crew. Not because Shanks had anything against women, but simply because no female pirate had ever qualified to join them. Cook's decision to only recruit women made it almost impossible for his crew's strength to grow. There's no way you'll surpass us, Shanks said confidently. That's not necessarily true, Cook replied with a grin. Once Cook had recruited the women he had in mind, the Radiant Eclipse pirates would surely surpass the other four emperors. And soon, Cook's main focus would be finding and recruiting more crewmates. Shanks couldn't understand where Cook's confidence came from. But he decided not to pry any further. Inwardly, Shanks prayed that the Radiant Eclipse pirates would survive. Meanwhile, on the Radiant Eclipse, Giant, Tsaru, furrowed her brows. They're underestimating us. But the reality is, if we fought them in a full-scale battle, we'd lose, she admitted. The Red Hair pirates were a small crew, but they still had more people than the Radiant Eclipse pirates, and all of them were strong fighters. In contrast, the Radiant Eclipse had Makino, Koala, and the others, who were barely fighters at all. I will become Cook's most powerful right hand, Hancock declared with determination. She knew she had to become even stronger. Together with Giant, she intended to become Cook's left and right arms. Makino, standing nearby, felt her heart sink slightly. Despite her short time aboard, she had come to love the adventure of life on the sea. She enjoyed the company of the crew, and everyone got along well. For a moment, she imagined what it would be like to travel the seas with the Radiant Eclipse forever. But then the harsh reality of her own lack of strength hit her, leaving her feeling small and inadequate. While the feast continued, the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line was ablaze with activity. Cook has gone to the East Blue, and Shanks is there too. They've already clashed in a major battle, Sengoku announced, tossing a pile of newspapers onto the table for the high-ranking officers. Boom. The news exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Cook and Shanks. Either of them was a formidable force that the Navy had to take seriously. The impact of their battle was only slightly less concerning than if two four emperors had gone to war. Let's hope they take each other out, Okanya grumbled through gritted teeth. He was seated at the back of the room. Technically, as a vice admiral, he wasn't supposed to be at these meetings yet. Many of the other officers couldn't hide the hopeful glimmer in their eyes. It wasn't entirely impossible. If Cook and Shanks destroyed each other, it would be the best outcome for the Navy. Eliminating two of the fastest rising pirate crews in one blow. Stop dreaming, Sengoku said, cutting their fantasy short. I've just received word that the battle is over. Neither of them won. Right now, they're probably holding a feast together. Sengoku, always on top of the latest news, threw some fresh photos onto the table. No winner? Does that mean Cook is on par with Shanks now? Okainu clenched his fists. Cook had grown stronger. At this rate, there would be no way to stop him. As Garp, who had been yawning in his seat, lazily picked up one of the photos, his eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes furiously. Looking at the photo again, his jaw dropped. In the picture, he saw Ace. Taken by a reporter who had gotten close enough to snap a candid shot. Neither Cook nor Shanks seemed to care about being seen. With a loud crash, Garp toppled backward, chair and all, hitting the floor with a thud. Chapter 44, Makino officially joins, and Shanks wants to intervene. Garp, what are you doing? Sengoku asked, looking displeased as Garp suddenly started acting strange. Sengoku, are they at the Goa Kingdom? Garp asked, anxiety clear in his voice. Yes, Sengoku replied. Garp felt his heart drop. It's over. Why is Ace with them? Has Shanks already discovered Ace's true identity? Sengoku, the Goa Kingdom is my homeland. I have to go back, Garp declared, unable to wait any longer. Sengoku frowned. What good will it do for you to go back now? From here to the Goa Kingdom takes at least 3 months. Just calm down. They may be pirates, but neither Cook nor Shanks have committed any atrocities against civilians. There's nothing to worry about. Garp's expression remained tense. He wasn't worried about that. His real concern was that Ace's identity might have already been exposed. To make matters worse, the photo also showed Skopurgaban, a former member of the Roger Pirates. Sengoku, I'm not asking for your permission. I'm telling you I'm going, Garp said firmly before turning and leaving the conference room without another word. He hurried as fast as he could to the port. With Shanks' style and Cook's personality, even if they find out that Luffy is my grandson, or if they know about Ace's identity, they wouldn't harm them, Garp muttered, trying to reassure himself. There shouldn't be any major issues. As long as Ace's identity wasn't exposed. And considering how much Ace hated Roger, Ace definitely wouldn't willingly reveal that he was Roger's son. The more Garp thought about it, the more he calmed down. I'll just take it as a chance to check on those 2 boys, he said to himself. Back in the meeting room, Sengoku massaged his temples, realizing that controlling Garp was a futile effort. He sighed and let it go. Cook has gotten even stronger, and the Radiant Eclipse Pirates have gained new members, Sengoku said, pointing to a slightly blurry photo. It showed the Radiant Eclipse ship. Several women could be seen leaning against the ship's railing. Among them were Lily and Makino. Sengoku looked at the 2 women thoughtfully. He wondered if they were some of the spies the world government had sent out. If that were the case, the situation was delicate. Sengoku quickly gave out orders. Immediately contact the world government and confirm their bounties. Then publish them. The government couldn't afford to let their undercover agents fall behind. If they joined the Radiant Eclipse Pirates but hadn't been given bounties, it could raise Cook's suspicions. Yes, sir. The sky began to clear. The red hair pirates were strewn all over the ground, passed out from the previous night's drinking. Cook, on the other hand, had long since been taken back to the Radiant Eclipse by Giant, sleeping comfortably on a large bed. Captain, I've prepared some hangover soup for you. Upon hearing the noise, Makino entered the room, holding a bowl of soup. Cook quietly looked at the gentle Makino. It was time to officially invite her to join the crew. Captain, I've got a bounty. They've put a bounty of 50 million on my head. Lily burst into the room, excitedly waving the latest bounty poster. Makino, you've also been given a bounty. Yours is 500,000 Baileys, Lily added, happily passing on the news to Makino. Huh? Makino's mouth fell open in shock, forming an O shape. She stood frozen in place, staring at her bounty poster, trembling with fear. Once someone had a bounty placed on them, there was no going back from being a pirate. The world government sure worked quickly with these bounties, Cook said, surprised at the government's swift actions. Seeing Makino's pale face, trembling in fear, Cook stood up. He placed a large hand on her shoulder. The sense of security it provided slowly calmed her shaking body. Captain, what do I do? I have a bounty now. I'm officially a pirate. Can I ever go back to Fuusha village? Makino asked, her voice laced with worry. Giant and Hancock entered the room as well, trying to comfort Makino. I'm sorry. If I hadn't invited you, you wouldn't have been given a bounty, Giant apologized, looking at Makino with guilt. Once a bounty is issued, it can't be revoked. Then what am I supposed to do? Makino looked at everyone, seeking help. Come with us. Let's travel the seas together, Lily said, extending an invitation. Everyone else nodded, eagerly awaiting Makino's answer. Though their time together had been brief, Makino's kind nature and incredible cooking skills had won everyone over. But I don't know how to do anything. I'm useless. Makino muttered, looking down in self-doubt. Everyone was so strong, but she had no abilities to contribute. She snuck a glance at Cook. "You're important. I need you," Cook said, stepping closer to Makino, looking directly into her eyes. "Even if there were no bounty, I was already planning to officially invite you to join as my crewmate." "Really?" Makino asked, her eyes wide with hope. "Of course," Cook said with certainty, his gaze full of reassurance, easing all of her fears about the future. Under the watchful eyes of the crew, Makino slowly but firmly nodded. She had officially joined. The eighth member of the crew, Makino, chef. At the same time, Shanks, who had just woken up, stared blankly at the bounty poster in his hand. "Makino's been given a bounty. So that means she's also now a wanted pirate by the Navy," Shanks muttered, feeling a growing unease about Makino's situation. Knowing that the Radiant Eclipse pirates were a prime target of the world government's focus, he couldn't help but worry. The Radiant Eclipse pirates were one of the most dangerous crews on the seas. Shanks recalled Cook's strict standards for his crewmates from the previous night. The more Shanks thought about it, the more he realized he couldn't rest easy. "Even if I have to get beaten by Cook, I need to give it a try," Shanks muttered, as he started walking towards the Radiant Eclipse. Chapter 45, Chasing Shanks for 100 miles on the Radiant Eclipse. The crew was happily welcoming Makino as an official member. Suddenly, Shanks' voice echoed from the shore. "Cook, are you awake? What do you want?" Cook asked, standing on the deck, looking down at Shanks. Shanks took a deep breath, not daring to meet Cook's gaze directly. He gathered his courage and asked, "Could you let Makino join my crew?" Cook's eyes turned cold. Was he seriously trying to poach Makino? "Huh?" On board, Makino, leaning over the railing, looked at Shanks in shock. "Why? Why did he want her to join his crew?" "This is the latest bounty poster. Makino, you've been given a bounty as well," Shanks said, waving the bounty poster in his hand. Then, cautiously, he glanced at Cook and said, "Cook, you must understand that the Navy and the world government will stop at nothing to go after you. Makino doesn't have the strength to protect herself. She's in danger staying on your ship. It would be safer for her to join my crew." Cook smiled. "Are you worried I can't protect Makino?" Shanks didn't answer, but that was exactly what he was thinking. He had no doubts about Cook's strength and growth. However, in Shanks' eyes, Cook's situation was even more dangerous than Roger's had been. "Perhaps Makino could stay on my ship for a few years. When the Radiant Eclipse becomes more stable, you can come back and get her," Shanks suggested, his voice growing quieter as he spoke. Even he realized how ridiculous he sounded. Cook narrowed his eyes. "No. I've already joined the Radiant Eclipse. I'm not leaving," Makino said, shaking her head. She couldn't understand why Shanks wanted her on his crew. But Makino had no desire to leave. "Cook, maybe you should think about it a little more," Shanks said with a strained smile, trying to appear friendly as he looked up at Cook. Makino looked at Cook nervously. Was he really going to send her away? Cook walked over to Makino and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Once someone joins my crew, I never abandon my crewmates." That strong sense of security filled Makino, easing the anxiety that had been gnawing at her. Clang. Cook unsheathed his sword. Pointing it at Shanks below, he said, "Trying to poach my crewmate. Are you ready to pay the price?" Cook leaped into the air. With sword in hand, he came crashing down with immense force. His strike descended. Shanks hastily raised his sword to block the attack. "I know I was wrong for doing this, but shouldn't Makino be allowed to think carefully about her safety?" Shanks reasoned while fending off Cook's blade. At the same time, he looked toward Makino with a hopeful gaze. Makino didn't hesitate, her voice steady as she said, "I'm staying here." The light of hope in Shanks' eyes vanished, replaced by an expression of defeat. As Cook's strikes grew faster, Shanks could barely keep up. He looked like he was about to cry. "If I apologize now, will it help?" Shanks asked in desperation. "What do you think?" Cook replied. "Run!" Shanks shouted, scrambling back to his ship. "Hurry! Get the ship moving, fast! Giant! On it!" Giant transformed into her phoenix form, spreading her wings as Cook jumped onto her back. Together, they soared toward Shanks' pirate ship. "You all stay here and wait," Cook ordered his crew, leaving the Radiant Eclipse at the shore as he personally set off to chase down the red-haired pirates. "I knew this was going to happen. I should have expected a beating," Shanks muttered. "Hurry, run!" he shouted to his crew. The red-haired pirates scrambled in a panic, hurriedly setting sail. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake off the pursuing phoenix. Standing on Giant's back, Cook swung his sword, sending fierce sword strikes toward the red-haired pirate's ship. "I was wrong. I admit it," Shanks pleaded, desperately trying to block the incoming attacks. It was a miserable sight. Shanks was struggling not only to defend himself but also to protect his ship on the open sea. "Serves him right," Skoppergaben commented from the ship, enjoying the spectacle. Even Ben Beckman and the others didn't interfere, letting Shanks take the beating. They chased after the red-haired pirates for several dozen miles. Finally, Ben Beckman and the rest of the crew couldn't stay silent any longer. "If this keeps up, the ship's going to be wrecked," Beckman said. "What do we do? Maybe we should throw the captain overboard. If we do that, Cook won't attack the ship anymore." "Good idea. So, who's going to do it?" Skoppergaben stepped forward. "I'll handle it." Taking advantage of Shanks' distraction, Skopper kicked him in the rear, sending him flying overboard and into the sea. The pirate ship quickly veered away, distancing itself from where Shanks had fallen. "Captain, we'll come back for you tomorrow," someone shouted from the ship. The ship sped away without looking back, and the sounds of laughter echoed across the deck. Out in the ocean, Shanks was dumbfounded. Before he could even curse his treacherous crewmates, he felt the scorching heat of a massive flying slash tearing through the sea behind him. Shanks' face filled with despair as he frantically swam, diving deep into the water to avoid the attack. The chase lasted for over 100 miles. Finally, Cook, riding Giant in her phoenix form, turned back. The shattered sea quickly began to calm. The next day, the Red Force, the red-haired pirate's ship, slowly returned to the area. "Is that the captain?" Everyone was left speechless at the sight of Shanks floating in the water. His entire body was swollen, his once red hair nearly singed off, and his clothes were tattered beyond repair. His stomach was bloated as if it might burst, and his eyes were lifeless, filled with utter despair. "Serves him right," someone said with a smirk. Chapter 46, Celestial Dragons? It's not like we haven't killed them before. The Radiant Eclipse returned to Fukushima village. After Makino packed her belongings, her tavern officially closed. With Luffy in a confused state, the Radiant Eclipse sailed along the inland river toward the center of the island. The Goa Kingdom's capital city. They needed to replenish supplies. They also needed to gather information, specifically, finding potential crew members in East Blue, like Kuina. After months at sea, their time ashore was limited, and the crew members, especially the women, were inevitably tired, so they decided to rest for a few days. Even if the Navy and the world government were aware of the Radiant Eclipse's presence here, they would need time to mobilize and travel. Any attempt to launch an attack would take a long journey, so it wasn't an immediate threat. The bustling inland port was filled with ships, and crowds moved along the shore. The sight of the massive city unfolded before the crew. "Koala, Makino, follow me when we get off the ship. The rest of you are free to do as you like," Cook said, directing his attention to the only 2 women on the ship without combat skills. He would personally protect them. "I want to go with Cook too," Hancock said, clinging to Cook's arm with a pitiful expression. In the end, they all went together, disembarking as a group. They walked along the bustling streets. "The Goa Kingdom has such strict rules?" Giant wondered aloud, taking in the environment around her. It was incredibly clean. Almost unnaturally so. If the ground was even slightly dirty, someone would immediately kneel down with a cloth and clean it. There were no stalls lining the streets either. Everyone carried towels and water, wiping down their homes until they were spotless. Even the women in the crew who liked cleanliness were careful, worried they might dirty the streets. "Is there some kind of big event happening?" Hancock guessed. "No," Cook shook his head. "If there were a festival, everyone would be smiling and celebrating, but instead, they all look miserable. Even the well-dressed wealthy people seem the same." Giant quickly approached an old lady to inquire. "The Celestial Dragons are coming," she said. The mystery was solved. The Celestial Dragons were coming. Facing these world nobles, even the wealthiest residents, even the king of the Goa Kingdom, had to tread carefully, fearing they might offend them. Hancock and her sister's eyes turned icy. That vile scum. Because Cook had killed a celestial dragon right in front of them back at the Holy Land, Hancock and her sisters no longer had the same fear toward the celestial dragons that they had in the original story. A bunch of useless trash. Wherever they go, they bring suffering to the people, Hancock scoffed. They hadn't even arrived yet, and already the people here were struggling under the pressure. Once they did arrive, who knew what insane things the celestial dragons might do? Lord Dracula Roswald comes every 3 years. "I wonder how many people will starve to death this time," someone sighed. Hosting the celestial dragons was exhausting and costly. And it was always the commoners who bore the brunt of the hardship, with many starving as a result. The wealthy were also worried. "My daughter has come of age, and she's very beautiful. What should I do?" "I wanted to secretly send her away, but the military has already sealed off the ports. You can only enter, not leave. If the kingdom's army finds out, they execute the entire family. Every time Lord Roswald comes, All the young women in the city have to kneel in the streets. If he takes a liking to one of them, they are taken away by force. What should we do? A sense of dread loomed over the entire Goa kingdom. A few years ago, even one of the king's concubines was taken. All we can do is pray our daughters and wives aren't chosen. When it came to the celestial dragons, there was no way out but to endure. People only dared complain in private, and only when no one else was around, for fear that someone might hear them. The streets were filled with patrolling soldiers. Anyone who spoke ill of the celestial dragons would be arrested immediately. Koala's small body was trembling. She clung tightly to Cook's hand. Makino's face was pale with fear. What do we do? The celestial dragons are coming. We need to leave quickly. The celestial dragons were infamous for their vile reputation. Everyone knew of them, and everyone dreaded them. With the navy and world government backing them, no one dared defy the celestial dragons. Not even show anger in front of them. All people could do was kneel in submission. Makino, there's no need to be afraid. The forces of the sea, including the emperors, might fear the celestial dragons, but that doesn't apply to us, Giant reassured Makino. Makino blinked, confused. Don't forget what our captain has done, Giant said, a proud smile on her face. Hancock and the others also smiled, their expressions filled with pride. Makino finally remembered. That's right. Cook had invaded the Holy Land and freed all the celestial dragon slaves. Makino looked at Cook with admiration in her eyes. But soon, her brows furrowed. Freeing slaves was just defying the celestial dragons, but it wasn't the same as actually confronting them, was it? Since the celestial dragons are coming, we'll wait here for 10 days, Cook decided. Giant, Hancock, and the others stared at Cook, understanding what he intended to do. Cook, are you going to help the people? Are you going to free the slaves again? Makino asked, both anxious and excited. It was something she would never have dreamed of before. No, I'm going to kill the celestial dragons. Makino's eyes widened in shock, and she froze on the spot. Her lips trembled as she stammered, Kill. Kill the celestial dragons? Many people had thought about it. Some had even been tempted to act. But no one ever dared. It's not like I haven't killed them before. What? Cook, you've killed celestial dragons before? Makino was astonished. There was nothing about it in the papers. Cook had killed more than one celestial dragon during the raid on the Holy Land. But the world government had covered it up, not wanting news of the world nobles being killed to spread. It would be a huge blow to the centuries-old prestige of the so-called gods. Even the navy was unaware of it. How many achievement points would killing a celestial dragon earn me? Cook wondered aloud. After his battle with Shanks, Cook's achievement points had reached over 160,000. He was very close to 200,000 points. Cook hoped to reach 200,000 achievement points before re-entering the Grand Line. That way, each of his crew members would receive a revival reward every month. With the ability to revive, they could take bigger risks. Chapter 47, The Queen Starsea finally arrives. Makino felt herself growing dizzy as she took in all the details of what Cook had done in the Holy Land. Her steps were unsteady, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Cook, unable to look away. Another rival, Hancock muttered, her teeth lightly biting her lip. Trouble. Seems like it's time to make a move. If I don't, Giant will soon have all of Cook, and now there's Makino too. Hancock's sense of crisis was stronger than ever, her determination sharp. Time passed slowly. A week flew by. The atmosphere in the Goa kingdom grew heavy and oppressive. Every night, the cries of the townspeople echoed throughout the city. Cook and his crew kept a low profile in the Goa kingdom. The entire kingdom was preoccupied with preparing for the arrival of the celestial dragons, and Cook's group had no intention of drawing unnecessary attention to themselves. During this week, Cook managed to gather the information he wanted. He had located the island where Kuina lived. Strong female warriors, or even promising young talents, were rare across the East Blue. Kuina, the girl who had once been the rival that Zoro could not defeat, was the one Cook valued the most. In the original story, Kuina had died at 11 years old in a rather absurd accident involving stairs. Judging by the timeline, Kuina should be around 10 now. She was still alive. I don't need Kuina to surpass Zoro's talent. Even if she achieves half of what Zoro does, it would be more than enough, Cook thought to himself. Zoro, destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, would surely rise to the level of an emperor. If Kuina could achieve even half of that, she had the potential to become a powerful vice-emperor in the future, making it well worth Cook's effort to seek her out. As the day of the celestial dragon's arrival approached, the Goa kingdom grew more restless, gripped by fear. The once bustling port had grown eerily quiet. Those who were aware of the news avoided the kingdom, while those inside were forbidden from leaving by the king's order. This, of course, was a celestial dragon's demand. The entire city needed to be filled with people. They required subjects to display their supposed superiority, akin to that of gods. The river within the city lay empty, no boats in sight. Suddenly, in the distance, a massive pink ship appeared, catching the eyes of those along the shore. It was grand, adorned with golden decor, intricate carvings. A floating palace. Countless women dressed boldly filled the ship, their laughter enticing and enthralling. Could it be Lord Dracula arriving? Someone murmured, astonished by the opulence. Ships of such grandeur were rare in the East Blue. No, it's the legendary pleasure ship from the Street of Joy. Someone else gasped. What? You mean the famed paradise for men? They say that on the pleasure ship from the Street of Joy, any man's dream can be fulfilled. It's the place every man dreams of visiting. But isn't the Street of Joy in the New World? Why is it in the East Blue? The men along the shore stared in awe, their eyes bright and gleaming, lost in fantasy. Don't get any ideas. Do you know how much it costs to spend a day on the pleasure ship? Tens of millions. And even if you have the money, without the right connections or status, you can't get in. Of course, if you're strong enough, the Street of Joy might invite you, someone explained. The other men sighed. How about we sneak aboard? Are you crazy? Haven't you heard of the Queen of the Street of Joy? She's one of the emperors of the underworld. Anyone who causes trouble there ends up dead. But if we could conquer the Queen of the Street of Joy, wouldn't we have it all? No one's ever heard of a man being worthy enough to enter the Queen's chambers. The Street of Joy's ship is in the East Blue now? Jian asked as she glanced over at Cook aboard the Radiant Eclipse. It was too much of a coincidence. Either it was brought here by the Celestial Dragons. Or it was here for Cook. No one else had such qualifications. Is Starsea still the Queen of the Street of Joy? Cook asked casually. Jian nodded. Yes. She has a bounty of 400 million Baileys. She's one of the emperors of the underworld and has some connection to Big Mom. Cook smirked, understanding. On board the pleasure ship, a beautiful figure slowly appeared on deck, stepping into the limelight. She wore a white hat adorned with flowers, a pink dress with a white shawl, black fishnet stockings, and blue high heels adorned with bows. Her nails were painted bright and bold. Her golden curls, blue eyes, and ruby lips made her every bit elegant, alluring beauty. It's the Queen of the Street of Joy herself. Someone on the shore cried out. She's gorgeous. The men along the shore were transfixed, staring at Starsea. Starsea's gaze swept across the harbor, landing on the Radiant Eclipse, anchored in a secluded spot. She caught sight of Cook on the deck. A seductive smile spread across her lips. Little brother. I've found you. The pleasure ship quickly pulled closer to the Radiant Eclipse. Cook, she's here for you, Giant said, her hand already resting on her sword's hilt. Mr. Cook, you've made it quite difficult for me to find you, Starsea called out, her voice sweet and enchanting. Oh? Looking for me? Cook smiled, amused. I've come to thank you personally, Starsea said, her eyes gleaming. Cook continued smiling, his gaze locked on hers. A Cypher Pol Zero agent coming to thank me? Thank me for opposing the world government? Thank me for clashing with the Navy? Failing to eliminate me, they had switched tactics. Now they were trying infiltration. How ironic that they had sent Starsea, whose true identity Cook knew all too well. The five elders must be truly desperate. And foolish. Chapter 48, The Ninth Member, Queen Starsea. She stepped onto the Radiant Eclipse with a few women accompanying her. The women behind Starsea looked at Cook with admiration, their gazes filled with awe. Mr. Cook, these are my sisters. They were once captured by the Celestial Dragons. I was too weak to rescue them on my own. If it weren't for you, they would still be in captivity, Starsea said, her voice full of gratitude. The women accompanying Starsea nodded in agreement. One by one, they gently took off their shirts to reveal the mark of the heavenly hoof of the flying dragon on their backs. The brand of the Celestial Dragon slaves. Hancock and Koala, who had been on guard, began to soften towards Starsea and the women. Lord Cook, if not for you, we might already be dead. You are our savior. We have nothing to repay you with, but we wish to serve you for the rest of our lives, said one of the women, their eyes filled with tears. Their emotions were genuine, not an act. Cook didn't doubt their identity, it was likely that they were indeed former slaves of the Celestial Dragons. He couldn't help but acknowledge Starsea's cunning. Quite the clever move. There wasn't a single flaw. Mr. Cook, please accept their offer, Starsea said with a smile. Let them stay with you. They may not have any special skills, but they can take care of your daily needs. Cook looked at Starsea. His eyes seemed to be testing her. Starsea's heart skipped a beat. Is he dissatisfied? Could it be that he wants me? How greedy of my little brother, Starsea thought to herself, suppressing a smile. In her original plan, Starsea intended to first send her sisters to join the Sun and Moon Pirates. These women weren't spies. Having too many spies would raise suspicion. It was worth sacrificing her loyal sisters to complete her mission. With these women on board, she could establish a connection with the Sun and Moon Pirates. Starsea would then stay with the crew for a while, and after showing signs of being won over, she would formally request to join. That way, her intentions wouldn't be questioned. After all, it would be too abrupt for the Queen of the Pleasure District to suddenly request to join their crew. But Cook's eyes told her something else. He wants me on the ship. Starsea's gaze faltered, and she avoided meeting Cook's eyes. Her face turned slightly red, an uncertain mix of real and feigned emotion. Sisters Starsea, why not join us on the ship too? One of the women asked. Sisters Starsea, you offended Emperor Big Mom while looking for Lord Cook? If you go back to the New World, she won't let you off so easily, another added. Let's stay under Lord Cook's protection together. The women looked at Starsea expectantly. I haven't agreed to anything yet, Cook interjected. Following me would be too dangerous for all of you. Now that you're free, it's best you go home and reunite with your families. He had no intention of taking them aboard. What? The women were visibly disappointed. Starsea furrowed her brow. He doesn't want them. The intelligence clearly stated that all of Cook's crew were women. Starsea glanced at Hancock and the others. To her, Jian, Hancock, and Makino were all rare beauties. Even more charming in person than in their photos. Even Koala, the young girl, had the makings of a future beauty. And the giantess Lily was impressive in her own right, with her ability to change size. Could it be that I was wrong? Perhaps he's not interested in beauty, or perhaps his self-control is simply exceptional, Starsea thought, her heart sinking. If he refuses, then her plan would fail. Is this my only option? Starsea first glanced at Cook from the corner of her eye. When she saw that he noticed, her cheeks turned slightly pink. She then grew bold, her demeanor taking on a regal air. Mr. Cook, I have nowhere to return to either. Could you offer me a place to stay? She asked, her voice softening. There was no other way. Starsea had to step up herself. If she failed today, it would be difficult to find Cook again, let alone join his crew. Cook looked at her, and Starsea gave a graceful smile. There was a faint glow emanating from her. A barely perceptible glimmer. Cook was slightly surprised. That faint glow meant she genuinely wanted to join, even if only a little. There was no malice. Only a small part of her genuinely wished to be aboard. But it wasn't enough to meet the conditions for taking on new crew members. The Queen of the Pleasure District wants to join us? I am, of course, delighted. Welcome, Cook said, extending his hand. Starsea placed her delicate, pale hand into his. Cook decided to accept her for now. Though she wasn't sincere and had come with the orders of the world government, letting her board the ship would fulfill the second condition for crew recruitment, boarding the ship. And that would allow Cook to gain 50% of her combat power. Her slight sincerity also stirred in Cook the desire to win her over completely. Such a capable woman was rare in the vast sea. Few could compare. If she couldn't be fully recruited, she'd end up confined in the lowest level of the ship, where her actions would be limited. Mr. Cook, from now on, you are my captain. My fate is in your hands, Starsea said with a charming smile, the situation turning out simpler than she had expected. What a considerate little brother. Starsea almost felt guilty for deceiving him. New, provisional crew member, Starsea, combat power, 56,301. Cook's combat power increased by roughly 23,000, which was only 50% of Starsea's full strength due to her lack of complete sincerity. Now that you've joined us, you'll participate in tomorrow's event, Cook said. Starsea leaned in slightly, her posture suggestive. Captain Cook, please give me your orders. You'll stay aboard the Radiant Eclipse. You'll find out tomorrow, Cook replied, giving her a meaningful smile. Starsea wasn't fazed. The East Blue? What could possibly happen here? Even if the Sun and Moon Pirates wiped out all of the East Blue Marines or destroyed a kingdom, it would be considered a minor affair. Starsea didn't give it much thought. Joining the Sun and Moon Pirates had been the hardest part of her mission. Now that it was done, there was no need to draw unnecessary attention. If Cook wanted her to stay on the ship, she'd obediently do so. Chapter 49, Selection of Brides on the Radiant Eclipse. Starsea picked a room for herself, lounging lazily on a chaise. She absent-mindedly stirred her coffee. What a pity, she muttered. Her mind drifted back to the conversations she had just had with the crew members on board. They were all quite warm and kind-hearted. Through them, she had learned more about Cook, gaining deeper insight. To Starsea, the Sun and Moon Pirates didn't seem like typical pirates. They didn't steal wealth, nor did they conquer territories. Completely unlike Big Mom's pirate crew or the brutal underworld she was used to, for Starsea, who was always walking on thin ice in the New World, This was a rare chance to relax. They trust people too easily. You all think I'm not really a pirate? Starsea sighed softly to herself. Didn't they understand how much the world government wanted them dead? And yet they dared to let her board the ship so easily. They were far too naive. From the moment she boarded, Starsea knew she held the fates of Kook, the Sun and Moon pirates, and everyone on board in her hands. All she needed to do was relay their intended course to the world government, and they would be finished. Sigh. Starsea let out a soft sigh. Sorry, but I hope that day comes a little later. The Holy Land, Mary Ejos. Information passed through special channels, quickly reaching the 5 elders. It wasn't Starsea who had informed them. It was another undercover government agent on board the pleasure ship, a spy so well hidden that even Starsea herself didn't know. Starsea has entered the Sun and Moon pirates. The 5 elders shared satisfied smiles, feeling as though everything was under control. All that remains is for Starsea to find out more about Kook's abilities, and determine the Sun and Moon pirates' future route. After that, it will all be over. They couldn't see any possible way for the Sun and Moon pirates to turn the tables. A few short months, a year or 2 at most, and they would be eradicated. Feeling pleased, the 5 elders called Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters. Prepare for battle, was all they said. Sengoku immediately understood. As expected from the 5 elders, he praised respectfully. The 5 elders looked proud, as if to say, of course. We are the rulers of the world government. When we make a move, success is guaranteed. Failure is not an option. It's only because you Marines are useless, one of the elders said. Sengoku could only respond with a forced smile. Time passed to the next day. The eye-catching pleasure ship, along with the radiant eclipse, had both left the port, disappearing from the view of the citizens of the Goa Kingdom. Even Kook himself wouldn't want to face the celestial dragons, huh? Someone murmured. Makes sense. If given the choice, anyone would leave after hearing the celestial dragons were coming. It's better to avoid trouble than to confront it. But Lord Kook was the first to invade the Holy Land. Another argued. He only freed the slaves, he didn't directly attack the celestial dragons. It's not the same thing, is it? The citizens shook their heads and let go of those thoughts. They saw a huge, luxurious ship approaching on the inland river, escorted by 3 East Blue warships. A celestial dragon had arrived in East Blue, and the entire East Blue Navy was to serve him, with everything centered around the celestial dragon. They're here. Someone exclaimed. The citizens quickly hid their emotions, bowing to the ground, their faces pressed into the dirt, hiding their expressions. Even 3-year-old children, innocent and unaware, were forced down by adults, their mouths covered to prevent any accidental insults to the celestial dragon. Everyone trembled. Lord Dracula Roswell. Welcome to the Goa Kingdom, the king groveled, approaching the celestial dragon. A fat man with an ugly face, wearing a bubble helmet. Dracula Roswell sat on a palanquin carried by 8 beautiful women. Not bad, he said, satisfied as he looked at the neatly kneeling citizens. The 8 women trembled under the weight. Without much strength, carrying this pig was extremely difficult for them. Yet they dared not show any signs of struggle. That would be disrespectful to a god. Instead, they were forced to put on looks of delight, as if carrying the celestial dragon was a great honor. Any woman who failed to display such enthusiasm had already been thrown into the sea by the celestial dragon before. Let them raise their heads, Dracula Roswell ordered. Yes. The king turned and ordered, all women, raise your heads. The citizens kneeling on either side of the street complied. The men clenched their fists secretly. Once again, they were being treated like livestock. Their heads pressed to the ground, they gritted their teeth in anger. None dared to make a move. The women, their makeup beautifully done. A compulsory requirement. Raised their heads in fear, their tearful eyes wide open. Dracula Roswell's gaze roamed over them with abandon, as if he were choosing a concubine. Her. He pointed at one of them. The woman trembled, her beautiful face paling instantly. The family beside her felt their hearts breaking. Her. And her. Wherever the celestial dragon pointed, the women lost all hope. Their empty eyes and rigid bodies were forcefully lifted by the celestial dragon's guards. Their fate was to be taken by the celestial dragon, becoming slaves. When he grew bored of them, they would either die somewhere in the vast ocean or live forever in the hellish confines of the celestial dragon's domain. The selection continued. From the port to the kingdom, the entire capital was silent. An oppressive atmosphere hung over the impeccably clean city. What an ugly species, someone muttered. In the tower above, Kook turned to Starsea, whose body was tense beside him. What do you think? He asked. Chapter 50, Starsea panics. Brother, I don't want this in the city. 2 young boys sneaked into the shadows, clenching their small fists, their eyes burning with fury as they looked at the scene before them, one that filled them with rage. Ace, calm down. You need to stay calm. The two of us can't do anything against them, Sabo said, pulling Ace back, who was ready to charge in recklessly. If we fight, we'll just end up dead. The kingdom has tens of thousands of soldiers, the Celestial Dragon Guards, and even 3 warships. These forces are not something young Ace and Sabo could ever hope to fight against. If we act rashly, we might end up causing the whole kingdom to be destroyed, Sabo said, holding Ace tightly. Damn it. Ace slammed his fist against the wall, his knuckles bleeding. Ace, this is the cruel reality, Sabo said in a low voice, staring at his father who was bowing and scraping in submission. The fire of anger in his eyes was no less fierce than Ace's. We need to grow stronger, much stronger, to change anything. Starsea stared in disbelief at the celestial dragon selecting concubines below. Her heart suddenly began to race. How could this be? Why were the celestial dragons here? Feeling Cook's gaze, Starsea forced a smile, her eyebrows knitting together as she looked at the site below, where the celestial dragons had the entire kingdom kneeling before them. She was silent. A bunch of garbage, Hancock said, visibly disgusted, unwilling to even look at the celestial dragons. Koala stared at the celestial dragons below with a mix of hatred and fear, her small body trembling. Cook gently patted Koala's fluffy head. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Starsea watched silently as Koala leaned into Cook's embrace. It was an expression of absolute trust and dependence. If anyone else had said such words. Even Big Mom before the celestial dragons. Starsea, as a Cypher Pulse Zero agent member, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, would have scoffed. But looking at Cook now, Starsea felt her heart skip a beat. He wasn't afraid. There was no fear, only disdain. Unable to hold back, she spoke. Captain Cook, are we going to help them? Free the slaves? Her voice carried a note of concern. Captain Cook, please reconsider. The Sun and Moon pirates are already under close watch by the world government. If we strike at the world nobles again, the government will retaliate with even greater force. If we attack the celestial dragons, an admiral will surely come. Laying low, avoiding drawing attention. That's what Starsea thought was best for them. In her eyes, it was the only way for the Sun and Moon pirates to survive longer. If they continued to provoke the world government, Starsea was sure that it wouldn't be long before the 5 elders issued an order to infiltrate and destroy the Sun and Moon pirates from within. It's not like they haven't come before. Okay, and you came, and he left crying, Giant said with a smile. What's wrong, Queen of the Street of Joy? You aren't scared just because you heard an admiral's name, are you? Stassy's expression faltered. She knew she had said too much, and now she had drawn suspicion. But Starsea genuinely wanted to protect them. This sense of security, this environment free of schemes. Starsea didn't want to lose it so soon. Then, Captain Cook, what are we planning to do? Let me go rescue the slaves, Starsea offered. Since she couldn't stop it, it would be better to take action herself. She could at least keep the situation under control. Just rescue the slaves? Hancock laughed, looking at Starsea. You underestimate us. Huh? Stassy's mouth fell open. Wasn't it about freeing the slaves? They couldn't possibly mean to kill the celestial dragons, right? That would be crossing the ultimate line. It's not like we haven't killed them before. Starsea was stunned. Have they really killed a celestial dragon? No way. There haven't been any reports of that. It must be a lie. Starsea, you just joined us, so you'll be coming with me. The others, feel free to move as you wish, Cook said, looking at Starsea. Not giving her time to think, he pulled the stunned Starsea along, leaping down. In midair, Stassy's heart raced in panic. Brother, I don't want this. On the street below, the celestial dragons were still choosing concubines. Boom. 2 figures landed abruptly in the street with a loud crash. Who dares? The most panicked of all was the king of the Goa kingdom. He screamed hysterically, guards. Someone, get over here, now. The celestial dragon in a palanquin paused, then turned his violent gaze toward Cook, who had interrupted his enjoyment. Who are you? Why aren't you kneeling? That woman beside you isn't bad. Guards, seize her. Starsea, still in a daze, heard the celestial dragon's idiotic commands. She couldn't help but want to beat him up. You don't even recognize Cook? Have you forgotten already? He was the one who came to the Holy Land to free the slaves. And now? You want me? Stassy's eyes turned cold. Even as a Cypher Pulse Zero agent, she had never imagined becoming a celestial dragon's plaything. A fate worse than death. It's Cook. One of the citizens looked up, shouting. The guards behind the celestial dragon, members of the Navy, stared at Cook, stunned. This is bad. Protect Lord Dracula. The guards rushed forward, panic-stricken. The citizens' trembling grew more intense. Their excitement was evident. We're saved. The women selected by the celestial dragon cried, tears of joy streaming down their faces. You either leave, or you die, Jian declared, standing alone in front of the Navy forces. Hancock faced the kingdom's massive army on her own. There were no guards left by the celestial dragon's side. Only the citizens kneeling on the ground. Cook. The obese celestial dragon, Lord Dracula, looked down at Cook, still keeping his arrogant demeanor. The violence in his eyes grew fiercer. So it's you. You let my beloved slaves escape. The Navy and the 5 elders are useless. Why haven't they killed you yet? Someone, kill him. No, capture him. I want to make him my slave. Chapter 51, Embracing Starsea, Killing the Celestial Dragon. Are all celestial dragons this stupid? Cook asked Starsea, his voice laced with disdain. How did this group of fools manage to keep the world government under their thumb? What kind of secret trump card were they hiding? Stassea's expression became uneasy. Cook moved closer, positioning himself behind her, his arms wrapping around her. He took her hands in his and slowly lifted them, whispering softly into her ear, "A captain has been insulted. As a crew member, you cannot just stand by." With little effort, Cook seized a gun from one of the celestial dragon's guards, placing it into Stassea's trembling hands. Standing behind her, Cook held Starsea firmly, guiding her hands to point the gun at the enraged celestial dragon. Is he really going to? Stassea's face turned pale as she glanced down at the gun in her hands. Everyone around them froze, watching Cook in disbelief. Could it be that he actually intended? How dare you? How dare you harm a god? Are you looking for death? The celestial dragon roared in disbelief, still convinced no one would dare harm him. Years of sitting at the top, basking in the illusion of untouchable power, had long made him forget what fear was. No, it can't be. Not even Cook would go so far as to kill a celestial dragon. The citizens stared at Cook, their faces a mixture of disbelief and barely restrained hope. Kill him. Ace, hidden in the shadows with Sabo, trembled with excitement. Their hearts pounded as they urged Cook on silently. Would you like me to pull the trigger for you? Cook's cold voice whispered into Stassea's ear, his tone that of a devil's whisper. A shiver ran through Starsea, her gaze fixed on the yelling celestial dragon. She was supposed to be their strongest shield, yet here she was, a gun in her hands, pointing it at a celestial dragon. Captain, do you really intend to kill a celestial dragon? She asked in a shaky voice, turning her head to meet Cook's eyes. He was so close, his face, once so alluring to her, now instilled only fear. What, do you think I'm playing games? Cook replied coldly. Starsea felt her heart sink deeper, her mind growing increasingly muddled. Her body shook slightly as she tried to calm herself, but her emotions were too turbulent. Cook could tell that Starsea was no longer capable of thinking clearly, unable to discern whether or not she could resist. She struggled against his hold, but Cook's strong arms held her firmly. Her strength simply could not match his. Starsea looked around, desperate for help. The Navy, meant to be their shield, lay scattered on the ground. Jian had defeated the celestial dragon's guards with ease. The kingdom's soldiers, with 9/10 knocked out by Conqueror's hockey, stood frozen, turned to stone by Hancock's powers. The captain's orders are clear. Anyone who helps the celestial dragons will die, Lily declared, her form towering over them, Hancock's 2 sisters beside her, each in their enormous animal forms, cobra and python. Ordinary citizens were left untouched, but those who chose to serve the celestial dragons would share their fate. Are you afraid? Cook asked, his gaze fixed on the still hesitant Starsea. Stassea's laugh was hollow, tinged with desperation. Captain, do you hate me? Why must you make me do this? Everyone knows that harming a celestial dragon will summon an admiral. If they die, the Navy will never forgive them. I can't bear that burden. If you hate me, I can leave, she added, her eyes filling with unshed tears. The Queen was crying. No, Cook said. If the Navy comes after you, they'll have to go through me first. As long as I'm alive, none of you will die. Starsea looked at him, her heart pounding. Cook moved her finger to pull the trigger. Bang. A bullet tore through the air, striking the celestial dragon square inches the chest. You filthy commoners. How dare you? The celestial dragon's eyes widened in shock as blood blossomed across his chest. With a dull thud, he crumpled to the ground. Every soul present felt an intense shock reverberate through them. He was dead. Really dead. He died right before their eyes. Nicely done, Cook said, releasing Starsea and patting her gently. To the former slaves, run, flee to the farthest reaches of the sea. Cook's voice echoed through the port, and then he looked towards the citizens. As for you, don't be afraid. This is the hometown of the Navy hero Garp. If Garp can't even protect his own home, then what are you hoping for? Use every ounce of your strength to make this era even more chaotic. Let's go. Cook waved his arm, his coat billowing in the wind. Yes, Captain. Hancock hurried after Cook, her smile playful and charming. I wonder which admiral will be sent to chase us down this time. I'm looking forward to it, Lily said excitedly, stomping her feet. Captain, wait for us. Cora rushed to catch up with Cook. What's wrong? Jian asked, standing before the still stunned Starsea. I killed a celestial dragon, Starsea's voice wavered. The Queen of the Street of Joy has joined the Sun and Moon Pirates. What a majestic queen, personally killing a celestial dragon. I wonder if the Queen accepts admirers. Admiration and affection shone in the eyes of all the men present. Starsea's face grew paler. I didn't. Please don't misunderstand. It wasn't me, Cook forced me to pull the trigger. I couldn't resist. Cook's methods might seem rough, but considering our circumstances, it was the only way for him to trust you completely. Please understand, Jian explained on Cook's behalf. Starsea's smile was bitter. But this. Don't worry. Even if there is danger, Cook and I will always be at the forefront, Jian assured her, a confident and reassuring look in her eyes. At that moment, Jian seemed more like a queen than Starsea ever had. Let's go. Jian took Starsea's hand and followed after Cook and the others. Starsea's lips trembled as she stared at Cook's back, walking ahead, casually chatting with Hancock and the others as if nothing had happened. Yet she had been dragged into this mess. Little brother. I was wrong about you. You are nothing but trouble. Chapter 52, The Five Elders, Are the Celestial Dragons pigs? They're useless. Did they really kill him? Someone actually dared to kill a celestial dragon. The scene before them left Sabo's young mind in a state of disbelief. Suddenly, he noticed Ace bolting away. Quickly chasing after him, he shouted, Ace, where are you going? What are you doing? I'm going after Mr. Cook, Ace declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. Ace, didn't Mr. Cook say that you'd meet him on the sea someday? Ace nodded, but continued to run until he reached the shore. Watching the departing radiant eclipse, he opened his mouth and yelled at the top of his lungs, Mr. Cook, I'll come find you. I'm Ace. He shouted until his face was flushed red. Ace, you'll expose yourself to the Navy's attention if you keep this up, Sabo said helplessly. But despite his concerns, Sabo was also moved. He couldn't help but shout out as well, I want to become a man like you, Mr. Cook. The two of them stood side by side, watching the radiant eclipse sail away, their gazes filled with unshakable resolve. They looked at each other and burst into carefree laughter. Sabo, we need to get stronger, much stronger. Absolutely. Their fists met in a resolute promise. Only by growing stronger could they set sail. On board the radiant eclipse. Cook heard the two kids shouting from the shore, and his face darkened for a moment. But then, he let out a small smile. Those two kids were interesting. Your destinies have already been altered. I'm looking forward to seeing the future versions of you both, Cook murmured, waving at Ace and Sabo standing on the shore. Ace and Sabo, full of excitement, jumped up and down in response. Jian approached Cook. Cook, something seems off with Starsea. Perhaps personally killing a celestial dragon was too much for her to bear. Should you go comfort her? Not for now. Let her think it through herself. Only by figuring it out on her own will it leave a lasting impact, Cook replied. A celestial dragon has been killed. They were killed by Mr. Cook and the Queen of the Pleasure District, right in the Goa Kingdom. How did the Queen of the Pleasure District end up with Cook? Wait, how could they dare kill a celestial dragon? This is going to change everything. A bigger event than freeing slaves or destroying an Eye's lobby. The entire Goa Kingdom witnessed the scene firsthand. There was no hiding it. The news spread like wildfire across East Blue, before reaching the Grand Line and causing massive waves. Newspapers across the Grand Line went into a frenzy. Get this out there, now. But boss, if we publish this, the world government might retaliate. Who cares? Worst case scenario, we relocate headquarters. The news spread quickly, far faster than the world government could contain it. By the time the five elders received the report, it was too late to suppress the story. Cook killed a celestial dragon? The initial reaction of the five elders was dismissive. Hadn't this already happened? In the Holy Land, during the slave liberation, nearly a dozen celestial dragons had died by his hand. Then the five elders' eyes widened, and they shot up from their seats. This just happened? The five elders' temples bulged with veins as they grabbed the report, their eyes scanning the photographs. In the photos, there lay the corpse of the celestial dragon. And Cook holding Starsea, with her aiming the gun at the celestial dragon. It happened in the Goa Kingdom? The five elders were stunned. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Then one of them finally roared, why was Lord Dragula in the Goa Kingdom? The news about Cook being in the Goa Kingdom had spread more than 10 days ago. So why did the celestial dragon go there? The Dragula family visits East Blue every 3 years, and they usually go to the Goa Kingdom, the intelligence officer explained. The veins on the 5 elders' foreheads grew more pronounced. They knew Cook was in the Goa Kingdom, and they still went? Couldn't they have waited? Are they pigs? Even pigs wouldn't be so foolish. The fight between Cook and the red-haired pirate had already been reported across the seas. Why did they still go? Even if it was tradition, they could have waited. Lord Dragula likely wasn't paying attention to news about pirates, the intelligence officer offered. The 5 elders' faces darkened even more, their expressions turning grim. We explicitly told them not to venture out to sea for the time being. The Holy Land had just invaded, and Inai's lobby was destroyed. The seas are full of threats. Cook, the rising revolutionary army. Other pirates fear them, but Cook certainly doesn't. And they still went. The intelligence officer spoke hesitantly. Many of the celestial dragons have left the Holy Land over the past 2 months. The 5 elders were stunned. Many. Are they all pigs? Inwardly, the 5 elders unleashed a torrent of curses. A bunch of useless idiots. They couldn't even stay put. They just loved strutting around the seas. Granted, in the Holy Land, all the celestial dragons were equals, with no slaves around to assert superiority over. Life must have seemed unbearable. But to be willing to risk death just to feel superior? The 5 elders were exhausted. These foolish allies were simply impossible to work with. Send an order immediately. All celestial dragons out at sea must return at once. Yes, sir. Once alone in their office, the 5 elders let their frustrations boil over. The sound of smashing echoed as desks were broken, teacups shattered, and priceless antiques turned to shards. After their outburst, the 5 elders sat back down on the couch, slowly calming themselves. One of them happened to glance at the photo of Starsea. His pupils contracted. Damn. Chapter 53, The fruit is gone, so are the people. Have Starsea immediately transmit the next route of the Sun and Moon pirates. Confirm the route and deploy the navy at once. The bald 5 elder roared. He wasn't willing to wait even a moment longer. No need to investigate the details of Cook's ability. So what if it was an invincible defense? It couldn't be invincible forever. Even if it were, they could wear him down, restrain him, and imprison him. They never believed in an unsolvable power existing on the seas. After the outburst, the bald 5 elder noticed the silence of the others. He looked up, puzzled at his companions. Could it be that they were unwilling? Didn't they want Cook dead as soon as possible? To openly kill a celestial dragon was a significant blow to the lineage of the gods. The world government's prestige, built over centuries, now had a crack. The only way to mend it was one thing. Kill Cook. Only then could they stabilize their authority. As long as Cook continued to live and roam the seas, it would plant a dangerous idea in the minds of many. Cook killed a celestial dragon and still lives. Perhaps celestial dragons aren't untouchable after all. Such thoughts would spread. In the future, countless people might no longer fear the celestial dragons, perhaps even move against them. Yet, the other 4 elders still remained silent. What's with you all? The bald 5 elder glared at his companions. If they did nothing, how would they explain this to the celestial dragons? They too would face punishment. See for yourself. The sword-bearing 5 elder tapped a photo on the table with the hilt of his sword, sighing. Starsea might have defected. What? The bald elder's hand trembled as he picked up the photo. In the photo, Cook held Starsea, aiming a gun at the celestial dragon. His face twisted in anger. The so-called strongest shield killed a celestial dragon. Starsea. The worst kind of betrayal was one from a subordinate. A subordinate's attack on their master. Someone come. Execute anyone connected to Starsea immediately. Starsea is an orphan. She wasn't one of our carefully groomed elites, she joined later on. Don't rush. Judging by the stance, it seems she was forced. Does Coog know her true identity? Probably not. It looks more like Coog was testing her loyalty. She had no choice, and no way to change the outcome. Can Starsea still be trusted? The 5 elders fell silent once more. For now, don't question Starsea. Let's see if she is still of use. If we can still get information about the Sun and Moon pirates from her, then she remains useful. What about Starsea after we deal with Coog's crew? Regardless, she's one of the culprits. If the Celestial Dragons find out a Cypher Pulse Zero agent member was involved in killing one of their own, we won't be spared either. Who is Starsea? Does Cypher Pulse Zero agent have someone like her? I don't recall. She's just a member of the Sun and Moon pirates. A pirate. Naturally, she'll vanish along with the Sun and Moon pirates. Right. The 5 elders hastily destroyed all Cypher Pulse Zero agent records related to Starsea. No trace of her remained. Then, they picked up the Den Mushi. Contacting Starsea. On board the Radiant Eclipse. Starsea was hiding alone in her room. buried under the covers. Ring, ring, ring. The den rang. Starsea pretended not to hear it. It rang for a long time before she finally poked her head out. Her dazed eyes held a sense of confusion about the future. A lamb led to the slaughter. No wonder the five elders said he's far scarier than Charlotte Linlin. He's not just scarier. He's the devil himself. Ring, ring, ring. The den rang again. Starsea silently watched the ringing den. She stared at it. Just as the ringing was about to stop, Starsea picked it up, her voice returning to its usual elegance and calm. This is Starsea. Go ahead. Starsea, we are aware of everything that happened. We understand your predicament. Continue your mission and report the Sun and Moon Pirates' movements at the first opportunity. Before Starsea could respond, the line went dead. Starsea pressed her lips into a bitter smile. It seemed as if the five elders were trying to reassure her. But she knew the truth about the five elders and the world government. There were no principles guiding them. Understanding her predicament? To the five elders, it was a joke. The moment I participated in killing a celestial dragon, in their eyes, I was already a dead woman. Starsea knew this all too well. But what should I do? Continue being a spy? The day Cook dies will be the day I also die. Or live on alongside Cook? Two choices. Starsea pondered silently for a long time before she finally stood up. In her closet, she picked out her favorite clothes. A white outfit, red tie, black fishnet stockings, and high heels. She carefully applied her nail polish. In truth, I never liked the celestial dragons. Starsea left her room. Even if I must die, I will die with elegance. She was well aware of her current predicament. Continuing to obey the five elders and go against Cook would mean mutual destruction. Dying together. But if she refused to cooperate, the five elders would inevitably expose her identity. And once her cover was blown, Starsea couldn't imagine any reason Cook would let her live. Instead of waiting passively, she might as well take the initiative. Starsea decided to lay her cards on the table. Her only chance of survival was being honest with Cook. She didn't know if Cook would kill her upon finding out, but she had no other choice. With herself dressed to perfection, Starsea knocked on Cook's door. Come in. Chapter 54, officially recruiting Starsea, Queen of the Pleasure District. Starsea walked into the room. Confidently, she sat down in front of Cook, lighting a cigarette. Brother, you've really made things difficult for me. She exhaled a puff of smoke, letting it drift across Cook's face, who was just inches away. Brother? Starsea leaned forward, getting closer and closer. Isn't that right? Cook's eye twitched slightly. Just before they touched, Starsea pulled back, sitting upright once more. The queen is still the queen. Cook couldn't help but admire her. He had thought she would come in, wallowing in self-pity, perhaps even in tears. Captain, do you know my true identity? Starsea asked, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she looked at Cook. Since he caused me so much trouble, it's only fair I make him squirm a bit. I am, in fact, a member of Cypherpol Aegis Zero, Cypherpol Zero agent, the top secret intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons. Surprised, aren't you? Starsea stared at Cook, amused, wanting to capture every moment of his reaction. The infamous Cook of the Grand Line, surely he'd be taken aback, shocked even. Totally worth it. Oh. Cook responded dismissively. He had known for a long time. Starsea. Starsea's eyes widened slowly. Click. Cook instantly pulled out a camera and snapped a photo of Starsea's bewildered expression. You knew all along? Starsea gritted her teeth. So, the joke's on me, huh? You're quite ruthless, Captain. Knowing my identity and still forcing me to kill a celestial dragon. Truly a terrifying devil. Starsea couldn't help but pull her shawl tighter around herself, feeling a chill run down her spine. Captain, how did you know? Starsea stared directly into Cook's eyes. Where did I slip up? Cook didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at his own eyes, then pointed at Starsea with two fingers. The meaning was clear, I saw right through you. A casual deflection. Instinctively, Starsea crossed her arms over her chest, her long, fair legs shifting slightly to the side, not daring to face Cook directly. Cook's face darkened. That wasn't what he meant by seeing through. Captain, now that you know my identity, what are you planning to do with me? Kill me? You're my crewmate. I don't care who you used to be. As long as you join us sincerely, my promise still stands. You will always be my crewmate, my person. Cook extended his right hand. Once again, welcome to the Sun and Moon Pirates. Starsea stared blankly at Cook's hand. She found it unbelievable. He knows who I am, yet he's still willing to trust me? I'm Cypherpol Zero agent, the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, a subordinate of the world government. Isn't he afraid at all? Before coming here, Starsea had prepared herself to be killed. Even if she survived, she assumed Cook would interrogate her for a long time, followed by making her sign a series of unfair agreements. To become nothing more than a blade in Cook's hands. A future with no freedom, no dignity. The moment you walked through that door, I trusted you. Cook's trusting smile. It was seared into Stassea's eyes. It made a crack in her heart, a heart used to deceit and cold calculations. Cook saw it. He saw the light emanating from Starsea. Before, she was only partially committed, but now she shone brightly, proving her willingness, her sincerity, to join the Sun and Moon pirates with no ill intent. Though the light wasn't quite as bright as Koala's or the others, it was enough. Starsea had made her decision. What a captivating young brother. Stassea's eyes shimmered. Her gaze lingered. Even the world government had never trusted them like this. They would always send other spies to watch in the shadows. He was supposed to be an enemy, yet he believed in her without condition. Starsea bit her lip, looking down. She didn't want her beautiful face to show signs of weakness from being touched so deeply. So, what's your choice? My captain, from now on, I am yours. Starsea placed her delicate hand into Cook's larger one. Starsea felt a thud in her chest. This time, the impact was far beyond anything she had felt before. The first time, both sides had been merely putting on a show. Welcome. The Queen of the Pleasure District, Starsea, officially joined. Power level, 56,752. The 50% of her power that had previously not been shared now surged into Cook's body. Captain, how do you intend for me to proceed? Should I continue deceiving the world government? Now that she had made her choice, Starsea immediately changed her stance, considering matters from the perspective of the Sun and Moon pirates. The five elders still probably trust me to a degree. If I feed them false information, there might be an opportunity to put the world government in a significant crisis. But Cook shook his head. Using Starsea as a double agent could indeed be useful against the world government, and they might even gather some intelligence from within. But it wasn't that significant. The world government and the Navy were already openly hostile. They had an overwhelming advantage in terms of military strength. Deceiving the world government would at best toy with them but wouldn't yield direct results. If the Navy was to hunt down the Sun and Moon pirates, they would send enough forces that, with their current power, it would be hard to fend them off. Moreover, if Starsea continued as a double agent, with time, she might even start trying to play both sides, harboring hope of survival no matter what. What Cook wanted was Stassea's complete loyalty. He wouldn't give her the slightest chance for second thoughts. You have the number for the five elders. Call them. I want to have a chat. Starsea. Chapter 55, A Chat with the Five Elders. Sengoku gets scolded again. Holy Land, Mary Jo Eyes. The five elders had just finalized the new bounties for the members of the Sun and Moon pirates. How should we deal with the Goa Kingdom? Should we initiate a buster call and erase the Goa Kingdom from history? Wouldn't that cause too much negative impact? As they discussed, the transponder snail on the desk rang. It's a call from Starsea. The five elders instantly gathered around the transponder snail, their faces filled with excitement. Has Starsea already confirmed the Sun and Moon pirates' next route? Good, infiltrating the crew makes it easy to track their position. The five elders eagerly picked up the transponder snail, expecting to hear good news about Cook's death. Hello. The five elders were stunned. Were they hallucinating Cook's voice out of their intense desire to kill him? The five elders stared at the transponder snail, which typically mimicked the facial features of the person on the other end. From those features, it was clear. It wasn't Starsea. It was a man. It was Cook, the very person whose picture they had angrily stared at countless times. Crack. The five elders felt a sharp pain in their chests. Was Starsea dead? Did Cook take the transponder snail from her and find a way to contact them? Or did Starsea betray them? Either option was hard for the five elders to accept. I'm surprised you haven't started cursing at me yet. I expected more rage when you heard my voice. Not bad for the rulers of the world government. Your composure is impressive. Captain, you're so naughty, Stassea's voice chimed in from the side. It was like a dagger, stabbing relentlessly at the five elders' already fragile souls. They let out a collective groan of frustration. Too much humiliation. She had really betrayed them. And she was mocking them on top of it. Did they look like fools to her? The five elders gritted their teeth, recalling how they had handed her a mythical zone devil fruit. Now, they had not only lost the fruit, but also the person. The five elders felt as though they were vomiting blood and wanted nothing more than to slap themselves. They were no better than fools. Starsea, why betray us? One of the five elders growled. Have you forgotten your duties and obligations? I was chosen by the world government halfway through my life. Your brainwashing had little effect on me. Before, I had no choice. But now I do, Starsea replied calmly. And most importantly, my captain is simply irresistible. The first part they could understand. But the last part? The 5 elders' eyes filled with rage. Cook, don't get cocky. Sooner or later, we'll destroy you, they threatened, their voices filled with murderous intent. Yeah, I'll grant your wish. I'll die at your hands someday, Cook said, nodding in agreement. The 5 elders' faces darkened. Was he still mocking them? Or did he really not fear death? Facing an opponent like this, any further threats seemed meaningless. Just you wait. The 5 elders roared, smashing the transponder snail to pieces and stomping it into the ground. The office, which had just been repaired, was once again destroyed by the enraged 5 elders. Arg! Suddenly, another transponder snail rang. The 5 elders flinched. More mockery? This was too much. Instinctively, they reached out to crush the ringing snail. Wait, it's Sengoku calling. Marine headquarters. Sengoku had just finished venting his anger. If Cook dares to kill a celestial dragon, there's nothing he wouldn't do, Sengoku said, his face grim. He picked up the transponder snail. Fortunately, the 5 elders have already planted an agent. We can't let Cook keep running rampant. Unable to contain himself, Sengoku dialed the 5 elders. Your Excellencies, Cook is becoming increasingly arrogant. Shouldn't we activate our agent and quickly track the Sun and Moon pirates' movements so we can deploy the full force of the Navy? Sengoku said, trying to flatter them. His loyalty was as clear as day. Sengoku listened to the silence on the other end, only hearing the increasingly heavy breathing. What happened? Shut up. Are you trying to tell us how to do our job? The 5 elders snapped, taking out their frustration on Sengoku. They had just been humiliated by Cook, and now they had someone to vent their anger on. Just focus on doing your own job. After venting, the 5 elders hung up with a loud bang. Sengoku was left stunned. His mind went blank. What did I do wrong? He reviewed his words, finding no fault in his phrasing or tone. Why, then? Sengoku, don't you understand yet? Tsuru, the chief of staff, spoke up. Sengoku slowly sat down, staring at the latest intelligence and photos on the desk. She's gone? The wise Sengoku immediately understood. It can't be. The agent wasn't a devil fruit user, she had her own mind. How could she be gone? Did Cook find her and kill her? Sengoku swallowed in disbelief. Not dead. She betrayed us. This is the latest bounty from the government. The 3 members who recently joined the Sun and Moon pirates all have increased bounties. None of them are dead. Sengoku felt his scalp tingle. The agent had defected? How could this happen? It was more unbelievable than having a devil fruit stolen. Why? Sengoku couldn't comprehend it. He stared at the pictures of Starsea, Makino, and Lily, focusing mainly on Starsea, who was the most likely agent. He couldn't understand. There was no reason for betrayal. What kind of charisma does Cook have to make even an agent defect? Sengoku felt a chill run down his spine. He had underestimated him. Inform the Marines. Any female soldier who encounters the Sun and Moon pirates must immediately retreat and avoid any contact, Sengoku urgently ordered all Marines. He was afraid. No wonder the 5 elders were so angry. It's all Cook's fault, Sengoku said angrily, glaring at Cook's photo. Tsuru, do you think we should smear Cook's name? The reason the Sun and Moon pirates are so troublesome is partly because of Cook's good reputation. What if we spread information about his expulsion from the recruitment camp, and some of his past deeds within the Navy, to tarnish his image? Tsuru frowned. Cook's history as a former Navy recruit had been hidden by the world government. The world knew nothing, and only a few former classmates within the Navy were aware. Not now. It won't have much impact on Cook, but it will damage the Navy's reputation. Such a smear campaign can only happen once Cook is dead. Tsuru analyzed the situation for Sengoku. Sengoku sighed, acknowledging Tsuru's reasoning. If only he were dead. If he were dead, the focus of the world would shift away from Cook, and the newspapers would move on. At that point, the Navy and the world government could attach all sorts of vile crimes to Cook's name. Once he was vilified, they could slowly erase his story. Eventually, it would fade into history, forgotten. But all of that relied on one condition. His death. Easier said than done, Sengoku muttered, rubbing his aching temples. Chapter 56, The Joy of Happy Street. I want to experience it aboard the Radiant Eclipse. Captain, from now on, I've given myself entirely to you. Whatever happens, we're in this together, Starsea said, her face still flushed with excitement. She never imagined she would ever have the chance to mock the 5 elders to their faces. Listening to the impotent rage of the 5 elders. Something she never dared to dream of before. Death. Is it really that scary? Sooner or later, I'll die for the 5 elders to see. Cook glanced at the data. Captain, Kook, Vice Captain, Giant Zone Type Bird Fruit, Mythical Phoenix Model, Power Level 228,624, Bounty, 780 million. In about a month's time, her power had increased by over 10,000, and her bounty had risen. Officer, Hancock, Pamsha Type Love Fruit, Power Level 42,613, Bounty, 150 million. Her power had also increased by over 10,000, not much less than Giant's. Giant had just obtained her ability, so she was in a phase of rapid growth. Hancock, on the other hand, was realizing her natural talent. She had already reached the level of the 7 warlords of the sea at just 17 years old. Faster than in the original timeline. Auxiliary Intelligence Officer, Shaki, no Devil Fruit ability, Power Level 60,882, Bounty, 540 million. Due to her age, her power had decreased slightly. Sniper, Queen of Happy Street, Starsea, no Devil Fruit ability, Power Level 56,752, Bounty, 600 million. Happy Street could have been used for intelligence, but with so many world government spies in it and the target being too large, Kook decided to disband Happy Street. Starsea mastered both the 6 powers of the Navy and hockey, with her finger pistol technique able to kill enemies from kilometers away. In terms of range, accuracy, and power, she was stronger than many famous snipers on the seas. Helmsman, Boa Sandersonia, Zone Type Snake Fruit, Anaconda Model, Power Level 4,852, Bounty, 35 million, General Crew, Boa Marigold, Zone Type Snake Fruit, King Cobra Model, Power Level 4,523, Bounty, 30 million. Their power growth wasn't rapid. However, the two sisters were poised to become reliable mid-tier combatants of an Emperor crew in the future. Assistant Cook, Lillian Stomark, Giant Tribe, Mini Fruit, Power Level 13,564, Bounty, 60 million. Previously, Lily lacked training, only having talent. After a month of training, her power increased considerably. She was now preparing to learn hockey, and another surge in growth was on the horizon. Apprentice Pirate, Koala, no Devil Fruit ability, Power Level 101, Bounty, 100 Baileys. Koala's main focus was on recovering her frail body, so she only engaged in light training. Considering her age, her future was full of potential. Cook, Makino, no Devil Fruit ability, Power Level 53, Bounty, 500,000 Baileys. She lacked any notable talent. Kook was considering whether he should find her a Devil Fruit. The crew alone provided Kook with a combat power of roughly 380,000. Combined with Kook's newly awakened Conqueror's Hockey and his mastery of advanced Conqueror's Hockey coding, Kook's total power level was around 420,000. Constitution, 55. Charisma, 91. Achievement points, 196,234. Killing a celestial dragon had earned Kook almost 200,000 achievement points. Less than 4,000 to go. Before entering the new world, he'd definitely reach 200,000. Every member of the Radiant Eclipse would now have one revival opportunity each month. The Sun and Moon Pirates were growing fast. Their high-end combat strength was nearing that of the Emperor crews, though they still lacked mid-tier power. Captain, do you really want to disband Happy Street? Starsea asked reluctantly. The connections and influence she'd built on Happy Street over the years were not easy to come by. Disband it. The world government's infiltration of Happy Street runs too deep, it's more trouble than it's worth. Understood, Captain. Starsea picked up her handbag and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Kook called her back, curiosity in his eyes. Happy Street is rumored to be a man's paradise, with all sorts of pleasures. He was curious to see how it compared to entertainment in his previous life. Starsea immediately showed a mischievous expression. Captain wants to give it a try? Before disbanding, why not have a taste yourself? Kook looked at Starsea. She was the queen of Happy Street. A hint of red crept up Starsea's cheeks as she avoided Kook's gaze. I don't know how. You could learn. Starsea made a hasty retreat. An hour later, Happy Street was officially disbanded. Starsea told them to disperse and start new lives across the East Blue. The members of Happy Street weren't particularly powerful, so they didn't interest Kook much, but in East Blue, they were more than capable of protecting themselves. For the women regaining their freedom, a new life had begun. Starsea watched the pleasure ships drift away. She felt a sense of loss. She stole a glance at Kook, who was instructing Koala in her training. And there was also a sense of anticipation. Her new life was beginning as well. Carefully, she hid a small illustrated book in her handbag. The only thing she brought from the pleasure ship. I wonder if I can learn. Starsea muttered, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. The Radiant Eclipse sailed swiftly along the inland river, heading towards the ocean. A few hours later, they left the Goa Kingdom. After sailing for a couple of hours, a large, mysterious ship approached them head-on. On the deck, several cloaked figures, concealing their appearances, locked eyes with Kook. Revolutionary Army? Kook recognized them. And he also saw a woman among the Revolutionary Army members. Both Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Kook had the same glint in their eyes. Perhaps there was a new recruit on the horizon. Chapter 57, Big Mom, with such great genes, I want them all. Killed a celestial dragon? The red-haired pirates, preparing to leave the East Blue. Shanks looked at the newspaper, his pupils contracting sharply. Kook's getting more and more reckless. Ha ha ha, that's Kook for you, always daring to do what others wouldn't. Gotta respect that. Yusuf and the others gave a thumbs up. Shanks, what are you worried about? Ben Beckman asked, seeing the pensive look on red-haired Shanks' face. I already warned Kook that it'd be best to lay low, so why is he still doing this? Is he afraid the world government will forget about him? Killing a celestial dragon. It's obvious how furious the world government and navy will be. And if they catch him? What about Makino? Ben Beckman was speechless. The usually carefree Shanks suddenly stood up. No, I have to go back. Go back for what? Get beaten up again? Wasn't last time enough? The crew members teased Shanks. With a constipated expression, Shanks sat back down. Sigh, why didn't Makino choose me? Shanks muttered, unable to understand. Staring at the newspaper, Shanks grew more serious. If you can't protect Makino, Kook, I'll take her away from you. Even if it means becoming your enemy. In the New World. On Whole Cake Island. Today was a lively day as Big Mom was hosting a tea party. The Big Mom pirates gathered, and even the emperors of the underworld had arrived early. The festive atmosphere should have been cheerful, but it felt stifled. Everyone was on edge. Mama. Where's my lovely Starsea? Why didn't she come? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin let out her iconic laugh, and everyone bowed their heads in fear. No one dared to meet the gaze of the angry Big Mom. For the first time, someone had refused Big Mom's tea party. Where's Starsea? Charlotte Linlin demanded, her voice a roar, a terrifying aura pressing down on everyone's hearts. Stassea's already in the East Blue. She's joined the Sun and Moon Pirates, Morgans, the Emperor of the Underworld, said excitedly. If not for the tea party, he would have loved to personally go to the East Blue to chase after Kook's news. The Sun and Moon Pirates? The brazen Kook? Mama. Starsea turned down my tea party just to join the Sun and Moon Pirates? The sky immediately darkened. A thick, terrifying aura weighed on everyone's hearts. Big Mom was angry. Being ignored and having someone join another pirate crew instead? It was like saying that Big Mom couldn't compare to Kook at all. Where are the Sun and Moon Pirates? Bring Starsea back to me immediately, Big Mom roared. Mama, the Sun and Moon Pirates are in the East Blue. Even the Navy can't find them, her eldest son said helplessly. Kusagakure, one of the few calm pirates present, added, Mama, Kook recently fought Shanks, and it was a draw. His strength is formidable. He's not someone to be taken lightly. Unless you personally take action, Mama, there's no way to retrieve Starsea from the Sun and Moon Pirates. A brat who's just starting out, and you all fear him this much? Charlotte Linlin glared at her daughter. Tell me everything about Kook. Her eldest son quickly explained everything about Kook. When he was finished, everyone watched Big Mom with confusion. Why was she so quiet? Charlotte Linlin stared blankly at the picture of Kook her eldest son held up. Her eyes gleamed. Almost 19, as strong as Shanks, and with that face. Charlotte Linlin's eyes shone even brighter. Kusagakure and the others felt uneasy. No way. Mama wasn't interested in Kook, was she? To be so strong at such a young age, he could compare to me, which means Kook has a similar natural talent and physique. Big Mom's eyes filled with greed. With genes that powerful, I can't let him go. I have to get him and bring his genes into our family. Big Mom looked at her daughters. They were all taken aback. Another arranged marriage? Is it me? Is it all of us? Her daughters were dumbfounded. The more of these genes, the better, Mama. In the East Blue, just outside the Goa Kingdom. Monkey D. Dragon. Kook. They exchanged their names. These were famous figures on the seas. They knew of each other, without a doubt. Monkey D. Dragon invited Kook to visit the Revolutionary Army's ship. Kook, join us. We share the same ideals. Overthrowing the corrupt rule of the Celestial Dragons. Dragon spoke of his dreams and aspirations, unable to resist inviting Kook. From Kook's series of actions, Dragon believed Kook was a man with ambitions as great as his own. Dragon looked at Kook expectantly. His comrades did the same. Mr. Kook, we meet again, Bartholomew Kuma said, lifting his hood. The Akama King stared at Cook with curiosity. Such a handsome treasure of a man. It would be wonderful if I could modify his body. Cook ignored Dragon's hopeful gaze. His eyes shifted to Dragon's comrades. Eventually, his gaze focused on one particular person. Dragon wanted Cook to join them. And Cook wanted to recruit someone from the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 58, Recruiting Revolutionary Army Officer Bello Betty. Dragon falls silent. I refuse. Cook rejected Dragon's invitation. Is that so? Dragon's voice grew somber. Is there something wrong with the ideals of the Revolutionary Army? Was it not recognized? Too slow. I heard it. The world is crying. It can't wait that long. Anyone can say pretty words full of idealism. Dragon was stunned, looking at Cook. He then showed a smile of admiration. Mr. Cook, your approach and mine cannot be judged as right or wrong, but your path is fraught with dangers. Are you sure about this? Dragon had just explained the ideals of the Revolutionary Army to Cook, and the future goals. First, liberate those kingdoms in the midst of war. Spread the ideals. Slowly dismantle the world government's foundation from the bottom up, taking a gradual and steady approach. It's slow, but the risks are minimal. From Dragon's perspective, it seemed like Cook was planning to directly confront the pressure of the world government by tearing open a path from the top level. Quick results, but fraught with constant peril. Challenges make it fun. The two of them shared a smile. I didn't expect that this era would see a second dragon-like person. I'm liking this even more, Imkov sighed. Bartholomew Klima spoke softly. After escaping from Akainu, I knew Mr. Cook wasn't simple. So, Mr. Cook, what do you plan to do? Dragon watched Cook, curiosity mixed with concern. Increase our combat strength and find more allies who share our ideals. Cook was setting the stage so that when he recruited someone later, Dragon wouldn't outright refuse. Dragon nodded in agreement. The Revolutionary Army was doing the same. No matter how good your ideals, without sufficient strength, the world government could easily wipe you out. It's not easy to find like-minded comrades. Mr. Cook, your crew is still too small. Dragon glanced at the Radiant Eclipse. There were fewer than 10 people. In comparison, the Revolutionary Army ship was full. Cook, if you need comrades, I have plenty here, Imkov offered, the perfect assist. Behind Imkov stood a large group of flamboyant Akamas. Take anyone you like, as long as they're willing, Imkov said generously. Dragon smiled and made no attempt to stop it. Cook looked at the group of Akamas. Imkov himself didn't radiate any light. As a high-ranking Revolutionary Army officer, even if Imkov approved of Cook, he had no intention of switching sides. But among the Akamas behind Imkov, there were a few individuals whose aura shone brightly, signaling their willingness. The brightest glow came from someone wearing a pink dress. A rugged face with a beard. Are Akamas considered male or female? Cook pondered. The glow confirmed that this Akama, who was once undoubtedly a man, fulfilled the conditions for recruitment. Cook's eyes brightened. Not because he was interested in the Akama, but because he'd found a loophole in the system. The system required him to establish the strongest all-female pirate crew, and all crew members had to be female. But named female powerhouses in the world were far fewer compared to males. There weren't many options. And that would be true in the future as well. Just like before, when Ace and Sabo requested to join his ship. Their talents were top tier, but Cook didn't hesitate to refuse simply because of their gender. If they had been girls, it would have been a different story. If Imkov turned Luffy, Ace, and Sabo from Windmill Village into Akamas, Cook quickly dismissed the idea. If Dragon or Garp knew about it, they'd fight him to the death. Even Luffy and the others would fight to the death. They would never accept it. Cook shelved the idea for now, but kept it in the back of his mind. There were still many strong female fighters in the world to recruit, so there was no need to resort to such methods yet. I'm missing a doctor on my ship. Cook looked past the Akamas, uninterested. His gaze fell on a young woman in the crowd. She seemed barely of age and dressed boldly. Cook walked toward her. What's your name? Bello Betty. The reply came from a young woman with short purple hair, wearing a long-tailed dress and boots. Cook recognized her instantly. The future commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. A formidable figure with a bounty of 457 million baileys. The holder of the pump fruit ability. Just before boarding, Cook had seen Betty treating some wounded and encouraging them, but without displaying any powers. She likely hadn't eaten the pump fruit yet. The pump fruit was a support-type devil fruit. The original story never showcased Betty's direct combat strength. But Cook believed that someone who would become an Eastern Army commander, with a bounty close to 500 million baileys, and who would fight two admirals during an assault on the Holy Land, was definitely strong. He had his sights set on her from the beginning. The need for a doctor was just a pretext. His real interest was in her, and she had demonstrated medical skills. Dragon, it looks like Cook is interested in Bello Betty, Kuma whispered to Dragon. Shouldn't we intervene? Betty had shown great potential, especially in her talent for public speaking. She had incited the lower classes to revolt in her hometown, overthrowing many nobles. She was exactly the kind of force the Revolutionary Army needed. Don't worry. Those who join us are all like-minded comrades. We should never doubt our comrades, Dragon said confidently. You want me? Bello Betty's eyes widened. Cook? So bold. All right, I'll go with you. I haven't decided to join the Revolutionary Army anyway. As long as we're fighting against those lofty nobles, I'm in. Betty grabbed Cook's hand and hurriedly walked toward the radiant eclipse. Dragon was left in silence. Chapter 59, Bold Betty and the Opop Fruit Ambition. Bello Betty was dragging Cook along. For a moment, Cook was caught off guard, unsure how to react. What was this bold statement? And so direct, so simple? He hadn't even had a chance to give the speech he prepared to persuade her. Yet here she was, willingly coming along. What's the matter? Not interested in me? Bello Betty turned back, giving Cook a dissatisfied look. Of course not, I'm happy to have you on board, Cook replied, regaining his composure. He took a closer look at Bello Betty. Though he hadn't resisted much, her grip was strong. Her strength should be beyond that of Hancock's two sisters, nearly catching up to Lily's. Lily, after all, was a giant, blessed with immense natural strength enhanced by the mini fruit. Bello Betty had grown up in the East Blue, a place devoid of strong fighters, yet she was already this powerful by the time she came of age. Cook had every reason to believe she had great potential for growth. If she exchanged her supportive pump fruit for a more offensive devil fruit, her strength would surely surpass what it had been in the original story. Everyone, I'm leaving now, Bello Betty said, waving enthusiastically at her comrades. Dragon, she's actually leaving, Bartholomew Kuma reminded Dragon. Dragon's mouth twitched. Just like that? With an awkward laugh, he said, Cook, I hope we meet again on the seas. If you ever need help, the Revolutionary Army will always be your ally. After that, Dragon could only watch as Bello Betty led Cook towards the radiant eclipse. Dragon turned away. He could no longer keep his emotions in check. His heart ached, tears threatening to fall. A future high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army. Gone, just like that. He had just watched her leave. The Revolutionary Army's ship departed quickly, disappearing over the horizon. Hello everyone, I'm Bello Betty, your new comrade. If anyone's feeling down, come find me. If you're hurt, come find me, Bello Betty said confidently, introducing herself to the women of the radiant eclipse. Her straightforward, unreserved personality quickly won them over. Cook watched this scene in disbelief. Was recruiting this easy? Too simple. Dragon hadn't said anything. What a good guy. Cook had to admit, that Dragon was more generous than he could ever be. If anyone ever tried to steal a crew member from his ship, he would never allow it. No matter who it was. Now with another new member on board, Cook couldn't help but smile. A pleasant surprise. He thought about the Revolutionary Army. Both Bello Betty and Koala were now members of his crew. He had poached every powerful woman who had appeared in the Revolutionary Army in the original story. It seemed unlikely he could take more from them for a while. If only Kaido and Big Mom were as generous as Dragon, Cook mused. Even if they were generous, it wouldn't matter. It would just be a bit more troublesome, but Cook had already set his sights on them. The 10th official crew member, the ship's doctor, Bello Betty, no devil fruit ability, combat power, 6,328, bounty, 0. We're all women here, no need to be shy, Bello Betty said. On the ship, Bello Betty undid her clothes, much to the blushing and gasping shock of Makino and the others. Underneath, she wore nothing. Though not completely exposed, it was still bold. Finally, I feel free. I've been wanting to dress like this for a while, Bello Betty said, hopping around excitedly. Why don't you all join me? No way. Makino said, her face bright red. She could never do something like this. What's there to be shy about? We're all women, nothing to hide, Bello Betty said dismissively, stretching and moving about freely. You're forgetting the captain is still around, Starsea reminded her. It's fine. Captain, you don't mind, do you? All eyes were on Cook. Pretending to avert his gaze, Cook replied, it's your freedom, just don't do it when we have guests. Ha ha ha, I knew it. The captain is different, Bello Betty laughed, her excitement growing. Cook felt a little overwhelmed. Jian, come with me. There's something I need to discuss with you. The next day. Sister, could you help me locate Minion Island? Sure. Seeing Bello Betty's medical skills reminded Cook of the Opop fruit. Cook recalled the original story. There weren't many devil fruits related to healing. Marco's mythical zone phoenix fruit, with its healing flames, had some effect on treating others. But Marco had already eaten it, so there was no chance of obtaining it now. There was also the heal fruit possessed by Mage, a member of the Tontita tribe. Its healing capabilities were strong. It might not have been eaten yet. However, the heal fruit only had healing abilities and lacked offensive power. It couldn't compare to the Apop fruit. Besides its famous immortality surgery, the spatial abilities of the Apop fruit made it one of the most versatile and powerful devil fruits. The Apop fruit shouldn't have been eaten yet, right? Cook calculated the timeline. At this point, the Apop fruit should not have been eaten by law yet. A doctor would be able to maximize the Apop fruit's potential, and with Bello Betty's talent and the Apop fruit, she could become an admiral-level powerhouse in the future. Cook wouldn't be surprised at all. The pump fruit was decent, especially in large-scale battles, as it could have a tremendous impact. However, the Sun and Moon pirates were destined to remain a relatively small crew. The pump fruit wouldn't be able to reach its full potential here, and besides, now that Bello Betty was no longer a member of the Revolutionary Army, it would be difficult for her to obtain it. Chapter 60, God's Lair. Marine Headquarters. Bang. Sengoku slammed the day's newspaper onto the desk. The headline on the paper had just 3 words. God's Lair. The content described Cook killing a celestial dragon. The newspaper had given Cook a new title, God's Lair. The celestial dragons called themselves gods, and anyone who killed them would be considered a slayer of gods. But such a title was unacceptable to both the world government and the Marines. Sengoku roared, "Shut down that newspaper immediately." "It's too late," said Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, shaking her head. "Many newspapers have already followed suit and adopted the same term." Sengoku slumped into his chair, feeling utterly powerless. "Captain Cook, you've got a new title." Lily, who was in charge of checking the newspapers daily, shouted in excitement. Everyone quickly gathered around her. "Let me see. What are they calling the captain?" Almost all pirates had a unique title: Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido of the Beasts, Red-Haired Shanks. Nicknames were often more memorable than actual names. Titles usually captured a person's defining feature or widely known abilities. "What is it?" Cook asked, curious about how the world now saw him. Lily unfolded the newspaper. "Wow." Bello Betty and the others gasped. "What a powerful title," Starsea said, her eyes practically devouring Cook. "Godslayer." The newspaper headline, the 3 bold and enlarged words, took up the entire front page. Captain killed a celestial dragon, and since they call themselves gods, the captain is being called the Godslayer. Starsea explained. "What a badass name. The most powerful title on the seas." Everyone was thrilled. A sense of pride filled them all. Cook frowned. "Godslayer? Those pieces of trash dare to call themselves gods? Giant, contact the reporters and tell them to remove it." "I don't like it." "Captain, that just makes you even more impressive," Starsea said, unable to resist touching him, her hand sliding gently across his chest. She whispered softly in Cook's ear, "Captain, I've learned a new trick. Want to try it out?" The various newspaper editors, upon receiving the news, were dumbfounded. They had spent countless hours coming up with a title they thought was the most powerful of all. More so than any other title in the seas. And he didn't like it. As expected of Cook, one editor said, killing a celestial dragon means nothing to him. He doesn't even consider it an honor. More of a disgrace. Publish his exact words right away. The new edition quickly replaced the old one. When Sengoku got wind of it, he couldn't help but smile. Cook doesn't want to be called the Godslayer. Finally, some fear in that kid. A sense of self-awareness. He knows no one can truly bear that kind of title. Tsuru interrupted, "Sengoku, don't get too happy. Read the rest of the article." Sengoku looked down and fell silent. "Tsuru, if the 5 elders call, tell them I'm not here," he said, making a quick escape. Because he knew. The 5 elders would soon be calling, full of rage, and he would be the one taking the brunt of it. No matter how loyal he was, the constant scolding was too much for Sengoku, and he needed to hide. "Ha ha ha, Lord Cook is truly fierce. He says what no one else dares to say. Those fools are nothing but pigs. So that's how they look in Lord Cook's eyes. So pathetic. I'm tempted to go kill one myself." Across the seas, Cook gained even more admirers. Whitebeard laughed heartily. "It's been years since I've seen a kid like this. I wonder how long it'll be before he makes it to the New World. Stirring up the world government like this. The first half of the Grand Line won't be easy for him." "Mama. I wish I could have his perfect genes right away," Big Mom said. "Have you decided? Who's willing to go? If none of you want to, Mama will make the move herself." Smoothie, Gallet, and the other daughters exchanged glances. They eyed one another warily. The family couldn't escape arranged marriages, and since they were destined to contribute to the family, they naturally wanted the best man for themselves. Everything about Cook. In their proud eyes, he fulfilled every one of their fantasies. But they didn't want to share. Their eyes had already begun to clash. Back at the Goa Kingdom, with the revolutionary army, Dragon couldn't help but sigh. Cook really does what he says. He constantly provokes the world government's fragile nerves. With him around, many of our plans become much easier to execute. The world had gotten used to the newspapers being filled with stories about Cook. The radiant eclipse sailed the East Blue, heading towards its next destination. A few days later, an island appeared on the horizon. This was the famous Ishin Dojo of the East Blue. It was also Zoro's hometown. "Let's go ashore," Cook said, bringing everyone along. With the spirit of the ship present, and with the vessel having 1 hour of invincibility each day, they didn't need to worry about leaving it unattended for a short while. Walking along a rural path, they saw a small village with smoke rising from chimneys in the distance. They heard the muffled sobs of a young girl. About a kilometer away from them, by a small creek, a young girl, with a sword by her side, sat alone on a rock, curling up as she cried softly. "Can you tell me why you're crying?" A gentle voice. The girl looked up abruptly, startled to see Cook sitting beside her. She quickly turned, using her sleeve to wipe away her tears. Cook looked at the stubborn young girl. The reason they had came to this place. Kuina. She was about 10 years old now. Chapter 61, New Member, Swordmaster Kuina. You're outsiders, aren't you? Kuina didn't reveal why she was crying. Her strong-willed personality didn't allow her to show her vulnerable side. Why are you running away from the reason for your tears? Stand up. Crying is a sign of weakness, it won't change anything. Instead of crying here, face the problem head-on. If you can't even speak up about why you're crying, how can you achieve anything? You'll just end up a coward. The blunt voice came from Bello Betty, stunning Kuina. Kuina stared at Bello Betty, momentarily lost for words. Cook sighed at Bello Betty's harshness. You have to remember, you no longer have the pump fruit. How have you even managed to stay alive until now with that sharp tongue of yours? He thought. What do you know? Kuina glared at Bello Betty in anger. All I want is to become the world's greatest swordsman. What's wrong with that? Why does everyone put me down and not believe in me? Even my own father told me to give up, saying that girls, because of physical limitations, can never become great swordsmen. Bello Betty opened her mouth to respond, but Cook shot her a warning glance. He knew she meant well, and her words could be motivating, but for a young girl like Kuina, being too blunt could do more harm than good. Feeling wronged, Bello Betty closed her mouth. Cook looked at the agitated Kuina and spoke softly. Is your dream not real just because your family denies it? Instead of dwelling on their disbelief, why not prove them wrong through your actions? But. Kuina bit her lip. Her father's denial hurt her, but even more, she had started doubting herself. She began to believe that because of the physical limitations of women, becoming a great swordsman was impossible. You're not a girl, you wouldn't understand, Kuina said, glancing at Cook, her gaze shifting to the sword at his waist. She envied him. Envied the fact that he was a man. But I believe women can become strong. All my comrades are women, Cook pointed to the rest of his crew. Curious, Kuina looked over. They were indeed all women. Are they really strong? Kuina asked skeptically. Jian, Cook called. Jian gently unsheathed her sword, giving it a single swift stroke. She returned the blade to its scabbard without a sound. The massive boulder in front of them, weighing several dozen tons, silently split into two, the cut perfectly smooth. Kuina felt as if her entire world had collapsed. Starsea, Cook continued. Yes, Captain. Starsea extended a finger, aiming at a large tree several hundred meters away. Flying finger pistol. A crescent-shaped shockwave shot forward. With a loud crash, the tree was severed at its middle. Need to see more? Cook asked. Kuina shook her head in astonishment. Her training had barely scratched the surface of swordsmanship. She had never witnessed such powerful techniques, like those of Jian and Starsea. Attacks that could casually cause such destruction. It shattered her understanding of strength. Are you really women? Kuina asked Jian and Starsea, still in shock. Were they monsters in disguise? They barely seemed to exert themselves to unleash these attacks. Kuina couldn't even imagine the devastation they could cause if they fought with their full strength. Our captain knows this well, Starsea said suggestively. Kuina's eyes shone with excitement as she looked at them. Can you tell me how to become stronger? I want to be as strong as you all. Would you be willing to witness firsthand the journey of women conquering the peak? Cook extended his right hand, inviting her directly. From his previous experience recruiting crew members, Cook realized that the women of the seas were just as bold as the men. There was no need for any roundabout way. Me? Kuina pointed at herself, disbelief evident in her eyes. Can I? You can. The sincerity and belief in Cook's eyes filled Kuina with strength. Without even thinking, she placed her small hand in his. Let's go see your father. If you're coming with me, he deserves to know, Cook said as he stood, his eyes fixed on the dojo in the distance. Are you a sword master? Kuina asked Giant, looking up at her in awe. That casual swing of Giant's blade had completely won her over. Call me Sister Giant. I suppose you could say that, Giant replied casually. Then, Sister Giant, you must be from the Grand Line, right? Are you the strongest swordsman? Kuina asked, her eyes sparkling. The title of the strongest swordsman was her lifelong dream. No, Giant shook her head. Huh? Even someone as powerful as you isn't the strongest? Kuina was stunned. Then who is? The most well-known swordsmen on the sea right now are red-haired Shanks and Dracul Mihawk. But the strongest swordsman? That title belongs to our captain, Giant said, her eyes filled with love and pride as she gazed at Cook's back. Captain is the strongest swordsman? Kuina's jaw dropped. She looked at Cook in awe. Not yet, but soon, Giant added. He hasn't officially defeated Shanks yet, nor has he faced Mihawk. But it's only a matter of time. Captain, can I learn swordsmanship from you? Kuina asked eagerly. Of course. I look forward to the day you surpass me, Cook smiled. Kuina clenched her small fist in excitement, waving it around in the air. The 11th member, Apprentice Pirate, Kuina, no devil fruit ability, swordsman, combat power, 689, at the age of 10, having nearly 700 in combat power was rare. Cook was eager to see Kuina's future growth. Chapter 62, Zoro, I want to join. Cook, no way. At Ishin Dojo. Cook sat across from Kuina's father, Koshiro. Cook had already stated his intention, to take Kuina to sea. Kuina looked firmly at her father, I must go out to sea. I want to follow the captain. I want to become the strongest swordsman. Koshiro looked at his stubborn daughter with a mix of apology and concern. Finally, he sighed deeply, go ahead. His gaze shifted to Cook, filled with a father's plea. He had already recognized Cook's identity. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately turned his words into a long sigh, saying nothing more. Don't worry. Kuina will be safe with me. I will protect her, Cook understood Koshiro's concern. Then I leave her in your hands, Mr. Cook. Koshiro bowed deeply to Cook as a father entrusting his daughter. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. A young voice could be heard shouting, out of the way, let me through. A green-haired kid rushed in. Zoro. Zoro looked anxiously at Kuina. Kuina, I heard you're leaving with pirates. No way. I haven't beaten you yet. You can't leave. Zoro, this is my dream. Are you going to stop me from pursuing my dream? Zoro's voice caught in his throat. He looked at Kuina's resolute expression and silently lowered his head, unable to say a word to make her stay. After a moment of silence, Zoro looked up, staring directly at Cook. Please, take me with you too. I want to become the greatest swordsman. Cook rubbed his temples. Another one? Ace and Sabo were already enough, and now Zoro too? Mr. Cook, if possible, please take Zoro along as well. He has immense talent in swordsmanship and could be of great help in the future, Koshiro spoke up on Zoro's behalf. As a teacher, he knew better than anyone Zoro's talent in swordsmanship. His potential was limitless. Zoro, please take me aboard. Cook, no. Kid, your path isn't with me. I'll be waiting for you at the peak of the sea, Cook said, almost by reflex now. Zoro was stunned. At his young age, he couldn't quite grasp the deeper meaning of those words. Kuina, excited, added, Zoro, our captain is a great swordsman. A great swordsman? Zoro's eyes lit up. I challenge you. Zoro drew his bamboo sword. Are you an idiot? You can't even beat me, and you want to challenge my captain? Want me to throw you out now? Kuina's words did nothing to quell Zoro's determination. His gaze unwavering, Zoro stared directly at Cook. Go ahead, Cook decided to grant Zoro this small wish. Zoro held his sword with both hands, his young face serious, trying to muster his best. Why aren't you drawing your sword? Why aren't you standing up? Zoro asked, confused, seeing Cook still sitting there. This finger will be my sword, Cook said, extending a single finger. Are you kidding me? Zoro was furious, feeling belittled. He charged at Cook, swinging his bamboo sword with all his might. Clang. Cook lightly blocked Zoro's strike with his finger. Then, with a simple flick, the bamboo sword disintegrated into dust, leaving Zoro staring at the handle, stunned. What just happened? Koshiro's pupils contracted at that moment. Even though Cook was just playing with a kid, he could see the incredible level of control Cook had over his strength. So strong. Strong to the point that Koshiro couldn't even comprehend it. "Captain, what was that move?" "I want to learn it," Kuina asked, her eyes shining. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you." Zoro looked on enviously, his eyes practically turning green. Cook took Kuina to gather her things, preparing to depart. Zoro stood there, seemingly soulless, for a long time. Even after Cook and his group left Ishin Dojo, he chased after them desperately. When he reached the shore, the ship was already sailing away. "Just you wait. I'll defeat you someday." "Defeat my captain?" "You're still far from that, Zoro. You need to get through me first." Kuina waved her prized Wado Ikamanji. "Oh, and the captain said you're better suited to the three-sword style." "Three-sword style?" Zoro was struck by sudden realization. He stood there for a long time, even after the tomorrow had disappeared from sight, still in a daze. He kept muttering, "Three-sword style. Three-sword style." It was like a bolt of lightning had struck his soul. Without a second thought, he rushed back to the dojo and grabbed 3 bamboo swords. He held one in each hand and stared at the third. With only 2 hands, how could he hold the third sword? Then it came to him. He clenched the third sword in his mouth. This is the three-sword style. Zoro felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. Standing in the stance of the three-sword style, he knew. This was the style meant for him. Is this what it means to be a true swordsman? To see my future at a single glance. The young Zoro's soul was thoroughly shaken. Chapter 63, Nami's hometown captain, where are we heading? Leaving the East Blue. Yes, sir. The Radiant Eclipse set sail. Cook studied the map, tracing their route. There seems to be an island on our way. Let's take a look and see if she's ready to play her part, Cook muttered as he eyed a spot on the map. He gave instructions to the helmsman, Boas Andersonia, to make a stop once they reached the marked area. Once again, it was a peaceful journey. Most of the women on board spent their days training to enhance their abilities. They knew very well that once they returned to the Grand Line, it would be nothing like the calm of the East Blue. They would face an enraged navy and the Sea Emperors. A dangerous and thrilling journey lay ahead. 10 days passed. An island appeared on the horizon. "Captain, we have arrived. Should we make landfall?" Boas Andersonia asked. "Yes." Cook looked at the distant island. He saw a ship anchored near the shore, flying a pirate flag, but he couldn't tell who it belonged to. It seemed like some nameless East Blue pirate crew. Kokoyasi Village. Originally a peaceful village far from conflicts, the villagers lived contentedly. A few years ago, a marine branch had been established on a nearby island. The villagers believed that the future would be even more peaceful and secure. However, reality didn't develop as they had hoped. Pirates began to arrive. Every so often, pirates would come and plunder their wealth. Only after they had left would the marines arrive, late every time. This cycle had continued for a long time. Today, the pirates had come again. The villagers had resigned themselves to their fate, allowing the pirates to loot their homes. Months of hard work, farming, fishing, earning every bit, was taken from them. No one resisted. They couldn't resist. The villagers' eyes were dull, but there was no fear. They knew these pirates wouldn't kill, only take their wealth and return in a few months to repeat the process. In a house with an orange grove in the backyard. Why haven't the Marines come yet? Didn't they promise us that next time they'd capture the pirates and stop them from harassing the village? 2 young girls looked at their adoptive mother, Belmir, confused and scared. Belmir was furious. She had asked her former colleagues to come as quickly as possible, but still, they hadn't shown up, allowing the pirates to loot as they pleased. Where was the justice? Ha ha ha, boys, hurry up and loot. Once we're done, we'll leave. Hey, don't kill anyone. If you kill them, who's going to make money for us later? We're going to feed off this village forever. The pirates' violent shouts and the helpless cries of the villagers echoed throughout the village. Strange, the map says there's a marine branch less than 100 miles from here. How are these pirates still causing trouble here? Giant voiced her doubts aloud. Indifferent people. Stand up. Are you really going to let the pirates take everything from you? Take up arms and fight. Bello Betty tried to rally the villagers. But they just stared blankly. They had tried. They simply couldn't win. You must be from another village. Leave now, a kind villager warned Cook and his crew. Leave? Who said you could leave? Looks like we've got some fat sheep here. Hand over all your treasures. The pirate leader, a sinister man holding twin pistols, eyed Cook's group greedily. To him, Cook and his crew were practically walking treasure chests. Though he didn't recognize them, their clothes and demeanor screamed wealth. They were dressed in top-quality attire. In the pirate's eyes, Cook looked like a nobleman traveling the sea with his maids. Even if a couple of the pirates felt like they had seen Cook somewhere before, they paid it no mind. Hand it over. A group of pirates surrounded Cook and his crew. This is bad, Velmir whispered, her face paling. They're in danger. They're not from the village. The pirates might kill them. What should we do? The two young girls in her arms, Nojiko and Nami, were terrified. Nojiko, Nami, stay in the house and don't make a sound. Velmir couldn't stand by and do nothing. She grabbed her long-neglected rifle and rushed out of the house. Pirates! Get out of here. As a former Marine, I can't stand idly by and let you do as you please. A Marine? The pirates were startled. In the East Blue, after numerous Marine crackdowns, pirates were at a distinct disadvantage when facing Marines. Wait, that's not right. Didn't we agree with Captain Nezumi that the Marines would come after we're done looting, and we'd split 70-30? They took a closer look and realized there wasn't a real Marine. Just a woman. Stay out of this, or we'll kill you. Velmir fearlessly rushed in front of Cook and his group, shielding them. Run. I'll handle this. Who wants to deal with them? Cook asked casually. These lowlifes weren't worth his time, and Giant and the others had no interest either. I'll do it. Kuina eagerly drew her sword. After days of training on the ship with Cook, her strength had grown. Go ahead. Kuina charged at the pirates, sword in hand. The pirates burst into laughter. A little girl? But their laughter didn't last long. Kuina swiftly took down two pirates with her blade. This girl isn't ordinary. Get her. Use guns. Bang. Starsea slowly retracted her hand. Who gave you permission to use guns? Anyone who pulled out a gun died. The pirates couldn't even tell how it happened. They stared at Starsea in terror. What kind of monsters were these people? Who are you? Velmir turned back. With her experience as a Marine, she knew that true powerhouses roamed these seas. Were these people among them? Clang, clang, clang. In a short time, Kuina had defeated a bunch of the pirates. But when facing the pirate leader with a bounty of 5 million, she was struggling. Damn it. You killed my crew. I'll never forgive you. The pirate leader yelled, then turned and ran for his life. Terrified. Giant, clean up. Giant rolled her eyes at Cook but slowly drew her blade. A fiery aura surrounded the sword as she swung it. A blazing phoenix shot forth from her sword, engulfing all the pirates on the ground. In the terrified screams of the pirate leader, the fiery phoenix consumed him and then soared into the sky, before landing at the port a kilometer away. The massive pirate ship, reduced to ashes in mere seconds, burned in a sea of flames. Is this? To ordinary people, it seemed like a miracle. Not even those famous monsters of the sea could be this powerful, Velmir muttered, stunned. Could they be powerful warriors from the Grand Line? Inside the house, Nami and Nojiko stared out the window like statues, too shocked to move. Chapter 64, Nami, I want to join your crew. Cook, wait until you grow up. Gina returned looking a bit dejected. Giant, you're just too strong. I couldn't handle those pirates, but you took them out in one move. Giant gently patted her head. How strong are you really, Giant? I'm so curious to see what you're like at full power. And I wonder just how strong Captain Cook is, Gina said thoughtfully. She remembered something Giant had mentioned before. That their captain was even stronger. But Gina couldn't imagine what stronger really meant. Could it be strong enough to destroy several pirate ships with a single strike? That didn't seem possible. No one could do that. You all. Velmir looked curiously at Cook and his crew. The villagers, while grateful, were also terrified. Terrified of their power. Take back your own wealth. We have no interest in it. Even though we're pirates, we don't plunder, Bello Betty assured the villagers. The villagers were startled. Pirates? They quickly ran back into their homes in fear. Aren't you scared? Cook asked, noticing that Velmir hadn't retreated like the others. I just know that you helped us. I believe you're not bad people, Velmir said confidently, looking Cook straight in the eyes. She trusted her judgment. If you'd like, came to my home as guests. On behalf of the village, I'd like to thank you, Velmir offered. Cook nodded. He was here for a reason. The reason was Nami. He wanted to see if young Nami already had the skills to navigate the seas and if she could help his crew conquer the Grand Line. The Sun and Moon pirates still lacked a proper navigator. They needed one now more than ever. Especially if they wanted to reach Sky Island, where navigation skills were crucial. Cook, I'll be gone for a little while, Giant said, glancing at Cook. She had sensed that the pirates who had arrived on this island were suspicious, likely in collusion with the local marine branch on the neighboring island. Even though she wasn't part of the Marines anymore, Giant's sense of justice still made her despise corrupt Marines. Go ahead. With a burst of energy, Giant unfurled her phoenix wings and shot into the sky. Cook and his group followed Belmere back to her house. When they entered, two adorable little girls peeked shyly but curiously at them. One of them, the orange-haired girl, Nami, quietly walked up to Cook and asked, "Are you guests from the sea? Can you tell me stories about it?" She was clearly fascinated by the outside world. "Nami, don't be rude to our guests," Belmere gently scolded. Nami stuck her tongue out playfully. "Do you want to know about the sea?" Cook crouched down, looking at young Nami with interest. Nami eagerly nodded. Before long, her excited voice filled the room. "What? An island that floats in the sky? And one under the sea? Even an island built on the back of a giant elephant? The sea is so amazing." Nami was completely captivated by the wonders of the ocean. Her eyes sparkled with awe. Excited, Nami invited Cook to her room to show off her collection of maps. Though they were only of this island. "Not bad," Cook said, admiring Nami's work. Although there were many mistakes in the maps, it was impressive for a girl her age. Unfortunately, at her current age, Nami's skills wouldn't be useful yet. She needed years of experience and learning before she could properly navigate the unpredictable Grand Line. "Really? My dream is to map the entire world," Nami said, her enthusiasm growing now that she had been praised. Feeling acknowledged, Nami grew even closer to Cook. Even during dinner, she sat right next to him. Giant returned as well, quietly nodding to Cook to signal that she had taken care of the problem. After dinner, Nami, who had been talking non-stop, suddenly grew quiet. "Are you leaving?" Nami asked, her voice full of sadness. "Of course." Nami's lip trembled. "Nami." Belmere and Nojiko looked worriedly at her. Belmere seemed to come to a decision. She gently patted Nami on the back, giving her the courage she needed. "Can I go with you? I want to map the entire world. If I join you, I know I can achieve my dream," Nami said with determination. Hancock and the others weren't surprised. Another kid asking to join the crew. But this time, would Cook say yes? They watched Cook curiously. Cook stared at Nami, deep in thought. In the original story, Nami wasn't physically strong, but her top-tier navigation skills and her ability to handle various tools made her an invaluable asset. Giving her a place on the crew wouldn't be a waste. But she was still too young. Koala and Gina were already 10 years old, and they could mostly take care of themselves. Koala had just turned 10 a few days ago. But Nami was a few years younger than them. She was too young. Taking her away from her home at such a young age wouldn't make her happy. "Wait until you grow up," Cook finally said, deciding to refuse her for now. "If, when you're older, your dream hasn't changed, then come find me at sea." Nami wasn't disappointed by the rejection. She had been torn herself. She didn't want to leave her foster mother, her sister, her village, or her home. "Okay." Nami held out her tiny hand. Cook shook her hand. "Time to go." Cook turned and left, the others following behind him. A new journey was about to begin. And just at that moment, the crew's achievement points surpassed 200,000. Everyone on the crew gained a once-a-month revival ability. Chapter 65, Garp, What a Monster, I'm Outta Here. As time passed, the radiant eclipse neared Reverse Mountain, approaching the Red Line. "Captain, a marine ship has appeared from the Grand Line," said Lily, acting as the temporary lookout, from her position atop the ship's mast, binoculars in hand. A lone marine ship rode the current, descending to the sea's surface. "It's likely a ship coming from the Grand Line," Lily added. "Could it be the Navy's task force arriving this quickly?" Starsea asked, her gaze fixed nervously on the distant ship. Was the Navy planning to hunt down the Sun and Moon pirates, crossing vast distances to put an end to them? "Who's on board?" Cook asked, glancing up toward the distant vessel without a hint of worry. The Sun and Moon pirates had grown strong. One admiral wasn't enough to threaten them anymore. 2 admirals? Maybe. But even then, they had an advantage. The Radiant Eclipse had 1 hour of invincible defense each day. And with their crew's ability to revive, they were far from being easy prey. Once a month, every crew member could revive, not at the same spot they fell, but aboard the Radiant Eclipse, which acted as a resurrection point. No matter where they died, they would respawn and fully recover on the ship. It was far better than reviving on the spot, where enemies might still be nearby, ready to strike again. Here, on the Radiant Eclipse, they would revive and be protected by the ship's invincible defense window, giving them a decisive advantage. With this in place, Cook wasn't worried. Even if 3 admirals arrived, they wouldn't stand a chance of wiping out the Sun and Moon pirates. Cook and Giant could hold off the admirals, allowing the ship to escape, and leaving the battlefield behind. They had already secured a position of unshakable defense. "It's Vice Admiral Garp," Giant said, her tone serious. The infamous marine hero. He was not only the most respected figure in the Navy but also the one whose strength was feared the most, an old generation monster. It seems Garp is just on his way home, Cook understood. No need to avoid him. Move closer. Move closer. The women exclaimed in shock. Captain, Vice Admiral Garp is a legend, the man who once hunted down the pirate King Roger himself. Are you sure you want to get near him? One of them asked, worry evident in her voice. It's said that Garp is even more fearsome than an admiral, another added, visibly nervous. But Cook remained unfazed. Like I said, we can't die right now. As long as we don't die twice in a month, we can revive. Cook's words brought disbelief to their faces. The ability to revive. It was simply too unreal. Reviving wasn't something you just heard about, let alone an entire crew with such an ability. Trust the captain. His orders are law. Cook has never lied to us before. The invincibility of the radiant eclipse seems unbelievable, but it's true. Don't try to understand it with your common sense, Giant, the vice captain, firmly reminded the crew. Sorry, Captain. We were just a bit hesitant earlier, they all apologized in unison. Meanwhile, on the marine ship, Garp sighed and scratched his head, staring at the Sun and Moon pirates' ship that was heading straight toward him. He groaned, of all the ships to run into. He had hoped to just pass by them and pretend he hadn't noticed. But now, with their ship heading directly toward him, that was impossible. Vice Admiral Garp, let's destroy the Sun and Moon pirates here. Fleet Admiral Sengoku would be thrilled if we took them down, one of his subordinates said excitedly. Every marine aboard the ship was eager. They had been searching for this notorious crew for a long time. And now, they had a chance to confront them. You think there's some small fray? Garp groaned again, feeling the weight of the situation grow. That's the Sun and Moon pirates. What about it? We've got Vice Admiral Garp. Even the Roger pirates couldn't handle him, one of the Marines responded confidently. No pirate can escape from Vice Admiral Garp once he sets his sights on them. Another Marine added, staring in admiration at their commanding officer. Garp sighed deeply, realizing there was no avoiding this now. Fine, fine. I guess I can't just look the other way. Garp stripped off his marine coat, revealing his powerful, muscular frame underneath. He stretched out his limbs, the sound of his bones creaking ominously in the air. Garp stomped one foot against the deck of the ship, and the entire ship shuddered, sinking several meters into the sea from the force. Then, like a monstrous beast, Garp leaped from the ship, crossing the distance between his vessel and the radiant eclipse in an instant. Vice Admiral Garp. Is this the same man I know? Makino, who recognized Garp, slowly dropped her jaw in awe. This was nothing like the carefree, easygoing old man she had known. This is unreal. Kuina gasped, eyes wide as she watched Garp's massive figure rocket through the air, shattering the very atmosphere as he went. She had never seen such overwhelming strength before. Perfect, Cook muttered, a small grin spreading across his face. Let's see what my current strength can really do. It had been less than 2 months since his battle with red-haired Shanks, and in that time, Cook's power had skyrocketed from 300,000 to over 420,000. He had grown much stronger. Divine Strike. Golden Crowswords. Cook shouted as he flew into the air, unsheathing his supreme-grade sword. Both Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey swirled around the blade. 2 blazing suns hung in the sky. Golden light flooded the sea, and on Garp's ship, waves of Marines collapsed, unconscious. Conqueror's Hockey? Garp's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Cook. He immediately strengthened his fist in response. This was no ordinary fight. Boom. A black and gold clash of energies erupted, 2 forces colliding with incredible power. The heavens cracked, and the sea split open with a massive rift, even the sky itself seemed to tear apart. A shockwave of pure force blasted out from their clash, sending both Garp's ship and the radiant eclipse drifting across the sea. The Marines aboard Garp's ship quickly joined forces, using their own hockey to shield themselves from the shockwave, but the returning force was still overwhelming. Meanwhile, back on the radiant eclipse, Giant alone was enough to protect her crew from the impact. Is this what a real battle looks like? Kuina asked, completely awestruck as she witnessed the fight. The sky had split, and the sea had sunk. This is the strength of our captain? Kuina was so excited she couldn't help but stomp her feet. She could now see, clear as day, the path to her ultimate dream. It was right in front of her. Captain really is a monster. We've been training together, so why is his strength increasing so much faster than ours? Starsea marveled, unable to believe what she was seeing. Hancock, watching closely, whispered to herself, I must keep getting stronger if I want to stay by Cook's side. Giant, smiling wryly, muttered, well, I guess I've lost my chance to be stronger than Cook. My little brother has completely surpassed me. You, boy. What kind of monster are you? Garp grunted, his punch clashing with Cook's sword strike. He was genuinely surprised by the strength of his opponent. In the past, Garp had never fought Kook before, but Akainu had. Was this the same enemy that Akainu had spoken of? The one he claimed he could defeat if it weren't for that invincible defense ability? Akainu's confidence is misplaced. If this boy were in the Navy, he'd already be in the running for an admiral position, Garp thought to himself, realizing just how much Kook's power had grown in just a few short months. In all his years of experience, Garp had never seen anything quite like it. This kid. The Navy really lost something great, Garp lamented, feeling the weight of this realization. With a heavy heart, he thought, Sengoku, you've been a smart man your whole life, but you never would have guessed that a casual remark would lead to this. You had the recruit expelled from the training camp, and now he's become this powerful. Will you even be able to sleep at night after realizing this? Garp, it's not good to be distracted during a fight, Kook's voice cut through his thoughts. Kook's blade suddenly twisted, sending a massive wave of sword energy barreling toward Garp. With a deep, rumbling laugh, Garp braced himself as the black flames of advanced armament hockey surged around his body, countering the strike. The technique, Yama King guides the way, struck him hard, but Garp's overwhelming strength resisted the damage. Boom. Garp was sent flying like a shooting star across the sky, crashing into the distant ocean with a thunderous explosion, sending a towering wave hundreds of meters high into the air. The Marines gasped in shock, their mouths wide open as they processed what they just witnessed. Is that even possible? Ha ha ha, that was close. Garp's voice echoed across the battlefield as he stepped on the air, using moonwalk to ascend back into the sky. The old Marine's laughter was as robust as ever, but now there was a glint of respect in his eyes as he looked at Kook. You've got Roger's sword too, huh? No wonder you've grown so strong, Garp said, his tone no longer playful but serious. Acknowledging Kook as an equal. He paused before asking, you didn't do anything to my grandsons, did you? Luffy and Ace. They're okay, right? Kook hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Yeah, they're doing just fine. In fact, they're stronger and more determined than ever. They've got their dreams, and they're living for them. Good, Garp said, visibly relieved. He let out a deep breath, his tension easing. All right then, I guess we can. Garp's sentence was cut short as Kook's sword once again swung toward him. Hey. I wasn't finished. Garp grumbled, quickly blocking the strike, but the force sent him reeling. You're going too far, kid. However, Kook wasn't about to miss this opportunity. This was the perfect chance for a real fight, and he intended to push Garp as hard as he could. With a flurry of rapid strikes, Kook unleashed a storm of powerful attacks, his blade dancing in the air. Despite his earlier reluctance, Garp began to enjoy the battle. The more they fought, the greater the intensity became, and soon both of them were fully immersed in the clash, the world around them forgotten. The battle raged on, shaking the seas and causing towering waves to crash around them. The force of their strikes reached the red line itself, sending rocks and debris tumbling from the towering cliffs. The massive landmass shook under the weight of their combat, and even the sky seemed to tremble. 1 hour passed, and the fight showed no signs of slowing down. I can't believe he's actually going toe-to-toe with Vice Admiral Garp. One of the Marines muttered, watching the battle in awe. What kind of monster is he? Both of them are monsters, another Marine added, shaking their head in disbelief. And Kook? He's not even using his full strength. On the radiant eclipse, Kuina couldn't tear her eyes away from the fight. So strong. This is what true strength looks like, she whispered, overwhelmed with excitement. She felt an intense thrill. To witness such a fight was a rare privilege, and she was beyond thankful for following Kook. It's amazing to see swordsmanship taken to such heights. Kuina added, every movement of Kook's blade igniting her passion to improve her own skills. Meanwhile, Starsea commented with a smirk, the captain's really a monster. We've been training together, but how does he keep improving so much faster? Hancock, with a serious expression, clenched her fists. I must keep getting stronger. If I want to stay close to him. Jian, watching quietly from the ship, let out a small sigh. Looks like my little brother has left me in the dust. I guess my days of protecting him are long over. He's far surpassed me now. Why? Won't you get tired? Garp grunted, still trading blows with Kook. He had initially thought the fight would end quickly, but Kook had only grown stronger the longer it went on. His stamina seemed bottomless. Garp, now breathing heavily, made a decision. All right, old man doesn't want to die of exhaustion. Time to make my exit. Feigning a heavy hit, Garp allowed one of Kook's strikes to send him flying again. This time, he fell toward the sea near his ship, landing with a loud crash. Without hesitation, Garp scrambled to his feet and leapt back onto the Marine ship. Get us out of here. Now. Garp ordered. The Marine ship took off at full speed, leaving the area and heading for Windmill Village. Back on the Radiant Eclipse, Kook watched them go, his body finally relaxing after the intense fight. Though he didn't chase after them, the battle had been invigorating. As he descended from the sky and landed back on the deck, the crew's gazes followed him, all filled with awe. Even Diane's eyes held a deep admiration as she looked at Cook. "You really held your own against Vice Admiral Garp," she said. For any Marine, Garp was the epitome of strength. Cook, however, shook his head. Garp wasn't fighting at full strength. "I'm sure he's still stronger than me." Despite his humility, the crew couldn't stop the looks of admiration from crossing their faces. To them, Cook had already reached a level far beyond what they'd ever imagined. Chapter 66, Fishing for Nico Robin, Baiting the Willing. Let's go. The radiant eclipse surged forward, riding a reverse current up the river as it left the East Blue behind. Makino, Kuina, and some of the other women from the East Blue couldn't help but look back at their homeland. Only Bello Betty seemed unaffected, as carefree as ever. "If you ever want to come back, I'll take you," Cook said gently, reassuring Makino. Then he ruffled Kuina's hair. "On this ship, we're all family." His words eased their homesickness, turning their thoughts to the adventures ahead. But Cook wasn't just offering comfort. Soon, they wouldn't have to make such long journeys back. They'd be able to return instantly, thanks to the rewards from their rising achievement points. After surpassing 200,000 achievement points, the crew had gained the ability to revive once a month. The next milestone loomed ahead. Once they reached 500,000 achievement points, every member of the Sun and Moon Pirates would be able to teleport back to the Radiant Eclipse once a month, no matter where they were. Even if scattered across the world, they could return to the ship in an instant. In addition, once a month, the Radiant Eclipse itself would have the ability to teleport, bringing the entire ship and everyone aboard to the location of any crew member, or to any place the ship had previously visited. This would be an immense strategic advantage, rivaling their ability to revive monthly, but gathering 500,000 achievement points would be no small feat. As the crew's reputation grew, some of their exploits that once stunned the world were starting to seem routine. For example, destroying a kingdom or marine base now wouldn't yield many achievement points. Even killing another celestial dragon wouldn't bring in much. But Cook had a plan. The Navy and world government desperately wanted him dead. Why not give them what they wanted? On his terms? He could fake his death, only to rise again. Such a spectacle would shock the world, and if he staged a grand funeral for himself, it would become a sensation. There were also powerful figures like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, whose defeat would surely earn him points. And the ultimate goal still lay ahead, becoming the Pirate King. As he mulled over his next steps, the Den Mushi rang. It was Shaki calling. "Cook, I've found the location of the Operation Fruit model, modification human. It's in the North Blue," Shaki reported, providing the coordinates of the island where the fruit had appeared. She added a warning: "It seems Tsuru, the chief staff officer, and some secret world government forces have been seen in the North Blue recently." "Thanks, Shaki. I owe you one," Cook replied, genuinely grateful. Shaki chuckled. "Captain Cook, don't forget, I am here to serve you." "Oh, and Shaki. Any updates on that navigator?" Cook asked. About a month ago, he had asked Shaki to look for a skilled navigator. To reach Skypiea, they would need an experienced navigator who could guide the ship through the treacherous currents. Without one, even if they encountered the reverse current leading to the Sky Island, they wouldn't be able to take full advantage of it. They couldn't rely on sheer luck, nor could they afford to leave the Radiant Eclipse behind while Giant flew them there. Unfortunately, Nami was still too young to be of help. It would be years before her skills could be relied upon. Navigators are the crown jewels of any pirate crew, and seasoned ones are especially rare, Shaki replied, frowning. "But I'll keep looking." "Thanks again, Shaki. You've done more than enough," Cook said sincerely. "It's no trouble. After all, you're my little captain," Shaki teased before ending the call. Once the call ended, Shaki's expression grew a little somber. "Shaki, weren't you a navigator yourself back in the day?" Rayleigh asked, noticing her mood. Shaki sighed. "I'm too old now, Rayleigh. I can't keep up anymore. The challenges the Sun and Moon Pirates face are only going to get tougher. I'd just slow them down. Otherwise, I'd love to sail with them, even if it meant dying at sea." She wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want to be a burden. "Is there really no way?" Rayleigh asked, concerned. He had noticed Shaki pushing herself, trying to recapture the strength she once had. But Shaki shook her head. She had tried, but the harsh truth was that time had taken its toll. Her long retirement had dulled her once sharp skills. Despite training in secret, her body couldn't handle the intensity, and she'd only grown weaker. Resigned, she had accepted the reality of her situation. Rayleigh took a deep drink, knowing there was nothing he could do. "Don't even think about telling Cook," Shaki warned. "If you do, I'll kill you." Rayleigh chuckled nervously. I wouldn't dream of it. Not even Cook can turn back time. It wouldn't do him any good to know. It'd only make him feel worse. Shaki nodded, satisfied. Back on the Radiant Eclipse, Cook set down the Den Mushi. Shaki has been a huge help to us, Jian remarked, her voice carrying over the quiet of the ship's deck. Cook nodded. Without Shaki's intel, many things would have been far more difficult for him. And Shaki never asked for anything in return. There's a devil fruit that might be useful to her, Cook mused, thinking about Shaki's situation. The rejuvenation fruit came to mind, though its powers, wielded by the Marine Ain, were temporary. It could reverse a person's age, but not permanently. But there was another fruit that would be perfect for Shaki, the Bat fruit, mythical zone, vampire model. This was the fruit that the Red Count, Patrick Redfield, had consumed, allowing him to drain the life force of others and rejuvenate himself, regaining the strength of his youth. For Shaki, this fruit would be the perfect solution. And Cook knew for certain that it hadn't been eaten yet. He even knew where to find it. Redfield had discovered the vampire fruit in the ancient city of Sugu, deep in the New World. Its location was fixed. This was one devil fruit Cook was determined to obtain. Unlike the thunder fruit or the Operation Fruit model, modification human, which might already be out of reach, Cook was confident he could claim the vampire fruit. When I get that fruit, I'll give it to Shaki, Cook decided. He wouldn't use it as leverage to force her into joining his crew. Just as a repayment for all she had done. Redfield found the vampire fruit with Nico Robin's help. He used her knowledge to decipher ancient texts and locate it. I'll need her for this, too, Cook thought. Nico Robin had always been a priority for him. Her knowledge was essential, not only for reading the poneglyphs but also for locating the final island. Without her, even finding the road poneglyphs wouldn't help them reach Laugh Tale. Nico Robin is probably in the West Blue, Cook calculated, trying to pin down her location. But at this point in time, she could be anywhere. Cook, are you planning to recruit the demon child Nico Robin? Jian asked, overhearing his musings. Yes, Cook confirmed. Robin was one of the world government's most wanted targets, relentlessly pursued for years. She was cunning and had managed to evade capture, making it difficult for anyone to find her. Even with the world government's vast resources, they hadn't been able to catch her after all these years. Jian was skeptical that Cook could find her quickly. Why search when we can make her come to us? Cook said, a plan forming in his mind. Jian looked puzzled. Jian, I need you to go to Minion Island. Head there as fast as you can. If the Operation Fruit model, modification human shows up, secure it. Meanwhile, I'll take the Radiant Eclipse to the West Blue to find Nico Robin. Once either of us succeeds, we'll meet up again, Cook instructed. They couldn't afford to lose the Operation Fruit model, modification human. If they waited too long, someone else might claim it. By sending Jian ahead of time, they'd avoid that risk. Her ability to fly and her strength made her the perfect person for the task. Understood, Jian nodded. With a flap of her wings, she took off from the Radiant Eclipse. The rest of the Sun and Moon pirates set sail for the West Blue. At Reverse Mountain, the Radiant Eclipse veered westward. Starsea, notify the press and tell them I'll be waiting on Bude's Island, at the heart of the West Blue, for 1 month. Let them know we want Nico Robin to join the Sun and Moon pirates, Cook ordered. Rather than searching the entire West Blue for her, why not make her come to them? He would bait the hook, and Robin would come. Do you think she'll come? Starsea asked. She will. In this sea, we're her best option. She knows we won't betray her to the world government, Cook replied confidently. If Robin was as smart as he believed, she'd realize that the Sun and Moon pirates were her best chance for survival. And for freedom. She would definitely come. By waiting on Bude's Island, centrally located in the West Blue, Robin would hear the news wherever she was, and she would find her way to them. Cook double-checked with Shaki that the Navy's top admirals were currently occupied. For now, the admirals were busy escorting the celestial dragons back to Mary Ejos, giving Cook and his crew the freedom to move without interference. As the Radiant Eclipse sped toward the West Blue, Starsea made contact with the major newspapers, spreading the news. There was no need for negotiations. Any news about the Sun and Moon pirates was guaranteed to sell, and every paper wanted a piece of the story. The more papers that carried the news, the better the chances that Nico Robin would hear it. In a matter of days, the message had spread across the entire West Blue. Chapter 67, touched by Nico Robin, running toward Cook in the West Blue, on a certain island, the most powerful force wasn't the government. It was the underground organizations. Nico Robin had been hiding within one of these criminal syndicates, seeking refuge. As she sat down to another ordinary day, Robin opened a freshly delivered newspaper. With her vast knowledge, she never missed an opportunity to learn, staying up to date on the world's latest developments. Me? Her name, Nico Robin, appeared clearly in the headline. A wave of panic surged through her. Had her location been discovered? Why was her name in the paper? Living in constant danger, she couldn't believe that she would be important enough to make headlines. She quickly skimmed the article, and her emotions began to shift. Shock, disbelief, joy, and then, finally, overwhelming gratitude. The Sun and Moon Pirates. Kook. Tears welled up in Nico Robin's eyes. Since the destruction of Ohara, she couldn't recall the last time she had felt this way. The Sun and Moon Pirates, led by Captain Kook, were already a group she admired. They were the first pirate crew to openly challenge the world government, invading the holy land of Mary Ejos, destroying Anai's lobby, and even facing Admiral Akainu without fear. They had killed a celestial dragon in front of the world. Robin knew every detail of their exploits by heart. Before the Sun and Moon Pirates, she had never believed anyone could dare to do such things, much less succeed. She couldn't help but feel deep respect and curiosity for the crew. Over time, admiration turned into a dream she could barely admit to herself. How many times had she imagined joining the Sun and Moon Pirates? To live a life free from betrayal, where she wouldn't be abandoned over and over again. But in such a vast ocean, Robin had always suppressed her dreams and her desire to join them. Every day, she fantasized about the possibility. If she ever encountered the Sun and Moon Pirates, she promised herself she would beg Kook to take her aboard. Now, that dream was becoming a reality. For me? All of this, for me? The words were crystal clear in the article, but Robin still couldn't believe it was real. How could she possibly deserve this? How could someone as infamous as her be worthy of the Sun and Moon Pirates going to such lengths? A flood of emotions filled her heart. Gratitude, disbelief, and an irrepressible urge to take action. I must go. There was only one thought in Robin's mind. She had to go. She absolutely had to go. No matter how dangerous, no matter if she died at sea, she couldn't let down the crew that had shown such importance to her. As she made up her mind, a loud bang interrupted her thoughts. The door burst open, and the boss of the underground syndicate entered with a group of his henchmen. With a sinister expression, the boss glared at Robin, who was trying hard to conceal her emotions. His face grew darker as he spoke. Nico Robin, you saw the papers, didn't you? You want to leave, don't you? Yes, Robin answered, without hesitation or concealment. The mob boss's bloodshot eyes bulged with fury. To him, Robin was a treasure, a reward he could claim at any time. With her massive bounty, nearly 80 million Baileys, she was worth more than almost any pirate in the West Blue. Few could resist the temptation. You think you can just leave because you want to? You join my syndicate, and you don't get to walk away. He shouted, unwilling to let her go. Without emotion, Robin calmly packed her things. Then, she looked him dead in the eye and asked, are you willing to challenge the Sun and Moon Pirates? I am Kook's woman. The mob boss's face turned pale. The Sun and Moon Pirates. Even with all his bravado, he wasn't foolish enough to provoke them. In the face of such monsters, the entire West Blue combined couldn't compare. Humphrey, I might not be able to take on the Sun and Moon Pirates, but if I stop you from leaving, they'll never find out, the boss snarled as he gestured to his men. Take her. Robin crossed her arms, activating her devil fruit powers. In an instant, arms sprouted on the bodies of her attackers, binding and twisting them. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed out of the room. Behind her, she heard the mob boss's furious roars and curses. You'll regret this, Nico Robin. You'll regret it. The Sun and Moon Pirates won't last long. The Navy will wipe them out, and you'll die along with them. Even if I die, I'm going, Robin murmured, unshaken. Without a moment's hesitation, she bolted toward the port. She commandeered a small boat and disappeared into the vast ocean. With a dream in her heart, she sailed toward the rendezvous point with the Sun and Moon Pirates. For the first time, Nico Robin wasn't leaving in fear or with dread for the future. This time, she sailed with hope. Echoes of the words spoken to her as a child by Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Sol filled her mind. The sea is vast. One day, you'll find people who will protect you. Robin stared resolutely at the horizon. Sol, I'm about to find them. If anyone in this era can protect me, it's the Sun and Moon Pirates. Kook, I'm coming. As Robin sailed toward her future, the Radiant Eclipse continued its journey as well, heading toward the same destination. The island at the heart of the West Blue. It was where they would finally meet. Meanwhile, in the North Blue, a majestic phoenix soared high through the sky. It was giant, flying alone at top speed toward the island where the Operation Fruit modification human was expected to appear. The journey was long, and the Radiant Eclipse had been sailing through the West Blue for nearly 20 days. Now, at last, a massive island came into view. Their destination was close. Crowds had gathered along the shore. Pirates from all over the West Blue, and even curious civilians. All were eager to catch a glimpse of the Sun and Moon Pirates, a crew that had become legendary. Among the crowd were powerful figures, including the rulers of various underground empires. Even the Capone family was present, their boss smoking a cigar as he watched with admiration and envy. Even the Sea Emperors aren't much more impressive than this, one pirate captain muttered. To reach this level as a pirate. Even if I died now, it would be worth it. At that moment, many pirates found new purpose in their lives. Where are the Marines? Aren't they coming? Some of the pirates began to look around excitedly. Surely the Marines of the West Blue would be here by now. But word had come down from Marine headquarters, no one was to approach. They had been ordered to stay far away from the island, for their own safety. They're here. The legendary Sun and Moon Pirates are here. I wonder if Captain Cook is as imposing as he looks in the photos, a voice from the crowd mused excitedly. People pushed and shoved to get a better view, pirates and civilians alike. But even the roughest pirates didn't dare harm the civilians. No one wanted to cause trouble on a day like this. Idiots, take off your hats and put out those cigarettes. If anyone disrespects Captain Cook, I'll kill them myself. The pirate captains yelled at their crews. Whose ship is still blocking the port? If it gets in the way of the radiant eclipse, I'll deal with them myself. Move it out of the way. Clear the path. I'm so jealous of Nico Robin, having Captain Cook go to such lengths to find her. If it were for me, I'd gladly die for him, one pirate sighed. Me too, another agreed. Hiding in the crowd, Nico Robin was overwhelmed with emotion as she watched the radiant eclipse approach. She stood frozen, her heart filled with feelings she couldn't even begin to describe. As soon as the ship docked, her eyes fixed on the figure standing proudly at the bow. Cook. Without thinking, she ran. She ran straight toward Cook, unable to hold herself back any longer. Chapter 68, New Member Robin, the Operation Fruit Model, Modification Human acquired. Their eyes met. Cook stepped onto the shore and saw Nico Robin rushing out of the crowd. She looked younger than he had imagined. Neither of them said a word. Come on, from now on, I'll protect everything about your future, Cook said, extending his hand. Robin couldn't help but smile through her tears. Reverently, she placed her delicate hand in his, symbolically entrusting her entire future to him. Your nightmare is over. Enjoy the journey to your dreams, Cook gently patted her on the back. Welcome aboard. He admired Nico Robin deeply. Compared to someone like Luffy, who had a family legacy backing him up, Robin's struggles were far more admirable. Only those who had truly faced the pressure of the world government could understand just how powerful that entity was. Cook had his advantages with his unique abilities, but Robin? She had nothing. Robin nodded softly. Come on, meet your new comrades. They'll be your trusted allies, Cook said as he led Robin toward the radiant eclipse. The other women on board looked curiously at Nico Robin. She wasn't a nobody, her name was well known across the seas, and they had all learned about her before arriving. They felt sympathy and admiration for her. Now that you've joined the crew, you're safe, Hancock said, standing in for Jian, who wasn't present. Unless all of us fighters die, you won't be in any danger. Starsea chuckled. Now that Nico Robin has joined the crew, I'm curious how the world government will react. I bet they'll have no tolerance left for us. Lily clenched her fists. We're not afraid of them. Bello Betty added, I like you. Makino smiled warmly, if you're hungry, just let me know what you want to eat. The crew gathered around Robin, offering her kindness and support. Robin felt another wave of emotion, an overwhelming urge to cry. Since the destruction of Ohara, she had never experienced such warmth. Everyone she had encountered after Ohara's fall had only wanted to use her for her bounty. They wanted to trade her for the massive reward she carried on her head. Even those who didn't want the money had trembled at the mere mention of the world government. She had never been treated like this before. Everyone. Robin was so moved, she could barely speak. The Sun and Moon Pirates were even better than she had imagined. They were perfect? At that moment, she felt a surge of loyalty, a determination to live and die with this crew. After being betrayed so many times, Robin had grown used to it. But now, she had made up her mind. The Sun and Moon Pirates were her final destination. Captain, please take care of me, Robin said, bowing slightly, her body radiating with a bright energy. She was fully committed to joining the crew. The 12th member of the crew, Nico Robin. Position, Historian Devil Fruit, Permsha type, Flower Fruit combat power, 3,562. Robin's combat power wasn't particularly high. Despite her bounty of nearly 80 million Baileys, her strength didn't match it. Robin's high bounty was not due to her combat ability, but her knowledge. Her unique ability to read the poneglyphs made her just as valuable to Cook as anyone else on the crew. And Robin's future potential wasn't weak either. With proper training, her flower fruit had more to offer, including new forms and techniques. One day, she could even hold her own against 4 emperors like Big Mom. "Let's go. Time to meet up with Giant," Cook announced. The radiant eclipse came and left quickly, without much delay. It had been easier than expected. Cook had prepared for the possibility of waiting a month, but Robin had arrived even faster than the ship. Once again, Cook was reminded how useful his reputation from invading Mary Ejo's had been. Having a fearsome name made recruiting much easier. Even if an Emperor of the Sea had come, it would have been nearly impossible to convince the cautious Robin to join so willingly. But because of their actions, she had stepped forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, on Minion Island in the North Blue, pirate Captain Diaz Barrel sat in his hideout, toying with a heart-shaped devil fruit. The Operation Fruit model, modification human is worth this much? The world government is offering 5 billion Baileys for it. He muttered as he carefully placed the fruit into a chest. 5 billion. He had never seen so much money in his life. If he got that much, why would he even want to stay a pirate? What's going on? Why is it so hot in here? Barrels suddenly felt an intense heat. Even though Minion Island was a cold place, the temperature had shot up unnaturally. Caw. A high-pitched cry rang out as the roof of the building melted away, revealing a blazing phoenix that landed inside the hideout. The fiery bird slowly transformed back into its human form. Giant had arrived. A former Marine. Is that the Operation Fruit model, modification human in your hand? Traitor Giant? Barrels was horrified at the sight of her. Why are you here? He quickly clutched the Operation Fruit model, modification human behind his back. So, the Operation Fruit model, modification human is in your hands. With confirmation, Giant wasted no time. Don't come any closer, or I'll eat the fruit. Before Barrels could finish his sentence, Giant moved. In her presence, this group of pirates didn't stand a chance. Bullets and cannon fire melted into nothing within the fiery aura of the phoenix. Giant grabbed the Operation Fruit model, modification human. In a flash, she transformed into her phoenix form again and shot into the sky, leaving the island behind. Less than a minute had passed. She didn't want to waste a second more. After nearly a month apart from Cook, Giant couldn't wait to return. Her phoenix wings spread wide as she soared into the clouds. Meanwhile, not far from the island, a flamingo-themed pirate ship was racing toward Minion Island. We can't afford to lose the Operation Fruit model, modification human again. On board, Don Quixote da Flamingo's eyes gleamed with insane greed. The last time he had tried to obtain a mythical zone, the phoenix fruit had slipped through his fingers. This time, no matter what, he was determined to get the Operation Fruit model, modification human. No one was going to stop him. Suddenly, something felt wrong. Da Flamingo looked up, stunned as he saw a crimson trail streak across the sky, left by the phoenix disappearing over the horizon. A phoenix? Da Flamingo's heart sank. No. It couldn't be. Not again. Faster. Hurry up. Da Flamingo yelled frantically, urging the ship forward. He was growing impatient, and in his desperation, he used his own abilities to move toward the island. When he arrived, all that was left was destruction and burning bodies. Damn it. Da Flamingo, we have a problem. Vice Admiral Tsuru's warship has just arrived at the port. Vice Admiral Tsuru. She's demanding we hand over the Operation Fruit model, modification human on behalf of the world government. Otherwise, they'll attack us. Hearing this, Da Flamingo nearly spat out blood in fury. I didn't even see the Operation Fruit model, modification human. Giant took it. If the world government wants it, they can go take it from the Sun and Moon pirates. Why are they coming after me? Chapter 69, Garps returned to his hometown, feeling helpless Marine headquarters. Sengoku was being scolded once again. Nico Robin had joined the Sun and Moon pirates, and the Operation Fruit model, modification human had also fallen into their hands. Both Nico Robin and the Operation Fruit model, modification human were top priorities for the world government. And now, they had both been claimed by the Sun and Moon pirates, the group the world government wanted to eradicate more than any other pirate crew. The 5 elders were furious, berating Sengoku for half an hour, calling the Marines useless. Complete failures. Sengoku quietly endured the scolding for the full 30 minutes. Once he finally hung up the phone, his demeanor immediately changed. His face darkened like coal, veins bulging on his forehead, and he angrily turned to the Marine higher-ups. I've asked for solutions, and after all this time, none of you have come up with a single plan. You call yourselves admirals and vice admirals? If you don't want to do your jobs, just leave. The officers were stunned, feeling wronged. It wasn't that they weren't trying. The problem was that they simply couldn't find the Sun and Moon pirates. What were they supposed to do? Could they curse them to death? Cook and his crew are in the West Blue, okay, and you spoke up. I proposed half a month ago to lead a team to Reverse Mountain and block the entrance to the Grand Line. As long as the Sun and Moon pirates try to enter, I can catch them. Okaenu's suggestion seemed flawless to him. Why hadn't it been taken seriously? Sakazuki, your plan is too idealistic. Sengoku shook his head. Can you guarantee that you alone can capture the Sun and Moon pirates? I can. Okaenu replied confidently. The last time they faced off, they almost succeeded, even without an impenetrable defense. You think the Sun and Moon pirates haven't grown stronger? Right now, sending a single admiral won't be enough. If we send 2 or even 3 admirals to block the entrance to the Grand Line, what if something happens at Mage or Maniford? Who will deal with the monsters in the New World if they act up? Sengoku countered. He understood that blocking the entrance to the Grand Line was a good idea, but implementing it would cause too many problems. Blocking the entrance would draw too much attention, and there was no way to keep it a secret. The Sun and Moon pirates wouldn't need to do anything. They could just roam the 4 seas for a year or 2, and the Marines wouldn't be able to keep up. There were only 3 admirals, after all. Their workload was heavy. The Marines had more enemies than just Cook. There were countless pirate crews that needed to be dealt with. The distance from the entrance of the Grand Line to Marine headquarters and Mare's was too far. If something went wrong, they wouldn't be able to respond in time. Blocking the entrance to the Grand Line is unrealistic, but blocking the route to the New World is doable. Okaenu's suggestion gave Sengoku a new idea. To reach the New World, there were only 2 routes. One was through Mare's, but no pirate would ever take that path. The other was through Fishman Island at the bottom of the sea. To reach Fishman Island, pirate ships needed to have their ships coded at Sabati Archipelago. That would be their chance. For now, we'll wait. Don't alert the Sun and Moon pirates. Let them lower their guard and wait for the right moment, Sengoku said, clenching his fist and slamming it onto the table. The opportunity would come eventually. The Sun and Moon pirates won't be able to keep this up for long. Sengoku, firmly believe that. At that moment, Sengoku couldn't help but think about Garp. He had encountered the Sun and Moon pirates, and yet he reported that he couldn't take them down. Who was he kidding? This was Garp. Was there any pirate Garp couldn't capture? Clearly, he hadn't tried his hardest. No matter how fast Cook grew in strength, could he really surpass Garp? Sengoku refused to believe it. After a long journey, Garp finally returned to his hometown. He saw the familiar sight of the windmill turning in the breeze. After being away for so long, Garp smiled, eager to see those 2 rascals again. Luffy, your grandpa's home. Garp announced as he disembarked, greeting the villagers of Fuusha village. Did the red-haired pirates or the Sun and Moon pirates cause you any trouble? Garp casually asked. No, the villagers replied. They were quite friendly. They didn't seem like pirates at all. The only thing is that Makino was taken by Mr. Cook, so we don't have anywhere to go for drinks anymore. Garp, you're a Marine, but please don't hurt Makino. Alright. With that guy, Makino will be fine, Garp reassured them while chatting and grabbing hold of Luffy, who had been trying to run away. Luffy, why are you running? Ah. Grandpa, it's you. I thought you were a bad guy. Luffy's eyes darted to the side as he spoke. Garp, you need to teach Luffy a lesson. He keeps shouting about becoming the Pirate King, even in the middle of the night, one of the villagers complained. What? Garp was stunned. He looked down and met Luffy's gaze. Luffy, who taught you about becoming the Pirate King? I'm going to be the Pirate King. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy declared loudly, even under Garp's intense stare. It's my promise with Shanks. Red-haired Shanks. Garp roared in fury, his voice echoing through the village. Far away on the Grand Line, Shanks, who was having a drink with Dracul Mihawk, suddenly shivered. Shanks, have you grown that weak? Mihawk said with mild disappointment, looking at Shanks. You've lost an arm, and now you seem broken. You've left me with one less worthy opponent. Ha ha ha. Boss isn't weak. He's just heartbroken because the girl he fancied ran off with someone else. Teased the members of the red-haired pirates. Shanks' face turned dark. Don't listen to them, Mihawk. Let's drink. You're not interested in fighting me anymore, so let's see who can drink more. Shanks said, trying to change the subject. Mihawk, however, wasn't interested in drinking. What he craved was a worthy opponent. That was what made life enjoyable for him. Don't look so grim. If you don't want to fight me, there's someone else. Word has spread across the seas that Cook and I fought for 3 days without a clear winner. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. Cook got his hands on Captain Rogers' sword, Ace. He's a swordsman, too. You should go after him instead, Shanks suggested. Mihawk's eyes lit up. He's got that sword now? If there had ever been a frustration in Mihawk's otherwise smooth life, it was that he had never been able to wield the supreme-grade sword, Ace. He had failed to obtain it. But Cook had succeeded. I thought with Cook's age, it would take a few more years before he could match me. Turns out he's not just brave, he's skilled, Mihawk said, rising from his seat, excitement evident in his eyes. Where are you going? We're still drinking. Shanks protested. I've lost interest in you, Mihawk replied, walking away without looking back. Shanks was left speechless. Damn it. That night in Uchiha village, Luffy's screams echoed through the air. The next morning, Luffy, covered in bruises and bumps, was hanging from a tree, having spent the entire night there. Luffy, do you still want to be the Pirate King? Garp, feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep, asked, showing his fist to the boy hanging from the tree. No matter how much you hit me, Grandpa, I'll still become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted defiantly. Garp's face darkened. Why wasn't this boy afraid of pain? If he kept hitting him, he might accidentally kill him. Feeling at his wit's end, Garp suddenly had an idea. Luffy, you have an older brother, Garp said, thinking of Ace. Since he couldn't discipline Luffy himself, perhaps Ace could do it. Sometimes, a brother's guidance was more effective than that of an elder. Ace's influence might be just what Luffy needed. I have a brother? Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. That's right. I'll take you to him now. Remember, you have to learn from him, Garp said, grabbing Luffy by the scruff of his neck and heading toward the mountains. Grandpa, what's my brother like? Luffy asked curiously along the way. Ace, huh? He's mischievous, brave, and will surely become the finest marine in the future, Garp confidently replied. He believed it with all his heart. Ace hated the Pirate King and would never follow the same path as Luffy. He was destined to become a great marine. About an hour later, Garp arrived at a cabin deep in the mountains. Ah! Garp's back. The bandits shouted in terror, scattering in all directions at the sight of him. What are you running for? Garp scowled, grabbing the leader, Didon, by the collar. They were old acquaintances. There was no reason for them to run. Didon, with a sheepish grin, tried to explain, Garp, I thought it was the Marines coming after me. You take me for a fool? You called out my name just now. Where's Ace? Garp asked, glancing around the cabin. There was no sign of Ace. He's off playing in the forest, Didon answered nervously. Inside, Didon was terrified. It's over. If Garp finds out that Ace's dream is to become a great pirate like Cook, he'll kill me for sure. In the distance, in the quiet forest, the voices of Ace and Sabo could be heard. I'm going to become a pirate as great as Cook? Ace shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. Garp's face froze as he heard those words. Shanks. Cook. I'll kill you both. Garp roared, his fury shaking the forest. A few days later, Garp, exhausted and nursing a throbbing chest, left the mountains. He left behind 3 wide-eyed boys. As soon as he was gone, the 3 boys immediately started brawling. I'm going to be the Pirate King, and I'll be way stronger than Cook. Humphrey, he may have taken Miss Makino, but I'll never be like him. Luffy boasted to Ace and Sabo. Insulting their idol was too much. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances. Let's get him. Luffy was promptly beaten up. No matter how much you hit me, I'm still going to be the Pirate King, stronger than all of you, and better than your Cook. Get him. Let's throw him in the river. And so, Luffy's tragic childhood began, far worse than anything in the original story. Chapter 70, The Operation Fruit Model, Modification Human and a System. Unlimited immortality glitch. The radiant eclipse sped through the west blue. It was only a day away from reaching Reverse Mountain, the entrance to the Grand Line. Caw. A clear and high-pitched phoenix cry echoed from the horizon. Giant's back, the women aboard the ship exclaimed as they rushed to the deck, waving at the approaching phoenix in the sky. The vice captain of the Sun and Moon Pirates has returned. Nico Robin, who had recently joined the crew, also watched curiously, her eyes fixed on the legendary figure of the Sun and Moon Pirates' second-in-command. The phoenix descended gracefully and landed on the ship. As it touched down, Giant's human form reappeared, her stunning figure and beautiful features captivating those around her. Captain Cook, I've obtained it, Giant announced as she presented the Operation Fruit Model, Modification Human. The heart-shaped devil fruit. So this is the devil fruit the world government was willing to pay 5 billion Baileys for? The women asked, observing it with interest. It doesn't look all that special. The Operation Fruit model, modification human. Is it really for performing surgeries? The crew wondered aloud as they studied the fruit. It's said to grant the ability to perform the immortality surgery, Starsea explained, familiar with many of the secrets hidden in the depths of the sea. Immortality? Everyone gasped, their mouths slightly agape. Immortality had been a dream of humanity since ancient times. But no one had ever heard of someone actually achieving it. Maybe not true immortality, but it certainly offers a longer life, Cook confirmed, erasing any doubts. Well, Captain, hurry up and eat it, one of the women urged. Yes, Captain, you're the most important. With you immortal, you'll be able to protect us forever. Captain will gain a devil fruit ability, they all chimed in, turning their attention to Cook. Even with the temptation of immortality, none of them harbored any greed for themselves. Cook took the Operation Fruit model, modification human from their hands, and everyone watched him intently, eagerly anticipating the moment he would consume the legendary fruit. However, Cook surprised them by turning around and handing the fruit to Bello Betty. Here, he said. What? Bello Betty stared in disbelief at the devil fruit now so close to her, pointing to herself in confusion. Me? Usually carefree and straightforward, even Bello Betty hesitated, unsure what to do. Captain, me eating the Operation Fruit model, modification human would be such a waste. That was her honest opinion. 5 billion Baileys. The immortality surgery. She didn't feel worthy of such a precious gift. Only the captain deserved something like this. It was always meant for you, Cook replied. But Captain, I haven't done anything since joining the crew. I haven't even proven myself useful yet. Giving me this devil fruit makes me feel guilty, Bello Betty admitted, reluctant to take it. The fruit was far too valuable. Everyone watched this scene in awe, especially Nico Robin, who had joined the crew not long ago. A soft smile spread across her face. She had made the right choice. The Sun and Moon pirates were even better than she had imagined, and their captain was the best. Eat the fruit so you can fulfill your role. The Operation Fruit model, modification human, when fully developed, does indeed grant the ability to perform the immortality surgery, but it comes at the cost of the user's life. And you can't perform the surgery on yourself, Cook explained, hoping to alleviate any guilt or pressure Bello Betty might be feeling. I see. Don't worry, Captain. I'll master the Operation Fruit model, modification human, and no matter the cost, I'll use the immortality surgery to help you, Bello Betty vowed, pounding her chest. Cook quickly looked away. Her actions were too bold. He had seen too much. Suppressing a smirk, Cook commented, who said anything about dying? Don't be modest, Captain. The longer you live, the more trouble it causes the world government. Your value far exceeds mine, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Bello Betty got even closer, pounding her chest louder. She was standing too close now. No matter where Cook tried to look, he couldn't avoid her presence. Bello Betty was certainly polite. Refocusing, Cook reminded himself not to embarrass himself in front of everyone. Don't you remember what I told you all before? Now, everyone has the ability to revive once per month. By the time you've mastered the immortality surgery, you can just use it on us every month. There's no need for anyone to actually die. The Operation Fruit model, modification human and a system were a perfect match. Others might only be able to trade one life for someone else's immortality. But for the Sun and Moon pirates, the combination of the revival ability and the Operation Fruit model, modification human was an unlimited glitch. Oh, I almost forgot. Bello Betty laughed sheepishly. So that means we can all be immortal too? Lily, always impulsive, rushed up to Cook, her eyes wide with anticipation. When Cook nodded, she jumped for joy. Lily, why are you so excited? You're a giant. You already live longer than the rest of us, one of the others pointed out. Lily grinned. It's because I don't want to lose any of you. I don't want to have to say goodbye to you one by one in the future. I don't want to have to burn offerings for you every year. That would be a hassle. Everyone, who had been moved just a moment ago, suddenly fell silent, staring at Lily with exasperation. Immortality. Starsea whispered, reaching her hand out as if to touch the sky. It all seemed too unreal. Even without immortality, being here is far better than being with the world government, Starsea mused as she thought about the possibility of living forever, silently gazing at Cook. She was lucky to have been brought into the Sun and Moon pirates. There was no way she would have received this kind of treatment from the world government. This means I'll never have to be apart from Cook again, Hancock murmured, her cheeks flushing red as she cupped her face. Koala and Gina, still young, couldn't fully grasp the significance of the situation yet. But seeing everyone else so happy made them smile as well. Giant, standing quietly beside Cook as usual, didn't say much. She always remained by his side, a constant, silent presence. Immortality? Resurrection? Robin was the most shocked of all. Before she had even joined, the Sun and Moon Pirates were already a legendary crew, but what she was witnessing now was beyond legendary. It was like something out of a myth. Is it really possible? Even with all her knowledge of history, Nico Robin couldn't find any historical records that compared to what was happening before her eyes. You must be the new crewmate, Nico Robin. Welcome. I apologize on behalf of the Marines for what happened to your homeland, Giant turned and said to Nico Robin, her tone sincere. Robin was still too surprised to respond. But when she finally processed Giant's words, she bit her lip, trying to hold back her emotions. Her homeland had been destroyed, and all she had ever received was malice. Hatred from the entire world. She had never expected anyone to seek revenge for her homeland. An apology was already the most she could hope for. Giant was no longer a Marine, but in Robin's eyes, she was the true embodiment of what a Marine should be. Vice Captain Giant. Robin began. Just call me Sister Giant. Okay. Robin nodded. What are you two talking about? Why are there tears in your eyes? Cook asked, noticing the glistening tears in Nico Robin's eyes. Wasn't Robin known for being strong? Why was she tearing up so often? I was just telling her about all the legendary, mysterious things about you, Captain, and warning her not to get too captivated by your charm, Giant replied with a smirk. I wasn't. Robin hurriedly waved her hands, her eyes darting nervously. Chapter 71, Spending Too Much Time with Them. Flaring tempers after the playful antics, all eyes turned expectantly toward Bello Betty. Slowly, she opened her mouth and took a bite of the Operation Fruit model, modification human. We need to find a way to make sure Bello Betty can achieve immortality too, Cook thought to himself. The immortality surgery couldn't be performed on the user themselves, and Cook didn't want to lose any of the crew members who had wholeheartedly joined him. He didn't want to lose a single one of them. Crunch. Bello Betty took a few quick bites and swallowed the Operation Fruit model, modification human. Her cheeks puffed out, and her face turned green. She struggled to get it down. I almost choked to death, she gasped, patting her chest. More was revealed as she patted herself, causing Cook to turn away helplessly. Ha ha ha. The captain's embarrassed. Bello Betty noticed his reaction, pointing at him and laughing. Cook was utterly speechless. Bello Betty looked like a temptress on the outside, but her personality was something else entirely. Is the captain blushing? Bello Betty teased, getting even more excited and leaning closer toward him. With the outfit she was wearing and the fact that she hadn't zipped up, her posture made everything completely visible. Get out of here, Cook grumbled, pushing her cheek away. Bello Betty fell onto the deck, laughing and slapping the wooden floor. The other women couldn't help but smile, each with a different expression. Curiosity, amusement, and even a desire to join in. You all should be like me. Liberate your body to free your mind. Bello Betty said proudly, showing off her bold and unconventional attire. Makino quickly turned around, her face flushing red, and covered the eyes of Koala and Kina, who were too young to see such things. Hancock, deep in thought, wondered, does Cook prefer this sort of thing? If you keep acting crazy, I'll throw you into the sea, Cook warned, irritated. Bello Betty immediately shrank back. I'm sorry, Captain. Now that you've eaten the Operation Fruit model, modification human, start experimenting with its abilities. Figure out how to develop its powers and strengthen yourself, Cook instructed, his tone serious. There was no other choice. If he let the conversation drift, with a ship full of women, who knew where things would end up? I don't feel any different, Bello Betty said, examining her hands. She didn't sense any special abilities yet. The Operation Fruit model, modification human is a Paramsha-type devil fruit, Giant explained. Paramsha fruits can generally be categorized into 4 types: body modification, creation, special Paramsha, and superpowers. Most types show immediate effects after consumption, but superpowers usually take time to develop. The Operation Fruit model, modification human seems to fall into the superpower category. So how do I develop it? Bello Betty wondered, feeling a bit lost. Cook thought for a moment and suggested, start with its spatial abilities. The Operation Fruit model, modification human can create a space in which you can cut, swap, or reattach anything. Even swap people's hearts and minds. He then explained the development path from the original story, detailing how Trafalgar Law used the fruit. Bello Betty listened intently, completely absorbed. The others were also shocked by how extensive and terrifying the Operation Fruit model, modification human's abilities were. Giant was visibly moved. The power to manipulate space, to teleport at will. It was a superpower no strong fighter could ignore. Captain Cook, how do you know all this about developing the Operation Fruit model, modification human? Bello Betty asked, inching closer to Cook like a curious child. Just try it out based on what I said and find the path that suits you best, Cook replied nonchalantly, pretending not to notice her creeping closer. There was no need for her to follow Law's path exactly. I'll give it a shot, Bello Betty said eagerly, spreading her arms. Operation Room, activate. Nothing happened. She changed her stance, crossing her arms. Operation Room, activate. Still nothing. She bent her knees, preparing to summon the power with all her might. Stop, stop. Cook couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to correct her. He gently grabbed her right hand, positioning her fingers just so. Don't use such silly poses or shout those silly commands. Just say, room. Then focus on the energy inside you. Room. A faint breeze swirled in her palm, and for a moment, space seemed to stretch. But it quickly faded. Even so, it was a sign of progress. It was a successful start. You're amazing, Captain. You even set me up perfectly for success. I didn't have to do anything. Bello Betty exclaimed, looking at Cook with admiration. Cook's mouth twitched slightly. Room. Room. Bello Betty continued experimenting, excited about her new abilities. Does Captain Cook know everything? Nico Robin asked quietly, standing next to Giant. While everyone else was still clueless, Cook had already given such detailed and precise instructions. Even the smallest detail seemed flawless. Well, Cook's pretty mysterious. It's best not to overthink it, Giant said with a knowing smile. She had gotten used to it by now. Nico Robin nodded. I understand. I won't pry into the captain's secrets. That's not what I meant. I'm worried if you watch him too closely, you might fall for him, Giant teased. Robin blushed. I won't. Not so sure about that. Cook distanced himself from the group of women. Spending too much time with them was dangerous. It was hard to keep his temper in check. So the Operation Fruit model, modification human only increased Bello Betty's power by less than 10,000? Cook pondered as he sat alone at the bow, checking her stats. Dr. Bello Betty, Permsha type, Operation Fruit model, modification human user, combat power, 17,320, Bello Betty had been training hard. Before eating the Operation Fruit model, modification human, her power level was around 8,000. After consuming the fruit, it had risen to just over 17,000. Bello Betty was the second crew member to eat a devil fruit after joining the ship. The first had been Giant, who ate the mythical zone-type phoenix fruit, instantly boosting her combat power by 50,000. That was 5 times the increase provided by the Operation Fruit model, modification human. Mythical zone fruits are incredibly powerful, but the Operation Fruit model, modification human's potential shouldn't be underestimated, Cook reasoned. It's because it's a Permsha-type fruit. Permsha fruits required more development to unlock their true potential. At first, they couldn't compare to the quick results offered by Zone or Logia fruits. But once fully developed, the Operation Fruit model, modification human would be just as formidable. Cook had no doubts about the fruit's power. He was looking forward to seeing how strong Bello Betty would become with it. Yawning, Cook stretched and leaned back to rest. They would soon be entering the Grand Line, and quiet moments like this would become rare. Cook. Giant had quietly slipped away from the others and sneaked up behind him. Sitting next to him, she carefully reached out her hand with a mischievous glint in her eye. Gah! Cook gasped in shock, staring at the bold Giant. It was broad daylight, and everyone else was still on deck. Chapter 72, Shaki joins the crew, everyone reunites the next day. The towering red line emerged on the horizon. Everyone paused their training and gathered on the deck, looking toward the red line. We're finally heading back to the Grand Line. Woo! Lily cheered excitedly. The East Blue and West Blue were so boring. I can finally fight alongside everyone, Hancock said, her eyes already flashing with the domineering aura of an empress. In the East and West Blue, she hadn't encountered any real opponents. The only time she faced a true challenge was when she met the red-haired pirates, but even then, they didn't fully engage in battle. Besides Cook, whom she sparred with twice in training, no one else had provided a real fight. We've all grown stronger since leaving the Grand Line for a few short months, Giant said confidently, staring at the red line. No challenge will be too great for us now. Captain, once we enter the Grand Line, the Navy will surely take action. It wouldn't be surprising if they deploy an admiral, Starsea remarked with a smile, looking at Cook. Even the world government no longer intimidated her in the slightest. The Grand Line. This sea of legends filled with monsters, Gina murmured as she clutched her massive sword, Wado Akamaji. Her heart was full of both anticipation and fear of the unknown. "Don't worry, no matter how strong the monsters are, our captain can handle them," Koala said, punching the air as she reassured her friend. Nico Robin silently watched everyone. She had heard countless tales about the Grand Line from many different sources. Those who had once led the groups she joined had always shown fear when speaking of the Grand Line, as though it were a place that devoured people alive. Plus, the ones responsible for destroying Ohara were also on the Grand Line. There were admirals and the world government. This gave Robin an unshakable fear of the Grand Line. Even though she knew she needed to go there to uncover the truth behind the Void Century, she had always lacked the courage. But now, seeing her companion's excitement, curiosity, and anticipation, without a trace of fear, Robin began to believe that she could achieve her dream. And the source of that belief? She looked silently at the figure standing at the bow of the ship. "Cook. We're returning to the Grand Line." Cook raised his hand. The radiant eclipse seemed to echo the crew's excitement, as it roared toward Reverse Mountain at full speed. At the same time, Cook took out a Den Mushi and contacted Shaki. "Shaki, any luck finding a navigator?" Cook asked. On the other side of the line, Shaki's deep voice came through. "Sorry, Cook, I haven't found one yet." Navigators were a rare commodity. Every ship on the sea needed one, and there were few people with the talent for it. Many pirate crews sailed the seas without a proper navigator, leaving their voyages to fate. "That's all right. It's not a big deal. I appreciate your help, Shaki," Cook replied, understanding how difficult it was to find a skilled navigator. It looked like they might have to resort to some unconventional methods to get to Sky Island. As for the New World, perhaps they could recruit a navigator from one of the major factions, hopefully a female one. As long as she could navigate, she didn't need to be a master. After a brief pause, Shaki's voice came through again, this time tinged with hesitation. "Captain Cook, may I ask why we need a navigator so urgently?" She knew the Radiant Eclipse had managed to cross the first half of the Grand Line without one, so why the sudden need? "We're planning a trip to Sky Island," Cook answered honestly. "Sky Island?" Shaki gasped. She had heard of the legendary island in the sky. Navigators who can lead a ship to Sky Island are extremely rare. And the route to Sky Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line. "Captain Cook, the first half is the most dangerous for the Radiant Eclipse. Whatever you do, don't just kidnap a random navigator from another group. If you get betrayed and the Navy finds out your location, it could be fatal." Shaki's concern was evident in her voice. In her view, the Radiant Eclipse was still not invincible against the world government and Navy's encirclement. Their safety relied heavily on the Navy being unable to pinpoint their location. If the Navy ever managed to encircle them, even the strongest pirate crew would be in grave danger. "All right, to avoid any risk, I'll come myself," Shaki said after a pause, sounding resolute. Cook blinked in surprise. "Huh? You didn't expect it, did you?" Shaki is a navigator, and a seasoned one at that. "There are hardly any navigators out there who can rival her skills," Rayleigh's voice chimed in, sounding a bit proud. Cook was genuinely surprised. The original story had mentioned so little about Shaki's background. "Captain Cook, don't blame me for not offering to help earlier. It's just that." Shaki hesitated, struggling to explain her reasons. The truth was, Shaki had her own personal struggles. Age was catching up with her, and time had defeated countless rulers of the sea. She didn't want to trouble Cook, but there were things even she couldn't solve. "Shaki, the fact that you're willing to come already means a lot. How could I possibly blame you?" "So, where should we meet?" Shaki asked. "Jaya Island," Cook replied. "Got it." Back on Sabati Archipelago, Shaki hung up the phone and chuckled to herself. "I haven't set sail in so long, and now I'm actually excited." Rayleigh was dumbfounded, staring at the spirited Shaki. "Is this the Shaki I know? Do you want me to come along too?" Rayleigh offered. "Get lost. You're not a member of the Radiant Eclipse. You're not worthy," Shaki said as she slammed the door shut. "Watch the shop and don't even think about touching the wine. Especially the batch I made for the captain." Rayleigh stood there, completely at a loss. Meanwhile, the Radiant Eclipse and Shaki sailed from different directions, heading toward the same destination. Jaya Island. After a 10-day journey, the Radiant Eclipse was the first to arrive near the island. "Shaki shouldn't be here this quickly. Sabiti is much further away from here," Cook noted as the ship anchored near a secluded shore. They waited for about a week. "She's here." Cook looked toward the sea, where a small boat was cutting through the waves, carrying a lone figure. "Isn't his the Grand Line? How can someone sail alone in a tiny boat?" Gina was baffled. They had only recently entered the Grand Line, but already they had witnessed its chaotic, ever-changing weather. Sailing without a proper ship could mean certain death. "That's no ordinary person," Cook replied. Even with her age, Shaki's strength in the first half of the Grand Line was still considered top tier. And combined with her navigational skills, sailing alone was not an impossible feat for her. "Let's go. She's our comrade and a member of our crew," Cook said as he stepped off the ship, guiding the Radiant Eclipse forward to meet Shaki. "She's one of us?" The newer crew members were both surprised and curious. "Captain, have you been waiting long? Should I make it up to you? You've gotten even more handsome," Shaki teased as her small boat neared, and with a simple tap of her foot, she leaped 100 meters to land gracefully aboard the Radiant Eclipse. And with that bold joke, for the first time, the entire crew of the Radiant Eclipse was finally together. Chapter 73, Journey to Sky Island, searching for the Rumble fruit. Who is she? Starsea asked in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Shaki. Could she really be one of the legendary top executives of a pirate crew from the old era, one of those ancient monsters? Did Captain Cook really manage to recruit someone from such a bygone age? Starsea wondered aloud. Next to her, Bella Betty overheard and asked curiously, "Is Shaki a famous pirate, Starsea?" The current emperors of the sea once belonged to a single pirate crew, and Shaki was one of the high-ranking officers of that crew, Starsea explained, her tone filled with respect. The Rocks pirates were hardly known today, but anyone who was aware of their existence couldn't help but feel a deep-seated fear at the mere mention of their name. A former companion of the sea emperors? Those unfamiliar with Shaki exclaimed in surprise. Shaki, however, was equally shocked by something else. A ship spirit. Shaki couldn't hide her excitement as she ran her hand across the Radiant Eclipse. As a navigator, understanding every detail of a pirate ship was essential, especially when guiding the ship through storms and harsh climates. At first, Shaki had been concerned. A ship full of women without an experienced helmsman would be a major problem. But with a ship spirit present, all her worries vanished. No matter how skilled a helmsman might be, they could never compare to the abilities of a ship spirit. A ship spirit appeared in less than a year? Shaki looked at Cook in amazement. The newspapers hadn't mentioned anything like this. Did the Rocks pirates not have a ship spirit? Someone asked. No, Shaki said with a sigh. That crew was full of lunatics. They would start fights over nothing, and the ship was damaged daily. It was impossible for a ship spirit to ever form. Shaki clearly had little fondness for her former pirate crew. The knock-up stream should appear in half a month. Until then, we'll need you to stay with us, Shaki. No problem, Shaki replied. As they waited, the experienced Shaki, with decades of pirate life behind her, quickly won over the women on the ship. Before long, they were all happily calling her big sister, and she seamlessly blended into the Radiant Eclipse crew. You've truly found yourself a wonderful group of comrades, Captain Cook, Shaki said one evening during a celebration. I'm sure your crew will surpass every pirate crew that's ever existed. Even the likes of the Rocks pirates or Roger's crew. It's not just me, Shaki, Cook corrected. Oh, right. It's all of us, Shaki laughed, clinking her glass with Cook's. She took a deep drink, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. She couldn't help but feel a touch of wistfulness as she looked at the young crew. How wonderful it was to be young. 2 weeks later, the long-awaited knock-up stream finally appeared. The sky was filled with lightning, and the previously calm sea turned violet. Before their astonished eyes, a massive column of water shot up from the ocean, reaching into the clouds, disappearing beyond sight. Turn the rudder 3 times to the left, approach at a 30-degree angle, Shaki commanded from the bow. The Radiant Eclipse sailed into the storm, edging closer to the knock-up stream. Approaching the stream head-on would be too dangerous. The ship couldn't withstand the force of the impact. But by angling their approach, they could use the stream's force to propel them upward safely. Shaki, you don't have to worry too much. The ship has an invincible defense mode. As long as we get in, we don't need to worry about the ship's safety, Cook said. Are you doubting my abilities, Captain? Shaki shot back playfully, her focus unwavering as she continued giving instructions. The ship's spirit cooperated perfectly, and the Radiant Eclipse barely shuddered as it entered the knock-up stream. Riding the powerful current, the ship rose into the sky, leaving the sea far below. We're going straight up without falling? Someone exclaimed. This was an experience no one aboard had ever encountered before. Everyone watched in excitement as the sky drew closer and closer. Cook held on to Koala and Kina to keep them from falling, while Giant made sure the others were safe. The larger objects on the ship were securely tied down as well. Despite the apparent danger, the Radiant Eclipse navigated the knock-up stream without any real issues, eventually piercing through the storm clouds. After some time, the sky cleared. The ship burst through the clouds and landed with a thud on a sea of white, formed from soft clouds. Captain Cook, mission accomplished, Shaki said as she casually lit a cigarette. Cook gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Is this the legendary Sky Island? Someone asked in awe. It's beautiful, like a paradise out of a fairy tale. Are those islands really made of clouds? Look. There are people living here, and they have wings on their backs. There's a real island too. The women were ecstatic, marveling at the sights of Sky Island. It was unlike anything they had ever seen before. This place doesn't seem dangerous. Let's stay for a few days and enjoy ourselves, Cook suggested. Oh, and there's plenty of gold on Jaya Island down below. Anyone interested in grabbing some to cover our future expenses? Seeing their excitement, Cook indulged their desire to explore and have fun. Captain, you're the best. Hancock cried, planting a firm kiss on Cook's cheek in her excitement. Immediately afterward, Hancock's face turned bright red, and steam began rising from her body as she teetered on the verge of passing out. Captain, me next. Bello Betty joked, also looking eager. Stop, stop. Cook quickly put an end to it, fearing things might get out of hand. Oh, Robin, Cook called. There's a poneglyph somewhere in the forest. You might want to search for it. Robin's eyes lit up in excitement. She nearly lost control of herself in her joy. Sky Island, without Enel's reign of terror, was peaceful and friendly. The crew of the Radiant Eclipse enjoyed their time experiencing the island's unique culture, and the women spent their days frolicking through the sea of clouds. Giant flew low, keeping watch over them as they played. Only Shaki remained behind, sitting beside Cook on the shore. Shaki, are you really not going to continue traveling with us? Cook asked, extending the invitation once again. It's not that I don't want to, Captain Cook. It's just. I can't, Shaki replied. Is it because you've been retired for too long? Cook asked, suspecting it had to do with her age. Captain Cook, you can't go searching for rare treasures to help someone like me. Objects that can stop the ravages of time are incredibly rare, and many rulers of the sea have spent their lives searching for such things in vain. Please don't waste your efforts on something like that. Shaki looked at Cook earnestly. Even the Rock's pirates, with their vast influence over the New World, had never managed to find such a treasure. Shaki didn't want Cook to waste his precious time on something so impossible. Promise me, Cook. Don't waste time on me, or I'll be upset, Shaki insisted. Alright, Cook agreed for now, planning to revisit the topic when he obtained the mythical zone vampire fruit. Afterward, Cook clapped his hands and stood up. Alright, everyone, it's time to move on. Okay, Captain. A group of women in swimwear ran toward Cook, all smiles. After they had changed back into their regular clothes, Cook managed to calm his mind. Let's set off for the island of Burka, he announced. Over the past few days, they had managed to determine Burka's location. It was a small sky island to the south, and also the homeland of Enel, where the Rumble fruit was most likely to be found. The Radiant Eclipse sailed through the treacherous seas of clouds toward the south. The ever-changing cloud formations made it difficult to navigate, and without Shaki's expert guidance, the ship would have plummeted from the clouds long ago. This was exactly why navigators were so crucial to any crew. As Shaki steered the ship with ease, she found the time to chat with Cook. There's a rumor spreading across the seas that the world government is forming a special group made up of pirates, called the Seven Warlords of the Sea. They're seeking out powerful pirates to cooperate with them. Do you think this could pose a threat to your crew? The Seven Warlords, huh? Cook mused, not particularly surprised. It was about time for the warlords to come into play. The Seven Warlords are a joke, Cook added dismissively. Shaki blinked in surprise, then laughed. You're a lot more confident than you were a year ago. She recalled their first encounter on Sabati Archipelago, comparing it to the present. Cook, you're becoming more and more like a king. Come on, Shaki, no need to flatter me. The others do that plenty, Cook responded with a smile. The conversation continued as they sailed. Cook, what's the reason for putting so much effort into finding this small sky island? Shaki asked curiously. I'm searching for the Rumble fruit, Cook answered. The Rumble fruit? Shaki gasped in astonishment. The legendary fruit, known for its incredible power. Could it really be here on Sky Island? If you find the Rumble fruit, you could head straight for the New World and become an Emperor of the Sea, Shaki said, barely able to contain her excitement. Cook chuckled. Do I need a devil fruit to become an emperor? Shaki stared at Cook for a moment, as though she were seeing the shadow of someone else. It wasn't just Rock's shadow she saw, it was also Roger's. No, she thought. Cook would surpass them both. My job is to get the Radiant Eclipse safely to its destination, Shaki said, refocusing her thoughts. She concentrated on the changing clouds, determined not to make any mistakes that could endanger the crew. 10 days later. With a loud crash, the Radiant Eclipse broke through the narrow river of clouds and landed on a small sky island supported by a sea of clouds. The island wasn't large. Only a few kilometers in diameter. They had arrived at Burka. We've arrived, Shaki sighed with relief. Her constant vigilance had taken a visible toll on her. Makino, stay on the ship and help Shaki rest. The rest of you, follow me, Cook instructed, leading the crew as they disembarked on Burka. Having already experienced the larger and more vibrant Sky Island, the women weren't as excited as before. Cook, do you know where it is? Jian asked. Everyone knew their mission was to find the Rumble fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. They were determined to find it for Cook, even if it meant turning the entire island upside down. After all, only the Rumble fruit was worthy of becoming their captain's power. Chapter 74, The Rumble fruit in hand, the Queen's complete devotion. We don't have an exact location. Everyone spread out and search from different directions. You've all seen the picture of the Rumble fruit, so let's do a thorough search, Cook instructed. He wasn't sure where the fruit might be located. There was no guarantee that the Rumble fruit was even on Burka right now. It might not appear for several years and could end up being eaten by Enel. There was a high chance that this trip could be in vain. Still, the Rumble fruit was worth spending a few months searching for, even if it ended in failure. Jian, Hancock, Starsea, you three will lead the teams and make sure to protect everyone, Cook said as he split them into groups. To ensure the safety of the weaker members, each team was led by one of the stronger crew members. Cook ventured off alone, heading toward the central city of the Sky Island. First, I'll try to find Enel. His home and the surrounding area are the most likely places where the Rumble fruit might be, he thought as he walked along the cloud-like streets, which felt as soft as walking on wool. From the kind-hearted island natives, Cook learned where to find Enel, who was quite well known on Burka. Not because of his wings, he didn't have any, but because of his arrogance and personality. As Cook entered a small alley, he overheard a heated argument. You mere mortals. Why do you not kneel when you see a god? Came the haughty voice of someone clearly full of themselves. Enel, you've lost it again. You're no god. Someone retorted angrily. Cook spotted Enel, clearly standing out from the others, arrogantly pointing at a group of people. You sinners who defy a god will face punishment. Sooner or later, you'll all pay the price. Even the most patient individuals had clearly had enough of Enel, and they gave him a thorough beating. Lying on the ground, Enel glared at their backs, his eyes full of malice as he muttered, I'll kill you all one day. I'll destroy this place. Cook squinted his eyes, observing the scene. Enel was little more than a delusional maniac. Yet this lunatic would one day obtain the Rumble fruit, one of the most powerful devil fruits in the entire world. Burka's fate would also eventually be sealed, as Enel's angry words foretold. He would indeed destroy this place. When Enel caught sight of Cook, his eyes narrowed. Another mortal has arrived. Why do you not kneel before your god? Before Enel could finish, Cook grabbed him by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. Dragging a terrified Enel behind him, Cook made his way to Enel's house and began tearing through everything, searching every inch. Enel could only watch in furious silence as Cook searched through his home. But there was no sign of the Rumble fruit. Next, Cook dug up Enel's yard, leaving no stone unturned. Still, there was nothing. Expanding the search area, the rest of the women were also conducting a thorough search, covering every corner of the island. After a good night's rest, Shaki joined the search as well. It was a slow and tedious process, as Haki couldn't be used to sense lifeless objects like devil fruits. 10 days passed, and the entire city of Burka had been combed through, but there was no sign of the Rumble fruit anywhere. All that's left is the forest, Cook said, pointing to the area behind them. After nearly 10 days of fruitless searching, everyone's initial excitement had gradually turned to disappointment. By now, no one was expecting much. Even Cook had lowered his expectations. If it's here, it's here. If not, it doesn't matter. He led the group into the unique fruit tree forest. There was another option, albeit a crude one. Wait for years and monitor Enel. According to the original timeline, Enel would eventually eat the Rumble fruit. But waiting years was not an option. A few months of waiting might be acceptable, but years were too long to waste. If we don't find it now, perhaps in the future, I can use the dark fruit to extract the Rumble fruit from Enel, Cook thought as a last resort. Maybe the Rumble fruit is somewhere in this forest? Cook tried to lift their spirits. Even if we don't find the fruit, the journey to Sky Island was still worth it, he added. The group began their search in the forest. The ground was littered with green fruits, each about the size of a fist. Native to Sky Island and making the search even more difficult. One by one, they picked up the fruits, each time full of hope. Not this one. This one's not it either. Days went by as the forest was gradually searched, thousands of fruits picked up and examined. Just as Cook was about to give up, Makino excitedly cried out, I found it. She held up a strange fruit in her hands. It was entirely blue, with lightning patterns running across its surface. In an instant, Everyone rushed to her side. "It's the Rumble Rumble fruit!" they exclaimed. Comparing it to the picture they had seen in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, it was unmistakably the Logia-type Rumble Rumble fruit. "Makino, you're my lucky star," Cook said with a wide smile. Makino's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. "It's real?" Shaki muttered, her mouth slightly agape, the cigarette falling from her lips in shock. She had been on countless treasure hunts before, and most had ended in failure. Many rumors of legendary treasures were nothing more than myths. She had believed this would be another one of those wild goose chases. Shaki had thought Cook had simply been chasing after some false information. But now, to her utter astonishment, the legendary Logia-type Rumble Rumble fruit was real. "Captain, you should eat it right away," Makino said eagerly, holding the Rumble Rumble fruit in front of Cook. It was said to be the most powerful ability. Even a child who ate it would instantly gain incredible strength. Everyone watched Cook with eager eyes, more excited and happy than even he was. Cook took the Rumble Rumble fruit in his hand. And to everyone's surprise, he handed it over to Starsea. "Me?" Starsea was stunned. Her reaction mirrored that of Bella Betty when she had been given the Opope fruit, but Starsea was even more shocked, even more disbelieving. The Opope fruit's fame was not as widespread, but the Rumble Rumble fruit, despite not being seen for many years, was widely known as one of the strongest abilities in the world. Its reputation was legendary. "Cook, why me?" Starsea bit her lip, trying to keep her emotions in check. Cook didn't eat devil fruits himself, preferring to give them to his crew members. She had suspected this would be the case, but she had never imagined the Rumble Rumble fruit would be given to her. Starsea had always felt a bit of insecurity due to her past, having once been a member of Cypher Pol Zero Agent, the secret agency of the world government. The Sun and Moon Pirates' greatest enemy had always been the world government. From her perspective, she didn't believe she deserved Cook's complete trust. "Because you're the most suitable person," Cook replied with a smile. Most of the crew members were already devil fruit users. The non-users were Shaki, Starsea, Makino, Koala, and Gina. Shaki didn't need the Rumble Rumble fruit, she was destined for the mythical zone vampire fruit. Makino was too frail for the power. Koala and Gina were still young, and Gina's dream was to become a swordswoman, not a devil fruit user. As for Cook, he had no desire to become a devil fruit user yet. His plan was to empower his crew members with the right fruits, increasing their strength and thus his own, creating a double benefit. Only after his crew had all the appropriate abilities would he consider whether he should become a devil fruit user. So, if Cook wasn't going to eat the Rumble Rumble fruit, Starsea was the most fitting candidate. No one else came close. Starsea was already incredibly powerful, second only to Giant aboard the ship. She was even slightly stronger than Hancock at the moment. With the Rumble Rumble fruit, Starsea's strength would increase dramatically. Your observation haki is already quite strong, and the Rumble Rumble fruit amplifies that ability. "It suits you perfectly," Cook said as he firmly placed the fruit in Starsea's hands. Starsea's lips trembled as she tried to contain the flood of emotions she was feeling. "But Captain, my past," she began. "You have no other past. You only have one identity now. You're a member of my crew." The Queen, Starsea, bowed her head slightly, taking a moment to compose herself. When she lifted her head again, she was all smiles, her face glowing with joy. In that moment, all the ties to her former life and identity faded away completely from her heart. Chapter 75, Power Exceeds 500,000, Mastering the Power of Lightning. Shaki silently watched the scene unfold before her, deeply shaken. With her wealth of experience, she had long suspected Starsea's past based on certain details and abilities. In fact, she had privately warned Cook about her concerns. Now, it was clear that Cook had known all along. At that moment, Shaki was utterly astonished. The ability to bring even former enemies into the fold. What kind of charisma must one possess to achieve that? Even Rox, their former captain, could never manage such loyalty. His crew was full of traitors. Now, Shaki understood it completely. Cook's approach was on a different level. "Even I felt tempted when I heard about the Rumble Rumble fruit. If I were younger, I'd have fought for such power no matter what," Shaki admitted to herself. She knew she could never be as magnanimous as Cook. The more she thought about it, the more she marveled. At the same time, a bittersweet feeling crept into her heart. She lamented not being born a few decades later. "I used to think the world from decades ago was the most exciting, but now I see I was wrong," Shaki thought. "At least I got to travel with them, that's more than enough," she sighed, content with the adventure she'd experienced. "Shaki, the captain's spirit goes far beyond this," Giant said, walking up to her. "The mythical zone phoenix fruit that I possess, the Parimsha Opope fruit that Bella Betty has, and now the Logia Rumble Rumble fruit. All of these top-tier devil fruits were given to us by Cook." Shaki's eyes widened in disbelief. This wasn't just a one-time occurrence, it was the third time. 3 top-tier devil fruits from each type, all given to the crew. Such generosity. What kind of person could possess such grandeur? Shaki took several deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart. Is it because Cook doesn't want to become a devil fruit user? Shaki couldn't help but ask. Apart from that, she couldn't think of any other reason why someone would give away such rare and powerful fruits 3 times in a row. I asked Cook the same thing, Jian replied. He said that he might become a devil fruit user in the future. He's not against it. Shaki felt as though lightning had struck her mind. It wasn't what she had guessed at all. For a long time, she stood there, unable to regain her composure. As everyone watched, Starsea held the rumble fruit up to her lips and took a small bite. Her smile grew even brighter. Wait, why aren't you disgusted? Didn't your devil fruit taste terrible? Betty cried out, her mental state teetering. She had been expecting Starsea to show the same miserable expression she had when she ate her own opope fruit and had her camera ready to capture the moment. But instead, Starsea looked like she was enjoying a fine delicacy. It wasn't fair. Why had her opope fruit tasted so awful? Because this was given to me by Captain Cook. It's the most delicious thing in the world, Starsea said sweetly, beaming with happiness. With a content expression, she ate the entire rumble fruit, leaving nothing behind. Even though taking just one bite would have granted her the ability, she still ate the whole thing. Gently, she wiped the juice from her lips, savoring the taste. At that moment, Cook stepped forward and gave her a light tap. Try using your Logia intangibility, he suggested, eager to see the results of the first Logia user on the crew. Cook's palm landed directly on Stassea's chest. He immediately felt the sensation, and his eyes widened. What? Did it not work? Is this not the rumble fruit? It's because I couldn't bear to use intangibility to avoid your touch, Starsea replied with a mischievous smile. The onlookers gasped audibly, the shock on their faces exaggerated. Cook? Without another word, Cook turned around, pretending nothing had happened. Why do I feel more and more like prey on this ship, despite being the captain? He thought. No, this had to change. He had to restore his authority. Thankfully, not everyone was as bold as Starsea and Betty. The others just pretended they hadn't seen anything and quickly urged Starsea to try out her new abilities. Try using your powers, someone suggested. Stassea's body began to spark with lightning as she transformed into pure electricity. In a flash, she vanished and reappeared 100 meters away, before disappearing again and returning to her original position. Her lightning speed was so fast that many hadn't even registered her movement. Even with observation hockey, it would be hard to track that, Shaki muttered, watching Starsea closely. Moments ago, Shaki had been confident she could defeat Starsea. Now, she knew that was no longer the case. This ability was reminiscent of the power of Admiral Kizaru, who could move at the speed of light. Lightning movement was just as extraordinary, a speed that defied normal logic. Thunderlance. Starsea called out, pointing her finger forward. A bullet of lightning shot from her fingertip and struck the distant clouds, leaving a large hole in the white mass, through which sunlight poured down. Once again, Starsea gathered power at her fingertips, this time summoning a massive beam of lightning several meters wide. The bolt tripped through the dense clouds, disintegrating a vast portion of the cloudscape. The sheer power of the blast made even Jian take notice. The rumble fruit's power had boosted Stassea's abilities to a whole new level. She may not yet realize how strong she had become, but Cook knew. He could see Stassea's combat power had skyrocketed. Before, her strength had been around 50,000. Now, it had soared past 120,000. In one leap, her power had nearly doubled, a growth Cook had never seen before. It was the largest boost he had ever witnessed from a single devil fruit, surpassing even Jian's gains from the phoenix fruit. Logia-type fruits have the strongest initial boost. It's only natural, Cook thought, having expected such a result. The Logia rumble fruit was supposed to offer this kind of dramatic increase. As a result, Cook's own strength had also risen by nearly 70,000. For the first time, his total combat power surpassed 500,000. In addition to this increase in power, Cook had also gained a special ability. Whenever a zone-type user joined the crew, Cook's physique would increase. For Paramsha fruits, the effects varied. Hancock's love fruit had enhanced Cook's charm, while Lily's mini fruit had somehow increased his height. Betty's opope fruit had given Cook complete control over his body. Muscles, nerves, internal organs. Similar to the life return technique, which had now become a passive skill for him. Life return was a top-tier technique, often considered the strongest hidden card for many powerful individuals. But for Cook, it was now a passive ability, without the life-draining risks. Nico Robin's Hana fruit had inexplicably enhanced his agility, although the connection wasn't immediately obvious to him. Now, with Starsea gaining the Logia-type Rumble fruit, Cook had obtained the ability to manipulate lightning. While he couldn't transform into lightning like Starsea, he could control and harness it similarly to how Big Mom or Kaido wielded elemental powers. Cook had now become a man who commanded the power of thunder. This new ability would significantly enhance the power and versatility of his techniques. Chapter 76, The Sea Freezes. All three admirals arrive 100 kilometers away from the Sabati archipelago. Really, what's the latest movement from the Navy? Shaki asked, not bothering to hide her impatience as she addressed the Den Mushi connected to Rayleigh. After spending time on Sky Island and sailing through the vast ocean, it had been difficult to keep up with the latest information from the seas. Nearly 2 months had passed since they obtained the Rumble fruit, and the Radiant Eclipse was about to complete its conquest of the first half of the Grand Line. This final stretch of the journey, in Shaki's eyes, was the most dangerous. They were too close to both Marine headquarters and Mary Jo's. If the Navy found them, they could easily be surrounded. That's why it was crucial to know the movements of the Navy's top officers. Let me check. Rayleigh's voice stammered from the other side, followed by the sound of frantic rustling as he flipped through newspapers. Just as Shaki was about to lose her patience, Rayleigh's voice finally came through clearly. 10 days ago, Kizaru was sent to the North Blue to escort the Celestial Dragons. A day ago, Okainu was spotted in the New World, apparently overseeing the selection of one of the 7 warlords of the seas. And as for Aokiji, there's nothing in the papers about his whereabouts. Sengoku, being the fleet admiral, is either at Marine headquarters or in Mary Jo's. Rayleigh summarized the latest intel. Shaki let out a sigh of relief. Kizaru was in the North Blue, far from their current location. He wouldn't be able to return quickly. Okainu was in the New World, also too far to pose an immediate threat. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, rarely left his command post to take action personally. That left only Aokiji. Even if they did encounter him, Shaki was confident that the Sun and Moon pirates could handle it without much trouble. Have you cleaned up the bar yet? And don't you dare touch my liquor, Rayleigh. We'll be back at Sabati in a few hours with Cook, Shaki warned before hanging up. Turning to Cook, she said, since there's no danger, why not stop by my bar on Sabati? Consider it my way of sending you off. Once you enter the New World, who knows when we'll see each other again. Cook accepted her invitation with a nod, sure. 2 hours later, the site of the Sabati archipelago came into view. The Radiant Eclipse sailed toward the secluded area of Island 13, the location of Shaki's ripoff bar. Just as the Radiant Eclipse docked, and Shaki stepped onto the shore, she turned to call the others to the bar, but her face suddenly changed. Her expression turned to one of shock as she stared out at the sea. Crack. Before their very eyes, the ocean started to freeze at an alarming rate, as if something was spreading ice across the surface from an unknown point within the archipelago. Within moments, the once calm waves were transformed into a solid sheet of ice that stretched far beyond their line of sight. The entire ocean was now frozen, the temperature plummeting as cold air filled the atmosphere. The Radiant Eclipse had also been caught, now immobilized by the icy waters. Admiral Aokiji. Shaki muttered gravely as she stared at the frozen sea. There was only one person capable of freezing tens of kilometers of the sea in an instant. Admiral Aokiji, the wielder of the ice fruit. No natural weather phenomenon could achieve such an effect. Just as we arrive, the sea gets frozen to stop any movement. Does this mean? Shaki quickly pieced it together, realizing that the Navy must have come for the Sun and Moon pirates. But why? She couldn't comprehend how their presence had been discovered so quickly. Even if someone had spotted them, there's no way Aokiji could have arrived this fast. Was Aokiji already on Sabati? That damn Rayleigh didn't notice? Shaki muttered bitterly, blaming Rayleigh for being too distracted by his drinking to realize Aokiji's presence. Luckily, it was just Aokiji. One admiral wouldn't be too much of a problem for the Sun and Moon pirates. Shaki, don't blame Rayleigh for this. This is all for me, Cook said calmly, gazing off into the distance. It wasn't just Aokiji they had to deal with. The Sabati archipelago, composed of over 70 islands, was always in a state of chaos. Pirates, underground brokers, nobles, travelers, merchants, news reporters, ordinary citizens, and even Marines. All kinds of people lived and passed through the archipelago. As the gateway to the New World, Sabati was one of the most crucial islands on the Grand Line. The island thrived on a delicate balance between order and chaos. Though pirates roamed freely, the proximity to Marine headquarters meant they rarely dared to stir up too much trouble. Similarly, the Marines rarely conducted full-scale sweeps of pirates on Sabati. There were simply too many of them. What the hell? Why is the sea frozen? One pirate yelled. What's going on with this freak weather? I was just about to set sail, and now the sea's turned to ice. Another complained. This isn't weather, you idiot. It's Admiral Okiji's power. Damn it, what's the Navy planning? Freezing the sea like this? Are they trying to trap us here and wipe us out? Who the hell could have pissed off the Navy enough to send an admiral after us? Whoever you are, show yourself before you get us all killed. The pirates on Sabiti, some of them with bounties worth tens of millions, even over 100 million, were visibly shaken. Though powerful in their own right, they knew they were no match for an admiral. When faced with someone like Okiji, they might as well have been rookies. Could it be because of me? One pirate, a supernova with a bounty close to 200 million, muttered. He was both terrified and a little proud. He was the most notorious pirate currently on the surface of Sabiti, so it was only natural to think he was the target. Idiot. You really think a supernova like you is worth the effort of an admiral? Get real. Another pirate scoffed. The others glared at the supernova in disdain. He wasn't important enough to warrant an admiral's attention, much less the freezing of an entire sea. Maybe it's because one of the 4 emperors is here? Another pirate speculated, growing anxious. Could it be that one of the emperors is about to fight an admiral? Fear and excitement spread among the pirates. Who could it be? Is it Whitebeard? Kaido? Charlotte Linlin? Or maybe the red-haired Shanks? Or? Everyone began to speculate wildly. They turned their gazes toward the sea, searching for any sign of the cause. However, the radiant eclipse remained hidden in a more remote area of the archipelago, and no one had spotted it yet. As people filled the streets, looking around for answers, a sudden blinding light flashed across their vision. Make way, you might get run over. A sly voice called out as a figure zoomed past them at light speed. Is that Admiral Kizaru? One of the pirates gasped in disbelief. The crowd stood frozen in shock as they watched the light-speed movement of the Marine Admiral, Kizaru. They were stunned. Whoa, scary. There's even a supernova here with a 200 million bounty. I'm so frightened, Kizaru said mockingly as he suddenly came to a stop, locking eyes with the supernova pirate. The pirate grinned arrogantly. So you really did come for me? But an admiral won't scare me. Pelusalino, don't waste your time on trash. Remember our true target. A cold, menacing voice cut through the air. It was Akainu, his words sending chills down the spines of everyone within earshot. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu were all present. Chapter 77, An Unprecedented Action. Kook, the Navy is being too polite. Boom. Akainu, like a humanoid T-Rex, charged down the street. His immense power sent shockwaves that knocked over everyone in his path. Sakazuki, stop harming civilians, Aokiji said from the rooftops, as bits of ice fell, clearly displeased with Akainu's recklessness. Akainu snorted. Shut up and don't let the target get away. Nothing else matters. Green pheasant. Yellow monkey. Red dog. All 3 admirals are here. Oh my god. Who in the world could be important enough for the Navy to welcome them with such an unprecedented show of force? All 3 admirals together on the Sabati archipelago. This has never happened in history, not once. Who is it? Witnessing the 3 of them together, everyone watching was stunned. For the pirates, even the most arrogant ones, fear overtook them as their legs turned to jelly and their bodies trembled. Anyone foolish enough to believe they stood a chance quickly fell into despair upon seeing the 3 admirals arrive in unison. The most hopeless of all was the supernova, who tried to hold on to his pride, barely managing to say, "Ha. Looks like I'm important enough to have all 3 admirals come after me. I suppose I should be honored. Fine then, let me see just how strong." Out of the way, Kizaru interrupted impatiently, delivering a casual kick that sent the boasting supernova flying through the air like a meteor. He crashed into a massive tree, which exploded upon impact. When the dust settled, the once feared supernova, with a bounty of 200 million baileys, lay unconscious, his body charred black. The surrounding pirates wept openly. The supernova, worth 200 million, had been defeated in an instant by Kizaru, as easily as one would swat a fly. If a single admiral is this terrifying, what chance do we have against all 3? The pirates dared not even contemplate it further. Damn it, who could possibly be worth 3 admirals coming here? I have to find out or I'll never be satisfied. Some of the pirates, gritting their teeth in fear, cautiously followed the direction the admirals had taken, eager to uncover the answer. It wasn't just the lower-level criminals who were panicking, even some of the bigger players on the archipelago were left stunned. Doflamingo, currently hosting an auction at the human trafficking house, was among them. The moment the sea froze over, he had rushed outside, staring at the ice in bewilderment. What's the Navy up to? Doflamingo muttered, flying into the air for a better view. Upon seeing the 3 admirals charging toward Island 13, even Doflamingo, usually the epitome of calm arrogance, found his expression faltering. His face twitched involuntarily, unable to fully hide his shock. A cold shiver ran down his spine. In all his time, he had never seen all three admirals take action together. Could it be? The entire Whitebeard pirates have arrived? It was the only possibility Doflamingo could think of that would warrant such a massive show of force from the Navy. But that's not right, he muttered to himself, recalling the news he'd read recently. The papers reported that Akainu and Kizaru were in different parts of the sea, so how could they be here now? Something's off. Doflamingo's instincts told him there was a bigger plot at play. This is an ambush the Navy has been planning for a long time, he mused. I need to see who this target is. With that, Doflamingo flew off to enjoy the show. He wasn't scared. Inside the bar, Rayleigh yawned lazily as he gazed at the empty bottles scattered across the floor. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. Shaki would kill him when she got back. As he pondered how to explain himself, his instincts suddenly sharpened. Aokiji's here. At that moment, the three admirals, well, to be precise, 2 admirals and Vice Admiral Sakazuki, were quickly making their way toward Island 13. Why is this happening? Shaki's fist struck a nearby tree in frustration. Why is this happening now? Everyone, Kook, you need to leave immediately. You all escorted me here, but I'll hold them off. You have to get away. Shaki urged, her face filled with worry. All 3 admirals were coming. Despite her many experiences, Shaki had never faced a situation as dire as this. Even during the height of the Rocks Pirates' reign of terror, the Navy had never deployed so many top-tier fighters. Back then, it had mostly been Garp and Roger who stood in their way. Admirals represented the peak of power in the world, standing on par with the 4 emperors. While individual admirals varied in strength, not even the greatest of warriors could hope to take on 2 at once and emerge victorious. As for 3? It was unthinkable. Faced with the arrival of all 3 admirals, Shaki could not see any way for the Sun and Moon pirates to survive this encounter. Maybe they could hold out for a while, but victory was impossible. To make matters worse, reinforcements from Marine headquarters could arrive at any moment, not to mention the elite fighters from Mary Joais. If they were held down, they would be done for. The Navy and the world government were smart this time, Kook said slowly, opening his palm. They didn't send gifts or hostages, but they did send some achievement points. As Kook spoke, Jian handed him the Supreme Grade Blade Ace, which had been resting inside the cabin. Placing the blade in his hand, Kook smiled. The Navy is being too polite. Let's give them a proper reception. Kook? Are you serious? Shaki asked in disbelief as she watched him, clearly excited by the situation. You know how powerful the admirals are. Why are you still thinking like this? Are you really that determined to die? Shaki thought Kook's eagerness was just reckless madness. She no longer tried to convince him otherwise. Taking a deep breath, her expression grew resolute as she exhaled a cloud of smoke. In that case, I'll fight alongside the Sun and Moon pirates. No. All of you need to leave now, Kook said, looking at Shaki, then at Jian and the others. Some of them, particularly Jian, were strong enough to hold their own against an admiral. Jian, in particular, was now almost at the level of an admiral. She had already surpassed the strength of a 4 emperors commander. Defeating her would take an admiral several days and a heavy price. Starsea wasn't weak, either. With the power of the Rumble fruit, she had become one of the strongest 4 emperors commanders, capable of fighting on par with an admiral. Hancock and Shaki could also hold their own, able to stall an admiral for a short time. However, none of them were capable of killing an admiral outright. Especially being so close to Marine headquarters. It would be foolish for the whole crew to engage. Leave, now. If you stay here, someone might actually die, Kook urged them. He wanted them to leave aboard the Radiant Eclipse. Kook, I'm strong too. I won't hold you back, Starsea insisted. Kook, I won't listen to you this time, Shaki added firmly. You all came to Sabati because of me. There's no way I'm just going to leave now. She knew one thing for certain, if Kook stayed behind alone, he would surely die. And if she left, she would spend the rest of her life in guilt, unable to find peace. Sister Shaki, I'm the one who should apologize, Kook said, jumping down from the Radiant Eclipse and walking past her. Today, your home will be destroyed, and you'll be marked by the Navy. With that, he strode forward, heading directly toward the 3 admirals who had already reached Island 13. But... Jian! Kook called. Jian instantly appeared beside Shaki, whispering something in her ear. Shaki stared at Kook's back in disbelief. Could this be true? Is resurrection really possible? Was this real, or were they just trying to comfort her so she would leave peacefully? Sister Shaki, do you really think we fear death? Jian asked with a smile. If it weren't true, do you think we'd be willing to leave? Shaki was convinced. After spending months with them, She knew that every single crew member aboard the Radiant Eclipse was prepared to die for Cook. And now, as they waved him off, there was no sadness of parting, no fear of the final battle. "All right then, Captain. I'll be waiting for you on the ship," Shaki said, leaping back aboard the Radiant Eclipse. As Cook walked away, his back turned to the ship, he waved a hand casually. "Let's go." Jian landed on the frozen sea, her body igniting with phoenix fire. Her flaming feathers unfurled, and the searing heat began to melt the ice around the Radiant Eclipse. One sword style, double cut. Jian drew her blade, sending a massive flying slash across the ice, cutting through it all the way to the horizon. A path was cleared on the frozen sea, giving the Radiant Eclipse a way out. Chapter 78, Sengoku's Pride. Zephyr joins the battle, 4 admirals unite Marine headquarters. They've appeared? Sengoku shot to his feet, eyes wide with excitement as he listened to the Marine officer delivering the report. He asked for confirmation several times, his heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and fear. Afraid that it might all be for nothing, or just another false alarm. Confirmed. The Radiant Eclipse has been spotted at the Sabati archipelago, and Cook himself has made an appearance. Admirals Kuzen and Borsellino, along with Vice Admiral Sakazuki, have already made their move. It was a certainty. Ha ha ha. Finally, they've come out. Sengoku couldn't contain his laughter, his joy reverberating through the room. All this time, he had waited, meticulously laying his plans. And now, it had finally paid off. Tell them to make sure Cook doesn't escape. I don't care if he lives or dies, but he must never leave the Sabati archipelago. Yes, sir. Just a month ago, the Sun Pirates were wiped out, Fisher Tiger is dead, and now the Sun and Moon Pirates are approaching their end. The Holy Land incident can finally be put behind us. Sengoku collapsed back into his chair, relieved. For years, he had clawed his way up from the bottom ranks of the Marines, eventually becoming Fleet Admiral. It had been a long and arduous journey, but with it came a string of unfortunate events that had almost broken him. The Holy Land invasion was a disaster unseen in centuries, and Cook had been the bane of his existence ever since. His hair had gone half white, and he spent his days being berated and pressured by the 5 elders. There were moments when Sengoku had seriously considered giving up on everything. But now, success was within reach. The elaborate plan he had devised was finally about to bear fruit. Today's grand encirclement. This is my plan, executed to perfection. Sengoku's face lit up with a smile full of pride. The plan had evolved from Akanu's earlier suggestion of blocking the Radiant Eclipse at the entrance to the Grand Line. Sengoku had refined the idea, choosing to lure Cook to the Sabati archipelago instead. An island pirates had to pass through to enter the New World. To ensure Cook would take the bait, the Navy had spent months feeding false information through the world government's newspapers. They painted a picture of admirals scattered across the world, making it seem as though Marine headquarters was stretched thin. The articles were all true, in a way. Yes, Kizaru had gone to the North Blue, and Akanu had been in the New World. But the timing was deliberately misleading. The events had happened long before the news was printed. It was all designed to create the illusion that the Navy was focused on the formation of the 7 warlords of the seas, too preoccupied to deal with Cook. In reality, Admirals Kuzen, Akanu, and Kizaru had been stationed on Sabati for weeks, waiting in secret for the perfect moment. With spies planted across every island of the archipelago, watching the seas daily, the net was set. The moment Cook appeared, they would close in. With Kuzen and the others working together, even if Cook had 3 heads and 6 arms, there's no way he can escape, one officer boasted. That's right. Even with Jian's help, the Sun and Moon Pirates are no match for 3 admirals. Aside from Jian, none of them are even worth considering. Even if Cook's defense is strong, it won't matter. Between Borsellino's speed, Kuzen's ice, and Sakazuki's power, they'll wear him down. He'll be trapped. Not to mention, even if they try to flee on their ship, Kuzen can freeze the sea endlessly. No ship is fast enough to outrun Kizaru. In the meeting room, the Marine higher-ups all smiled with confidence. Every possible scenario had been accounted for. They were certain of victory. There was no chance of failure. None at all. Cook was either going to die or be captured. There was no third option. Garp scratched his head and shook it slowly. He shared the same thoughts. If he were in Cook's shoes right now, he knew his fate would be sealed as well. Sengoku, you're really pulling out all the stops for this one, Garp said, somewhat amazed. Even in the days of Roger and Rox, the Navy had never gone to such lengths. There was no way out for Cook. Not a single shred of hope. Sengoku raised his head slightly, a smug look of satisfaction spreading across his face. When the Navy truly decides to eliminate someone, it doesn't matter who they are. The outcome is inevitable. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There's bad news. Suddenly, A Marine rushed into the room, causing Sengoku's heart to sink. It couldn't be, could it? Had Cook already escaped? No, it wasn't possible. There was no way he could escape. Not when the sky, the sea, and every exit were sealed. Kuzen could freeze the seas, and Kizaru's speed was unmatched in the sky. At best, Jian might be able to fly away, but Cook and the rest had no chance. Fleet Admiral, the former first mate of the Roger pirates, Silvers Rayleigh, has appeared. He's helping Cook? Silvers Rayleigh? Sengoku's face paled. Damn it, Rayleigh. Why is he here? Why would he help Cook? Panic started to set in. Rayleigh, the Dark King. Gone from the scene for nearly a decade, but still a force to be reckoned with. No one doubted his ability to hold off an admiral. With him there, the Navy would be left with only 2 admirals to face Cook. That wouldn't be enough. Sengoku feared they wouldn't be able to stop the Sun and Moon pirates. We've invested too much and waited too long. We can't afford to fail now, Sengoku snarled, his face twisted with frustration. If they failed today, Cook would slip into the New World. They would never get another chance like this. So what if it's Rayleigh? Send more reinforcements. Sengoku ordered, looking around the room. The Navy still had more powerful fighters. And if needed, the world government did too. Today, no matter what, Cook had to die. Sengoku turned his gaze toward Garp. Garp, Rayleigh was your old rival. Go deal with him. Garp clutched his stomach suddenly, wincing in exaggerated pain. Oh no, I think I ate something bad yesterday. My stomach hurts. Garp's performance was far from convincing, and Sengoku's expression twisted in exasperation. Fine. Just stay here, Sengoku said, waving Garp off. He didn't expect Garp to be useful. If Garp just played along and didn't interfere, that would be enough. Seeing that he wasn't being sent out, Garp grinned, the stomach pain mysteriously vanishing. He had no interest in joining the operation to take down Cook, but he wasn't going to stop the Navy either. He was content to sit back and watch. Sengoku then turned to another trusted ally, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the strategic genius. But before he could even ask, he shook his head, dismissing the idea. Tsuru was strong, but not on the level of an admiral. And given her connection to Jian, Sengoku feared she might hold back. Will I have to go myself? Sengoku's face darkened at the thought. He was the fleet admiral, and already had 3 admirals in the field. Did he really need to personally intervene? Let me go, a voice interrupted. Zephyr stood up. Once a great admiral of the previous era, Zephyr's eyes burned with resolve. He was once a recruit under my command, but he strayed far from the path. Though I never really believed he was worthy to be my student, I'll go now as the head instructor of the Navy's training camp and send him off personally. I'll also use this opportunity to teach the current recruits an important lesson. Sengoku looked at Zephyr, seeing the determination in his eyes. The firm resolve to destroy Cook? Good. I'll leave it to you, Zephyr. Zephyr was mobilized. The rest of the Marines couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines. This was terrifying. 4 admirals, united in battle. In all their years, none of them had ever seen such a display of power. He's doomed, one officer murmured in awe, his voice tinged with excitement. The monsters of the New World, like the red-haired pirates, are being closely monitored. Make sure they don't interfere with the battle on Sabaody, Sengoku ordered loudly. Marine headquarters was always keeping a close eye on the movements of pirates, especially today. They couldn't risk anyone coming to Cook's aid. The Whitebeard pirates, Kaido's beasts, and Big Mom's crew are all in their territories. Red-haired Shanks entered the New World a month ago and hasn't shown any signs of leaving. The Revolutionary Army has appeared in the 4 seas. Good. Sengoku's voice boomed in satisfaction. All the monsters they needed to watch out for were in their places. Even if they found out what was happening, there was no way they could reach Sabaody in time. From Sengoku's perspective, the only ones capable of saving Cook weren't anywhere near Sabaody. And even if they were, why would they want to help him? Cook, this is what happens when you defy the world government. I'll make sure your corpse is displayed on Sabaody for all to see. A warning to anyone who dares to follow in your footsteps. Sengoku could hardly contain his anticipation. He reached for a transponder snail, preparing to report to the 5 elders. Unseen to them, he was already gloating, ready to tell the elders, see? The Marines aren't weak. When we truly move, victory is assured. Well done, Sengoku, one of the 5 elders responded approvingly. Tears welled up in Sengoku's eyes. After a year of relentless pressure, he had finally earned the praise of the 5 elders instead of their constant reprimands. Chapter 79, Rayleigh, leave. This fight belongs to me alone at the Sabaody archipelago. Okayanya was the first to reach Island 13, his gaze blazing with fiery determination as he locked eyes with Cook, who stood calm and collected. The tension in the air was palpable as their auras clashed fiercely. The last time you slipped away. Today, let's see how you plan to escape, Okainu sneered, his voice thick with contempt. For the past year, his situation had been even worse than Sengoku's. While Sengoku had endured harsh scoldings, at least he remained fleet admiral. Okainu, on the other hand, had not only been scolded but also demoted from admiral to vice admiral, an unprecedented humiliation in the history of the Navy. This demotion was Okainu's greatest shame. Your so-called invincible defense. Let's see how long you can last this time, and just how far you think you can run. Last time, Cook had used his flight and speed to evade pursuit. Okainu, unable to fly or chase him across the ocean, had been outmaneuvered. But today was different. This time, Okainu had help. Look. The pirate ship is running away, Kizaru pointed out, gesturing toward the rapidly retreating radiant eclipse. Seems like it's my turn, Kuzen muttered, ice forming at his fingertips. I never thought I'd see the admirals gather like this. What a lively day, a booming, carefree voice echoed. The sound caught the attention of the three admirals. Rayleigh, wielding his long-sealed sword, approached them, his expression grave, though his tone remained casual. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen three admirals act together. Cook, you sure do command some respect, Rayleigh remarked as he walked up to Cook. The Dark King, Rayleigh? The faces of Okainu, Kizaru, and Kuzen changed dramatically. Rayleigh's sudden appearance cast a dark shadow over Okainu's mind. Their perfectly orchestrated plan now had a glaring flaw. Quick, inform Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We've got another terrifying monster on our hands, Kizaru said, his usually relaxed demeanor giving way to a serious expression. He had thought this would be an easy day, perhaps a simple task of taking it easy, but things had just gotten far more complicated. Pointing at the retreating radiant eclipse, Kizaru added, I'll go after the pirate ship. You two can handle things here. Sengoku's orders were to leave none of the Sun and Moon pirates alive. With that, Kizaru prepared to leave, preferring the seemingly easier task of chasing the ship rather than facing Cook and Rayleigh in battle. My abilities are better suited for this, Kuzen chimed in, eyeing the radiant eclipse as well. Kizaru's lips twitched. Was Kuzen seriously trying to steal this job from him? Enough. Okainu snapped, glaring at his fellow admirals. You two want to run off? You think you can still joke around? You're faster than me, especially you, Kizaru. We all set off from the same place at the same time, and yet I was the one who arrived at Island 13 first. Okainu had had enough of their laid-back attitudes. Our primary target is Cook. Taking him down is what's important. Okainu wasn't about to let them leave, knowing full well that they'd likely return empty-handed if he let them go. Kizaru might rough up some of the Sun and Moon pirates, but whether he'd actually capture anyone was another matter entirely. As for Kuzen, he'd probably just goof off for a while and then come back. Okainu knew exactly what they were thinking. We need to work together to ensure Cook and Rayleigh are eliminated, Okainu demanded, determined to leave no room for failure. Alright, Kizaru and Kuzen agreed, realizing they couldn't slack off too much under Sengoku's and the world government's watchful eyes. Sacrificing yourself to buy time for your crew to escape. What a noble captain you are, Okainu taunted Cook. Too bad your crew doesn't seem to care about you at all. They've already fled without a second thought for your life. Okainu's mocking voice echoed across the sky, reaching all the way to the distant radiant eclipse. It was a ploy to lure Giant and the others back. If he could wipe out the entire Sun and Moon pirates' crew, it would be the perfect outcome. But his efforts were in vain. Idiot, Giant and the women aboard the radiant eclipse muttered, paying no attention to Okainu's provocation. What a fool, they thought, utterly ignorant of the reality of the situation. The radiant eclipse sped up, disappearing on the horizon. Okainu's face turned green with frustration. His taunt hadn't worked. He tried to console himself. At least Cook would be eliminated. Poor thing, Okainu said, looking at Cook with feigned sympathy. You've been abandoned and betrayed. Idiot, Cook responded flatly. Okainu's face flushed a deeper green with anger. Had he been wrong? They'll have their moment, but it's not today. Their time will come soon enough, Cook said, a confident smirk on his face. The world would see the power of the Sun and Moon pirates soon enough. You won't live to see that day, Okainu growled, magma swirling around his clenched fists. There was no point in trying to provoke the radiant eclipse any further. The time for words was over. Rayleigh gripped his sword tightly, leaning over to Cook. Cook, I'll take two of them, you take one. Don't try to fight them head-on. We just need to hold them off for an hour. Once the radiant eclipse gets far enough away, we'll look for a chance to escape, Rayleigh advised. Rayleigh had no idea how strong Cook truly was, but he suspected that Cook still wasn't a match for the admirals. As the older veteran, Rayleigh was prepared to bear the brunt of the battle, ready to fight two admirals himself to buy time. But inside, he was unsure if he could pull it off. He didn't want to let Cook face two admirals alone. That would be a death sentence. Rayleigh, this is my battle. You should go. I can handle it, Cook said, unwavering in his resolve. Rayleigh, however, saw the danger. What? Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to leave? You're going to face all three of them on your own? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even at his peak, Roger would never have said something so reckless. Cook, are you planning to throw your life away just to buy time for your crew to escape? You're not only trying to save them, but also me, aren't you? Rayleigh straightened, his fighting spirit rising. There's no need to worry about me. I'm the Dark King. If we work together, we'll stand a chance of getting out of here. But if I leave, you'll die. Don't feel like you owe me anything. Protecting the new generation is what we old-timers are supposed to do. Rayleigh, go. Cook said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Rayleigh met Cook's eyes and saw the seriousness behind them. He wasn't being polite. He truly wanted Rayleigh to leave. Cook? You really intend to fight them alone? Rayleigh asked, incredulous. I'm not dying here, Cook replied with a smile, turning to face the advancing Akainu. For a moment, Rayleigh stood frozen, staring at Cook's fearless grin. He looked at the young pirate's back as he faced the three admirals without hesitation. I understand. Rayleigh sheathed his sword, turning to leave. In an instant, he became a blur, racing away without looking back or hesitating. When a man faces his fate with a smile, you don't interfere, Rayleigh thought, his speed increasing. As he fled, memories of his final moments with Roger filled his mind. Cook, I'll share a drink with you after this, Rayleigh called out from the distance. Sounds good. Cook's voice echoed in response. Rayleigh, now far from the Sabati archipelago, didn't dare glance back at the battlefield he left behind. Hearing Cook's reply, Rayleigh's eyes welled with tears. Just like with Roger, he knew Cook was lying to him. But this was the path Cook had chosen. The path of a true pirate. Rayleigh couldn't find a reason to refuse him. Chapter 80, Battle against Akainu. You let Rayleigh escape. How noble, Akainu sneered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Now you realize you shouldn't drag others into this. If you had known it would end like this, you must regret it now, don't you? Cook laughed. Regret? You think you can make me regret anything? Akainu scoffed, unimpressed by Cook's confidence. He believed it was just the bravado of a man facing his inevitable death. Is he really going to take all three of us on by himself? Kizaru asked, his tone unusually surprised as he looked at Cook. This was his first time meeting the young pirate in person, though he'd heard plenty of stories about him. Cook had caused Sengoku so much frustration, even turning the fleet admiral's hair white with stress. Now that Kizaru saw him for the first time, he couldn't help but remark, scary. For once, Kizaru didn't sound sarcastic. Kyuzn, though quieter, was just as intrigued. His half-lidded eyes, always looking tired, now studied Cook with genuine interest. He wasn't disappointed. This young man had certainly lived up to the rumors. But it was still a shame. Kyuzn, Borslino, just watch from the side. Leave this to me unless he tries to run. Only then should you step in, Akainu commanded as he cracked his knuckles, his body radiating heat. The magma inside him churned like a molten furnace, causing the air around him to shimmer as if engulfed in invisible flames. Akainu was the only one among them who had fought Cook before. His assessment? Cook was strong and had strange abilities, but he was certainly no match for an admiral of Akainu's caliber. Even if Cook had grown stronger over the past year, Akainu refused to believe that the young pirate could reach his level. Understood, Kizaru said, happy to find a reason to take things easy. He wanted to make sure, so, we only step in if he tries to run, right? Any other situation, we don't interfere? Right. Kizaru smiled, taking that as a green light to relax. He had no plans to work any harder than necessary. Kyuzn nodded in agreement with Akainu's plan. A one-on-one fight, huh? Cook mused, his eyes lighting up with interest as he looked at Akainu. A 3-on-1 fight would have been difficult. Impossible, even, to inflict serious damage. But a 1-on-1? That was much more manageable. Akainu stomped his foot, and magma began to surge and roll like waves at his feet. Each step he took left a trail of molten rock, spreading across the island like a fiery tide. The small island 13 quickly became engulfed in scorching magma, the sky above tinted red from the heat. This will be your grave. Akainu roared, sending a massive magma-infused fist crashing toward Cook. Cook raised his sword, a calm smile on his face. Nice view here. I'll make sure to find you a scenic grave as well. With a single slash, Cook unleashed a giant wave of sword energy, clashing against Akainu's magma punch. The island shook violently from the impact, and the ground beneath them began to crack and crumble, spreading fractures to the frozen sea beyond. He blocked it? Both Kizaru and Kuzen's eyes widened in shock. They watched in disbelief as Cook effortlessly countered Akanu's attack. The young pirate had easily met Akanu's strike head-on. Cook's strength. It's far more terrifying than the intelligence reports suggested, Kizaru said, awestruck. Thank goodness we're ending this today. If we let him keep growing, in a few years, he might be competing with Whitebeard for the title of the world's strongest man. The battlefield rumbled as the two opponents clashed, their power surging and colliding in waves that pulled and pushed against each other. Neither side was able to gain a clear advantage. You've gotten this strong? Akanu muttered in disbelief as he stared at Cook. Just a year ago, he had been able to suppress Cook with ease. People grow. Haven't you? Cook replied calmly, completely at ease as he chatted with Akanu. There was no rush. Cook knew how this would end. He was just enjoying the moment. Akanu's face twitched in frustration. Growth? He had never heard of someone growing this fast. Good thing you walked right into our trap. I can't imagine the damage you'd cause if you made it to the new world, Akanu said, feeling grateful that they had managed to corner Cook before he could wreak more havoc. Walked into your trap? Not exactly. Before heading to the new world, I was planning on paying Manafort a visit. But you all saved me the trip by waiting here. Thanks for that, Cook smirked. Akanu's face darkened with anger. He felt insulted, as if Cook had been playing him for a fool. Laugh all you want. You won't have many chances left, Akanu growled, throwing another punch with his magma-covered fist. This time, both of Akanu's fists glowed as he launched a double-fisted strike at Cook. Cook gripped his sword with both hands, bracing himself. The force of their clash sent shockwaves through the sky, cutting through the clouds and sending them scattering. The sky itself seemed to split open as a massive red tornado of heat and force spiraled upward from their collision. Thunderous booms echoed across the island. This is unreal, Doflamingo muttered to himself, watching the fight from a distance with wide eyes. The sheer power of the battle had already affected the entire Sabati archipelago. Monsters. Both of them. Standing far off, Doflamingo could see the fierce exchange between Akanu and Cook. He had witnessed their previous fight but nothing on this scale. It's Cook. The admirals are here because of him. What a terrifying man. And the Navy really does respect him. Watching Cook fight, Doflamingo couldn't help but admit. Cook deserved the attention he was getting. With that kind of growth rate, not even the Sea Emperors could keep up. For once, Doflamingo felt humbled. Too bad. He's as good as dead, Doflamingo added, glancing at the two admiral-level threats, Kizaru and Kuzen, who had yet to make a move. It didn't matter who you were. Today, Cook was doomed. But what about the rest of the Sun and Moon pirates? Doflamingo wondered, scanning the area. Giant's Phoenix form, a mythical zone that Kaido desperately wanted, was in their crew, as was the coveted Opop fruit. This is the perfect opportunity. Maybe the Opop fruit hasn't been eaten yet. Even if it has, I could still kidnap the user. Cook is finished, I just need to deal with Giant. Doflamingo's eyes locked onto the icy river path on the sea. Using his powers, he began gliding along the frozen surface, following the trail in pursuit of his prize. Every now and then, he glanced back at the battlefield, where Cook and Akanu's battle was shaking the very sky. Fights of this magnitude didn't happen often. He couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. When Cook's dead, I'll inherit all the wealth of the Sun and Moon pirates, Doflamingo thought, grinning greedily. Meteor volcano. Akanu's molten claws shot toward Cook, burning everything in their path. Golden Crow ascends. Cook's sword crackled with golden lightning as he slashed through the air. Boom. Akanu's clawed magma attack slammed into Cook's chest, sending him flying. Akanu's eyes widened in shock. Cook hadn't defended against it. He hadn't blocked. Instead, Cook's blade, still sparking with gold lightning, sliced deep into Akanu's chest. Both fighters flew backward from the impact. Cook's chest blackened and scorched by the molten rock, while Akanu's chest was slashed open, a deep wound stretching from his shoulder down to his abdomen. Blood sprayed from the gash as they both crashed to the opposite edges of the island. Chapter 81, Akanu backs down, calls for help from Mokiji and Kizaru. Not bad, Cook said as he stood up, propping himself up with his sword. He casually brushed off the molten rock that was still clinging to his chest. Across from him, Akanu also rose to his feet, wiping the blood dripping from his chest. Not bad indeed, Akanu echoed, glaring at the wound he'd sustained. Neither of them had much to say after that. In the next instant, both charged at each other without hesitation. The battle had already drawn the attention of everyone on the Sabati archipelago. Have we figured it out yet? Who's fighting the admirals? Is it Whitebeard? No. It's Cook. What? Shockwaves of disbelief rippled through the islands as the news spread like wildfire. All 3 admirals are here to take down Cook. This is an unprecedented operation, and the target is Cook. This is massive news. We need to report this to headquarters immediately. Do you think Cook can hold off all 3 admirals? Can he escape? No way. Not even Cook can do that. No one could. That means Cook is as good as dead? Exactly. Everyone who watched the battlefield, regardless of who they were, felt their skin crawl at the thought of Cook facing off against 3 admirals. The sheer pressure Cook was under seemed unimaginable to them. Major newspapers across the world were going crazy, frantically printing copies to be the first to report on the historic event unfolding on the Sabati archipelago. Back on the battlefield, the earth trembled as Cook charged through Akanu's attacks without bothering to defend, block, or even evade. His only focus was on attacking, relentlessly pushing forward. Arg! Akanu sent Cook flying with a powerful strike, but he coughed up a mouthful of blood as Cook's attack, Yama King guides the way, left a gaping wound on his chest. The burns from the magma that had tried to seal the wound only made it worse. You're a madman, Akanu muttered, feeling a pang of dread as he watched Cook charge at him again. Cook's battle style was completely reckless. Self-sacrificial, even. You think I'll let you drag me down with you? Not a chance, Akanu growled. He was more than willing to fight to the death, but not under these circumstances. In a situation where Cook was doomed, there was no way Akanu would exchange his life for Cook's. Quickly, Akanu crossed his arms, covering them in hockey to block Cook's relentless attacks. I don't believe you can keep this up forever, Akanu said through gritted teeth. He was confident that his endurance would far outlast Cook's. All he had to do was outlast him. Cook's sword, covered in advanced armament hockey, sliced through everything in its path. The deep cracks spread from the 13th island to the 12th and even the 11th, forming a ravine that connected 3 islands. Each time Akanu was slashed open, his wounds would seal with magma only to reopen with the next strike. Great eruption. Ghost energy, Yama King descends. Akanu cursed under his breath. Despite Akanu blocking Cook's strike with his massive magma fist, Cook had dodged around it, willing to endure Akanu's blow just to land a flying slash on him. Why is he going this far? Akanu thought, coughing up blood from both his mouth and the wound on his chest. A deep cross-shaped wound now ran across Akanu's face, nearly splitting it in half. He was sent flying by the sheer force of Cook's strike. But Cook was also knocked back, landing hard on the magma-covered ground. As Cook rose from the molten pool, his body was coated in the searing magma, his skin glowed red from the heat, and his coat had been torn off, revealing his perfectly sculpted physique. Casually spitting out a mouthful of blood, Cook planted his feet on the shattered earth and launched himself like a missile toward the grim-faced Akanu. The intensity of the battle left Kizaru and Aokiji stunned. Cook knows he's going to die, so he's going all out to seriously injure Sakazuki. Or maybe even take him down with him. So terrifying, Kizaru shuddered. He was grateful that it wasn't him who had to face Cook in battle. Even just watching made his skin crawl. Given no way out, it's normal to go all in on injuring your enemy, Aokiji reasoned. If he were in Cook's position, he'd probably do the same. At that moment, Kizaru and Aokiji exchanged knowing glances. Kizaru spoke up. Didn't Sakazuki say he didn't need our help? Aokiji yawned. That's right. Looking at the pitiful state Akanu was in, Kizaru felt a twinge of guilt. Isn't it a bit too much? We're all comrades, after all. Aokiji waved off the concern. This is what Sakazuki asked for. Besides, Cook hasn't tried to run. Sakazuki hasn't asked for help either. He must be confident in his own abilities. He might look bad now, but he's definitely got this under control. We should trust him. Are you sure? Absolutely. Satisfied, Kizaru and Aokiji sat back down on their respective trees, watching the fight unfold. In the middle of the battle, Akanu's eye twitched as he caught a glimpse of his 2 relaxed comrades out of the corner of his eye. But this was his own fault. He had told them to stay out of it. Still, he couldn't bring himself to ask for help. But as the fight dragged on, Akanu realized just how passive he had become. He was constantly on the defensive, evading and blocking Cook's strikes. Though he managed to avoid the majority of Cook's attacks, whenever he did get hit, the damage was severe. Every time Akanu retaliated, Cook seemed to grow more excited, often willingly taking Akanu's attacks just to counter with a devastating blow of his own. This type of fighting left Akanu no room to breathe. His only option was to trade injuries with Cook. Akanu gritted his teeth. He was running out of options. Desperation flickered in his eyes as he decided to abandon defense entirely. I'm Sakazuki. I won't dodge anymore, Akanu roared, blocking Cook's sword with his fist and refusing to back down. I'll see if your madness can really kill me. Their clash intensified, with neither fighter giving an inch. Blood flew through the air as Akanu's fists and Cook's sword met over and over, each strike hitting their targets. The ground beneath their feet sank deeper with every hit, creating massive craters. Despite the bloody carnage, neither Cook nor Akanu retreated. Their feet remained planted firmly, even as the ground around them sank by tens of meters. The two exchanged blows for what felt like an eternity. Cook's sword, covered in Conqueror's haki, slashed across Akanu's shoulder, sending a torrent of blood splattering across the battlefield. Akanu's ear was sliced clean off, and the ground behind him disappeared as if it had been erased from existence. Cook's sword remained embedded in Akanu's shoulder, blood dripping down its length. Huh? Cook's bloodshot eyes locked onto Akanu. He had fully expected Akanu to counterattack. But this time, Akanu didn't strike back. After so many exchanges, Akanu had finally lost his nerve. He realized that if this continued, they truly might die together. Or worse, Akanu might fall first, leaving Cook alive. Why am I even fighting you like this? Akanu muttered, grabbing the sword lodged in his shoulder. He instinctively raised his other fist to strike Cook, but when he saw Cook's smirk, he knew. If he attacked, Cook would strike back with equal force, just like before. Frustrated and humiliated, Akanu let go of the sword and leaped out of Cook's range, escaping from the deep crater they had created. But before he could even catch his breath, Akanu felt the sharp pressure of Cook's next attack barreling toward him. At that moment, he finally gave in, turning to Kizaru and Aokiji. Both of you, help me. Kizaru blinked, puzzled. But Cook hasn't run yet. Akanu's face twitched. Chapter 82, Cook vs Aokiji, Akanu, and Kizaru. Akanu found an excuse, dragging this out might lead to unforeseen problems. Normally, his comrades would understand the unspoken agreement. However, Aokiji, who never got along with Akanu, replied calmly, "What kind of problem? Jian and her crew returning? Or maybe the Dark King really coming back? That would actually work out perfectly. We can catch them all in one go. We've already received word that Teacher Zephyr is on his way. Or are you worried about other sea monsters coming to help Cook? The Navy has been monitoring them closely. Even if we drag this out for days, they won't make it here in time. Or are you afraid Cook will run away? If he tries, we'll handle it." Aokiji's words hit Akanu hard, leaving him speechless, his face covered in blood, unable to hide his embarrassment. This. Akanu's lips twitched as he searched for a valid reason to argue back. But Cook wasn't going to wait for Akanu to come up with one. His sword strikes came one after another, each swing aimed at a lethal spot. Akanu struggled to block them, retreating clumsily across the 13th island. His attack power isn't weaker than mine, and his defense and recovery are even better. How has he improved so much in just 1 year? Akanu thought, feeling the full brunt of Cook's strength as the battle dragged on. Even without such a reckless fighting style, Akanu knew that taking Cook down would require him to risk his own life in a fight to the death. Today, however, Akanu had no desire for a mutually destructive battle. "What's the matter, Akanu? Is the mighty admiral only good at running away? Didn't you promise me a grand funeral? Well, I don't see how you can throw one if you keep running," Cook mocked as he chased Akanu relentlessly. From the 13th island, the battle spilled over onto the 12th, and then the 11th. The battlefield continued to expand. All around, people gathered, watching the battle from a distance. Those on the islands, who had been spectators up until now, suddenly found themselves much closer to the action. They stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide, watching as the infamous Akanu was chased around. That's Akanu. Being chased by Cook? Cook's grown this powerful? It's hard to believe. Or maybe Akanu isn't as strong as the rumors say? Even an admiral is nothing special in front of Cook. The pirates watching were thrilled to see Akanu in such a sorry state. They'd never imagined they'd get to witness a scene like this. Even those who weren't pirates were excited. Logically, as non-pirates, they should have been terrified of Cook. But seeing him chase down the one who is supposed to protect them, many couldn't help but cheer for him. Akanu, still dodging and using his observation haki to predict Cook's every move, could hear the whispers from the onlookers. His already disfigured face turned a shade darker with anger. Where did I lose? I'm not trading my life for his. That's called rationality. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Aokiji, who hadn't yet joined the fight, furrowed their brows. Both stood up, surveying the growing crowd that was even spilling onto the icy surface. These people are brave, aren't they? Coming this close to watch the fight. Aren't they afraid of dying? Cook's still a pirate. What if he decides to use them as shields? Kizaru asked, shaking his head at the recklessness of the spectators. The thing is, they're not afraid of Cook, Aokiji replied with a sigh. Kizaru squinted, his eyes narrowing to mere slits as he looked at Cook, still relentlessly pursuing Akanu. He had never encountered a pirate with such a good reputation among the people. We can't just keep watching. The Navy's reputation is on the line. If we keep sitting around, it'll be a problem when we face Sengoku and the Five Elders later, Kizaru said, glancing at Aokiji. If they did nothing, they were certain to be reprimanded upon their return. Aokiji nodded in agreement. It was time to take action. Let's send Cook off ourselves, then, Aokiji declared as he leaped into the air, crossing hundreds of meters in a single bound. Wherever he stepped, the molten lava on the ground beneath him instantly froze. Every step he took spread the freezing cold farther. Kizaru turned into particles of light, zipping across the battlefield at the speed of light. Within moments, he appeared next to Cook, his hands forming the heaven's cloud sword to block Cook's blade. At the same time, a cold chill spread across the ground beneath Cook, creeping up from his feet and aiming to freeze him solid. Finally, you two decided to join in, Cook muttered, his body shaking as he shattered the ice crawling up his legs. He tightened his grip on his sword, forcing Kizaru back, and vanished just in time to avoid Akanu's sneak attack. He reappeared in the distance. The three admirals, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akanu, now surrounded Cook in a triangular formation. That was some impressive power, Kizaru remarked, still feeling the tremors in his hands from their brief clash. He had barely managed to block Cook's strike. Akanu shot Kizaru a glance, as if to say, now you see it, don't you? You think I was just playing around? The three admirals surrounded Cook, and none of them said a word. 3 against 1. There wasn't much point in trash talk. They attacked simultaneously. 3 high-level elemental assaults were unleashed at once. Akanu's massive magma fist, Aokiji's ice bird, and Kizaru's laser beams. The combined attack left Cook no room to escape. Cook spun his body, sword held horizontally. A powerful wave of sword energy began to whirl around him like a cyclone. One sword style, Heavenly Dragon's Dance. A massive tornado of sword energy enveloped Cook, blocking all 3 attacks. The magma splattered, the ice shattered, and the lasers exploded. A massive explosion rippled outward from Cook's position, sending shockwaves hundreds of meters across the battlefield. A mushroom cloud of dust and debris rose into the air, threatening to consume the entire 10th island. The power of the admirals is terrifying. Going 1-on-3 is just insane. The crowd watching from a distance was sent flying by the shockwave, tumbling across the icy ground before scrambling to get farther away from the battlefield. Breathing heavily at the center of the chaos, Cook propped himself up on his sword. I need to wait for the right moment, he muttered between breaths. He hadn't reached his limit yet. He still had a trump card up his sleeve. An ability he had gained recently, one that combined his lightning powers with his strongest attack. He hadn't used it yet. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. His plan was to lull his opponents into a false sense of security before striking. Even if he couldn't kill one of them, he was determined to inflict a life-changing injury on at least one of them. Cook's gaze locked onto Akanu. He had already injured him several times, making Akanu the most vulnerable of the 3. Just then, Akanu, still brimming with fury, charged straight into the dissipating explosion. Now it's my turn to strike back. Kizaru and Aokiji followed closely behind. Boom. 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 Explosions rippled across the islands as the battle raged on. The 10th island was gone, reduced to ash. The 9th island's trees and buildings were all leveled, and cracks spread all the way to the 8th island. For nearly half an hour, the battlefield stretched across the archipelago, reaching the 1st island. Islands 13 through 2 had already been reduced to scorched earth. Yet, the battle still wasn't over. Cook was still standing, swinging his sword with relentless ferocity. His eyes, now completely bloodshot, saw nothing but the blade in his hand. The way he swung his sword had grown increasingly unpredictable and deadly. As the battle raged on, a warship arrived, but the fighting had yet to cease. Today, I'll personally teach you all a lesson, Zephyr said, looking back at the students gathered behind him. Chapter 83, Zephyr, you're not fit to be my teacher. Zephyr had already arrived from Navy headquarters. The battle was still raging on. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zephyr stared in shock at the battlefield, watching Cook being surrounded by Akanu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Akanu, Aokiji, and Kizaru were all his students. His proudest, strongest pupils in his entire teaching career. Yet the fight had dragged on for so long without a clear winner. How can this be possible? Zephyr's face darkened as he watched Cook. Cook had once been part of the recruit training camp, but he was always at the bottom of the class. So how had his strength skyrocketed so much after leaving the camp? From deep within, Zephyr loathed Cook. It felt like an insult to his own teaching abilities. Good thing he's going to die today, Zephyr thought, allowing a faint smile to appear on his face. Turning around, Zephyr looked at his current batch of students. Those in the training camp now. Among them were graduates like Smoker and Tashigi. Cook had once been their classmate. They were set to graduate next month and officially join the Navy. Zephyr's gaze then shifted to another group of younger recruits, among whom was Ain. These newcomers were supposed to officially start training next month, but today, Zephyr had brought them along. "Today, I will give you your first lesson," he declared. The soon-to-be graduates and fresh recruits all wore the same expression. Shock, as they watched the battlefield in the distance where the earth and sky were shifting. Lava shot hundreds of meters into the air, like a volcanic eruption. Laser beams rained down like a torrential storm. In their eyes, the massive expanse of ice seemed to vanish in an instant. But as soon as the ice disappeared, it reformed just as quickly, turning several islands into towering glaciers. The graduates, who were already strong Navy soldiers, stood frozen in awe. The new recruits, like Ain, stood with their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. "This is the power of an admiral. It's terrifying," one of them muttered. "Will we ever become as strong as them? Will we ever be admirals?" The rookies asked, their eyes filled with admiration as they watched the three admirals unleash their power. Becoming an admiral had now become their ultimate dream. "With hard work and training, you can. Those three men were once my students, just like you," Zephyr's proud voice rang out, filling his students with hope. The rookies, including Ain, gazed at Zephyr with reverence. "Teacher, wasn't Cook also your student?" Tashigi asked, reminding Zephyr of the truth. Zephyr's expression darkened instantly. He never acknowledged Cook as his student. Cook hadn't learned anything from him and had betrayed the Navy. Zephyr refused to accept him. "What?" Ain and the others quickly shifted their focus to the battlefield, where Cook fought against the three admirals. "Humphrey, today, I will personally remove the stain on the recruit camp. Watch closely and remember your sense of justice. Never stray from it," Zephyr said, leaping into the air. Using moonwalk, he sprinted through the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. "Justice?" Smoker furrowed his brow. "Cook may have betrayed the Navy, but is killing him really justice?" He glanced at Tashigi, who stood beside him. "Tashigi, you were close with Cook during training camp. Do you think he really betrayed the Navy?" Smoker asked. "Cook didn't betray anyone," Tashigi replied, her gaze distant as she watched the battle. "He never took anything from the Navy. He paid his way through the training camp, even paid for his meals. He never took a single penny from the Navy." "Oh." Smoker's eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Cook. He sighed deeply. "What a shame. He's going to die." Tashigi bit her lip lightly. On the battlefield. "Move aside, boys. Leave this to me," Zephyr's domineering voice echoed through the battlefield. Okainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru immediately halted their attacks and retreated, though they maintained their positions, still surrounding Cook. "Is this a joke? 3 admirals are already here, and the Navy still sends an admiral from the previous era, Zephyr, to join the fight? Is that necessary?" Someone in the distant crowd muttered. "This kind of lineup. Where else have we ever seen this? They're not giving him any chance. The Navy's being ruthless." A large crowd had gathered to watch the battle from afar. Many held binoculars, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them as Zephyr arrived. Another legendary figure had entered the fray. This marked the 4th admiral to appear. "The Navy is dead set on wiping out Cook. They might as well announce to the world that Cook is dead," said a reporter, both excited and saddened. They knew this news would shock the entire world. But with Cook gone, fewer people of his caliber would emerge, and the news would become much less interesting. Regardless, for someone to be hunted by 4 admirals, Cook can't die knowing his life was worth something, murmured a rising pirate, his eyes burning with admiration for Cook, even if the man was moments away from death. On the battlefield, Cook was covered in blood, using his sword to steady his trembling legs. He continued to smile with excitement. Zephyr stared at Cook, unable to suppress a shiver of fear. To think he had made it this far and was still smiling. As much as Zephyr disliked him, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of shock. Zephyr's gaze then shifted to Akainu, his brow furrowing at the sight. Akainu looked terrible. One ear was missing, his face marred with a large X-shaped scar. His chest and body bore dozens of wounds, and most of the skin on his right arm had been stripped off. Zephyr glanced at Kizaru and Aokiji. Kizaru only had a shallow cut on his face, and his clothes were still intact. Aokiji had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his clothes were also unharmed. They were all admirals, fighting together, so how had Akainu ended up in such a miserable state? Zephyr couldn't understand. Stopping his attack, Akainu's lips twitched in frustration. He was also confused. During the fight, Cook had only focused on him. "Why? The battle is mine now. Let me finish off my student with my own hands," Zephyr said as his fists were coated in advanced armament hockey. Cook chuckled, "You're not fit to be my teacher." Zephyr's face darkened. As long as you've been part of the recruit camp, you're always my student. It's a shame you've taken the wrong path, but that's my fault. As your teacher, it's my duty to capture you. How ridiculous. I never attended a single one of your lessons at the camp. You never taught me anything. What gives you the right to call yourself my teacher? Cook sneered. Oh, I see. Now that I've become stronger, you want to use the title of teacher to elevate yourself, huh? Perhaps Cook's words had struck a nerve, because Zephyr's expression grew even darker. Fine. Then I will judge you as a Navy officer judging a criminal, Zephyr said coldly. Aokiji frowned. Zephyr-sensei, this is our fight. You don't need to get involved. At this point, there was no need for Zephyr to participate. Zephyr-sensei, just focus on training your students. Cook's a monster. You don't want to get hurt. If something happens to you, it'll be tough to explain to Sengoku, Kizaru chimed in, subtly mocking Zephyr. Zephyr snorted, what's this? Now that you're admirals, you think you're too good for your teacher? Don't forget, I was once an admiral too. I haven't gotten so weak that I can't handle someone like Cook. Zephyr was brimming with confidence. He glanced at Cook. Cook was clearly at his limit. After holding out against 3 admirals for so long, he could barely stand, leaning on his sword for support. Zephyr was convinced he could take Cook down with ease. Aokiji and Kizaru shrugged helplessly. After all, Zephyr had once been their teacher, so they didn't say much. Is this funeral grand enough for you? Okainu asked Cook, knowing this would be his last chance to face him in battle. Goodbye, Okainu added, his tone final. Chapter 84, Cook is dead. A stubborn old man, insisting on getting involved. Cook watched Zephyr approach with a hint of irritation. He had just about managed to lower Akainu and the other's guard. Maintaining this extreme state was exhausting, and he was preparing to seize the opportunity to unleash his final strike on Akainu. But then Zephyr arrived, ruining Cook's timing. Fine then, I'll give this last blow to Zephyr instead. Zephyr removed his marine coat and turned back to face the distant battleship. In a loud voice, he declared, watch closely. This is the fate of those who run rampant in the sea. With that, Zephyr's muscles bulged, and his arm swelled several times its normal size. Each of his steps shook the ground as he charged at Cook with fury. The sheer force of his movements was terrifying, leaving a lasting impression on the new recruits like Ain, whose eyes were glued to the scene, burning the memory deep into their minds. Cook exhaled a long breath, quietly gathering the last remnants of his strength into his blade. He leaped into the air, but only managed to rise a few dozen meters. Seeing this, Zephyr's confidence grew. Is that all? You've got nothing left, he thought, his smug grin widening. Divine strike. Thunder God's wrath. Cook's entire body surged with lightning, transforming him into a thunder god. The true power of lightning, fused with golden-colored conqueror's haki, descended from the sky like divine punishment. Lightning crackled around Cook's blade as it came crashing down. What? Okainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru's faces paled instantly. Impossible. Cook still had such a powerful technique hidden. How can he still have this level of strength? Okainu was in disbelief as he watched Cook unleash an attack far surpassing anything he'd seen before. He was stunned. Okainu had been fighting Cook the entire time and knew his condition best. Don't just stand there, save him. Kizaru shouted in shock, though ironically, he was the slowest to react. Zephyr, on the other hand, swung his fist, fully confident in its power. But as he felt the space tearing under Cook's attack, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. It was too late to unleash his full strength. Zephyr had believed he could easily crush Cook with a simple punch, so he hadn't gathered all of his power. But now, he didn't have time to make up for that mistake. He froze. Boom. Cook's strike descended like a massive bolt of thunder. The impact sent shockwaves into the sky, creating a towering column of energy that connected the heavens and the earth. Lightning spread in all directions as the ground twisted and contorted like a rag being wrung out, leaving Island Number 1 a shattered wasteland. What just happened? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Even those with no fighting experience could tell that Cook had been on the verge of collapse, his strength all but gone. Yet, he had suddenly unleashed such a devastating attack that no one had been able to react. Spurt. A figure was flung from the explosion, trailing a long line of blood through the air. It's Zephyr-sensei. The students aboard the battleship watched in horror as Zephyr crashed hard into the ice, shattering the dozens of meters thick layer and carving a massive river of destruction that stretched for kilometers before disappearing into the ocean. Is Zephyr-sensei going to? So much blood. There's so much blood. The students began to scream in panic. On the battlefield, Aokiji and Akainu worked together to block Cook's blade. You sneaky bastard, Akainu growled, glaring at Cook. You should thank Zephyr for saving you, Cook sneered. Akainu froze, a chill running down his spine. That's right. If Zephyr hadn't intervened, that hidden strike would have landed on him. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have ended up just like Zephyr. As for Zephyr's current condition, Akainu didn't know. But when he saw the severed arm lying on the ground, along with parts of a shoulder and chest, he felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Go all out and kill him. Akainu roared, activating his awakened devil fruit powers. Lava immediately engulfed the entire shattered island, and with a punch, he sent the now weak Cook flying. Cook fell into the sea of lava. Slowly, with great effort, he struggled to rise from the molten ground. His entire body was covered in molten lava, which began to devour him. It was a sight none of the onlookers would ever forget. Standing in the middle of the lava ocean, Cook remained motionless, his body melting into the molten rock as he leaned on his sword. Life was draining from him rapidly. In that moment, many who witnessed the scene couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Even Akainu, who had intended to mock Cook one last time, fell silent. Cook-sama. He's leaving us. Many pirates stood at attention, silently removing their hats and bowing their heads in respect. Even those who weren't pirates found themselves filled with a deep sense of reverence, quietly watching Cook's departure. It's a shame I never got to befriend Cook back in the recruit camp, Smoker muttered, his voice hollow. For the first time, Hannah pulled out a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Ain and the other recruits, who had been taught that pirates were the worst, deserving of no sympathy or forgiveness, found themselves watching in quiet respect. Sengoku said we need to bring Cook's body back to HQ and display it publicly, Aokiji muttered, glancing at Kizaru. Is that really necessary? No, Akainu replied, his body will soon be reduced to ash by the lava. There's nothing to bring back. Akainu looked calmly at Cook, who was being consumed by the molten rock. I'll make sure to send your comrades to join you soon. Did you enjoy your funeral? Half submerged in the lava, Cook suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I'm not going to die. Laughing, Cook sank into the lava sea. That scene would forever be etched in the minds and memories of everyone who witnessed it. The Navy's photographers rushed forward, furiously snapping pictures, capturing every detail of Cook being swallowed by the lava. Not long after, those images would be printed in government papers and sent around the world. The world would soon know, Cook was dead. Bit by bit, he was consumed. Everyone silently watched as Cook was completely devoured by the lava, disappearing from view. Akainu and Aokiji used their observation haki to track Cook's position, sensing his life force diminish until it was gone. He was truly dead. There could be no doubt. Ice Age. Aokiji unleashed his ultimate move. The freezing air spread across the lava sea, extinguishing the molten rock and covering the scorched earth in thick layers of ice, sealing the entire island in a deep freeze that would last for years. Let him rest in peace. The battle is finally over, Kizaru exhaled deeply. What he had thought would be an easy mission had turned out to be far more difficult than he expected. Cook is dead. The war is over. Akainu's roar echoed across the entire Sabati archipelago. Even those who hadn't been able to witness the battle could hear Akainu's voice. Cook is dead. Though many had expected this outcome, the confirmation left countless people frozen in place, unable to process the reality for a long time. Chapter 85, Establishing the 7 Warlords over Cook's grave in 100 days. The Navy headquarters conference room. It was silent. For over 2 hours, the Navy's top brass sat in silence. Sengoku had been staring at the Den Mushi in front of him for more than an hour, not moving a muscle, not even blinking. Bururu bururu. The Den Mushi rang. All eyes instantly snapped toward it. Garp, who had been dozing off in his seat, woke up in an instant. Sengoku slowly reached for the Den Mushi and picked it up. Cook is dead. The result had finally come. Cook was dead. Though this outcome had been long expected, when he heard it confirmed, the heavy weight that had been pressing on Sengoku's heart for the past year finally lifted. He froze for a moment, then laughed uncontrollably, albeit with some loss of composure. Finally, he's dead. The person responsible for hundreds of sleepless nights had finally died. So, he's really gone. Garp lazily slumped back into his chair, trying to resume his nap. But no matter what, he couldn't fall back asleep. Ace will probably cry when he hears this. Are you certain he's dead? Sengoku still wasn't entirely at ease, fearing that it might be a false alarm. We watched him die right in front of us. He was burned to ashes by the magma, confirmed Kizaru and Akainu with absolute certainty. The photos will arrive at headquarters soon. Finally, Sengoku had no more doubts. Good, good, good. Sengoku's voice rose, his pent-up frustrations of the past year bursting out in a shout of triumph. The Sun and Moon Pirates. Have the rest of them been captured as well? No, they escaped. Cook held us off by himself right from the start. With the appearance of the Rayleigh, Dividing our forces would have easily led to mission failure, Akainu admitted, taking full responsibility. Sengoku frowned slightly. What he had most hoped for was the complete annihilation of the Sun and Moon pirates, especially since key individuals like Nico Robin and the wielder of the Apop fruit were targets of the world government, but compared to Cook's death, letting the others escape was a minor issue. None of them could compare to Cook in importance. You made the right decision, Sakazuki. Ensuring Cook's death was the priority. You did well. I will personally call the 5 elders and recommend they restore your position as admiral. Sengoku didn't hold back on his praise, commending Akainu and the others. Today's victory was, in Sengoku's view, the greatest achievement of his career as fleet admiral. For justice, Akainu replied with firm resolve, though his voice carried a hint of satisfaction. After waiting so long to regain his admiral position, Akainu was delighted. Killing Cook and regaining his rank. 2 victories in one. Even the pain from his injuries felt less intense now. How are you all holding up? Any injuries? Sengoku asked casually, not really worried about Aokiji, Kizaru, or Akainu. With the 3 of them working together, there was no way anything could have gone wrong. If, with the 3 of them, something had still gone wrong, then they didn't deserve to be called the Navy's top power. Akainu glanced down at himself and then over at Zephyr, who had just been pulled out of the sea by the Marines. Zephyr had lost his entire right arm and half of his right side. He was unconscious, and the medics weren't sure if he would survive. Is the situation dire? Akainu's silence made Sengoku uneasy. If they had suffered heavy losses just to kill Cook, the glory of the victory would be tainted. Kizaru leaned toward the Dendenmushi, speaking in his usual exaggerated tone. Sengoku-san, today was truly terrifying. Cook was much stronger than we anticipated. At first, Sakazuki wanted to fight him one-on-one, and oh, the scene. It was terrifying. In the end, the 3 of us together still couldn't take him down quickly. We thought we had finally cornered Cook, but then Zephyr-sensei arrived, insisting on finishing Cook himself. As his students, of course, we had to let him fulfill his wish. Sengoku-san, can you guess what happened next? Kizaru's dramatic tone made Sengoku's heart race. Pelusalino. Just say it. Sengoku was furious with Kizaru's teasing. Well, no one expected it. Cook still had the power to control lightning. He'd been hiding part of his strength all along. With one strike, Zephyr-sensei was... Well, you can imagine. Sengoku's expression darkened. Kizaru's voice carried a tone of schadenfreude. What was that supposed to mean? What happened to Zephyr? Oh, nothing major. Just lost an arm and half his body. He got hit by one of Cook's strikes and was sent flying into the sea. He's still unconscious, and the medics are working on him. Whether he makes it or not, we don't know. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck Sengoku and the other top officers in the room. Many of them were Zephyr's former students or old comrades. What? For a long moment, Sengoku was speechless. 4-on-1, and they still managed to get one of them killed? What in the world was Zephyr thinking? And from Kizaru's tone, it seemed that Akainu wasn't in great shape either. Cook could still do that much, even while outnumbered 4-1? Is that even possible? Garp sounded skeptical. Could any human really pull that off? Did Zephyr rush over just to take a hit? Why bother? Before long, photos from the battlefield arrived. There were pictures of Cook standing atop the lava, leaning on his sword, as well as shots of him being completely engulfed by the molten rock. There were also pictures of Zephyr lying in a stretcher, looking utterly devastated, and Akainu covered in blood. Images of the Sabati archipelago's islands sinking, and island number 1 being completely frozen over, were also included. Everyone examined the photos, growing more and more shocked. No one had expected the battle to be this intense. They had assumed the 4-on-1 fight would have ended easily. Garp, I owe you an apology. You said you couldn't take him down before, and I didn't believe you, Sengoku admitted, looking regretful. The last time Garp had mentioned Cook's strength, Sengoku had berated him for not trying hard enough. But now... Well, I was wrong, Sengoku quickly apologized, seeing Garp's gloating expression. Garp huffed in response. However, even Garp, as he gazed at the photos, felt a growing sense of disbelief. Cook had grown so much stronger in just a few months. It was unimaginable. So, he had reached this level already, Sengoku muttered, staring at Cook's image with a mixture of fear and relief. I'm glad he's dead. If we had given him a few more years, even Whitebeard might have had to relinquish his title as the strongest man, Sengoku thought to himself, feeling a wave of relief. If Cook had lived any longer, Sengoku wasn't sure what else they could have done to stop him. The battle is over. Let's immediately announce the result to the world and publish the photos of Cook's death, Sengoku instructed with excitement. After a year of humiliation, The Navy could finally regain its pride. With newfound confidence, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi to call the 5 elders and deliver the good news. The 5 elders, who had already been laughing in their office, were even more pleased when Sengoku confirmed the news. Well done, Sengoku. The Navy has done an excellent job, as expected. You've proven once again that the Navy is the world government's most reliable arm, and you, Sengoku, are the one we trust the most. The elders didn't hold back their praise. Sengoku couldn't hide his satisfaction. All the effort and strategy over the past year had led to this moment. Now that Cook is dead, we must swiftly reduce his lingering influence, the 5 elders ordered sternly. They didn't want anyone to follow in Cook's footsteps, attacking the Holy Land or assassinating the celestial dragons. Understood. The news of Cook's death will surely serve as a deterrent to the lawless pirates. To truly intimidate them, we need Cook's death to be a permanent reminder never to oppose the world government, the 5 elders urged Sengoku. The goal was to maximize the impact of Cook's death, sending a clear message across the seas. It's a shame Cook's body was destroyed by the magma. If we had his body, we could hang it at Sabaody Archipelago as a constant reminder, Sengoku mused, a bit regretfully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with an idea. Elders, we're almost ready to announce the new warlords of the sea to the world, correct? Yes, the formation of the warlords is crucial for maintaining stability in the seas. Despite internal opposition from within the Navy, we've silenced all dissent. The WR Lords will be an essential force in maintaining order during this chaotic era, the elders replied firmly. They cared only about stabilizing the increasingly chaotic age of pirates. Everything else was secondary. In that case, why not announce the warlords over Cook's grave? Sengoku suggested. Standing over Cook's grave, they would establish a new order, signaling the dawn of a new era. Sengoku couldn't help but admire his own brilliance for thinking of such a symbolic gesture. By trampling on Cook's legacy, they would elevate the warlord's prestige and send a powerful message to the seas. The elders' eyes gleamed with interest. What a clever idea. By diminishing Cook's legacy, they would further legitimize the warlords. Very well, we agree. When the warlords are officially established, make it a grand event. We want the entire world watching. Broadcast it live, and ingrain in every pirate's heart the fear of ever challenging the world government. Understood. Sengoku and the 5 elders shared a triumphant laugh. Let's set the date for 100 days from today. Sengoku suggested. The location was decided, and now the perfect date needed to be chosen. 100-day memorial? Yes, 100 days later. Ha ha ha. The laughter of Sengoku and the 5 elders echoed throughout Navy headquarters and the Holy Land of Merry Ijos. Chapter 86, Shaki officially joins the crew, waiting for the right moment to strike back at the Navy's Sabaody Archipelago. Surround this area. Just receiving the order, Okainu dispatched a large number of Marines to encircle the frozen island number 1. In 100 days, a new era would be born here. Even though Okainu wasn't fully satisfied with the establishment of the 7 warlords, the thought of founding the new era on Cook's grave made him more eager than anyone. Aokiji, looking unbothered, silently observed the scene before quietly riding away on his bicycle. He's already dead, yet they insist on going this far, Aokiji muttered as he left, disappearing alone into the distance. Cook is dead. Killed in battle, surrounded by Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Zephyr. He's really dead? Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. If even Cook has been killed by the Navy, does that mean there's truly no one in this world who can stand against the world government? It seems those celestial dragons will soon return to the seas, flaunting their power again. Why are you so upset over the death of a pirate? I don't know about anything else, but I do know that as long as Cook was alive, those celestial dragons never dared to leave the Holy Land for the seas. Sigh. There was no celebration on the Sabaody Archipelago. Only silence. Rayleigh, who had stayed behind on the archipelago, quietly drank alone in the shadows. As expected, men who laugh when they speak cannot be trusted, Rayleigh whispered, closing his eyes for a long time. Suddenly, the sound of screams and cries came from outside. The Marines were launching a massive raid on the pirates on the Sabaody Archipelago. With Kizaru not interfering and Aokiji gone, Akainu had taken charge. His goal, to wipe out every criminal on the archipelago. His methods were ruthless. The Marines surrounded the streets, checking each person against their wanted posters. They roughly kicked down doors and searched civilians' homes, hunting for hidden pirates. The Sabaody Archipelago echoed with cries of despair. It's back to how it once was, but even worse, Rayleigh said softly as he watched. He sighed. Rayleigh then departed from the archipelago. As he crossed the ice bridge, he gazed at the heavily guarded island number 1, now a frozen wasteland. A body lost to the elements is better than one that's dishonored. Rayleigh, who had considered taking Cook's body, let go of his plans. Ace may have only followed Cook for a short time, but he's already ignited a new flame. From now on, who else has the right to wield the sword that both Cook and Ace once used? Ace, too, should rest alongside Cook. Rayleigh, no longer holding on to any attachment, silently left the Sabati archipelago. At the edge of the ice, overlooking the vast sea, Rayleigh stood silently for a long time. At the very least, I must help escort the remaining members of the Sun and Moon Pirates to the New World. Taking out a Dendenmushi, Rayleigh contacted Shaki aboard the Radiant Eclipse. Aboard the Radiant Eclipse, now over 100 kilometers from the Sabati archipelago, the women waited quietly. Click. The sound of a door creaking open came from the cabin. Everyone was on the deck. No one was in the cabin. I'm back. Cook pushed open the door and looked at the women on deck. Everything was just as it had been. Cook was completely unscathed, the burns that had once covered his body now fully healed. Any scars he once had vanished with his resurrection. At his waist hung the supreme grade sword, Ace. Of course, Cook had been resurrected with his weapon. There was no Ace beneath the ice and charred ground of the Sabati archipelago. SHHFF. Everyone turned around in unison, staring at Cook. Tears welled up in their eyes as they rushed toward him, overwhelmed with joy. You're back. That's all that matters, Jian whispered, holding Cook tightly. Even though they knew he could be resurrected, they had still been worried. You really came back, Shaki murmured, staring at Cook standing before her, alive and well. She, too, couldn't hold back her emotions, turning away to wipe the joyful tears from her eyes. Jian held on to Cook even tighter. Cook, next time. No. From now on, I won't leave again. Captain, we also want to fight, said Starsea and Hancock, their gazes as determined as Jian's. We won't let them gang up on you again or let anyone attack you unfairly. Cook looked at them. Even Kuina held her sword tightly, her gaze just as determined. Cook nodded firmly. All right. After the initial excitement, the women stayed close to Cook, unwilling to leave his side. After all, while he was gone, the ship had felt empty. Missing not just their captain but their guiding star. As Cook sat surrounded by them, he calmly recounted the details of the battle. To think they even brought Zephyr. The Navy is despicable, 3 against 1 wasn't enough. They had to send Zephyr too, Hancock said coldly, her eyes fixed on the distant sea. Her aura of conqueror's haki flared, growing stronger than ever before, surpassing that of many seasoned conqueror's haki users. They ganged up on Cook. Sooner or later, I'll make the Navy experience the same, Hancock vowed. Electricity crackled around Starsea as she spoke, her eyes just as cold. Captain, why don't we strike back right now? At this suggestion, everyone looked at Cook expectantly. Yes. They should go back and get even. Cook, since you've used your resurrection ability for the month, why don't you stay on the ship this time, and we'll go? Jian, surrounded by flames, proposed. No rush. Cook reassured them. This won't end like this. After his fake death, Cook had no intention of staying hidden forever. Let's wait for a significant day, and then we'll strike together, giving the Navy and the world government a lesson they'll never forget, Cook said, his eyes burning with a murderous glint. The feeling of being surrounded and besieged was not pleasant. Although he had grown stronger through the experience, dying was never enjoyable. Launching an immediate counterattack would indeed make a big impact, but Cook wanted to maximize this opportunity. He wanted to strike on the day the Navy and the world government cared about most, delivering a devastating blow. After calming everyone down, Cook turned to Shaki. Shaki, what are your plans going forward? It won't be safe to return to the Sabati archipelago for a while, Cook said, apologizing to her for disrupting her peaceful life. If Captain Cook doesn't mind, I'd like to follow you from now on, Shaki replied, having made her decision long before Cook's return. Fate had left her without a home, and Shaki had resolved to follow her heart. I may not have much strength left, but I'll do my best not to be a burden. Shaki, don't worry. I'll soon unlock the ability to perform the perpetual youth operation. Once I do, you'll gain immortality, and you won't have to worry about age anymore, Cook reassured her. Shaki glanced at Bello Betty, still astounded by the many secrets she had uncovered aboard the Radiant Eclipse. She had been shocked countless times already. Then I'll be waiting, Shaki said with a hopeful smile, though she knew it would take many years for Bello Betty to reach the level where she could perform the perpetual youth operation. Until then, she hoped to help the Sun and Moon Pirates in whatever way she could while she still had strength. Shaki, you don't have to worry about that. There's a devil fruit that can immediately solve your problem, Cook said. We're heading to the New World to find that devil fruit. Shaki looked at Cook in surprise. Another fruit capable of resisting the ravages of time? Could it be that Cook had found a second way, besides the perpetual youth operation, to counter the hopelessness of aging? In that moment, Cook's voice seemed both godlike and mysterious to Shaki. The Bat Fruit, Mythical Zone, Vampire Model. Cook revealed the name, abilities, and location of the Devil Fruit to Shaki. Her breathing quickened. It was as if this Devil Fruit had been tailor-made for her. Cook, I don't even know how to repay you. Cook looked at the enthusiastic Shaki. Shaki, there's no need to be so formal. You're a crew member, and I'm the captain. Then, Captain Cook, my life is in your hands from now on. Shaki stood, formally bowing to Cook and acknowledging him as her captain. Shaki, officially aboard. Navigator and Intelligence Officer, Shaki, non-Devil Fruit user, combat power, 60,312. Off to the New World. Their first stop would be the New World to obtain the Mythical Zone vampire model for Shaki, all while waiting for the right moment to strike back at the Navy. Just then. Ring, ring, ring. Rayleigh's call came in. Chapter 87, Rayleigh, a waste of emotions. This is just awkward, Rayleigh, what is it? Shaki answered the den mushy, her tone far from friendly. She was clearly upset with Rayleigh. In Shaki's eyes, Rayleigh had messed everything up by failing to notice the Navy's conspiracy on the Savati archipelago. Because of that, her beloved captain had been ambushed and surrounded. Had Shaki been there, no matter how deeply the Navy concealed their plot, she believed she would have spotted some clues. On the other side of the line, Rayleigh fell silent. Just making this call had already required all the courage he could muster. He felt a heavy guilt in his heart. Why hadn't he noticed anything unusual? If you've got something to say, say it. Otherwise, don't waste my time, Shaki snapped. We're having a banquet right now, so I don't have time to play guessing games with you. Hearing Shaki's harsh tone only deepened Rayleigh's sorrow. What was he supposed to say? How would they react when they found out Cook had already died? How heartbroken would they be? But there was no avoiding it now. With a heavy, raspy voice, Rayleigh finally spoke. Shaki, Cook has fallen on Savati archipelago. Oh. Rayleigh's heart sank as he ruffled his hair in pain. Instinctively, he reached for his flask, only to remember it was already empty. He had never encountered such a reaction from Shaki before. Rayleigh. Yes, Shaki? Rayleigh straightened up, ready to listen attentively. All right, Shaki, stop messing with Rayleigh already, Cook interrupted, taking the den mushy from her hand. On the other side of the line, Rayleigh was completely dumbfounded. What? He must have misheard. There's no way I just heard Cook's voice. I must have misheard. Holding the den mushy, Cook said to Rayleigh, Rayleigh, I'm not dead. Rayleigh, who still hadn't wiped the tears from his eyes, was utterly stunned. He didn't respond for a long time, his eyes vacant as he tried to make sense of what he'd just heard. KKQ. Rayleigh stammered, unable to get the words out. He felt like he'd just seen a ghost. It's me, Cook's voice repeated. Rayleigh stared dumbly at the den mushy, its mimicry of Cook's facial features confirming what he was hearing. But how was this possible? Cook, how are you on the radiant eclipse? Rayleigh asked, still in disbelief. Rayleigh had lived through so much. He'd traveled to the last island, stood at the top of the world with Roger, and even fought against the once king of the world, Rox. But none of that compared to the shock he was experiencing now. To make a long story short, you can think of it as part of my special ability, Cook replied, avoiding a detailed explanation. Especially concerning his resurrection ability. Only the crew members needed to know about it. It wasn't unlimited, and it had weaknesses that could be exploited. It wasn't that Cook didn't trust Rayleigh, but it was better to avoid unnecessary risks. I see, Rayleigh responded, not pressing the matter. Still, the shock in his heart only grew. He couldn't fathom how Cook had managed to survive and return to the radiant eclipse so quickly. Space manipulation? While it was possible, Rayleigh couldn't believe that KNU and the others wouldn't have noticed. They wouldn't be foolish enough to think they had killed Cook if he had simply used spatial abilities. Even under the power of observation hockey, you couldn't deceive someone like that. Cook, you even managed to fool me, Rayleigh muttered, feeling both exasperated and relieved. His eyes were still wet with tears. He had been distressed all this time, only to realize now how pointless it had been. I'm sorry, Rayleigh. I couldn't explain earlier with enemies nearby, Cook apologized. Rayleigh wasn't really blaming him. Muttering to himself, he repeated, as long as you're alive. That's all that matters. He muttered this for several minutes. Finally, he calmed down, quietly wiping away the tears that shouldn't have been shed, realizing how much emotion he had wasted. Cook, while the Navy still thinks you're dead, you should head to the New World as soon as possible. Once they realize, it won't be easy for them to chase you, Rayleigh urged. Though Rayleigh didn't fully understand Cook's resurrection ability, he believed there had to be limits to it. If the Navy found out, they would be much more cautious next time. I know, Cook reassured him. But what about you, Rayleigh? What are you going to do now? You won't be able to return to Sabati anytime soon. Me? Rayleigh looked out at the sea. With Cook still alive, the heaviness in his heart had lifted. As he gazed out over the waves, he felt lighter and happier. Where to next? It didn't really matter. By the way, where is Shaki planning to go? Rayleigh asked, thinking of his longtime companion who had also been in hiding on Sabati. I'm going with the captain to the New World. From now on, I'm part of the Sun and Moon Pirates, Shaki happily chimed in, leaning close to Cook and boasting to Rayleigh over the dendenmushi. So, you've finally made your decision? You've finally taken that step forward. Rayleigh was genuinely surprised. He knew of Shaki's struggles, but he hadn't expected her to make such a firm decision. Well done, Shaki. Congratulations. Rayleigh was truly happy for her. And what about you, Rayleigh? Cook asked, concerned. Your whereabouts have been exposed too. It's possible the Navy might send forces to hunt you down. Rayleigh didn't have resurrection abilities like Cook. Though he was strong, being pursued by powerful Marines could be dangerous. Cook didn't want to hear that Rayleigh had been captured or killed because of what had happened. Me? Rayleigh muttered thoughtfully. He was a bit confused. Cook had been asking about his plans and had even convinced Shaki to join. Did Cook also want him to join his crew? Feeling a bit awkward, Rayleigh apologized. Cook, you don't need to worry about me. I was just thinking of traveling to other seas to visit some old friends. You don't have to keep me in mind. This era doesn't need an old relic like me on any ship. Cook? That thought had never crossed my mind. Rayleigh, what nonsense are you talking about? The captain never asked you to join the crew, Shaki teased. Rayleigh blinked in confusion. Wait, isn't that what this was all about? Stop assuming things. We're already almost at Fishman Island. Who has time to wait around for you? Shaki retorted. Rayleigh. Now this was awkward. Chapter 88, Doflamingo, Kaido. Let's divide Cook's inheritance. The radiant eclipse was rapidly descending through the ocean. Its invincible defenses withstood the immense pressure of the water, far safer than any coated ship. With the speed of the radiant eclipse, they would reach Fishman Island within the hour. Fishman Island, Cook murmured, as he began to see the beautiful outline of the underwater kingdom beneath the sea. Fisher Tiger has already been killed by the Navy. It seems he couldn't escape the fate of the original story, Cook sighed. It was unfortunate. Despite Cook diverting 90% of the world government's attention and hatred towards himself, the Sun Pirates still couldn't survive. Tiger was dead. Cook recalled the events of the original story. Fishman Island was famous for its mermaids, but there were no particularly powerful warriors among them. The strongest individual on the island was the Sea Knight, Jinbai, a warlord of the sea with decent combat abilities. But Jinbai wasn't a woman. And as for Shira Hoshi, she's probably around 3 years old now, right? Cook estimated. Shira Hoshi, the legendary ancient weapon Poseidon, would be roughly that age by now. If she becomes a crew member, would that be a greater gain than even Big Mom? Cook mused. Big Mom was merely one of the 4 emperors. But Shira Hoshi was one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. Shira Hoshi was a must-have. By the way, did you all have any trouble earlier? Cook asked the women who were enjoying the ocean view. When Cook had first returned to the radiant eclipse, the ship itself was undamaged, but he sensed a strange energy lingering in the air. It felt as though Giant and the others had recently used their abilities. Doflamingo, that clown, showed up. He wanted us to hand over the Operation Fruit model, modification human, and he also tried to recruit me to join the Beast's pirates, Giant explained. Did you kill him? Cook asked, amused by Doflamingo's audacity. He admired Doflamingo's courage. Daring to attack the radiant eclipse. He had a death wish. Cook glanced at the women. Giant alone was someone Doflamingo couldn't handle, and Starsea, with her rumble fruit, was also too much for him. Not to mention, Hancock and Shaki both possessed the strength to hold their own against Doflamingo. Out of the 4 women, who could Doflamingo confidently claim he could defeat in a one-on-one fight? He came in suddenly and ran off just as quickly, Giant remarked, clearly not regarding Doflamingo as any sort of threat. Her current strength was far beyond the likes of Doflamingo. She only considered top-tier fighters, or at least those with the strength of an emperor's right hand, as worthy of her full attention. He ran away, Cook chuckled, surprised that Doflamingo had managed to escape with his life. His ability to flee was clearly well practiced. Shaki added, Captain Cook, there's a rumor circulating that Doflamingo might be one of the newly formed warlords of the sea. Warlord? Cook mused. A new idea was forming in his mind. An idea for revenge against the Navy. Meanwhile, back on the Sabati archipelago, a figure darted through the sky. It was a disheveled Doflamingo. His pink feathered coat had been burned away, his sunglasses shattered, and his body was charred all over. Damn it. Even without Cook, the Sun and Moon pirates are still terrifying, Doflamingo thought, trembling slightly at the memory of his recent encounter. He had been so confident when he pursued the Radiant Eclipse, certain he would claim the Operation Fruit model, modification human. He had even invited Giant to join Kaido's Beasts Pirates, picturing a future where he would secure both the Operation Fruit model, modification human and Giant, who possessed the mythical Phoenix Zone. He envisioned Kaido's appreciation and the rewards that would follow. But instead, Giant, along with Stassy's Rumble Fruit, had overwhelmed him in an instant. He had barely escaped with his life. Had Giant been more inclined to chase him, Doflamingo wasn't sure he would have made it out alive. No chance of getting the Operation Fruit model, modification human now, Doflamingo thought grimly. Having taken the beating, he now fully understood his limitations. There was no way he could take what he wanted from the Sun and Moon pirates on his own. Frustrated, Doflamingo returned to the Sabati archipelago, only to find the Navy had completely taken over the island. Where was his human auction house? What the hell did the Navy do to my territory? Doflamingo demanded, landing on the frozen island, his anger boiling over as he confronted the Marines. He was on the verge of slaughtering them all. This is Cook's grave. The Navy has claimed it, one of the vice admirals stated coldly. Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock. Cook was dead? He had died on this island? Doflamingo sneered internally. He had always known that Cook wouldn't last long. That arrogant fool thought he could get away with targeting the world nobles? His death was inevitable. But Doflamingo's gaze then lingered on the frozen island. Cook's grave. What a prime piece of real estate, Doflamingo's grin widened. There were endless possibilities for how he could exploit this. Get lost. This is my territory. If you don't want to die, scram. The Marines drew their guns, aiming at Doflamingo. Doflamingo spread his arms, his voice filled with arrogance. If you're looking to die, I'll gladly send you on your way. But before he could act, he sensed a scorching heat approaching. Looking up, he saw Akainu, still wrapped in bandages, walking towards him. Doflamingo's expression turned pale. Since you're here, I'll finish you off, Akainu growled, his fist transforming into molten lava. Doflamingo's face twitched. Akainu, you mad dog. Do you know who I am? A dead man, Akainu replied without missing a step. Doflamingo panicked. This guy was truly insane. Akainu, you crazy dog. I'll make sure you pay for this one day, Doflamingo screamed as he took to the skies, fleeing the scene. In a single day, he had fled for his life twice. The proud Doflamingo was seething with fury. How can I get the Operation Fruit model, modification human? He couldn't let go of the idea, especially now that Cook was confirmed dead. His greed only grew stronger. The world government will probably try to seize the Operation Fruit model, modification human, and Kaido will definitely be after Giant's Phoenix Fruit as well. Doflamingo knew his place. He couldn't compete with either of those forces. Whoever claimed the Sun and Moon pirates' inheritance, he wouldn't stand a chance on his own. I'll have to work with Kaido. After some thought, Doflamingo picked up a Den Mushi and contacted Kaido in Wano country. They would divide the inheritance. What is it, you clown? Kaido's deep, growling voice came through the receiver. Doflamingo instinctively stood up straighter, his voice careful as he responded, Kaido-sama, Cook is dead. Just now, on the Sabati archipelago, he was killed by the Navy. On the other end of the line, Kaido's voice shifted, as if he had just sobered up. TCH, pathetic. A weakling who couldn't even make it to the New World. What was I even expecting from him, thinking he had what it took to stand in front of me? Kaido mocked. He had once planned to capture Cook when he reached the New World. If the Navy killed him so easily, then that just proves how weak he was, Kaido added. Doflamingo's face twitched. It wasn't just any simple attack from the Navy. They sent out Kichi, Kizaru, and Akainu, and I heard even Zephyr join the ambush on Sabati. A loud crash echoed through the Den Mushi. Kaido's voice, full of disbelief, came through. What did you say? 4 of them, working together? Chapter 89, Whitebeard, even I didn't get this kind of treatment. Hearing the shock in Kaido's voice, Doflamingo felt a rush of satisfaction. Finally, even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was stunned by something. That was a rare occasion. 4 admirals joined forces just to take down the Sun and Moon pirates? Kaido's voice echoed throughout the Skull Dome on Onigashima. Even his commanders, King and Queen, perked up at the mention of such a massive force mobilization by the Navy. Are those 4 monsters coming to hunt us down? Queen's large, round face was full of panic. Governor Kaido, we should run. There's no way the Navy would send that many monsters just to deal with us. What have we done to deserve this? King, the more stoic of Kaido's top commanders, was also unsettled, though he didn't show it as much. Under his mask, his expression grew grim. If the Navy truly intended to wipe out the beast's pirates, sending that much firepower would have been overkill. But what could they do? They were all too familiar with the power of an admiral. 1 or 2 of them, the beast's pirates could handle. But 4? That was unimaginable. Idiot. Kaido scowled and kicked Queen. The 4 admirals were sent to take down the Sun and Moon pirates, not us. Oh, thank goodness. I thought we were doomed. I mean, why would the Navy waste so many resources on us? Queen sighed in relief. Kaido's face darkened even further. He shot Queen a murderous glare but decided not to waste any more breath on him. Turning his attention back to the conversation with Doflamingo, Kaido asked with a serious tone, "So, with 4 admirals working together, I assume the Sun and Moon pirates were wiped out instantly? It's a pity I never got my hands on that mythical zone, Phoenix Fruit." Kaido's voice carried a tinge of regret. "Cook is dead," Doflamingo explained, his tone mixed with respect and awe. "But the rest of the crew escaped. Cook held off the entire Navy by himself. He didn't go down right away either, the battle lasted a long time. He almost killed Zephyr and left Akanya gravely wounded." Doflamingo couldn't help but feel admiration, not for Cook's title, but for his sheer strength. "What?" Kaido shot up from his seat. 1 versus 4? And Cook still managed to push them to the brink? Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. "Since when were the Navy admirals this week?" "The newspapers should be out soon, and plenty of people took pictures of the battle," Doflamingo added. Kaido slowly sat back down, processing the information. He knew Doflamingo wasn't the type to lie to him. Even Kaido's commanders were shocked. They let out gasps of disbelief upon hearing the news. Kaido sat in stunned silence for a long time, but a twisted grin soon spread across his face. He was suddenly grateful that Cook was dead. Had he survived and reached the New World, it would have been a real problem. Kaido now understood why Doflamingo had contacted him. "Kaido-sama, we need to act quickly," Doflamingo pressed. "The world government won't spare any remnants of the Sun and Moon pirates. If you want the Phoenix Fruit user as your subordinate, this is your only chance." Doflamingo was cleverly trying to manipulate Kaido into taking action. He couldn't handle the situation alone, but Kaido could. And while Kaido chased after the Phoenix Fruit, Doflamingo could swoop in and claim the Operation Fruit model, modification human. "Yes, we need to move fast. The Sun and Moon pirates still have plenty of valuable treasures. I've also heard the Operation Fruit model, modification human is with them. The fruit that grants eternal life. I want it," Kaido growled, his greed for Cook's inheritance growing. Doflamingo froze for a moment, stunned. How did Kaido know about the Operation Fruit model, modification human? Damn it, this complicates things. Doflamingo had hoped to sneak the fruit away unnoticed, but now Kaido was also after it. "Kaido-sama, the Phoenix Fruit can be yours, but I'd like to claim the Operation Fruit model, modification human," Doflamingo proposed, momentarily forgetting Kaido's terrifying nature in the face of the temptation of eternal life. As soon as those words left his mouth, Kaido's aura turned murderous. "You think you're worthy of taking anything from me, you clown? You're nothing. If you know what's good for you, stay out of this. Cross me, and I'll crush you." Kaido's voice carried a deadly threat, leaving no room for negotiation. Then, without waiting for a response, Kaido hung up. The call ended with a dial tone, leaving Doflamingo standing there, veins bulging in his forehead. "Kaido." Doflamingo hissed through gritted teeth. Fury boiled inside him, but it was accompanied by overwhelming fear. The idea of fighting Kaido made his skin crawl. He knew he would die if he tried to challenge the beast's pirates. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to let go of the Operation Fruit model, modification human. He regretted ever calling Kaido, realizing he had just made things worse for himself. If I can't have it, no one will, Doflamingo decided, his mind racing. If he couldn't beat Kaido, then the only option was to muddy the waters. Maybe, just maybe, that would give him a slim chance. Spread the word about the Sun and Moon pirates possessing the Operation Fruit model, modification human and its eternal life-granting abilities. Let's see if any of the other monsters in this world are interested. Only a few hours had passed since the battle, but already the major news outlets were reporting every detail. The largest world government-backed newspaper began distributing the news globally with all its resources. The death of Cook was spreading rapidly, reaching every corner of the Grand Line and beyond. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, Marco rushed forward with a newspaper in hand, a rare look of shock on his face. "Pops. We've just gotten word. The Navy sent multiple admirals to Sabati to take down Cook." "How many?" Whitebeard's pirates immediately gathered around on the deck, eager to hear the details. They stared at the front page of the newspaper. It was a photo of Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, all mobilized against Cook. "Those three brats." Whitebeard muttered, his eyes narrowing. He was familiar with the strength of Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu. Three of the Navy's strongest forces. 3 admirals, teaming up just to take on Cook. The Navy must have been desperate, Whitebeard mused aloud. He had sailed the seas for decades, living a life of unrivaled strength. And yet, never in all his years had the Navy sent this kind of force after him. He certainly didn't envy Cook for being the target of such a massive mobilization. Cook's definitely dead now. 3 admirals together would have wiped him out in minutes, one of Whitebeard's commanders remarked. Yeah, there's no way he could have survived that. The fight probably only lasted a few minutes. Sigh. Marco shook his head as he scanned the paper. The crew assumed Cook must have been killed already, they just hadn't received the final confirmation yet. I said he wouldn't make it past the first half of the Grand Line. Looks like he's met his end there, just as I predicted, Whitebeard rumbled, shaking his head. It was just as he had expected. Cook was dead. A few moments later, a newsbird flew over the Moby Dick, dropping off the latest edition of the newspaper. Pops. Cook is dead, but it wasn't just 3 admirals. Zephyr was there too. That means 4 admirals. Marco's voice trembled as he read the headline. The Navy has gone mad. They sent 4 admirals just to kill Cook. That's unprecedented. Marco exclaimed. Whitebeard grabbed the paper, his disbelief growing as he read the details. The report described how Cook had nearly killed Zephyr and seriously injured Akainu before the fight dragged on for hours. What? Whitebeard stared at the photos of the battle. There were images of Zephyr, bloodied and broken, and another of Akainu, covered in blood. The reporters hadn't been kind to the Navy, giving the full, unfiltered truth. Some papers even went as far as to claim that Cook, at the time of his death, had been the strongest man on the seas. A terrifying guy. Even with 4 admirals, he still put up such a fight. Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Cook. Never before had anyone endured such an overwhelming assault and survived for so long. Suddenly, Marco pointed to something at the bottom of the page. Pops, look at this. The Navy announced they're going to establish the warlord system right where Cook died. They're holding the ceremony 100 days from now. Whitebeard frowned deeply. Could this be real? The Navy is really going too far. It's like they want to stomp on Cook's grave. The thought of it disgusted the entire crew. Building their new system atop his final resting place? Nothing could be more humiliating. On the radiant eclipse, now approaching Fishman Island, Cook hadn't received the newspapers yet. However, Shaki had her own sources of information, and soon Cook learned of the announcement. In 100 days, huh? His eyes grew cold, filled with deadly intent. Chapter 90, Big Mom sets her eyes on Cook's inheritance after hearing the news. The women of the Radiant Eclipse crew were furious. Even the youngest, Kuina, knew that showing disrespect at someone's grave was the highest form of insult, an act of deep contempt for the dead. And this wasn't just any simple act of disrespect. Although Cook hadn't truly died, the first island of Sabati Archipelago had become widely accepted as his grave. If they allowed this to go unchallenged, the women knew that even if Cook were to resurface in the future, the stain of humiliation would be impossible to remove. They all looked at Cook in unison. Their eyes conveyed one clear message: they would never allow the Navy or the world government to succeed. They couldn't allow their captain to suffer such disgrace. The Navy and the world government think they've set the stage perfectly, ready to play their little one-man show, Cook said coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He had been waiting for an opportunity to strike back at the Navy. And now, it had presented itself. Cook, this time, I'm going with you, Jian declared resolutely. The other crew members nodded in agreement. All right, I'll take you, Cook said, selecting a few members. Jian, Hancock, Starsea, Shaki, and Bello Betty. 5 in total. They were all strong fighters. The remaining crew members, whose combat abilities were lacking, wouldn't be joining this mission. There are only 100 days. I still need to grow stronger. Jian and the others immediately began intensive training. Shaki worked hard to regain her lost combat experience, and she looked forward to mastering the mythical zone, vampire fruit, which would help her become an even more valuable asset to Cook. Let's move, Cook commanded as the Radiant Eclipse sped toward their next destination. 100 days. Not too long, not too short. On the vast sea, 100 days wasn't enough to accomplish much. Cook estimated that by the time they retrieved the mythical zone vampire fruit, they would have just enough time to return and prepare. As Cook and his crew arrived at Fishman Island, receiving a warm welcome, The news of Cook's death spread like wildfire across the sea. The world was in an uproar. Many ordinary people, reading the headlines, were left in shock, their hands trembling as they held the newspapers, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even the powerful figures across the seas were shaken. He's dead? Charlotte Linlin, better known as Big Mom, exuded a terrifying aura as she seethed with anger. He's really dead? Damn Navy. They've robbed me of his perfect genes. For so long, she had craved his powerful genes. And now, they were gone. His body had been reduced to ashes. 4 admirals joined forces to kill Cook. Such flawless genes, gone, completely wasted, Big Mom growled, her rage growing with every passing second. That damned Navy. Couldn't they have waited until she got his genes before killing him? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It was unexpected, but also inevitable, Katakuri remarked. Dying at the hands of 4 admirals is an honor like no other. If Katakuri were ever to die in battle, he hoped it would be as glorious as Cook's demise. Smoothing and a few of Big Mom's other powerful daughters, those who had yet to marry, stared longingly at the photos in the papers. They had hoped for a chance to stand out in the family, perhaps even marry Cook. But now, they received only the news of his death. No wonder I was drawn to him. Even in death, he made the world tremble, Smoothie said wistfully, her disappointment palpable. She couldn't help but step forward and speak to Big Mom. Mama, let me go and retrieve Cook's remains. A man like him doesn't deserve to be left without a proper resting place. It would be her final way to honor him. Mama. Smoothie, he's just a dead man. What's the point of wasting your time on him? Big Mom snapped, still fuming with rage. While Cook had been alive, she might have valued him. But now, in Big Mom's eyes, he was less than a dog. Not worth a second thought. Smoothie bit her lip but didn't dare defy her mother's wishes. Smoothie, just give it up, Katakuri advised, pointing to the bottom of the newspaper. Smoothie's expression darkened, her eyes brimming with anger. Indeed, all the pirates across the seas were outraged when they read that the world government planned to establish the warlord system on Cook's supposed grave in 100 days' time. Pirates already held little affection for the warlords. To them, they were traitors. Pirates who had allied with the world government and navy to turn against their own kind. And now, they were going to establish their system on Cook's grave, a man who many pirates had came to admire. Some of the more hot-headed pirates had already started cursing the warlords and the navy. Many people will want to pay their respects and recover Cook's body, but no one will dare go. Especially pirates. Anyone who goes will be walking into a trap, Katakuri said as he stared at the photo of Cook in his final moments. The thought of enduring such humiliation in death strengthened his resolve. He could never allow himself to be defeated. Mama. These matters don't concern me. I only care about one thing, where is Starsea? Big Mom asked, her voice dripping with murderous intent. Starsea had defied her, ignored her invitations. And no one, absolutely no one, ignored Big Mom's tea parties. If Cook had lived, she would have let the matter slide. But now that he was dead, Big Mom's long-buried fury reignited. Katakuri, go and bring Starsea to me. I'll make sure the world knows what happens when someone refuses my tea party invitation. Big Mom commanded, her voice thunderous. Katakuri, Big Mom's most trusted son, nodded. Yes, Mama. Big Mom's orders were absolute. No one could refuse. Also, Mama, the eldest son, Prospero, interjected, the Sun and Moon pirates have more than just Starsea. Rumors are spreading that they possess the Operation Fruit model, modification human, which grants immortality, and Giant, who has the phoenix fruit that Kaido is after. These 2 devil fruits had once caused massive turmoil in the world. And now, thanks to Doflamingo's secret machinations, the rumors of the Operation Fruit model, modification human granting eternal life were circulating across the Grand Line, catching the attention of many powerful figures. Immortality? Big Mom's eyes widened with greed. As one of the 4 emperors, there weren't many things left in the world that piqued her interest. But immortality was a temptation no one could resist. Mama. Katakuri, bring me the Operation Fruit model, modification human. As for Giant, if you can bring her back, great. If not, kill her. Don't let Kaido get her so easily, Big Mom ordered. Katakuri's brow furrowed in concern. He hesitated. What's the matter? Big Mom asked sharply, her glare piercing. Why wasn't he acting? Mama, Giant is strong. Starsea is also powerful, Katakuri explained. While he was confident in his own strength, he wasn't certain he could defeat Giant alone. Smoothie, you'll go too, Big Mom decided, turning to her strongest daughter. Katakuri was the strongest of her sons, and Smoothie was the strongest of her daughters. Yes, Mama. Smoothie stepped forward, though her expression was conflicted. The Sun and Moon pirates should have been their allies. Now, she had to fight against them. Smoothie hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 91, Shanks, everything from the Sun and Moon pirates is mine. The red-haired pirates. They received the news much later. 3 days after the world learned of Cook's supposed death. Cook is dead? Shanks, the red-haired pirate captain, held his head in disbelief as he stared at the newspaper. Is this real? Is it true? It's real, Ben Beckman replied somberly, cigarette in hand. Every newspaper is reporting that Cook was executed by the Navy. It's impossible. How could Cook die like this? We just parted less than a year ago. Cook was so strong, just as strong as the captain, and he had Ace with him. How could he die? Yusuf couldn't believe what he was hearing. They had only met Cook once. But Cook had left a deep impression on them. The Navy was ruthless. 4 admirals joined forces. There was no room for a miracle, Shanks said, his voice filled with dazed disbelief. Anyone would feel the same. Even Shanks couldn't imagine a scenario where the Sun and Moon pirates could escape an ambush set by 4 admirals. I told him to stay low, but he didn't listen. If he hadn't gone after the celestial dragons, maybe the Navy wouldn't have gone so mad. Looking back, I should have been more forceful. Even if I had to fight Cook, I should have taken Makino with me. Now, she's gone, lost at sea. Shanks' fists pounded against the deck in frustration. It was too late now. Cook was dead. Shanks, only Cook was killed. The newspaper says that Cook single-handedly held off all the admirals to give the rest of the Sun and Moon pirates time to escape. He fought for hours until he collapsed from exhaustion, Ben Beckman said, pointing out the fine print on the newspaper. Really? Shanks paused. He quickly grabbed the newspaper, eyes glued to the details. At times, he sighed deeply. Other times, he couldn't help but break into a small, sad smile. After putting the newspaper down, Shanks sighed heavily. I admire him. Cook faced death head-on to protect his crew. That's exactly who he was. Shanks' admiration grew even deeper. He understood. If the Sun and Moon pirates had fought together against the 4 admirals, they would have most likely been wiped out. But Cook had chosen to sacrifice himself, ensuring that his crew had a chance to escape. Cook fought to the death, paving a path for his crew to survive. He was a great captain, Ben Beckman said respectfully. Though he was older than Cook, Beckman's tone carried a deep reverence for the fallen pirate. Only someone like our captain or Whitebeard could make such a sacrifice, Yusuf added, filled with respect. Shanks remained silent. He stared at the newspaper for a long time, drinking heavily from his sake. Shanks, this isn't the time to drown in sorrow. Rumors are spreading throughout the sea. People are saying that the Sun and Moon pirates possess the Operation Fruit model, modification human, and many monsters are making their moves. Even the other emperors and the world government won't leave them alone. So, now that Cook is gone, the remaining members of the Sun and Moon pirates are in danger, Ben Beckman reminded Shanks. He knew Shanks wouldn't sit idly by. The Sun and Moon pirates don't have many strong fighters left, aside from Giant and the Queen of Happy Street, Starsea. And they're also trying to protect ordinary people like Makino. They're under enormous pressure. They won't be able to hold out for long. Who dares? Shanks roared as he stood up, his eyes suddenly sharp and filled with fury. His overwhelming haki surged outward, calming the turbulent sea around them into a still mirror. It's time for us to act. Spread the word, the remaining members of the Sun and Moon pirates are under my protection, red-haired Shanks. Anyone who tries to harm them will be making an enemy of the red-haired pirates, no matter who they are. Shanks' declaration of war echoed through the air. Yes, Captain. The members of the red-haired pirates responded with excitement. The red-haired pirate crew set sail. Shanks stared ahead, his eyes filled with determination. He knew his warning wouldn't stop everyone. He just hoped the remaining members of the Sun and Moon pirates could hold out a little longer. Sigh. I warned you, Cook. You should have recruited more strong crewmates, not just women. Shanks couldn't help but grumble internally. If Cook had companions like his own. Even without their captain, the red-haired pirates were strong enough to dominate the seas. Shanks' bold declaration quickly spread across the Grand Line. Many ambitious pirates felt a wave of unease. They suppressed their greed. But Shanks' warning wasn't enough to scare off Emperor-level threats like Kaido and Big Mom. Ridiculous. That kid Shanks is getting too full of himself. He thinks he can claim it all. Let's see if he has the strength to back it up, Kaido sneered when he heard the news. Though Shanks was regarded as the most promising pirate closest to becoming an emperor, he wasn't one yet. Kaido, on the other hand, was a true emperor of the sea. He wasn't about to be intimidated by a younger pirate's warning. Big Mom felt the same disdain. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mary Ejos, the 5 elders were enraged. Who is it? Who leaked the information about the Operation Fruit model, modification human? The 5 elders shouted in fury. Cook was dead. They had already set their sights on the rest of the Sun and Moon pirates, planning to leave none alive. They were determined to reclaim the Operation Fruit model, modification human. Without Cook, they were confident of their success. But now, the secret had spread across the seas. And rumors were circulating that Kaido was making his move. Big Mom had sent her agents, and Shanks had issued his warning, spreading across the seas as well. The only major power yet to make a move was Whitebeard's crew. But with so many powerful factions in play, the 5 elders were growing anxious about their chances of securing the Operation Fruit model, modification human. Deploy all Cypher Pol Zero agents immediately. Retrieve the Operation Fruit model, modification human at all costs. Eliminate the Navy Trader Giant and the Cypher Pol Zero agent Trader Starsea. The elders commanded. Yes, sir. The world government's most elite Cypher Pol Zero agent forces were dispatched. 5 elders, we have a problem. An agent rushed in, alarmed. What? The Revolutionary Army just issued a statement. They've reached out to the Sun and Moon pirates, offering to take them in and protect them. The 5 elders were stunned. Even the Revolutionary Army, which had long stayed hidden, couldn't resist getting involved. The situation was growing more chaotic by the minute. Mobilize Cypher Pol Zero agent immediately. Do it now. Yes, sir. Chapter 92, The Whitebeard Pirates also joined the fight in the East Blue. The Revolutionary Army received the news much later. Upon hearing the news, Dragon remained silent for a long time. Cook? It seems your path was the wrong one, Dragon murmured. He appeared calm, but deep down, he had long expected such an outcome for Cook. To face the full force of the world government head-on. It was never going to be that easy. If it were so simple, someone would have overthrown the world government centuries ago. My dashing treasure of a man. He's dead, Imkov sobbed, devastated by the news. Bartholomew Kuma remained expressionless, though a faint sense of melancholy lingered beneath his calm exterior. There was also a hint of relief. Relief only he understood. Soon, Kuma would become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He knew the task ahead of him was fraught with danger, likely leading to his death. Yet, for the sake of his ideals, he was willing to take on the perilous mission. But Kuma had one lingering regret. His daughter, Bonnie, who was still back in their homeland. He knew her fiery personality and that her dreams did not align with the revolution. The thought of becoming a warlord and no longer being able to protect her had always weighed heavily on his mind. At one point, Kuma even considered asking Cook to look after Bonnie. He trusted Cook's character, and with the Sun and Moon pirates being mostly female, it seemed like a good fit. But before he could make a decision, news of Cook's death had already reached him. Kuma now felt a strange relief that Bonnie wasn't with the Sun and Moon pirates, otherwise, she'd be in grave danger. Betty has no place to go now. Let her come back, Dragon said, referring to Bello Betty, who had joined Cook's crew. He understood the precarious position she and the others were in. And so, Dragon issued a statement, adding more chaos to the already turbulent sea. Cook's legacy had now attracted the attention of all the major powers, and soon, the seas were in an uproar. Back in Dressrosa, Doflamingo watched the unfolding chaos with a satisfied grin. He had orchestrated this whole mess. Thinking about how he had manipulated the monsters of the sea into action, Doflamingo couldn't hide his twisted smile of triumph. Viola, keep an eye on the movements at sea. The moment any news arrives, use your ability to investigate immediately, Doflamingo ordered his newly recruited subordinate, Viola. Viola, once a princess of Dressrosa, responded calmly, yes. But as she looked at Doflamingo's back, a flash of hatred and fear crossed her eyes before she buried it deep within herself. She had already learned that Doflamingo had secured a position among the 7 warlords of the sea, sanctioned by the world government. This meant there was now no legitimate way to rid Dressrosa of Doflamingo's tyranny. The emperors, red-haired Shanks, the Revolutionary Army, the world government. Who will be the final victor to inherit Cook's legacy? Haha, things are getting interesting, Doflamingo's maniacal laughter echoed through the air. Meanwhile, over at the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco was arguing passionately with Whitebeard, trying to convince him to take action. Father, the immortality operation has already spread across the sea. Kaido, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks are all making moves. It must be real, Marco said excitedly as he looked at Whitebeard. The immortality operation. As the ship's doctor, Marco knew Whitebeard's body better than anyone. Whitebeard was at the twilight of his prime, and his latent ailments were starting to surface. Marco's abilities could only alleviate the symptoms, not cure the root problems. Many nights, Marco had worried about Whitebeard's declining health. What would happen in a few years, or 10 years? It was inevitable. Immortality? I'm not interested in that, Whitebeard said with a hearty laugh. Birth, aging, sickness, and death. These were natural parts of life. He had never feared them. But father, what if? You're not here anymore? What will we do? Marco pressed, unfazed by the possibility of angering Whitebeard. Whitebeard let out a booming laugh. Death comes for us all. When my time comes, it comes. But what about us? Yeah, what will we do if you're gone, father? We want to stay with you forever. The other commanders and crewmates surrounded Whitebeard, expressing their sincere feelings. Their bond as father and sons was strong. Among them, Blackbeard made the most emotional display.